Chapter 1. The Martial Arts Contest for Marriage. Madam, there's trouble. The steward of the Zhao family rushed into the main hall in a fluster. What has happened? Inquired a middle-aged woman clad in a light green gown. This was none other than the current matriarch of the Zhao family, Dugu Xian. The steward, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Miss is outside challenging others to a contest for marriage. Dugu Xian sprang to her feet. Nonsense. Quickly bring her back. The steward nodded hastily and departed. In Qingfeng City, the atmosphere was particularly lively today. The streets were bustling with people engaged in animated discussions. I heard that the Zhao family's young lady is hosting a martial arts contest for marriage today. Is that so? How exciting. Did not young Master Tang from the imperial capital propose to the Zhao family just a few days ago? Shu, lower your voice. Do you value your life? On a bustling street, a makeshift arena had been erected. Above it hung a banner emblazoned with 4 bold characters. Contest for marriage. At that moment, a young girl of approximately 15 or 16 stood atop the stage. She had delicate shoulders, a slender waist, brows like emerald feathers, and skin as white as snow. Dressed in a pink and white short skirt, she appeared pure and radiant, captivating all who beheld her. This young girl was Zhao Shuer, the esteemed daughter of the Zhao family. Zhao Shuer clasped her fists and announced from the stage, Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, today I, Zhao Shuer, have set up this arena to host a contest for marriage. Whoever can defeat me shall become the son-in-law of the Zhao family. As her words fell, a burly man with a scruffy beard leapt onto the stage, wielding a hefty hammer. Mizo, but Joey, Bundakui, Butterforum. Oh no, how did this scoundrel get up here? He is notorious as a bandit leader, exclaimed a spectator below. And oh, sooner had he spoken than a heavy hammer flew above his head, landing squarely upon it. In an instant, blood splattered, drenching those nearby. Wang Dachui glared down at the crowd. I, Wang Dachui, am an honest man. How dare you label me a bandit? You shall pay for this. Turning his gaze toward Zhao Shuer, he declared, Shuer, we need not fight. You cannot defeat me. Let us consummate our marriage tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuer's face flushed crimson with indignation. Why resort to murder? Motive. I have committed no such act. I merely mismanaged my hammer, and it struck him by accident. It is his own fault for not dodging. Wang Dachui chuckled. Come, my dear Shuer, come with me. As he attempted to grasp Zhao Shuer's hand, she reacted swiftly, stepping forward and reaching for his throat. Wang Dachui sidestepped her attack, seizing her arm instead, resting his hand on her shoulder, leering, My dear, do you wish to strike your husband? Zhao Shuer's face turned a mix of blue and red with fury. Release me. I shall make you pay. Wang Dachui, unfazed, leaned closer to her. Oh dear, you wish to kill me? Come, let us return home. I will let you hit me as you please. Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, a sword flew from the heavens, aimed directly at Wang Dachui. The blade traveled with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Wang Dachui narrowed his eyes as he beheld the approaching sword. With a sudden motion, he pushed Zhao Shuer aside and swung his hammer fiercely at the incoming blade. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck the flying sword, sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, a young man stood opposite Wang Dachui. The youth, seemingly around 16 or 17, was clad in a cloud-white robe, his hair cascading like clouds, and his deep-set eyes radiating an air of gentility and grace. As the youth appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers. It is young Master Bai Yi, the scion of the Bai family from Chu City. Indeed, who would have thought that young Master Bai would also be here? Could it be that he has come to compete for a bride? This is bound to be entertaining. Wang Dachui glared at Bai Yi, his tone laced with hostility. Where did this little brat come from? Prepare to take a hammering. With that, he swung his iron hammer towards Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi, taken aback by Wang Dachui's sudden attack, momentarily froze. A grave expression crossed his features after all. He was merely at the 3rd level of qi condensation, while Wang Dachui was a formidable opponent at the 5th level. How could he possibly withstand such a blow? Before he could ponder further, the hammer was upon him. Bai Yi retaliated with a punch aimed at the hammer. With a thunderous crash, Bai Yi was sent flying several feet before he finally managed to halt his momentum. Wang Dachui sneered. Have you not even grown enough to learn the ways of a hero rescuing a damsel? Bai Yi fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon the bearded Wang Dachui. And has your beard grown only on your mouth? Wang Dachui, incensed by Bai Yi's retort, was about to strike once more when a realization dawned upon him. He scrutinized Bai Yi, asking, Are you Bai Yi from the Bai family of Chu City? Bai Yi replied with a smile, Though your unkempt beard is quite unappealing, your eyes are sharp enough to recognize your elder Bai. Wang Dachui, his expression shifting, clasped his fists together in respect. Since it is young master by who has taken a liking to Shuer, I, Wang Dachui, shall concede her to you. With that, he turned to leave, but Bai Yi interjected, you cannot simply walk away after insulting Shuer so brazenly. Do you not think that inappropriate? As he spoke, he drew his long sword and thrust it fiercely toward Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui, his face contorted with rage, retorted, do you think I fear you? He swung his hammer at Bai Yi, the weapons clashing with a resounding ring. Bai Yi's sword was knocked from his grasp, and Wang Dachui lunged forward, preparing to strike again. Bai Yi's heart raced with trepidation, realizing he might not withstand this blow. The hammer was mere moments from his face when an authoritative voice echoed from a distance. Enough of this insolence. With that command, a sheathed sword flew forth, striking the hammer and forcing it back to Wang Dachui's chest. Wang Dachui's eyes widened as he crossed his arms defensively. The hammer rebounded with a thunderous impact, sending him hurtling 100 feet away, at which point he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared beside Bai Yi. Isn't that Elder Bai Jintian from the Bai family? The crowd quickly recognized him. Zhao Shuer hurriedly approached Bai Jintian, bowing respectfully. Uncle Bai, what brings you here? Bai Yi turned to Bai Jintian and offered a slight bow. Second uncle. Bai Jintian laughed heartily. Ah, my dear niece Zhao, what mischief are you up to? Have you organized a contest for suitors? At that moment, the steward of the Zhao family rushed over, panting heavily. Miss, the madam requests your immediate return. Glancing at Bai Jintian and his companion, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Elder Bai, young master Bai, what brings you here? Bai Yi replied with a smile. I heard that Shuer is holding a martial arts competition for suitors, so I came to participate. Bai Jintian said sternly, refrained from speaking recklessly. Afterward, he turned to the steward and continued, in truth, we were merely passing by and happened to notice that Shuer was in a bit of trouble, so we lent a hand. The steward bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder Bai and young master Bai, for your assistance. Ah, there's no need for such formalities. We are all family. Bai Jintian chuckled. The steward looked at Bai Jintian with a puzzled expression. Family? Chapter 2. A meeting in the grove. At this point, Zhao Shuer suddenly interjected, Uncle Bai, you guys come to my home. It has been quite some time since you last visited. With that, Zhao Shuer tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve and led him towards the Zhao residence that a moment later, upon entering the hall of the Zhao family, Dugu Xian, seated in the upper position, noticed Bai Jintian and Bai Yi, and was momentarily taken aback. Then she inquired, Elder Bai, young master Bai, what brings you both here today? Hearing her tone, Zhao Shuer immediately became displeased. What do you mean by what brings you? I invited them. Is there a problem with that? Sensing the tension, Bai Jintian quickly intervened. Ahem, I apologize for the abruptness of our visit today. Dugu Xian dismissed him with a wave of her hand. No need for such formality, please. Take a seat. As Bai Jintian surveyed the surroundings, he noticed 4 individuals seated nearby. The elder from the Tang family of the imperial capital, the elder from the Zhou family of the eastern city, the elder from the Li family of the border town, and the elder from the Sun family of Jinsheng. After exchanging pleasantries, he found a vacant seat and settled down. At this moment, Dugu Xian gently sipped her tea. Shuer, you may return to your room. This does not concern you. Zhao Shuer stomped her foot lightly. And turned to leave. Once Zhao Shuer departed, Dugu Xian addressed the assembly. I presume everyone is here for the same matter today. The elder from the Tang family then spoke up. Madam Zhao, what are your thoughts? Dugu Xian replied earnestly. Shuer has been spoiled by her father since childhood, and she tends to be quite willful in her actions. Since everyone holds her in such high regard, I would not wish to obstruct her. However, do not hesitate to speak. The elder from the Zhou family interjected suddenly. At this point, the elder from the Tang family stated, as long as Madam agrees to a union with my Tang family, I can assure you that every year, the Zhao family will have 5 slots available for its members to enroll in the prestigious Songyun Academy of the imperial capital. This declaration left not only Dugu Xian in shock, but also the other 4 elders, who were equally astonished. Songyun Academy only admits 50 students each year. It must be said that the Tang family has displayed an unexpected generosity. Even in the imperial capital, the Tang family only has 6 reserved spots each year, and now they are offering 5. Among the elders, it was Bai Jintian who found it most perplexing. He had not come to propose marriage, he was merely passing through. How did it come to this? With them 4 engaging in a negotiation? At this moment, the elder from the Zhou family stood and clasped his fists. Madam, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Are you leaving? If not, what are you doing here? There are only 5 spots available, and the Zhou family has a total of only 3 spots each year. As Elder Zhou departed, elderly and elder son exchanged glances and rose to bid their farewells. At that moment, De Vixian turned her gaze toward Bai Jintian. Bai Jintian took a sip of tea and remarked, "Ah, it seems I must take my leave as well. Do not trouble yourself to see me off." De Vixian interjected before Bai Jintian could finish a sentence. Bai Jintian, accompanied by Bai Yi, turned it apart just as they reached the entrance. A voice called out, "Uncle Bai, Brother Yi, wait for me." Zhao Shuer rushed over, pleading, "Why are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay and play with me for a couple of days?" Bai Yi smiled gently and replied, "I have pressing matters to attend to with my second uncle. I shall come to visit you when I have the opportunity." With that, Bai Yi followed Bai Jintian out of the Zhao residence. Along the way, Bai Yi inquired, "Second uncle." At that moment, Bai Jintian interrupted, "You must be wondering why the major families are all seeking to propose to the Zhao family." Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, what puzzles me further is why the Tang family would offer so many spots. The admissions process for Tsangyun Academy is notoriously stringent, and the spots are quite limited." Bai Jintian smiled slightly. "Let me tell you about Tsangyun Academy. It has a history spanning several millennia. Legend has it that the Tsangyun continent is named after this very academy. The founder's primary purpose in establishing Tsangyun Academy was to safeguard the people of this land." Bai Yi looked at Bai Jintian in astonishment. "Second uncle, was that person truly remarkable?" Bai Jintian replied earnestly, "Indeed, he was extraordinarily powerful. It is said that he had already attained the supreme realm." Bai Yi gazed at Bai Jintian with curiosity. "The supreme realm? What is that?" Bai Jintian smiled gently. "My dear Yi, the highest known realm in our continent is the Lord's realm. It is certain that the supreme realm lies beyond it." "Second uncle, what realm are you currently at?" Bai Yi asked. Bai Jintian chuckled softly. Let's not dwell on that. Instead, let's discuss Shuer. It seems my suspicions have been confirmed. Otherwise, those families would not be so eager to propose, especially the Tang family. As they conversed, they arrived at the riverside, the boundary river of Qingfeng City. Crossing this river leads to Chu City. They approached a ferry, and Bai Jintian waved to the ferryman. "Kind sir, we wish to cross the river." The ferryman emerged from the cabin, smiling as he respectfully greeted Bai Jintian and Bai Yi. "Esteemed guests, please board the vessel." At that moment, a voice called from behind Bai Jintian, "Brother Bai, please hold." Bai Jintian turned to see an elderly man approaching. It was Zhou Xing, the elder of the Zhou family from the East City. Bai Jintian smiled slightly. "Zhou brother, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Bai Yi offered a slight bow. "Greetings, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Xing glanced at Bai Yi and said, There is no need for such formalities, my nephew." Zhou Xing continued, "Brother Bai, do not be in haste to return. We have important matters to discuss with you." Bai Jintian raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "You, and whom else?" Zhou Xing replied with a faint smile. "Indeed, it is with brother Sun and brotherly." Bai Jintian inquired, "Is it about the proposal for today?" Zhou Xing glanced around and replied, "Brother Bai, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Let us proceed to Qingfeng Tower." Bai Jintian, with a hint of gravity, responded, "Very well." After the two departed, Bai Yi made his way towards a nearby forest. Upon leaving the Zhao residence, a maid had discreetly handed him a note. It read, "Tonight, in the woods, do not disappoint." Bai Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. This must surely be written by that girl, Shuer. Alas, what can one do with her? In their childhood, they often sneaked away to play in those very woods. Although they do not reside in the same city, his uncle frequently brings him to Qifeng City for business matters. Thus, he has interacted with Zhao Shuai quite often, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe their relationship as one of childhood companions. Bai Yi ventured into the woods and settled upon a wooden stump. At this early hour, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he began to cultivate his inner energy. In the vast expanse of the Tsangyun continent, each major realm is subdivided into 5 minor stages. Currently, Bai Yi has reached the 3rd level of Qi condensation, still 2 stages away from attaining the realm of Qi mastery. Naturally, such progress cannot be rushed. Cultivation necessitates patience and perseverance. Bai Yi, unbeknownst to himself, entered a state of meditation, a sight that would undoubtedly astonish any onlooker. This meditative state is one that can only be attained upon reaching the realm of Qi mastery. Through the manipulation of Qi, one can govern the soul, and with the soul, sustain life, ultimately condensing it into elixirs. Even those who have attained Qi mastery must reach the critical threshold of the 5th layer before they can achieve such a state. Yet Bai Yi, currently at the 3rd layer of Qi condensation, has managed to accomplish it. Chapter 3. Bidden by the Python in the Grand Hall of the Bai family. A middle-aged man sat quietly at his desk. This individual was Bai Lin Yin, the esteemed head of the Bai family, a master of the 4th tier of spiritual authority. Opposite him stood Bai Jintian, poised in silence. Bai Linian spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, they are already aware of Zhao Shui's situation. Have we investigated who might have leaked this information? Bai Jintian remarked, there is no way to ascertain. The individuals I dispatched are still conducting their investigations. Bai Linian turned to Bai Jintian and inquired, where is Yi? Why has he not yet returned? Bai Jintian remarked, perhaps it was Zhao Shui who chose to retain him. Bai Linian chuckled, indeed, send someone to convey a message to Yi. Ensure that he seizes the opportunity to grow closer to Zhao Shui. Bai Jintian pondered. It is likely that the woman from the Zhao family can be disregarded. I shall devise my own means when the time comes. However, the situation with the Tang family presents some complications. Bai Linian then said, you may go. After Bai Jintian departed, Bai Linian's lips curled into a faint smile. Humph. The Tang family. In the forest, Bai Yi was still engrossed in his cultivation, immersed in a state of profound mystery that defied verbal expression, a state of deep meditation. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Bai Yi's being. Within a Tinjiang radius, the leaves were instantly torn asunder, leaving only the swaying trunks behind. As if they could be swept away by this formidable energy at any moment, he had ascended from the third tier of Qi condensation directly to the realm of Qi mastery, surpassing 2 minor realms in one leap. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes to gaze upon his own body, feeling somewhat bewildered. What has happened? What was that sensation just now? At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Yi, it was Shui's voice. Bai Yi turned at the sound and, indeed, saw Zhao Shui running towards him. Shui, you have arrived, he exclaimed. Brother Yi, have you been waiting long? She replied. Alas, that wretched stepmother of mine always sends someone to watch over me, preventing me from venturing out. I managed to sneak away. Bai Yi rolled her eyes. When was it not a secret escapade for you? As night fell, she inquired, is there something amiss? Zhao Shui, seated beside Bai Yi, gazed at her and lamented, my stepmother intends to marry me off to the Tang family. Ah, I am aware. I heard about it earlier today at your home. Bai Yi responded. Yet, I have no desire to wed. I have never even met that Tang Xiao. And even if I had, I would refuse the union. As she spoke, a faint blush began to rise on Zhao Shui's cheeks. Bai Yi noticed that Zhao Shui suddenly flushed and could not help but inquire, Shui, are you unwell? Why is your face so flushed? Oh, you are the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell, Zhao Shui retorted, turning her back to Bai Yi and preparing to leave. Bai Yi hastily rose and grasped Zhao Shui's arm. Shui, if you do not wish to marry, you may confide in your second mother. She is unlikely to impose any difficulties upon you. Zhao Shui turned to Bai Yi, incredulity in her gaze. Unlikely to impose difficulties upon me? You dare to suggest such a thing. Bai Yi was about to speak when a distant voice called out, Miss, where are you? We're looking for Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui quickly grasped Bai Yi's hand and urged, hurry, we mustn't let them find me. In the forest, Bai Yi and Zhao Shui stealthily evaded the Zhao family's search, arriving at a more secluded spot. By now, it was already midnight, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Shui felt a twinge of fear and asked, Yigu, did you hear any noise just now? Bai Yi glanced at Zhao Shui, saying, I heard it. It seems there are snakes lurking nearby. Before Bai Yi could finish speaking, Zhao Shui suddenly screamed in terror, Brother Yi, we have never encountered snakes while playing here before. How could there possibly be a snake? Bai Yi said with a solemn expression, I am uncertain as well. Bai Yi pondered that it was improbable for snakes to inhabit this area. Even ordinary snakes would not instill such a sense of peril in him. Yet, he had distinctly felt an impending threat moments ago. Suddenly, a python, as thick as a human arm, surged towards the two. Its entire body was adorned with deep green scales, and a prominent ridge, several inches high, ran along its back. In the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Bai Yi and Zhao Shui, its cavernous maw gaping wide, ready to strike. Bai Yi swiftly shielded Zhao Shui behind her and raised her sword. Thrusting it forward, a beam of sword light aimed directly at the serpent's head, but as soon as it made contact, it shattered into fragments. With a sudden glint in his eyes, Bai Yi swiftly raised his left hand in defense, yet the serpent seized his left arm with its powerful jaws, tearing away a gruesome chunk of flesh. Blood instantly cascaded down, staining Bai Yi's garments in a vivid crimson hue. Behind him, Zhao Shui stood frozen in terror, her face pale as she beheld the monstrous python, momentarily paralyzed by fear and forgetting to flee. Bai Yi turned and shouted to Zhao Shui, run quickly. At that moment, Zhao Shui, still in a state of terror, managed to regain her composure slightly. Just as she was about to turn away, she felt a sudden excruciating pain in her leg. To her horror, she discovered a small snake clinging fiercely to her calf. In that instant, the python swung around, its powerful tail striking Bai Ye's abdomen directly. Bai Ye was hurled dozens of feet away, and upon landing, he promptly lost consciousness. The python turned its gaze towards Zhao Shuer, hissing ominously. At that moment, Zhao Shuer suddenly felt her body tremble, as if her blood were boiling like water on the brink of a fervent simmer. Unbeknownst to her, the ancestral bloodline within her was awakening, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The python regarded Zhao Shuer with a flicker of surprise in its eyes. As her bloodline surged, the astonishment in the creature's gaze gradually morphed into gravity and ultimately into sheer terror, prompting it to flee. Clearly, it was Zhao Shuer's ancestral power that had driven the python away. However, it was unfortunate that her bloodline had not fully awakened. At present, her strength was insufficient to sustain such an awakening, and if her ancestral blood were to forcibly awaken, it would surely lead to her demise. Zhao Shuer watched the python retreat, momentarily taken aback and filled with confusion. Nevertheless, she dismissed her thoughts and rushed to Bai Ye's side. As she ran, a sharp pain shot through her legs. She glanced down to find 2 deep bite marks marring her skin, the result of the python's earlier assault. To her dismay, the marks were a dark hue, indicating they were venomous. Ignoring the wound on her leg, Zhao Shuer sprinted towards Bai Ye. Upon reaching him, she discovered that Bai Ye had succumbed to unconsciousness. Gently cradling his head, she shook him while calling out, "Ye Ge, wake up! Ye Ge!" Yet, there was no response. At that moment, Bai Ye resembled a lifeless figure. He had been bitten by the python and subsequently struck against the ground with great force. Although he had attained the Qi mastery realm, the python's assault had been akin to an egg colliding with a stone. His internal organs were shattered, and the breath he clung to was merely a testament to the resilience of his will. Seeing Bai Ye unresponsive, tears streamed down Zhao Shuer's cheeks. Panic engulfed her. "Ye Ge, please don't scare me. Wake up, wake up." Chapter 4. The Zhao Family's Flying Daggers. Chapter 5. The mysterious lady of the Zhao family. The strike delivered was evidently several times more powerful than the previous punch from the condensing sea realm expert. The middle-aged man across from him nonchalantly raised his hand and flung a flying dagger, which zipped through the air without hesitation. With a sharp whoosh, it reached the descending palm, penetrating it effortlessly, and then pierced through the chest of the peak-breaking sea realm expert. Blood splattered forth as the dagger returned to the middle-aged man's hand. He examined the dagger, bringing it to his nose, and promptly covered his mouth with his left hand, bending over as if he might retch. He derided, "Your blood energy is quite potent," with a mocking laugh. This was unabashed provocation, and the onlookers were left seething with rage, yet none dared to step forward. At that moment, the guard directed a glance at the middle-aged man, saying, "You did not come here merely to offend, did you?" "Oh no, not at all." The middle-aged man hastily shook his head. "I am here for a friendly exchange." Simply a friendly exchange. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a woman, who, with a piercing gaze, challenged the middle-aged man. "Is this merely an exchange? A mere spar? Surely. You cannot be fabricating tales with your eyes wide open." The man turned to face her. She was adorned in a deep green gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist, and a jade hairpin elegantly nestled in her tresses. Though her beauty was not striking, her attire was impeccably styled, exuding an aura of warmth and approachability. With a youthful smile, the man inquired, "What do they call you, fair lady?" The woman remained silent, pressing, "You have yet to respond to my question." The man chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, it is merely an exchange, nothing more." He emphatically patted his chest, as if to underscore his sincerity. He had come solely for a sparring match. As per his master's instructions to explore the world and remain vigilant, his master had cautioned him to treat every encounter seriously, regardless of the opponent's capabilities, and to never hold back, though one should always leave a margin for grace. He adhered to his master's teachings diligently, giving his all in every sparring match, out of profound respect for his mentor. Suddenly, the woman pointed accusingly at him. What a commendable notion of merely sparring. Does your definition imply a distinction between life and death?" The middle-aged man cast a remorseful glance at the 2 lifeless bodies nearby and bowed slightly, saying, "I apologize. I was unaware of your companion's frailty. Do strive to grow stronger in your next life." His tone was remarkably sincere, a deep regret etched on his face. The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by this peculiar exchange. Was he blaming the deceased for their weakness, suggesting they ought to be stronger in their next reincarnation? Could words truly condemn souls? One could only imagine the soul's reaction to such a remark, perhaps rendering them utterly despondent. At that moment, the woman declared, "I shall return your strike." Stepping forward, she prepared to engage. The middle-aged man, however, retreated a step and hastily shook his head. "No, no. I cannot spar with a woman. My master has often reminded me that in this realm, men vastly outnumber women. It is prudent to avoid conflict with them. Should I inadvertently harm a woman, many men would find themselves without partners." Before he could finish his thought, he was enveloped by an overwhelming aura emanating from the woman. As she struck, the spectators were left in stunned silence, not due to the act of her attacking, but because her prowess far exceeded their expectations. The guard murmured softly, "The third level of the sovereign master." His astonishment was palpable. At that moment, the middle-aged man found himself ensnared by her formidable presence, showing no inclination to retaliate. Only those who have cultivated to the sovereign master level possess such a unique ability. The woman scrutinized him. "Why do you not strike?" He replied with a rueful smile, "I cannot. If I do, I fear many men may find themselves without wives." The crowd seemed to latch onto this pivotal notion. Many men without partners? Does this imply that the woman would seek numerous husbands? With this thought in mind, all present turned to the woman with expressions of astonishment. Yet, she remained oblivious. Seemingly overlooking the crucial point, many men struggle to find wives. At that moment, the woman unleashed a powerful punch, declaring, "If you do not strike now, you shall never strike again." A formidable aura surged forth, crashing upon the middle-aged man like a relentless tide. As he pondered, "Master, I am about to perish. Yet I do not wish to die." The woman's fist struck him, propelling him through the air until he vanished from sight. The woman was momentarily stunned. Had she truly not held back? Regret washed over her as she realized she had not intended to kill the man, but rather acted out of impulsive anger. The onlookers turned their gaze toward her, and she felt their scrutiny, her lips twitching as she turned to leave. "Who is this woman? Does anyone recognize her?" they murmured. "She seems to be the young mistress of the Zhao family," someone ventured. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the heavens. "I said that if a woman strikes, she shall not strike against another woman. I stand by my word." Remarkably, the man had returned, defying death. The powerful figures present were profoundly shaken. They had felt the undeniable truth that the middle-aged man had not defended himself at all, enduring the full force of a third-tier Master-S attack with his bare body. What kind of strength was this? "Shall we continue? Does anyone dare to receive my blade?" he questioned, his heart heavy with frustration for having been struck without the ability to retaliate. When he encountered his master, he was determined to express just how badly he had been beaten. At that moment, the guardians opposite him spoke gravely, "Let us attack together." The middle-aged man found himself bewildered, thinking, wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Why is it suddenly a group assault? This is unfair. Before he could ponder further, hundreds surged forward, their masterful energies overwhelming him. With a calm demeanor, the middle-aged man recalled his master's words, "Never panic, regardless of the circumstances, especially when outmatched." Trust in oneself was paramount. He was invincible. A slight smile graced his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. Of course, he was not awaiting death. Rather, he feigned indifference. As the crowd beheld his serene composure, their frenzy intensified. This was blatant contempt. In that moment, they unleashed their most potent attacks without reservation. Sensing something amiss, the middle-aged man gradually opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, all the momentum and attacks surged towards him. The middle-aged man calmly uttered, "Trust in my master. Trust in yourself. I am invincible." With that, he raised his hand and launched a flying dagger, which was immediately sent hurtling thousands of miles away by the ferocious onslaught from his opponent. The middle-aged man was also propelled back, landing several thousand miles away. After coming to a halt, he lay on the ground, murmuring, "I am invincible," before losing consciousness. At that moment, a woman appeared beside him. She was the one who had departed earlier. The woman lifted the middle-aged man and soared away. Shortly after she took him, a crowd of hundreds arrived at the spot where the two had vanished. They fled. A powerful master inquired suspiciously, "This person is not ordinary." Soon after, the crowd dispersed, and the guardian, after a moment of contemplation, also turned to leave. Chapter 6. The enigmatic frame-up on the clear morning of the sixth day. A ray of sunlight illuminated the corner of Baye's eye. Baye slowly opened his eyes, only to immediately shut them again. The light was too blinding for him to bear. Gradually, he adjusted to the brightness and exhaled a breath of stale air. Feeling a slight headache, he suddenly sat up with a start, recalling something. "Schwer, are you there?" he called out, but received no response. "Is she gone?" he thought. and immediately sprang to his feet. As he stood, a realization struck him. Last night, my arm. He raised his hand to examine the spot where he had been bitten, but to his astonishment, there was no wound. Bai Yi stood in a daze. Her face etched with confusion as she gazed at her blood-stained garments. At that moment, distant voices echoed, calling out, Miss Schwer is here to seek you. Bai Yi hesitated on whether to inform them, when it seemed someone had noticed him. Over here, it appears to be young Master Bai. Bai Yi, having discovered the unsettling situation, approached a few individuals. Upon reaching them, he conveyed, Schwej may be in peril. It is imperative to promptly inform your lady. Having uttered this, he made his way towards the edge of the forest. He needed to return to his clan, for there had been numerous anomalies the previous night. How could the wounds on his body have healed overnight? He distinctly remembered the moment the serpent's tail struck him. It was an overwhelming sensation, one solely of impending death. Yet, why was he unscathed? Where had Schwej vanished to? The more he pondered, the more disconcerted he became, prompting him to quicken his pace. At that moment, a maid who had been searching for Zhao Schwer in the woods hurried back to the Zhao residence, breathlessly entering the main hall. Madam, Mississippi. Du Guxian looked at the maid and urged, Speak slowly. Have you found the young lady? The maid, her voice trembling, replied, I did not find the young lady, but we encountered young Master Bai in the woods. Bai Yi? Du Guxian inquired. The maid nodded. Yes, young Master Bai appeared gravely injured, covered in blood. Moreover, Du Guxian abruptly stood. Moreover what? The maid hastily continued. It seems young Master Bai was also searching for the young lady. Du Guxian slowly sat back down, gesturing to the maid. Hurry and continue your search. If you do not find the young lady, do not return. The maid retreated to resume her search for Zhao Schwer. Du Guxian then entered another room where a maid named Xiaoyu, who had previously stealthily delivered a note to Bai Yi, was kneeling before her. Du Guxian glared at Xiaoyu and scolded. Who gave you the audacity to assist the young lady in delivering notes? Kneeling on the ground, Xiaoyu sobbed, her body bearing the marks of a severe beating, evident from the welts and blood that stained her dress. As Du Guxian concluded her statement, a figure clad in black robes entered the room. Du Guxian pointed at Xiaoyu and commanded the robed figure, annihilate her entire family. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was struck with terror, hastily bowing her head. I beseech you, madam, spare my family. Please. The sound of her desperate kowtowing reverberated with profound supplication and utter despair. However, the robed figure paid her no heed and turned to leave. Du Guxian regarded Xiaoyu coldly, declaring, Humph, if the young lady cannot be retrieved, I shall extract your soul and refine your spirit. Xiaoyu continued to plead for her family's safety. Take her to the fire prison. The fire prison, a private dungeon of the Zhao family, was reserved for those who had committed heinous acts against the clan or betrayed it. There, one endured the relentless torment of scorching flames day and night, never dying, lingering in a torment that was indeed worse than death. By the time Bai Yi arrived at the family estate, it was already noon. The members of the Bai family were taken aback upon seeing his tattered clothing and the blood that stained his body. At that moment, Bai Zhentian emerged from the house and, upon witnessing Bai Yi's dire condition, was momentarily taken aback. Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, Bai Zhentian hurriedly pulled him into the hall. Bai Linen was also present, and upon seeing Bai Yi, he abruptly stood up and inquired, Year, what has happened? Did the Zhao family inflict these injuries upon you? Bai Yi quickly shook her head. No. Bai Linen, with a puzzled expression, inquired once more, What is the matter? Bai Yi glanced at Bai Linen and said, Yesterday, my second uncle was about to return to the family when he was stopped by the elders of the Zhou, Li, and Sun families. He instructed me to return alone. However, before leaving the Zhao family, Schwej asked me to meet her in the grove at night, claiming she had something to discuss with me. Thus, I went to the grove alone to await her arrival. Bai Yi recounted the events of the previous night in great detail to Bai Linyin and Bai Zhentian. Bai Linyin, after listening, wore a rather grave expression. Are you saying that there were serpent-like demonic beasts in that grove last night? Moreover, their level of prowess is quite formidable. Indeed, came the reply. I found myself utterly defenseless in the presence of that serpent. We have frequented that place before, yet we have never encountered any demonic beasts. Bai Yi, too, appeared quite perplexed. Bai Linzin remarked again, he can undoubtedly discern your injuries. Indeed, last night, Bai Yi sustained grievous wounds. The bloodstains that marred his entire body speak volumes. Yet, such severe injuries are incongruous. Wait, did you say you reached the realm of Qi last night? Yet now, your cultivation level. It was only then that Bai Yi recalled the matter. He extended his hand and an ethereal energy surged and solidified throughout his body. However, upon attempting to harness this energy, he found himself unable to do so. Could it be the result of the snake venom? Bai Linyan and Bai Zhentian exchanged glances as they observed the solidified energy enveloping Bai Yi. Both were taken aback. While he had not yet reached the realm of energy manipulation, his condensation of energy was distinctly different from that of others. Typically, one in the condensation realm experiences a flow of ethereal energy, but it does not manifest as solid as it did in Bai Yi. It is essential to recognize that ethereal energy, being gaseous in nature, should merely be gathered in the condensation realm. It cannot possibly take on a tangible form. At that moment, Bai Linyan turned to Bai Yi and said, "Very well, you should go wash up, change your clothes, and take a good rest. As for the matter concerning Shuer, I shall have your second uncle investigated." Bai Yi offered a slight bow, exclaiming, "Certainly, dear adoptive father." After Bai Yi departed, Bai Linyan turned to Bai Zhentian and said, "Go find the third brother and instruct him to seek out Zhao Shuer. Then, make a trip to the capital. Is elder brother suspecting the Tang family of foul play?" Bai Zhentian inquired with a hint of skepticism. "There is some doubt. Yet my instincts suggest that the Tang family is not involved," Bai Linyan advised. "When you go to the capital, do so discreetly. And under no circumstances should you approach the Tang family," Bai Linyan cautioned. "I understand. I shall set off at once." With that, Bai Zhentian turned and departed. After Bai Zhentian departed, Bai Linyan fell into deep contemplation, not concerning Zhao Shuer, but rather reflecting upon Bai Ye's extraordinary state of cultivation. It was, without a doubt, an enigma. He had never encountered such a profound level of qi condensation throughout his years of practice. Indeed, he had not witnessed it in centuries. Within a grand hall, Du Guxian sat quietly, lost in thought. After a brief moment, she spoke, "Summon someone." A woman entered the hall, responding, "Madam, how may I assist you?" "Make your way to the Tang family in the imperial capital and inform them that the young lady has been abducted by members of the Bai family," she replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Within the grand hall of the Bai residence, Bai Zhentian hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, "Patriarch, there has been a calamity." Bai Linyan turned to Bai Zhentian and said, "However, it was the Tang family who abducted Zhao Shuer." Bai Zhentian hastily shook his head and said, "We are not of the Tang family, yet someone has claimed to the Tang family that we have abducted Zhao Shuer." Who uttered the words of Bai Linyan's rise? Bai Zhentian shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. The Tang family is currently gathering the formidable members of their clan. They may come to our Bai family to demand someone." Bai Linyan's expression changed dramatically in an instant. Someone is slandering the Bai family. Who could it be? Go and bring back the third brother. Let him take Yi away from Chu City for the time being. Wait for my orders, and do not return without my permission. Bai Zhentian expressed his confusion, asking, "What is this?" Bai Linyan gazed solemnly at Bai Zhentian and remarked, "This matter is far from straightforward. The Tang family will undoubtedly not let us off easily this time. We must prepare for the worst and summon all the formidable members of our clan back to the family." Bai Zhentian nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 7. Three Masters of the Sovereign Realm. Chapter 8. Muxio intervenes. A strand of sword light instantaneously appeared before the members of the Tang family, without pausing. It surged directly into their midst. As this beam of sword light penetrated, heads began to soar into the air. In the blink of an eye, the heads of several formidable experts from the Tang family fell to the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence as Bai Linyan and Bai Laosan turned their gaze towards Bai Zhentian. Their faces alight with unrestrained joy. Bai Zhentian had also achieved a breakthrough. In stark contrast, Tang Shifeng and the gun-wielding man wore expressions heavy with gloom. Tang Shifeng bellowed, "What a cunning old dog from the Bai family. I wondered how you dared to seize my Tang family's people. It turns out that all three of you brothers have already reached the sovereign realm." Bai Linyan gazed helplessly at Tang Xinfeng and reiterated, "I have already stated that I did not abduct Miss Zhao." Tang Xinfeng retorted angrily, "Cease your futile words. Do you believe that the presence of three esteemed masters grants you any superiority?" He then crushed a communication talisman and declared, "Even if you possessed 10 esteemed masters today, it would be of no consequence. I shall still annihilate the Bai family." Hidden in the shadows, Du Guxian's face grew solemn upon witnessing the presence of 3 esteemed masters from the Bai family. It must be said that these families had concealed their strengths quite adeptly. However, the more she observed, the more exhilarated she became. Where there are people, there exists a realm of martial arts, and where there is a realm, conflict is essential to its intrigue. At Songyun Academy, atop a mountain peak, a middle-aged man sat suspended in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a communication talisman fell before him. He glanced at the talisman, and after a moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. Family crisis, by family. With a scoff, he turned and soared towards another mountain peak. At the very moment Tang Xinfeng shattered the communication talisman, Bai Linyan fixed his gaze on him, pondering. Is he perhaps notifying the clan members of Songyun Academy? Yet, Songyun Academy had a rule that forbade its members from interfering in secular matters unless there was an external threat to Songyun continent. If he was not notifying Songyun Academy, then to whom was he sending the message? At that moment, Bai Laosan suddenly exclaimed, "They are summoning reinforcements. We must eliminate them all before their allies arrive." With that, Bai Laosan clasped his hands together and invoked rising clouds, overwhelming seas. A formidable aura surged forth as he struck his palms together, pressing towards Tang Xinfeng with relentless force. Bai Linyan and Bai Jintian, having shed their hesitation, unleashed their most formidable strikes upon the members of the Tang clan. Tang Xinfeng and the armed man did not remain idle. They promptly retaliated, striving to mitigate the devastating onslaught and minimize further casualties. However, the two of them were evidently no match for the combined might of three supreme masters. In an instant, several more heads from the Tang clan soared into the air. Tang Xuanfeng's eyes widened in despair, as he understood that even if he sent out a call for help, it would take time for reinforcements from Songyun Academy to arrive. In this critical moment, they had to withstand the assault. Resolutely, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat at once." Upon hearing Tang Xuanfeng's command, the members of the Tang clan hastily withdrew. The Bai clan, witnessing this retreat, surged forward with renewed fervor and launched another wave of attacks. With thunderous roars echoing through the air, the surrounding structures were instantly reduced to rubble. The Tang clan continued to fall back, yet even in their retreat, many perished. Conversely, the Bai clan grew increasingly emboldened, collectively shouting, "Annihilate the Tang clan." Another terrifying wave of assaults surged toward the retreating Tang members. Just then, a voice resonated from afar, commanding, "Cease this at once." As the words echoed, an overwhelming pressure descended from the distance. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, revealing an elderly man accompanied by a middle-aged figure. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng turned to the elder and offered a slight bow. "Elder Mu." The elder was none other than Mu Xiu, the esteemed elder of Songyun Academy, while the middle-aged man was Tang Qiuyan, a direct descendant of the Tang clan. At this juncture, Tang Qiuyan bowed slightly to Tang Xinfeng, inquiring, "Uncle, are you all right?" Bai Linyan and Bai Jintian regarded Mu Xiu with a slight bow, expressing their respect. "It is an honor to have Elder Mu gracing us with his presence. We apologize for not extending a warmer welcome." At that moment, Bai Laosan abruptly pointed at Mu Xiu and exclaimed, "What is this, Elder Mu? Are you intent on violating the Academy's regulations?" Mu Xiu calmly turned to Bai Laosan and replied, Regulations? I assure you, I have not transgressed any. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, I am the guest elder of the Tang family. Is my presence here as the guest elder of the Tang family a violation of the rules?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Tang family nearby displayed expressions of delight. Tang Xinfeng then clasped his fists and bowed to Mu Xiu, saying, "Elder Mu, I am deeply grateful. The Tang family shall offer significant rewards following this matter." Mu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. "We are all one family. There is no need for such formality. Let us first address the matter at hand." Upon hearing Mu Xiu's words, Bai Linyan and the others immediately wore expressions of dismay. They were acutely aware of Mu Xiu's prowess. Should he choose to intervene today, matters would undoubtedly become exceedingly troublesome. Although Mu Xiu claimed he would act in the capacity of a guest elder from the Tang family, it was common knowledge that he held the esteemed title of Grand Elder at Songyun Academy. If Bai Linyan and his companions were to take action against Mu Xiu today, it would essentially equate to the Bai family launching an assault against Songyun Academy itself. Bai Linyan sighed softly and turned to Bai Jintian, saying, "Second brother, what is your perspective on this matter? What is there to consider? Let us proceed without hesitation." With that, Bai Laosan was the first to charge towards the Tang family. Bai Jintian fell silent for a moment, then declared resolutely, "If reconciliation is no longer possible, then let us vow to fight to the death. Even in death, we shall perish in battle." Bai Laosan charged forth, his palms outstretched, as a formidable energy coalesced within his hands. In an instant, the surrounding air morphed into a peculiar whirlpool resembling a black hole. Following this, he unleashed a powerful strike, the cloud-dispelling palm. The swirling black vortex, emanating an overwhelming force, surged towards the Tang family, scattering countless fragments of stone into the air, swiftly engulfing everyone in its wake. As Bai Lao San launched his attack, Bai Jin Tian stood resolutely with a sword held between his brows, silently invoking, "In my name, I commune with the celestial spirits, summon auspicious omens, and empower my blade." In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged from the heavens, causing Bai Jin Tian's sword to tremble slightly in his grasp. At that moment, a dazzling silver sword light penetrated the blade, and Bai Jin Tian abruptly opened his eyes, stepping forward to thrust the sword. With the strike, the surrounding air seemed to be torn asunder, and even the fabric of space itself warped and distorted. The heavenly spirit sword, a technique of earth-grade proficiency. Tang Xianfeng observed Bai Jin Tian's formidable swordplay with a grave expression, remarking, "Such a powerful sword technique. Yet it is regrettable that if you were at the third level of the sovereign stage, none present could withstand this blow. Alas, you have only just broken through to the sovereign realm. What a pity." Mu Xiu gazed at the confrontation between the two, his eyes narrowing as he advanced a half-step. With great conviction, he unleashed a punch, the divine fist, manifesting a colossal fist-shaped shadow that surged towards Bai Lao San's palm and Bai Jin Tian's sword light. As the fist passed, dark rifts appeared in the surrounding space, an indication of its terrifying power capable of cleaving through dimensions. In the blink of an eye, the colossal fist shadow collided with Bai Jin Tian's sword and Bai Lao San's palm, producing a thunderous resonance that reverberated through the skies. The surrounding space shattered like glass, fracturing into a vast abyss of darkness, only to restore itself almost instantaneously. Bai Jin Tian and Bai Lao San were sent reeling back several dozen yards, while Mu Xiu remained utterly unperturbed, effortlessly handling the two adversaries. Truly, he embodied the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Most notably, his punch was an earth-grade supreme technique, a rarity across the entirety of Songyun continent, with only Songyun Academy possessing a handful of such formidable martial arts. Bai Linian approached Bai Jin Tian and Bai Lao San, who were lying on the ground, their mouths continuously spilling forth blood. Bai Linian hastily produced 2 pills, administering them to the 2 individuals. However, Bai Lao San shook his head, declaring, "There's no need. It's already too late." Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted, and he succumbed to stillness. Chapter 9. The Fallen Young Master of the Bai Family, Bai Lao San. Bai Lao San. Bai Linian called out loudly, witnessing the lifelessness of Bai Lao San. Moments later, he turned and approached Bai Jin Tian, the second elder. Bai Jin Tian forced a faint smile at Bai Linian, but just as he was about to utter a word, a mouthful of fresh blood spilled forth. As he spoke, Bai Jin Tian's eyes gradually closed, his head tilted to the side as he succumbed to an eternal silence. At this moment, Bai Linian found himself in a void of thought. He turned his gaze around and discovered that the members of the Bai family had been utterly annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and shouted with fierce indignation, "Who dares to scheme against the Bai family? I, Bai Linian, refuse to accept this." Concealed in the shadows, Dugu Xian trembled at his words. "This old fool," she mused, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. "The Songyun Academy possesses quite the intrigue. Such a formidable elder indeed. It appears I must tread carefully from now on." With that, she turned and departed silently into the night. Bai Linian gazed at Mu Xiu and the others, erupting into a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha ha, you fools. So easily manipulated yet unaware." His laughter bordered on madness, an unsettling frenzy that enveloped him. As he continued to laugh, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth from within Bai Linian, erupting with ferocity. Mu Xiu narrowed his eyes at Bai Linian and cautioned the members of the Tang family beside him, "Quickly retreat. He is about to self-destruct." With that, he too took a few steps back. The self-detonation of a master at the sovereign realm is no trivial matter, while it posed little danger to Mu Xiu himself. The weaker members of the Tang family would be unable to withstand such an assault. No sooner had the members of the Tang family begun to withdraw than a thunderous roar echoed, and within the expanse where Bai Linian had stood moments before, a crimson mist of blood enveloped the area, accompanied by a nauseating stench of iron. With Bai Linian's self-destruction, the Bai family was irrevocably reduced to mere dust in history. The demise of the Bai family shattered the delicate balance of power that had stood for centuries across the Songyun continent. The prominent families of Zhou, Li, and Sun were all fraught with trepidation. They understood that this was a scheme, yet the identity of its architect remained a mystery. No one dared to investigate or inquire, fearing the repercussions of entangling themselves in such ominous affairs. Meanwhile, The Tang family, having eradicated the Bai family, quickly settled into a state of calm. Although they too had suffered considerable losses in this conflict, there was no denying that the Tang family emerged as the greatest victor of this tumultuous ordeal. The Bai family, after all, boasts a rich history spanning several centuries. Yet all the wealth accumulated by the Bai family over these hundreds of years has been completely consumed by the Tang family, leaving not a single drop remaining. After the demise of the Bai family, the Tang family undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable force, second only to the Zhongyun Academy. Du Guxian continued to discreetly dispatch individuals in search of Zhao Shuer, yet her efforts remained fruitless. What perplexed her further was the absence of Bai Yi during the annihilation of his family. Meanwhile, the Tang family was fervently seeking Bai Yi, publicly accusing him of abducting their betrothed, a heinous crime for which they were determined to bring him to justice. At this moment, Tang Xianfeng and the elders of the Tang family sensed an air of disquiet surrounding the events. However, given the situation's gravity, they resolved to eradicate the threat completely. Irrespective of whether Bai Yi truly had taken Zhao Shuer, they were resolute in their intention to locate and eliminate Bai Yi to avert future repercussions. On a desolate and dilapidated street, a young man ambled slowly. His tattered attire indicated that he had recently endured considerable hardship, once adorned in fine silks. His robe now lay in tatters, his hair was disheveled, his face grimy, and in his hand, he clutched a withered twig. This individual was none other than Bai Yi. When Bai Lao San hurriedly sent him to this place, he had turned and departed, citing a family crisis that forbade his return, promising to fetch him once the danger had passed. Yet, 5 days had elapsed with no sign of anyone coming for him. Tragically, Bai Lao San had left in such haste that he had failed to leave any provisions for Bai Yi. Having gone several days without sustenance, Bai Yi staggered onward. The few passers-by he encountered recoiling at the sight of him. At that moment, 2 individuals walked by, whispering to one another. Have you heard? The Tang family in the imperial capital is searching for someone, apparently, the young master of the Bai family. The other person made a shushing gesture, replying, We commoners shouldn't speculate on the affairs of immortals. I heard the Bai family was annihilated by the Tang family, with only the young master managing to escape. Now the entire Zhongyun continent is on the hunt for him. Indeed, I heard that any information leading to the young master will earn 500 silver fragments. 500 silver fragments would sustain me for a lifetime. Don't get your hopes up. Even if you were to spot the young master, would you dare to report it? Honestly, I wouldn't. I merely speak out of jest. We are but poor souls. Alas, living is more precious than anything. Gradually, the 2 figures receded into the distance. Their conversation, though subdued, reached Bai Ye's ears. Upon hearing that the Bai family had been eradicated and that he was being hunted, he nearly rushed forward to demand clarity. Yet, he restrained himself, an unsettling anxiety creeping in. Where could he possibly go? Why did the Tang family seek to obliterate the Bai family? For what reason? No. It was about Shuer. Who had taken Shuer away? Why did the Tang family harbor such intentions? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, and he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the ground. At the end of a secluded path stood a decrepit courtyard, modest in size, containing 4 or 5 dilapidated rooms. Though the small courtyard appeared dilapidated, it was meticulously clean. Above the small door of the courtyard hung a wooden plaque, inscribed with 4 bold black characters, 5-Star Academy. At that moment, an elderly man and a young woman were seated on a stone pedestal within the courtyard. The elderly man was clad in a crimson linen robe, his silver hair casually tied back, holding a teacup as he sipped his tea. The woman, adorned in a modest-fitted long dress, had her dark hair elegantly pinned atop her head with a hairpin accentuating her profile. The elderly man was the head of the 5-Star Academy, Situ Ping, while the young woman was a student named Yun Shang. Yun Shang turned to Situ Ping and inquired, Is he the Bai Yi who escaped from the Bai family in Chu City? Situ Ping set down his teacup after taking a sip and confirmed, Indeed. He is Bai Yi of the Bai family. A hint of urgency crept into Yun Shang's voice as she asked, Why did you bring him back? Are you intending to take him to the Tang family for a reward? She had long heard of the Tang family's substantial bounty on Bai Yi and mused that if he were indeed taken to them, a considerable sum awaited. After all, it had been months since she had tasted meat, and the monotony of rice had made her feel increasingly emaciated. Situ Ping shot her a disapproving glance and replied, Not at all. My intention is for him to join our 5-Star Academy. Yun Shang's expression turned to one of shock as she looked at Situ Ping. Master, are you truly suggesting that we allow him to join the 5-Star Academy? Are you out of your mind? He is a wanted criminal. Do you not fear the Tang family discovering this and annihilating us? Furthermore, we are in dire need of sustenance. Our rice supply is dwindling, and we haven't had meat for months. Just look at how thin I have become." With that, she stood and spun in place twice. Situ Ping regarded her earnestly and asked, "Do you not wish to return and seek vengeance?" Yunshang sat back down with a cold huff. "Vengeance, of course. I desire it. I think of it daily, but how can I exact it? Master, we lack food, and do we have the strength to fight?" Situ Ping glanced toward a room on the left and said, "He is extraordinary, truly extraordinary." Yunshang retorted, "And what of it? No matter how extraordinary, he is still being hunted for extermination." Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "You cannot possibly be thinking of having him assist us in our retaliation." Situ Ping replied calmly, "Is that not a viable option? Master, I believe you may have lost your senses. I would suggest binding him and delivering him to the Tang family. At least we could claim a reward," Yunshang said. Her expression one of resignation as she looked at Situ Ping. Situ Ping stated flatly, "He is currently at the 6th level of qi condensation. And what of it? Achieving the 6th level of qi condensation at 17 is hardly remarkable," Yunshang responded, but then a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Wait. He has reached the 6th level of qi condensation?" Situ Ping affirmed, "Indeed, the 6th level of qi condensation." Yunshang pondered for a moment and asked, "How did he attain the 6th level? Is it not said that this continent's cultivation system was altered by powerful beings tens of thousands of years ago? The classification of each realm differs from the outside, with only 5 minor realms between each major realm. The inhabitants of this continent possess rather feeble abilities. Although they share the same realm, their combat prowess starkly contrasts with that of outsiders." Situ Ping, gently stroking his beard, expressed his perplexity. "I am uncertain. Yet it is evident that he differs from the people of this land." Yunshang interjected, "Even if he is different, what does it matter? Such talent, in our realm, would be considered utterly commonplace. Can we truly rely on him to lead us back? Alas, perhaps it is best to abandon that notion." With that, she turned and departed. At that moment, a cough resonated from within a nearby room, a hymn. Situ Ping promptly made his way toward the sound, opening the door to find Bai Yi already awakened, sitting on the bed and surveying the surroundings. Upon noticing Situ Ping's approach, Bai Yi rose and inquired, "Esteemed elder, where am I?" Situ Ping, his expression warm and welcoming, replied, "You are in my humble abode. I found you unconscious on the road and brought you here." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi bowed respectfully to Situ Ping, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed senior." "Oh, there is no need for such formalities," Situ Ping replied, hastily extending his hand to assist Bai Yi to his feet. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Bai Yi's stomach, prompting an immediate sense of embarrassment. Situ Ping glanced at Bai Yi and smiled gently. "Ah, my young friend, are you feeling hungry?" Bai Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed, "To be honest, esteemed senior, I have not consumed any food for 4 or 5 days. I am indeed rather hungry." Bai Yi thought to himself, "It's not just a bit hungry. I am indeed famished." Previously, he had even fainted from hunger. However, one cannot express such sentiments so plainly. As his thoughts wandered, he was suddenly struck by the realization he was a wanted fugitive. Would this old man before him consider turning him in to the Tang family for a reward? With this apprehension, he glanced back at Situ Ping. Situ Ping seemed to have perceived Bai Yi's unease and promptly remarked, "Are you not Bai Yi, the esteemed young master Bai?" Bai Yi felt a sudden jolt in her heart upon hearing this. The old man actually recognized her. Could it be that he intended to take her to claim the bounty? Situ Ping continued, "Haha, rest assured, young Bai, I have no intention of binding you to present to the Tang family for the reward." Bai Yi regarded Situ Ping with a hint of wariness, inquiring, "Senior, do you have anything to eat?" Situ Ping chuckled softly, "Indeed, I'll prepare a meal for you." With that, he turned and departed. Once Situ Ping left, Bai Yi sat pensively on the edge of the bed, reflecting on his family's demise. His adoptive father, along with his second and third uncles, had perished, and tears began to cascade down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. It was his adoptive father who had rescued him from the riverbank in his youth. Had it not been for that act of kindness, he would have surely perished from hunger by the water's edge. His adoptive father had treated him as his own, and his uncles had showered him with affection. He vowed to exact revenge on the Tang family. The vendetta against the annihilation of his clan must be avenged, as well as that against the Grand Elder of Tsangyun Academy. None of them would escape his wrath. At that moment, a voice interrupted his contemplation. "Are you awake?" Yunshang entered the room, observing the tear-streaked face of Bai Yi with a playful grin. Oh, how is it that the esteemed young master of the Bai family is in tears? You wouldn't mind if I turned you over to the Tang family for a bounty, would you? Bai Yi wiped away her tears with her arm and gazed at Yunshang. My lady, could you assist me? Yunshang shot her a disdainful glance. Assist you? On what grounds should I help you? Why do you not offer your aid to me? As Bai Yi was about to speak, Situ Ping entered the room, holding a bowl of rice. Here, Bai, my young friend, have something to eat. Yunshang turned to Situ Ping and remarked, Master Uncle, we have only this little rice left. If we give it to him, what shall we eat? I believe it would be better to take him to the Tang family to claim a reward. Situ Ping shot a glare at Yunshang, exclaiming, Nonsense. Bai Yi rose, somewhat awkwardly accepting the bowl of rice. After a moment's hesitation, he began to eat voraciously. Yunshang gazed at Bai Yi with a look of urgency, saying, Eat a little less, save some for me. Situ Ping regarded the ravenous Bai Yi and inquired, Young friend Bai, might you be inclined to join my 5-star academy? Bai Yi raised his head in confusion and asked, The 5-star academy? Situ Ping replied, Indeed, the 5-star academy. I am the current head. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yi abruptly knelt before Situ Ping, exclaiming, I am willing to join. Yunshang cast a glance at the somewhat excited Bai Yi and declared, I do not agree. Situ Ping shot a glare at Yunshang, remaining silent. Bai Yi turned to Yunshang and said, My lady, I genuinely wish to join the 5-star academy. Although he had never heard of this esteemed institution, the name alone suggested its remarkable prestige. It must be akin to the Tsangyun Academy. And he believed that by joining the 5-star academy and diligently honing his skills, he would ultimately avenge his family's demise. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Situ Ping, inquiring, But I am currently being hunted, and I have a deep-seated enmity with the Tang family. Would my joining the 5-star academy bring trouble to you all? Of course, it would cause us trouble, Yunshang interjected hastily. At present, you have two choices. Either accompany us to the Tang family, where we would be rewarded handsomely, or hastily depart, as we do not accommodate idlers. Situ Ping quickly added, Rest assured, that will not be the case. Once you join our 5-star academy, you may focus on your cultivation within the academy. We shall handle the rest. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi became increasingly convinced that this 5-star academy was indeed extraordinary. After all, it was quite audacious to openly shelter him, knowing full well that the Tang family was pursuing him. With this thought in mind, he bowed deeply to Situ Ping, declaring his intention to join the 5-star academy. Situ Ping promptly assisted Bai Yi to his feet, saying, Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed 5-star academy. Bai Yi eagerly nodded, her face alight with anticipation as she turned to gaze at Situ Ping for his next words. Situ Ping continued, Since you are willing to join my 5-star academy, do you consent to become my disciple from this day forth? My name is Situ Ping. He then gestured towards Yunshang, adding, This is Yunshang. Henceforth, you shall be her junior brother. Bai Yi bowed respectfully to Situ Ping, saying, Master Bai Yi pays his respects. Afterward, he offered a slight bow to Yunshang, greeting her, Greetings, senior sister. Situ Ping continued, Now that you have joined the 5-star academy, allow me to elaborate on our esteemed institution. As of today, our academy has expanded from its original 2 members to 3. Given that you are being pursued outside, it would be wise for you to adopt a new name. This would certainly alleviate many troubles. Bai Yi gazed at Situ Ping with a perplexed expression, pondering, Oh dear, have I been duped? With only 3 of us. And yet we need to change names? Wasn't it just mentioned that he would handle matters outside? This seems rather unfair. Situ Ping appeared to discern Bai Yi's thoughts. He chuckled softly and said, Though we are but 3 in our esteemed 5-star academy, have faith that one day we shall conquer the entirety of Tsangyun continent. As he spoke, he retrieved a tattered, yellowed tome from his bosom and presented it to Bai Yi, declaring, This is the supreme secret art of our 5-star academy. Consider it a token of apprenticeship. Observing the book handed to Bai Yi, Yunshang expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, Master Uncle, you are entrusting this to him? Situ Ping replied, looking at Yunshang, Indeed, let him have it. Bai Yi gazed at Yunshang's astonished expression, muttering to himself, Is it really that significant? Just an old book? Yunshang, with utmost seriousness, looked at Bai Yi and insisted, You must take great care of this book. Once you have finished reading it, return it to my master. Should you misplace it, I shall seal your fate for all eternity. Bai Yi shuddered slightly, wondering why Yin Shiji was so agitated over a mere tattered book. Situ Ping chuckled softly, All right, Shanger, let us take our leave and allow Yi to rest properly. With that, he turned and exited the room. Yunshang shot Bai Yi a fierce glare before following suit. Once they departed, Bai Yi settled down, gazing at the worn volume in his hands, pondering its true nature. As he flipped open the book, the first page revealed the inscription, one word, one thought, annihilate the myriad realms. Chapter 11, Bai Yi's innate talent. Bai Yi, upon seeing these 7 characters in the book, was momentarily taken aback. The title suggested an extraordinary narrative, and he promptly turned to the second page. However, upon opening it, he found himself rooted to the spot. The second page was entirely blank, devoid of any words. He proceeded to the third page, only to discover it too was empty. The fourth and fifth pages followed suit, leaving the entire volume, save for the first page inscribed with those 7 characters, utterly vacant. Bai Yi pondered, could it be that this old man is deceiving me? He rose from his seat and approached Situ Ping. Master, why is there nothing written in the book you gave me? Situ Ping looked at the book in Bai Yi's hands with a perplexed expression. Nothing at all? He then turned his gaze towards Yunshang. Yunshang glanced back. Why are you looking at me? I haven't tampered with it. Situ Ping then inquired of Yunshang. Are you certain you didn't place any restrictions on the book? Yunshang replied with irritation. Humph. I don't have the time for that. Let me see it. She took the book from Bai Yi's hands. As Yunshang opened the book, she indeed found it devoid of text, muttering, could it be that the restrictions of this continent have concealed the contents of this book? With that, she brought her fingers together and pointed them at her forehead, silently reciting an unfamiliar incantation. Suddenly, a myriad of colorful beams began to emanate from her brow, and she gently directed her fingertip towards the book. Just as her fingertip, glowing with the radiant beams, was about to touch the book, a transparent barrier unexpectedly manifested around it, preventing Yunshang's finger from descending. Her expression darkened slightly as she slowly withdrew her hand. Bai Yi regarded this scene with the fascination of a spectator witnessing a marvel. Yunshang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi. What are you stuttering about? This restriction cannot be unraveled with my current strength. Let us not dwell on this for now. With that, she silently tucked the book into her pocket. Bai Yi observed with a frown as Yunshang tucked the book away, feeling a sense of disappointment. Isn't that meant for me? What does it mean for you to put it away? Sensing Bai Yi's discontent, Yunshang retrieved another book from his pocket and handed it to Bai Yi, saying, Here. Why don't you study this one for now? Once I lift the restrictions on that book, I shall present it to you. Bai Yi glanced at the book handed to her by Yunshang, Fundamentals of Array Path. At that moment, Situ Ping remarked, Very well, you should first study this book. Once your senior sister has unsealed the other one, you may proceed with your training on it. Bai Yi opened the book on the fundamentals of array techniques. Situ Ping stood up and addressed Bai Yi and Yunshang, stating, I must be away for a while. Yuner, during this time, please impart the knowledge of array techniques to him. Yunshang gazed at Situ Ping with a hint of confusion, inquiring, Where are you going? To which place? Situ Ping nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I need to return for a brief visit. I intend to procure some fine items for our new students. With that, he cast a glance at Bai Yi. Yunshang hastily interjected, It is perilous. Your current strength is not restored. What if they discover you upon your return? Situ Ping waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Merely hiding here is not a solution. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. With a perplexed expression, Bai Yi gazed at the 2 individuals and asked, Master, where are you headed? Situ Ping smiled gently, to a distant place. You should stay here and diligently learn the fundamentals of array techniques from your senior sister Yun. When I return, I shall bring you 2 exquisite treasures. With that, he turned and departed. As he vanished from sight, Bai Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Yunshang turned to Bai Yi and grinned mischievously. Little leaf, would you mind if your senior sister exchanged you for a reward? Bai Yi, his face etched with frustration, pondered the thoughts of his frugal senior sister, who had immediately insisted on trading herself for a bounty upon seeing him. Was she truly desperate? Senior sister, what exactly is this formation technique? Is it truly formidable? Bai Yi inquired, clutching the foundational text on formation techniques. Yunshang cast a disdainful glance at Bai Yi and replied, Not impressive at all, merely a few trivial tricks. Bai Yi wore a perplexed expression, questioning, Not impressive? Yunshang paid no heed to Bai Yi, rising to depart. Just before crossing the threshold, she paused and remarked, You should first examine that book. I am weary and wish to rest. With that, she entered the room and seated herself at the table. She retrieved the tome titled One Word, One Thought, Exterminating All Realms, and delicately began to leaf through its pages. What on earth is happening? Who has placed a restriction upon this book? Moreover, The previous Lord of the Five-Star Academy had evidently mastered this text to perfection. Why, then, did he meet with such a tragic fate? Who was behind this treachery? It is undeniable that Yunshang remained utterly confounded. After all, the master of the Five-Star Academy, upon mastering this secret technique, was deemed invincible throughout the land. How could he have fallen victim to such malevolence? Furthermore, he was slain in utter silence. This matter is indeed most peculiar. Bai Yi sat before the stone table, opening the tome on the fundamentals of formation techniques. Upon encountering the peculiar and bizarre characters and illustrations within, he found himself utterly bewildered. How could he possibly learn from this? Although he wished to seek guidance from Yunshang, he hesitated, recalling her seemingly unfriendly demeanor and her propensity to use him as a bargaining chip for rewards, which left him feeling quite bitter. He closed the book, stowed it in his pocket, and returned to his room. Just as he was about to sit down and meditate, Yunshang entered his quarters. Holding a hefty volume, she casually tossed it to Bai Yi, saying, "Here, this is the compendium of basic formation patterns. It contains all the foundational formation symbols. I grant you 3 days to thoroughly memorize every symbol within this compendium. I shall inspect your progress in 2 days." With that, she turned to leave, prompting Bai Yi to hastily inquire, "Senior sister, I cannot comprehend this book on formation techniques." He gestured to the volume in his hand. Yunshang flashed a sly grin at him. "Tomorrow at this time, I will return for your assessment. Should you fail to fully grasp the contents of these 2 books, I will have no choice but to use you as a means to acquire rewards. After all, with our master absent, I can exchange you for countless bounties if I so desire." With that, she departed, leaving Bai Yi in a state of dismay. Bai Yi glanced at the 2 hefty tomes in his hands, wearing an expression of utter desolation. He could not fathom why his newly acquainted, rather inexpensive master seemed so at ease. What if his senior sister Yunshang miscalculated and unwittingly handed him over to the Tang family? That would spell disaster. Sighing softly, Bai Yi opened the Foundational Array Patterns manual that Yunshang had just given him. This manual was rather agreeable. Unlike the previous one that was filled with bizarre symbols and cryptic texts, this one presented a complete array diagram on each page, with the opposite page detailing the intricate explanations and drawing techniques for each pattern. As he perused the pages, Bai Yi's brow furrowed in concentration. If the arrays were indeed as miraculous as described, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. An array could conceal objects within a certain radius. Another could channel the spiritual energy of vast spaces for one's own use, and yet another could imprison a person within a defined area. The more he read, the more astonished and solemn Bai Yi became. Gradually, he became immersed in the realm of array patterns. At that moment, Yunshang seemed to sense something amiss and gently approached Bai Yi's chamber. Upon witnessing his current state, she couldn't help but display an expression of incredulity. Could it be that he has achieved spiritual awakening? Surely not. Could he be a reincarnation of some great figure? She quietly retreated from the room, realizing that now was not the time to disturb Bai Yi. In truth, the path of learning array techniques necessitated a degree of spiritual awakening, for only those capable of such could hope to master the intricacies of array formations. However, truly gifted individuals capable of spiritual awakening were exceedingly rare. Even in her previous realm, they were akin to a needle in a haystack. Moreover, not all who could awaken spiritually were destined to learn array techniques. Some could only pursue the art of alchemy instead. Both array masters and alchemists were exceptionally scarce, thus commanding a position of unparalleled status wherever they were found. Yunshang was not only astonished that Bai Yi had managed to awaken, but also that he had done so with such remarkable ease and in such a short span of time. What further astonished her was that he had achieved this merely by studying a Foundational Array Patterns manual. She recalled her own experience. It had taken her 3 years of dedicated study, with the assistance of 2 esteemed elders, to reach the state of spiritual awakening. Even then, she was regarded as a prodigy in her realm, as many took decades to achieve true awakening. And yet, what was Bai Yi accomplishing? Contemplating this, she cast a few more glances into his room. Originally intending to leave him with the 2 books to occupy his time, she was taken aback by his unexpected awakening. Shaking her head with a smile, she returned to her own chamber and picked up a book, immersing herself in its contents. Chapter 12. Yunshang takes action. At this juncture, Bai Yi seemed to have entered a boundless abyss, surrounded by an array of patterns, descriptions, and drawing techniques. Golden yellow array symbols began to emerge from the inky darkness, and as each golden symbol fully materialized, it gradually floated into Bai Yi's mind. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, Tang Xianfeng of the Tang family was meditating when a voice interrupted. Master, we have located him. Tang Xianyun slowly opened his eyes, his figure trembling as he stepped out of the secret chamber. Before him stood a figure cloaked in black. Tang Xianyun inquired, have you located the remnants of the Bai clan? The cloaked figure replied respectfully, indeed. My subordinate has discovered that Bai Yi is currently hiding within an institution known as the Five-Star Academy in the town of Shantao. Tang Xianyun, filled with skepticism, responded, the Five-Star Academy? The cloaked figure hastily elaborated, the origins of the Five-Star Academy remain unknown. All we have learned is that it suddenly appeared in Shantao over a decade ago. With a cold smirk, Tang Xianyun commanded, take a group and annihilate them, leaving none alive. Noticing the figure's silence, Tang Xianyun pressed further, what is the matter? Do you have a concern? The cloaked figure quickly replied, the academy is protected by a formation. Our people cannot penetrate it. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Tang Xianyun, wiping the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. Tang Xianyun, taken aback, exclaimed, a formation? Very well, you may leave. After the cloaked figure departed, Tang Xianyun added, Jenner, you are to visit Songyun Academy and seek Elder Mu Xiu. Upon the conclusion of his words, a voice responded affirmatively, and silence enveloped the room. Yunshang arrived once more at Bai Yi's chamber, observing Bai Yi still in a state of communion. She sighed softly. This marked her 5th visit, and Bai Yi had been in a trance for 3 days and nights. Although this astonished her further, she had grown accustomed to it. After all, in life, one becomes desensitized to the extraordinary through repeated exposure. Initially, when Sidu Ping had brought Bai Yi back, she had eagerly considered taking Bai Yi to claim the bounty for, as she had mentioned before, it had been many days since she had savored meat. Alas, she found herself longing for sustenance. With no other option, Yunshang entered the kitchen. She glanced at the nearly rusted iron pot and the empty rice jar. In frustration, she stomped her foot and let out a cry, but then suddenly recalled her surroundings and quickly covered her mouth with her hands to stifle any further sound. Yet, at that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl. Since Situ Ping's departure, she had endured a hunger that had lasted over 3 full days. Unable to bear it any longer, she lamented, if this continues, I shall perish from hunger before my enemies can reach me. Shaking her head, she sighed, alas, I suppose I must wait for death. If she had been in such a state of starvation on the day Bai Yi arrived, she would have unhesitatingly seized Bai Yi to claim the bounty. However, after spending these days together, she had gradually come to regard Bai Yi as one of her own, despite Bai Yi remaining secluded in her room. Yunshang found herself increasingly fond of the seemingly simple-minded junior. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously acknowledged this seemingly naive disciple. In the Tang family's council hall, a figure slowly approached. Upon noticing the arrival, Tang Xianyun promptly rose to greet him. Ah, Elder Mu, it is a pleasure to see you in good spirits. The newcomer was none other than Mu Xiu from Songyun Academy. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Mu Xiu smiled and inquired, might I ask what business has prompted the Tang family head to summon me? As he spoke, the two took their seats across from one another. Tang Xianfeng spoke, stating that he had the audacity to invite Elder Mu Xiu for a matter requiring his assistance. With a gesture of his hand, several figures silently exited the grand hall. Tang Xianfeng continued, do you recall the recent incident involving the Bai family? After a moment of silence, Mu Xiu turned his gaze towards him and inquired, have we located the remnants of the Bai family? Tang Xianfeng nodded affirmatively, indeed. My sources have discovered that Bai Yi is currently hiding in a place called Sanha Town on the border. Mu Xiu's expression sharpened. Why have we not sent someone to eliminate him? Tang Xianfeng elaborated, this is precisely the reason I have summoned you. Bai Yi is in Sanha Town and appears to have joined a mysterious force known as the Five-Star Academy, which only emerged in that town a decade ago. Although my family holds no fear of this academy, they possess a formidable array. My men cannot penetrate it, and I seek your expertise in dismantling this formation. Mu Xiu was taken aback, astonished that such a small town could harbor a force with a formation. He knew that on the entire Songyun continent, only that Songyun Academy had 3 array masters. He was certain that the formation in Sanha Town could not have been crafted by those 3 old codgers. Could it be that there are other array masters hidden within the mundane world? Mu Xiu proposed to Tang Xianfeng, how about we personally venture forth to break this array and eliminate the remnant? While he was eager to consult those 3 old masters, their tempers were notoriously foul. The few interactions they had often led to minor conflicts. Seeking their assistance would likely result in ridicule. However, he could not voice these thoughts and instead steeled himself to suggest a joint effort with Tang Xianfeng. Tang Xianfeng raised an eyebrow. Doesn't your academy have array masters? Why must we intervene directly? Mu Xiao, sensing the awkwardness in Tang Xuanfeng's tone, replied with an unnatural expression. It is merely a small array, surely. The two of us can dismantle it. With Mu Xiao's words hanging in the air, Tang Xianfeng could only nod in agreement. Then let us take action tonight. Mu Xiao concurred. It is better to act sooner rather than later. Delay breeds chaos. Are your men still monitoring the remnant? Tang Xianfeng assured him. They have been observing closely and have not seen him leave the 5-star academy. Excellent, Mu Xiao declared. Let us allow them to reunite as a family tonight. As the night grew cooler, dark clouds gradually enveloped the starry sky, and the wind howled fiercely, driving away the clouds that sought to obscure the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, the two forces intertwined, sweeping across the entire Tsungyan continent. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, a colossal blue bolt descending from the endless firmament. Its destination was unknown. Yet the fleeting blue light flickered like a dream abruptly interrupted, as if it had never appeared nor truly vanished. Yunshang sat quietly in his chamber, suddenly furrowing his brow, murmuring, "Has it begun?" As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, it is the perfect time for nefarious deeds. Remarkably astute in selecting the opportune moment, she had noticed days prior that someone had approached her formation, yet she never anticipated that the adversary would display such impatience. Although she had been prepared to confront the enemies of Bai Yi since his arrival, she was taken aback by the impulsiveness of the Tang family. Yunshang stood outside Bai Yi's chamber, aware that he was engaged in a spiritual communion. Any interruption would render her efforts futile. Resolving to act without hesitation, she brought her fingers together, releasing beams of multicolored light from their tips. With a graceful motion, she conjured complex patterns of radiant hues that hovered in the air. She was inscribing void formations, specifically a barrier that would isolate everything outside, ensuring that no external disturbances would penetrate the sanctity of the inner space. As she completed her intricate work, a resonant hum echoed, and a colossal circular shield of shimmering colors enveloped Bai Yi's room, gradually fading into tranquility. The formation was complete, seamlessly merging with the surrounding space. To the untrained eye, it was nearly invisible. However, in that instant, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Yunshang's mouth. "Little one, you owe me a significant favor this time." Another droplet of blood followed, leaving her visage pale. In her prime, crafting such a barrier would have been effortless. Yet, with her powers severely restricted to less than 30%, even this task was taxing. Just as she prepared to sit and recuperate, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky above the courtyard. Chapter 13, The Void Formation Duel Against Mu Xiao Boom. At that moment, two figures clad in black were hovering above the 5-star academy. The earlier explosion had been the result of their assault on the academy's defensive array. Another resounding crash followed, revealing a circular shield of vibrant colors surrounding the academy, now beginning to show cracks under the relentless onslaught from the two assailants. Yunshang's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. The defensive array was hastily arranged and of a mere 4th-tier level, which was insufficient to withstand the ferocious attacks from two individuals at the level of sovereign. It wasn't that she underestimated Bai Yi's adversaries. Rather, her current capabilities precluded her from establishing a more formidable formation in such a short span. Additionally, a lack of resources hindered her efforts, as creating formations required significant material consumption. As she had lamented earlier, she was in a dire situation, lacking even basic sustenance, let alone the resources needed for formation crafting. Of course, had she been at her peak, she would have devised a higher-level formation regardless of resources, for she was indeed a master formation artisan. The two black-clad assailants, Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiao, were astonished to find that their repeated assaults had yet to breach the defensive array. Mu Xiao turned to Tang Xianfeng, exclaiming, "This is indeed a 4th-tier defensive array." Mu Xiao discerned the level of the defensive formation, as he was quite knowledgeable, having witnessed much within his sect. Moreover, the academy itself was home to 3 array masters. Occasionally, he would delve into the intricacies of array techniques. So when he and his companion attempted to breach the formation multiple times without success, he quickly recognized its formidable level. It was indeed astounding to realize that such a grand array could be established in a seemingly insignificant courtyard. After all, the protective formation of Tsungyan Academy was merely a 3rd-tier defensive array. What manner of institution was this 5-star academy? Tang Xuanfeng's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he produced a colossal hammer. Upon seeing the immense weapon in Tang Xuanfeng's grasp, Mu Xiao could not suppress his astonishment. This was no ordinary hammer. It was a Xian-tier artifact. Artifacts were categorized into several tiers: mortal, yellow, Xian, and earth. Within the entire Tsangyun continent, only Tsangyun Academy possessed an earth-tier artifact, and Xian-tier artifacts were scarce, with only 3 in existence. The fact that Tang Xianfeng had brought a Xian-tier artifact to eliminate Bai Yi was a testament to his meticulous preparations. As Tang Xianfeng swung the massive hammer, it emitted dazzling blue radiance, illuminating the dark night as if it were day. With a fierce shout, he brought the hammer crashing down upon the already fractured multicolored barrier. With a sharp crack, the moment the hammer struck the barrier, it shattered like broken glass. The two watched with elation as the defensive formation crumbled. Rising to soar into the courtyard, Yun Shang observed the approaching pair with calm composure. Though unafraid of them, her heart tightened at the thought of Bai Yi, who remained in a state of spirit communication. She thought to herself, this troublesome individual, I should have exchanged him for a reward back then. Now, even if I were to turn him in, no bounty would be forthcoming. Despite these thoughts, she would never truly surrender Bai Yi. After all, he was her little junior brother now, and yielding him would not spare her from the adversary's wrath. A protective instinct resides in everyone, does it not? With this in mind, Yun Shang brought her fingers together, and in an instant, vibrant beams of light radiated from her fingertips. She raised her hand, gesturing in the air. Where her fingertips danced, delicate purple beams hovered, and as she continued to trace intricate patterns, mysterious array symbols began to materialize in the void. Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu gazed in astonishment at the array symbols being inscribed by Yun Shang. They were both struck with profound shock. The void array symbols were said to be legendary formations known only in the tales of Tsangyun continent. It was said that thousands of years ago, a superlative array master emerged on the continent, utilizing the void array to contend against 5 formidable sovereigns. Ultimately, he managed to subdue the 5 sovereigns within the void array for nearly a millennium. As the two individuals beheld Yun Shang weaving intricate formations in the void, their resolve began to falter. Just as they contemplated retreat, Yun Shang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon noticing her pallid complexion, Mu Xiu discerned that she had likely sustained severe injuries. Without further hesitation, he turned to Tang Xianfeng and declared, "She is already wounded. We must swiftly eliminate her while her formation remains incomplete." Tang Xianfeng, perceiving her weakened state, allowed a savage gleam to flicker across his face. "Very well. Let us strike with all our might." With that, a surge of profound energy erupted from his being, akin to a torrent of floodwaters. This overwhelming aura coalesced around him, forming a colossal vortex of energy that surged into the massive hammer he wielded. After absorbing the frenzied energy, the hammer emitted a resounding thud, enveloped in a dense layer of azure luminescence. Tang Xianfeng swung the hammer with ferocity towards Yun Shang in the courtyard. Simultaneously, Mu Xiu shed any restraint. Aware of the woman's formidable nature, he resolved to eliminate her now that hostilities had commenced. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. With his eyes slightly closed and arms crossed over his chest, he recited an arcane incantation. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a titanic axe manifesting behind him, crackling with ominous purple lightning that instilled a chilling dread. Grasping the axe's handle with his right hand, he unleashed a devastating swing toward Yun Shang. A terrifying aura permeated the air as the axe descended, tearing through the atmosphere and sending forth a violet arc aimed directly at her. At this juncture, Yun Shang remained composed, continuing her serene inscription of the void's runes, seemingly oblivious to the impending assault. With each stroke, her pallor deepened, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her movements grew increasingly rapid, approaching a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Suddenly, she cast her gaze toward Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu, just as their attacks neared her by mere yards. With a calm flick of her delicate hand, she commanded, "Begone." At her utterance, a resounding hum resonated, and a resplendent wall imbued with formidable power surged forth from her palm, heading straight for the two assailants. The thunderous clash echoed as Yun Shang's vibrant barrier met their onslaught, momentarily withstanding their combined might before vanishing. Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu stood in utter shock, unable to fathom how Yun Shang had effortlessly repelled their full-force strike, augmented by 2 profound great artifacts. They had believed that blow sufficient to annihilate even a peak-level sovereign. Yet it had been thwarted by a mere wall she conjured. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly casual barrier concealed a multitude of intricate void runes. Below, Yun Shang coughed up another spray of blood, exasperated by the prospect of perishing alongside these foes. How vexing, she lamented inwardly, All of this trouble stems from his presence. Were it not for him, I would not be ensnared in such a predicament. As she turned a glance at the room whereby Yi resided, a wave of frustration washed over her. Here I am, striving desperately, while he remains unfazed, communicating with spirits as if nothing is amiss. It is utterly infuriating. The thought alone caused her to spew a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly provoked by Baiye's actions. She pondered about her master uncle's well-being. Would he be distressed to find her lifeless form upon his return? Suddenly, Tang Shifeng addressed Yunshan. Young lady below, I know not who you are, but I am certain that the person I seek is not you. You are gravely injured and no match for us. Surrender, Baiye, and I shall spare your life. Yunshan regarded Tang Shifeng and his companion with a cold stare, retorting, spare me your prattle. Come at me. She began to gather her mystical energy and etched runes with her fingers. However, as she attempted to channel her energy, a violent cough of blood erupted from her, causing her to stagger and collapse onto the ground. Her injuries were too severe. She was utterly incapable of continuing the fight. With a bitter smile, she thought, this fellow. May I never encounter you again in my next life. Mu Xiu observed Yunshan's crumpled form and felt a slight relief in his heart. Yet he knew he could not let her go. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch towards Yunshan. In her weakened state, Yunshan was no longer worthy of his magical artifacts. He struck her directly with a powerful blow. Chapter 14. Your nosebleed as the punch was thrown. An overwhelming force enveloped the collapsed Yunshan. A massive shadowy fist hurtled downward towards her. Yunshan slowly closed her eyes, and at that moment, a spectral figure materialized above her, grasping the dark fist and gently squeezing until it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Tang Shifeng and his companion turned their gaze towards the one who intervened. Who are you? An unkempt old man appeared before them. It was the Elder of Creation. Yunshan opened her eyes and respectfully bowed. I pay my respects, esteemed elder. The Elder of Creation glanced at Yunshan and remarked, little girl, you bear heavy wounds. Yunshan shook her head, offering a rueful smile and a sigh. Mu Xiu seemed to recognize the Elder of Creation, his face paling in terror as he stammered. Could it be that you are the legendary Elder of Creation? The Elder of Creation laughed heartily. I must say, you two old codgers, attacking a junior together. Do you treat the rules of Songyan continent as mere trifles? For thousands of years, it has been an unspoken rule that the elders must not lay a hand on the younger generation, to prevent the demise of promising talents at the hands of these old geezers. Clearly, you two have violated this convention. With a scoff, the Elder of Creation continued. If you wish to eradicate the root, I will not intervene, but only the younger generation may act. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to bestow upon you a lesson in creation. Naturally, Tang Shifeng did not recognize the Elder of Creation. Who is this old fool, speaking so boldly? As he spoke, he raised his hand to wield his enormous hammer, swinging it towards the Elder of Creation, enveloped in a blue aura. Mu Xiu watched in astonishment. His mouth agape. He sought to impede Tang Shifeng, but it was already too late. He had heard tales of the Elder of Creation, who was rumored to have existed for tens of thousands of years, a peculiar individual of immense strength who single-handedly crushed all formidable beings of his time. Although this person seldom traversed the mortal realm, each appearance was accompanied by a tempest of blood and chaos. Even more unsettling was his capricious temperament. A mere displeasure could lead to the annihilation of entire families. Yunshan, seated helplessly on the ground, beheld Tang Xuanfeng's assault on the Elder of Creation. His face a portrait of bewilderment. Could he not perceive the chasm of power? Was survival not preferable? The audacity of such self-destructive behavior was indeed admirable. The resounding strike of Tang Shifeng fell like a droplet of water sinking into the vast ocean, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, Mu Xiu noticed Tang Xuanfeng's own silent disappearance. No one witnessed the Elder of Creation's intervention, and Mu Xiu trembled in terror, gazing at the Elder with wide eyes. The Elder waved his hand, instructing Mu Xiu, you may leave. If you wish to confront Baiye, remember to send forth your younger generation. The elders must not intervene. Mu Xiu, as if granted a reprieve, hastily bowed in respect. I take my leave, esteemed senior. With that, he turned and exited. Yunshan also offered a slight bow to the Elder of Creation. Thank you for your timely rescue, Venerable One. Enough, the Elder replied. I merely found it displeasing to witness two old geezers attacking the younger generation. Should your juniors engage, I will not concern myself with your fates. With that, he vanished from sight. Once the Elder departed, Yunshan struggled to rise, staggering back to his chamber. No sooner had he entered than he collapsed. Thunder roared, and the wind howled. Lightning crackled, swirling through the sky. The dark clouds thickened ominously, and suddenly, it seemed as though the heavy clouds burst forth, unleashing a cascade of raindrops, as if to cleanse the world's impurities. In a pitch-black realm, golden-red patterns began to meander slowly. Upon closer inspection, these patterns appeared somewhat crooked and peculiar, reminiscent of the scrawls of a child just learning to write. They were far from neat. These were etched by Yi, and though somewhat unrefined, they bore semblance. Having attained enlightenment for a day, all the patterns were indelibly imprinted in his mind. For days, he had been practicing their depiction, and now he could manage to carve them out with some effort. Suddenly, a gurgling sound jolted Yi awake. As he opened his eyes, the patterns gradually dissipated, along with the pitch-black world. Slowly, the surroundings ceased to be shrouded in darkness, and Yi's heart raced. What was happening? Before him lay a dilapidated room. He remained seated in that small abode. He pondered what had just transpired. That world? Those patterns? He glanced at the book of foundational array techniques still in his hand. The previous sensation felt akin to a fleeting dream. As he reflected intently, he realized that something new had taken root in his mind. Upon revisiting the foundational theories of formations in his possession, he discovered that all the intricate patterns within the tome had been indelibly etched into his mind. Furthermore, even the formations and annotations contained in the basic compendium were vividly imprinted in his consciousness. He exhaled deeply, feeling a tinge of perplexity. Setting the book aside, he resolved to seek out Yunshang for clarification. Rising from his seat, he exited the room, calling out, senior sister," yet received no reply. Yi made his way towards Yunshang's room. Upon reaching the threshold, he beheld Yunshang sprawled on the floor, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Yi felt a sudden pang of anxiety as he realized something was amiss. His senior sister was injured. He hurriedly approached Yunshang, crouched beside her, and gently lifted her into his arms, placing her on the bed. "Sister, what has happened to you?" he called out softly. Yunshang slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Yi's anxious expression, a flicker of anger ignited within her. Yet, in her weakened state, she could only fixate her gaze on him. With a feeble voice, she uttered, "You wretch, you owe me a life." Yi's heart swelled with joy upon seeing Yunshang awaken, but her subsequent words sent a chill coursing through him. "Senior sister, what has transpired?" Yunshang seemed to sense something beneath her head. Casting a sidelong glance, she discovered that Yi's arm was encircling her. She swiftly turned to glare coldly at him. That single look sent a shiver down Yi's spine, as if a realization dawned upon him. He glanced at the arm that had been wrapped around Yunshang, and then abruptly yanked it away with a forceful motion. With a thud, Yunshang's head struck the bed, and Yi immediately felt an ominous premonition. The impact left Yunshang momentarily dazed, her mind a blank. She fixed a penetrating stare upon Yi and exclaimed, "Do you intend to kill me?" Yi found himself in a somewhat awkward position. Taken aback by the severity of Yunshang's injuries, he lacked the strength to lift his gaze, no longer dwelling on the matter at hand. He promptly inquired, "Senior sister, how did you come to be injured? What transpired?" Yunshang, however, continued to fixate intently on Yi, retorting, "What does it have to do with you?" Yi smiled mischievously and said, "Senior sister, I am hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Upon hearing this, Yunshang's expression grew even colder. She thought to herself, "I have not eaten for 4 or 5 days, and you dare to ask me for food?" With that in mind, she promptly replied, "Food? Indeed, you could devour me." As soon as the words left her lips, she seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her statement and quickly added, "Is that all you think about, food?" Yi wore a peculiar expression, pondering to himself, "Eat you? How would one do that? In such a manner? Not even allowing a touch, yet expecting me to consume you? Is there something amiss?" Upon witnessing Yi's strange demeanor, Yunshang's face flushed with indignation, and with a sudden exclamation, he startled Yi, who had been lost in thought. Yi awakened, exclaiming, "Senior sister, what on earth happened to your injury? Is it because of me? Has someone from the Tang family come?" Yunshang was still entangled in her previous words, realizing she had inadvertently allowed this individual to consume her essence. The thought ignited a furious blaze within her, causing her to breathe heavily. Observing Yunshang's silence, Yi continued, "Rest assured, senior sister, I shall avenge you." "You? Just based on your capabilities?" Yunshang retorted, her chest heaving with indignation, as if to convey the depths of her unbridled fury. Gazing at Yunshang's violently rising chest, Bai Yi felt a sudden warmth in her nose, as if a surge of heat threatened to escape. Quickly, she wiped her nose, yet remained oblivious to the crimson streaks that adorned her face and hands. Noticing Bai Yi's bloodied visage, Yunshang inquired with a bewildered expression, "What? Have you been injured as well?" She then added, "But wait, in a spiritual state, one cannot be harmed, nor can one succumb to madness." Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, said, "Senior sister, I am not injured." Yunshang interrupted Bai Yi, gesturing towards his hand and then to his face. Chapter 15. A pot of peculiar meat. Bai Yi gazed at his hands with a sense of bewilderment. To his shock, they were smeared with blood. He instinctively wiped his nose with his hand, causing droplets of crimson to fall. Bai Yi's eyelids fluttered. Had he sustained an injury? At that moment, Yunshang seemed to recall something, fixing his gaze on Bai Yi and inquiring, "Do you have something on your mind?" Bai Yi, at this point, could hardly feign ignorance regarding the situation. It was undoubtedly a natural response to the undulating chest he had just witnessed. He blurted out, it was merely instinct, nothing more. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he sensed that he had misspoken. Turning to Yunshang, he hastily added, "Senior sister, I will go and clean up." With that, he attempted to depart. "Stop right there." Yunshang coldly fixed her gaze upon Bai Yi. Instinctual response? What follows such an instinctual reaction? Bai Yi, without a glance back, fled the room, instinctively knowing he could not linger. Seizing the moment while Yunshang lacked the strength to pursue, he hastened his escape. Witnessing Bai Yi's retreating figure, Yunshang was momentarily taken aback. He had actually fled. Bai Yi hurriedly exited Yunshang's room, murmuring to himself, could he truly be a member of the Tang family? With a soft sigh, he resolved to procure some sustenance first. He made his way to the kitchen, glancing at the rusted iron pot before turning his gaze to the empty rice jar, and absent-mindedly touched his flat stomach. A surge of frustration welled up within him. Yet he had no choice but to venture out in search of food. As he stepped out of the small courtyard, a sudden thought struck him. There was a small grove not far from the yard. It should be teeming with wild rabbits and game birds. After all, hadn't he, his senior sister, expressed a desire for meat? It was the perfect opportunity to hunt for some wild delicacies. Before long, Bai Yi arrived at the grove. But after wandering for quite a while, he had yet to spot a single rabbit. Just as he contemplated moving to another location for his hunt, an unusual sound reached his ears, a strange, whimpering call. Woof woof, chirp chirp, woof woof, chirp chirp. Bai Yi turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld a most peculiar creature not far away. It possessed the body of a chicken and the head of a rabbit, lacking ears, which rendered it exceedingly strange. Its legs were as thick as those of an adult's arms. Adorned in pale purple feathers, it appeared to emit a gentle green luminescence. Its two eyes were fixed upon him, swirling in a curious manner, while it made a series of soft, murmuring sounds, seemingly greeting Bai Yi. Bai Yi cautiously approached the small creature, fearful of startling it. The little being observed Bai Yi's approach, tilting its head in apparent confusion, and subsequently took 2 steps back. Bai Yi observed the small creature retreating and promptly halted his advance. After a moment of contemplation, he softly addressed the diminutive being, "Hey there, little one, please stay still. I am coming over to play with you." With that, he continued to approach the creature at a leisurely pace. This time, it seemed to comprehend Bai Yi's words. For the little creature did not withdraw any further. Instead, it merely gazed at Bai Yi with an air of curiosity. Gradually, Bai Yi drew nearer, and when he was merely a few paces away, he suddenly lunged forward, his hands reaching out swiftly towards the small being. The creature, momentarily taken aback by Bai Yi's abrupt motion, froze just long enough for him to seize it firmly, holding the little creature tightly, fearful of its escape. As Bai Yi was about to depart, he suddenly caught sight of 2 eggs not far away. They were the size of an adult's fist, radiating a brilliant white hue. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a faint luminescence emanated from them. Bai Yi, without much thought, tucked away the eggs and exclaimed, "Finally, something to eat." With that, he made his way towards the 5-star academy. Before long, he returned to the academy, placing the 2 eggs in his room. Without pausing to consider the opinion of the little creature, he proceeded to pluck feathers and drain the blood, preparing a large pot of soup. Within the span of an hour, the air was filled with an enticing aroma, the rich scent of bone broth wafting throughout the courtyard. It was ready. Bai Yi gently lifted the pot lid and ladled a small amount of the soup, savoring its fragrance. "Ah, delightful," he thought, hastily fetching a large bowl and filling it to the brim. He covered the pot and carried the bowl towards Yunshang's room. He approached her bedside with the bowl brimming with meat. At that moment, she was already asleep. Bai Yi gently roused her. Upon seeing the bowl of meat in his hands, Yunshang's eyes widened in surprise. Where did you get this? What kind of meat is this? She attempted to rise, but her weakened state caused Bai Yi to quickly extend a hand to assist her, only to be halted by a glance. Slowly, she propped herself up and reached into the bowl, taking a piece of meat without even glancing at it, promptly stuffing it into her mouth. Chewing, she remarked, "Little one, what kind of meat is this? It tastes a bit strange, yet quite delicious." Observing Yunshang's greasy countenance as she indulged, Bai Yi also took a piece of meat. The moment it touched his palate, he sensed something amiss, yet it was undeniably delectable. Thus, the two of them shared the feast, each taking turns. Before long, they had consumed every morsel, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Once they finished, they simultaneously emitted satisfied burps. Yunshang rose to cleanse her greasy face, while Bai Yi tidied the bowls and chopsticks. Then, he approached Yunshang, and they sat facing each other, their gazes locked in silent understanding. Bai Yi softly inquired, "Sister, how is your injury?" Yunshang cast a glance at Bai Yi and replied, "That night, two individuals came in search of you. You were in the midst of your cultivation, so I refrained from disturbing you." Bai Yi furrowed her brow and inquired, "Two individuals? Seeking me? Could it be that someone from the Tang family has uncovered my whereabouts?" Yunshang, somewhat irked, responded, "If they are not searching for you, then are they in pursuit of me? I harbor no enemies on this continent. Yet, you, having been here merely a few days, have already attracted adversaries. Will you not elucidate the circumstances surrounding your past?" Bai Yi found himself in an awkward predicament. "Senior sister," he exclaimed, recounting the events involving Zhao Shuer from the very beginning. Yunshang furrowed her brow, sensing a conspiracy at play. "Do you know where Zhao Shuer is now?" she inquired. "I do not. However, considering your invitation to dine on meat, I shall assist you in analyzing this matter." Just as she uttered these words, an unusual expression crossed Yunshang's face. A delicate flush began to bloom on her fair visage. At that moment, she felt as though something was slowly gliding over her body. A sensation akin to fire coursed through her entire being, igniting her very flesh. Gradually, her breathing grew heavy and rapid, and her slender waist began to twist unnaturally, reminiscent of a willow branch swaying in the wind. Bai Yi, taken aback by the scene before her, hurriedly inquired, "Senior sister, what has happened to you?" As Bai Yi opened her mouth, it roused Yunshang from his momentary daze. Yunshang fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, a hint of anger in his voice as he inquired, "What kind of meat did you give me?" Bai Yi was somewhat at a loss for words. It was a creature with the body of a chicken and the head of a rabbit, lacking ears, which rendered it exceedingly peculiar. Its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, and its entire form was adorned with pale lavender feathers that seemed to emit a faint green glow. Before she could finish her sentence, Yunshang exclaimed in horror, "What? You actually encountered that thing, and even cooked it into a stew for me to eat?" As she spoke, it appeared she was on the verge of falling into a trance, her body trembling slightly, as if struggling to contain an insatiable desire. Bai Yi observed the terror etched on Yunshang's face, combined with her current state, and sensed that the situation was rather dire. She promptly inquired, "Senior sister, what is that thing?" Yunshang clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, causing thin streams of crimson to trickle down her pristine jade-like hands. Trembling, she replied to Bai Yi, "If what you say is true, then it is the ancient beast of desire. Do you understand?" Her gaze became disheveled as she continued. "That creature, a single drop of its blood can incinerate a person with insatiable lust, leading to their demise. Even those at the Unity realm, or even the Supreme realm, find it difficult to resist." With that, she fell silent, her face a mask of horror, her mouth agape as she looked at Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi's complexion had also turned crimson, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 16. A bounty of wealth and resources. At this moment, Bai Yi felt as though his entire body was engulfed in flames, waves of intense heat surging over him. He suddenly turned to Yunshang and exclaimed, "Is there any way to escape this?" Yunshang trembled and replied, "You must leave, you must go, stay far away from me." Bai Yi's gaze roamed uncontrollably over Yunshang's entire being. Witnessing this scene, Yunshang's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Bai, you had better leave at once, or I shall take your life." Bai Yi appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings as she rose and approached Yunshang. As Yunshang watched Bai Yi advance towards her, she instinctively attempted to evade the encounter. However, before she could retreat, a hand encircled her waist. With the touch of that hand, the last remnants of her clarity swiftly dissolved into a haze. Simultaneously, a chilling aura permeated the room they occupied. Had it not been for the protective formation that fortified this small courtyard, it would have likely been reduced to mere ashes by now. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, and upon perceiving his current circumstances, he was momentarily taken aback. Yun lay upon him, unclad, her pristine skin, alluring physique, and a subtle fragrance enveloping the air. Bai Yi seemed to recall something as he slowly drew away from Yunshang. Gently donning his clothes, he turned to leave. Fear gripped him. He dreaded the prospect of Yunshang awakening and delivering a devastating blow. Halt! Are you leaving without putting on your pants? A voice echoed from behind him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a chill wash over him from head to toe. Are you doing this on purpose? Yunshang fixed his piercing gaze upon Bai Yi, his eyes unmistakably betraying a palpable intent to kill. Bai Yi swiftly turned around to explain, Senior sister, I truly did not intend to. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful force surged towards him. Without a hint of doubt, Bai Yi was violently thrown back several dozen zhang. Once he came to a halt, he abruptly spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, his bones shattered in numerous places, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Yunshang gazed at her fist with a perplexed expression, pondering, what on earth is happening? She then began to circulate her profound energy, only to discover that her injuries had inexplicably healed. To her astonishment, she found that her cultivation had even advanced by 2 minor realms. This was perplexing. She was under a restriction that should have prevented any elevation in her cultivation level. Upon further examination of the restriction, she was astonished to find it had indeed loosened somewhat. Now, she could exert 50% of her strength. Contemplating the reason behind this phenomenon, she wondered, could it be related to that flesh? Yet, according to ancient records, the blood and flesh of primordial beasts merely incited one's innate demonic nature, with no indication of facilitating a breakthrough. Was it perhaps connected to that incident with that individual? If this were the case, would repeated exposures lead to a complete lifting of the restriction? The thought startled her, and she quickly dismissed it, muttering to herself, what on earth am I thinking? Bai Yi coughed blood, gazing at Yunshang with a peculiar unease. Could it be that this senior sister might actually beat me to death? That last punch was far too fierce. He pondered, is she truly intent on committing fratricide? As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. We have been married for several days now. Could she truly harbor no fondness at all? Yunshang approached Bai Yi leisurely, a sly smile gracing her lips as she inquired, little junior brother, would you care for another round? Bai Yi, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, shall we revisit the events of before, or perhaps that punch from just now? Yunshang's smile instantly froze. What do you think? As Bai Yi was about to speak, a sudden exclamation echoed nearby. A figure landed not far from the two. C2 Ping had returned. He glanced at Bai Yi, who lay sprawled on the ground, and then at Yunshang, standing a short distance away, looking somewhat bewildered. What transpired here? He inquired. Yunshang flashed a playful smile. Uncle Master, I was teaching him about array patterns, and he accidentally tripped and fell. She gestured toward Bai Yi. C2 Ping turned his gaze back to Bai Yi, who promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, sister is absolutely right, he affirmed, acutely aware that he dared not speak out of turn, for he did not believe that this master could restrain a furious sister. Seeing Bai Yi's response, Yunshang couldn't help but display a hint of admiration. Suddenly, C2 Ping's attention shifted to the doorway of the kitchen, where several feathers lay scattered. They were the feathers of an ancient beast. He approached, bent down, and picked one up for closer inspection. As he examined it, his expression changed dramatically. Where did you acquire this? Yunshang's face darkened as she shot a glare at Bai Yi. How could he carelessly discard such things? She then turned to C2 Ping, saying, Uncle Master, these are merely ordinary chicken feathers. A few days ago, my junior brother caught a wild chicken in the nearby woods, and these are from that bird. Saying this, she snatched the feather from C2 Ping's hand and hurriedly gathered the others from the ground. C2 Ping's face brightened. Is there any chicken left? Please bring me 2 pieces. Upon hearing this, the sprawled Bai Yi nearly stumbled, almost biting the dust and injuring his mouth. Noticing the lack of response, C2 Ping felt somewhat awkward. It's no trouble. Just remember to save some for me next time. He then turned his attention back to Bai Yi. It seems you've taken quite a fall. Here, take this. He offered Bai Yi a pill. The pill was entirely black, about the size of a fingernail, adorned with a singular intricate pattern. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi took the elixir and placed it in his mouth. As the pill entered his body, an exquisite stream of spiritual energy began to circulate throughout him, visibly mending the fractured bones at an astonishing pace. Bai Yi's face was a canvas of astonishment. Master, he exclaimed. C2 Ping chuckled. Ah, it is merely a first-grade healing elixir. Before long, Bai had nearly fully recovered. He rose and inquired, Master, do you possess any more of such elixirs? He wished to procure a couple more for safekeeping, in case one day his senior sister, in a fit of whimsy, decided to unleash a punch upon him. In that eventuality, he would rely on the healing elixir, for otherwise, he might truly meet his demise. Yunshang interjected. Do you think those elixirs are as common as cabbages? C2 Ping replied. Though these elixirs are indeed beneficial, one must not become overly dependent on them. Remember, all medicine carries a degree of toxicity. It is imperative to enhance your own strength. You must avoid falling again in the future. With that, he cast a glance at Yunshang. C2 Ping, discerning the truth, understood that Bai had been struck by Yunshang, though the reason for the altercation eluded him. Yunshang then shifted the topic. Master Uncle, did you obtain any valuable insights this time? The three of them gathered around the table as C2 Ping produced a ring. Yunshang furrowed his brow. A spatial ring? C2 Ping directed his gaze towards Bai. Here, this is for you. Bai was about to retrieve the ring when Yunshang swiftly seized it. He has no need for it at the moment. I shall keep it safe for him, she declared. As her consciousness penetrated the depths of the ring, her expression shifted dramatically. C2 Ping offered a serene smile, maintaining an air of calm. Bai observed the two with a hint of curiosity and inquired, What is the matter with you? Yunshang, disregarding Bai's question, turned to C2 Ping and asked, Master, is this person related to you? C2 Ping nodded affirmatively. Yunshang, visibly taken aback, exclaimed, Did you kill him? C2 Ping shook his head and replied, It was not I who delivered the fatal blow. I encountered an acquaintance over there. It was this familiar figure who intervened and ultimately dispatched him. C2 Ping continued, Initially, I harbored concerns about both of you, which prompted my return to check on your well-being. It appears my worries were unfounded. It is a relief to see you both unharmed. Remember, do not venture out unnecessarily. Focus on your cultivation within the courtyard. I have some matters to attend to and shall be departing for a few days. Bai felt a jolt in his heart as he noticed C2 Ping preparing to depart once more. Grasping the fabric of C2 Ping's robe, he implored, Master, could you possibly refrain from leaving? Your absence fills me with unease. C2 Ping chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? With your senior sister safeguarding you, there is no one on this continent who can harm you. Within that ring lies a few volumes of techniques and weapons. Devote yourself to your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your senior sister. Rest assured, Uncle Master, I shall ensure my junior brother cultivates diligently. Yunshang added after a moment's contemplation. Take care, Uncle Master. C2 Ping rose, affirming, Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. As soon as C2 Ping vanished from sight, Bai was suddenly enveloped by an ominous aura of murderous intent. Chapter 17. Feigning Death. Chapter 18. The assessment of Qing insect within the confines of the 5-Star Academy. Bai sat quietly upon a stone bench, meticulously examining the sword before him. At this moment, his injuries had fully healed. Yunshang approached, extending his hand. Return the sword to me. Bai, feeling helpless, reluctantly handed the sword to her. Yunshang sheathed the sword and remarked, Have you spent these years of cultivation on a pig? You are so feeble. Had it not been for me today, you would have met your demise once more. Shouldn't you express your gratitude in some manner? Bai's gaze sharpened as he declared, I shall fetch the eggs for my senior sister. Just as he was about to rise and head towards the room, Yunshang, with a grave expression, interjected, Wait. I need to discuss something important with you. Today, I employed an illusionary array to confound them. In their eyes, you have already been slain by them. Consequently, they may no longer seek you out in the future. Bai gazed at Yunshang, puzzled. Why was her senior sister so earnest this time? So unlike her usual self? Do you understand? Observing Bai lost in thought once more, Yunshang, slightly irritated, exclaimed, Furthermore, your cultivation is insufficient. You must enhance your prowess. Bai also contemplated this matter and nodded earnestly. Yunshang shook his head and sighed. That old fellow, having brought you here, has now departed. Alas! At this moment, Yunshang's emotions were quite intricate. The memories of that day caused his heart to race. Glancing at Bai, he declared, Little Yi, I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Bai abruptly stood up, asking, Where are you going? Yunshang replied with a touch of bitterness, My master has sent word. He is in peril. I must go to his aid. Bai's countenance changed drastically at this revelation. What has happened to master? I shall accompany you. Are you seeking death? Do you not realize how weak you are at present? Yet, Yunshang, with a hint of melancholy, pondered. But if you go, will it not be perilous? Bai Yi suddenly grasped Yunshang's hand, imploring, take me with you, even if it leads to death. Yunshang replied with a bittersweet smile, if death could resolve our troubles, then what purpose does cultivation serve? If you were to perish, would the vendetta against your family be avenged? The white-leafed figure's eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson. You abandoned me. What am I to do now? Yunshang slammed his palm upon the stone table. What are you to do? Are you not a man? Are you not a member of our esteemed five-star academy? A grown man like you, what thoughts occupy your mind? Have you considered your adoptive father? Have you thought of your kin? And your master is in grave peril. Even if I were to venture forth, it would be a perilous endeavor, yet I must go. But you cannot. You must not perish, do you understand? You are the hope of your family, the future of our five-star academy, and my future as well. The last words were barely a whisper. Yet Bai Yi heard them distinctly. To be her future, what could he possibly do for her? Must he truly wait for her demise to seek vengeance? What significance would revenge hold when the person was lost? Shanga, Bai Yi exclaimed. Upon hearing his call, Yunshang's entire being quivered. She turned to Bai Yi and urged, remember my words. Live well, cultivate diligently, and avenge us in the future. With that, she pressed a ring into Bai Yi's hand and vanished without a trace. Bai Yi sank down completely, lost in thought. Shang'er, wait for me to find you. As he watched Yunshang depart, an indescribable feeling surged within him. And he made a silent vow to strive for strength, for only by becoming powerful could he protect those around him and avenge the fallen. With this resolve, he calmed his mind and picked up the spatial ring. As he delved into the ring, he was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. Numerous piles of spirit stones, an array of books, and 2 swords lay within. Among them was the crimson golden longsword that Yunshang had previously lent him. Bai Yi glanced at the stack of books and discovered that many were related to formations, with 2 dedicated to sword techniques. However, it was regrettable that the tome one thought, Annihilate all realms, was not among them. Bai Yi retrieved one of the volumes on swordsmanship, the sword techniques. What kind of sword art is this? He murmured. He then opened the book and was immediately captivated by its contents. The path of the sword is boundless. One enters the realm through intention, transcends the mundane through the realm, and with the ordinary, slays the immortal. In one's heart, holding the sword, all things become the sword. The white leaves became increasingly captivating, gradually leading to another moment of deep meditation and insight. Days turned into a week. And then 10 days passed, when suddenly, a resounding sound of a sword echoed through the heavens. The crimson golden longsword beside Bai Yi quivered slightly, as if it were awakening. At that moment, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, grasping the sword in his right hand and gently slicing through the void. Instantly, the air before him was cleaved open, as if his delicate stroke had parted the atmosphere itself. Bai Yi, slightly bewildered, rose and made another sweeping motion into the emptiness. This time, the air was once again sliced apart, revealing a faint glimmer of sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, a series of piercing, cutting sounds echoed, culminating in a resounding strike against the opposite wall. A neat incision appeared on the wall, allowing a glimpse through to the other side. Bai Yi glanced at the sword in his hand, a fine blade indeed. He then retrieved another tome of sword techniques from his ring, the Unity of 10,000 Swords. Upon opening it, he realized he could not comprehend its contents. Closing the book, he fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he resumed his meditative practice. His primary focus was on elevating his realm. He had an abundance of resources and martial skills, yet his foremost aim was to enhance his cultivation level. 3 months swiftly passed, and Bai Yi progressed from the 6th to the 9th layer of qi condensation. Now, when he circulated his profound energy, a dense, white aura enveloped his entire being. His sword techniques had also reached a minor proficiency, yet he still struggled to grasp the essence of the Unity of 10,000 Swords. He did not neglect the study of formations either. He had already begun to inscribe some basic formations. Bai Yi gently set down the book in her hands and murmured, Shang'er, are you well? Where have you truly gone? Tomorrow marks the day when Qingyun sect recruits new disciples. Indeed, it remains uncertain how many individuals will partake in the examination this year. Bai Yi was strolling down the street when he suddenly overheard passers-by engaged in discussions about the upcoming recruitment of disciples by the Qingyun sect. At that moment, a young man approached Bai Yi and inquired, My good fellow, are you perhaps preparing to participate in tomorrow's examination for the Qingyun sect's recruitment? Bai Yi expressed some confusion. Qingyun sect? The young man furrowed his brow and replied, Are you not familiar with Qingyun sect, my friend? Bai Yi clasped his fists and smiled, saying, Indeed. I am unaware. At that moment, another person nearby scrutinized Bai Yi with curiosity, inquiring, "Are you from out of town?" Bai Yi's expression shifted slightly. "No. I reside in a remote area and have never heard of this Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, the two individuals beside him exchanged relieved smiles. The Qingyun sect is the largest faction in our border city, boasting thousands of disciples and an abundance of cultivation resources, one of them remarked. Bai Yi contemplated. While he lacked for resources, solitary diligence was not a feasible approach. Yun Shang had once imparted to him that true growth could only be attained through the crucible of battle. His previous weakness stemmed from the sheltered environment of his family's cultivation, which deprived him of the necessary trials. He was akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, beautiful yet devoid of practical strength. Bai Yi inquired, "Are you aware of the criteria for disciple recruitment by the Qingyun sect?" The answer was simple. There are 3 stages. The first is that candidates must be no older than 18. The second is that they must have attained the qi condensation stage. And the third involves a test of combat prowess. As long as one successfully condenses their qi, they can generally pass. "Ah, I see," Bai Yi responded. He then asked, "Are you gentlemen planning to participate?" The others appeared somewhat awkward and replied, "We are beyond the age limit, alas." With that, they turned and departed. Chapter 19, Shattering the Strength Testing Stone. The following day, Bai Yi arrived at the assessment arena of the Qingyun sect, where a vast square, spanning several dozen yards, was situated. In the center stood a grand circular platform. At that moment, a throng of thousands had already gathered around the platform, their cacophonous chatter rendering Bai Yi's ears somewhat unaccustomed to the din. Suddenly, a young girl, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, approached him. She was adorned in a vibrant red floral short skirt, her hair fashioned into 2 playful pigtails that stood upright. Her youthful visage was graced with 2 faint dimples as she bounced over to Bai Yi, inquiring with an air of curiosity. Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could I possibly be recognized? He then turned to the little girl and, with an air of unease, inquired, "My dear, who might you be?" The girl, wearing a bemused smile, quietly replied, "Do not worry, I shall not speak indiscreetly." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nearly stumbled. Indeed, he had been identified. He attempted to depart, but the little girl grasped his arm. "Fear not. Aside from you and me, no one else shall know. Let us await the assessment. By the way, from now on, you shall be called Lin Yi," she said softly, her expression laden with significance. Bai Yi was filled with black lines of confusion. Just about to speak when a voice resonated from the stage. "I hereby announce that the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment assessment is now commencing. Before we begin, allow me to utter a few preliminary remarks. First, anyone over the age of 18 is requested to leave. Second, those who have not reached the qi condensation stage are to exit. Third, individuals who have participated in this assessment more than 3 times should also depart. Should anyone fail to heed this request and be discovered, they will be dealt with according to the sect's regulations against contempt." As the words fell, a wave of commotion erupted among the crowd. "Sigh, it would be wise to leave. The penalties for disregarding the sect's rules are severe." "Well, if fate does not favor me, I shall not force it. I should go," exclaimed one voice. "At 30 years old, why even attempt this? Are you seeking your own demise? Depart swiftly." Amidst the clamor, over half the attendees chose to leave. Observing this scene, Bai Yi turned to the little girl beside him and inquired, "What is your name? Is this your first assessment?" The girl smiled, her eyes twinkling. "I am called Shir. This is my first time here." As Bai Yi was about to speak, a thunderous sound erupted. Following the noise, a young man was sent flying 100 paces away. At the tender age of 20, he did not meet the assessment requirements and had his cultivation rendered null. A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed through the air. "Deservedly so," Shir remarked with a pout. With the expulsion of this individual's cultivation, half of the onlookers gradually withdrew, leaving fewer than 100 souls remaining in the arena. Bai Yi stared in astonishment. Were these individuals merely here to join the commotion? "It's our turn," Shir gently tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve. At that moment, Bai Yi hesitated, wondering if he would be recognized. Shir regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Come on, don't worry. No one will recognize you." "How do you know what I'm thinking?" Bai Yi asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. "It's a secret," she replied, before pulling Yun Shang toward the assessment platform. The elder glanced at the two of them and inquired, "Name, age?" With a smile, Shir responded, "I'm Shir. And this is Lin Yi. I'm 16. After speaking, she playfully nudged Bai Yi. Bai Yi hastily replied, "I am 17. The elder cast a glance at the two of them and remarked, "On to the next challenge." Subsequently, the two moved to the other side. The elder scrutinized them and instructed, "Channel your energy, let me observe your levels of cultivation." Poem promptly began to circulate her technique, with a subtle energy gradually coalescing around her form. The elder, seemingly indifferent, commented, "Level 1 of chi condensation, pass." He then turned his gaze toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi swiftly channeled his inner energy, and in an instant, layers of dense white vapor began to converge around him. Before long, he was enveloped entirely by a thick shroud of ethereal white mist. From a distance, only a swirling cloud of white could be discerned, obscuring Bai Yi's figure entirely. The elderly man stared wide-eyed in astonishment and exclaimed, What is this?" Sure, too, wore a look of bewilderment. But she quickly regained her composure and pondered, "Has he succeeded?" The elder, still in shock, wondered aloud, "Why is your condensation of energy so remarkably solid?" Bai Yi cast a peculiar glance at the elder, inquiring, "Is my situation different from others?" The elder, slightly softening his demeanor, replied, "Not entirely the same. You may proceed to the next challenge." Thus, they approached the third challenge, the power assessment. This test was rather straightforward. It required each participant to unleash their full strength against the force testing stone. As Shir stood before the stone, her small hand balled into a fist. A surge of mysterious energy coursed through her. With a resounding bang, the stone trembled slightly, emitting a radiant yellow glow. Impressive. To possess such power at the first level of chi condensation is commendable for a young girl, remarked the elder in charge of the evaluation. Bai Yi approached the measuring stone, channeling his mystic energy. This time, he did not circulate his energy externally, but rather condensed it and infused it into his fist. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden aura enveloped his hand. With a powerful strike, he unleashed his fist, producing a thunderous roar as the immense measuring stone shattered into countless fragments, reduced to mere powder. An immediate silence enveloped the arena, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The elder abruptly rose to his feet, glancing at Bai Yi and then at the pulverized measuring stone, his voice trembling. You actually shattered the measuring stone." In that moment of stillness, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. "My goodness, what a monster. He shattered the measuring stone. This person is truly extraordinary. Let us see how this unfolds. How dare he break the measuring stone?" Whispers of astonishment filled the air, with some expressing shock, others admiration, and many reveling in the spectacle. Bai Yi quickly bowed in respect, saying, "Esteemed elder, I beg your pardon. I, in a moment of carelessness, inadvertently shattered the measuring stone." He reflected on his own recklessness, lamenting that had he known the stone was so fragile, he would have exerted less force. Shir cast a peculiar glance at the two, about to speak when suddenly a voice boomed, "Who possesses such audacity to cause a disturbance in my Qing insect?" As the words faded, an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe materialized before the crowd. Upon recognizing him, the elders overseeing the assessment clasped their fists in greeting, exclaiming, "Elder Gu Xuan." At that moment, the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, "That individual must be doomed. To shatter the measuring stone, how reckless. Alas, youth is so foolish. Is living not enough?" The elder responsible for the assessment spoke with utmost respect, "Elder Gu, it is not that someone is causing trouble. It is merely a disciple participating in the assessment who accidentally broke the measuring stone." As he spoke, he cast an awkward glance at Bai Yi. Gu Shuang turned his gaze toward the elder, inquiring, "Accidentally shattered the measuring stone?" The elder hastily replied, "Indeed, it is this young friend." As he pointed towards Bai Yi, Gu Shuang then fixed his gaze on Bai Yi and asked, "Was it you who broke the measuring stone?" Bai Yi quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Yes, please forgive me, senior." Gu Shuang's expression grew somewhat peculiar. "The chi condensation stage? No, your chi condensation seems rather unusual." Having said this, he glanced at the crowd below and continued, "The assessment is temporarily concluded. You may disperse. The force testing stone has been shattered, rendering further evaluations pointless." A clamor erupted from the crowd, with voices protesting. "I haven't been assessed yet. I have prepared for this evaluation for 3 years. Yes, let the assessment continue. I will be too old for it next year." The discontent among the crowd was palpable. Observing this scene, Gu Shuang and others furrowed their brows deeply. He then waved his hand towards the crowd and announced, "In light of the circumstances, we shall proceed with the assessment. However, due to the absence of the force testing stone, I have decided to conduct 2 preliminary evaluations. Those who pass will be registered, and during the next assessment, Registered individuals may directly attempt the third trial. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their agreement. Gu Shuang then turned to Bai Yi and instructed, "You two, come with me." Chapter 20. Shared Quarters. Chapter 21. Trouble Arises. Chapter 22. The head of the law enforcement hall, a fierce battle erupted as hundreds of inner disciples engaged, casting the entire sky into a shadowy gloom. The clash of blades echoed, accompanied by a flurry of wind blades and spear tips. The incessant sounds were deafening. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air as an inner disciple was struck by a massive hammer, flung out of the arena. A streak of blinding light swept through, displaying an astonishing force that tore through the air towards one disciple, yet the overwhelming strike was effortlessly shattered by another. With a resounding crash, several disciples were sent flying, plummeting beyond the arena's bounds. In the air, Chen Guangjian and his companions were meticulously observing the disciples below when he suddenly focused on Bai Yi's location. At that moment, Bai Yi was besieged by dozens of attackers, resolutely shielding Shirshir behind him. "Elder Gu, are these the two individuals you brought in?" Chen Guangjian inquired. Gu Shuang, lost in contemplation, turned to Chen Guangjian upon hearing the question, responding, "Yes, sect leader." Chen Guangjian chuckled. "Indeed, it is impressive that one person can hold off so many. A promising talent." The thunderous clashes continued, with more disciples being forced out of the arena. A piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a sickening thud as a long spear pierced a disciple's chest, blood splattering forth. Chen Guangjian and his companions turned, their expressions darkening with anger. It was against the rules of the sect competition to take lives, and it was evident that this individual had violated the regulations. Just as the five were about to intervene and apprehend the perpetrator, the spear-wielding disciple launched another strike, this one executed with incredible speed, the tip glimmering with a faint chill. The spear was aimed directly at Bai Yi, racing towards him in an instant. "Audacious!" Gu Shuang bellowed in fury. The incident transpired abruptly, leaving no time to intervene. At that moment, Bai Yi was fiercely resisting the frenzied assaults of dozens of attackers when an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis enveloped him. Behind him, Shirshir observed as a spear lunged toward Bai Yi's brow, her gaze icy, preparing to act. Suddenly, the resonant sound of a sword echoed through the skies, as a blade materialized before Bai Yi, surging directly toward the spear's tip. Witnessing this, Shirshir could not help but think, a heavenly tier spiritual weapon? An automatic protector? How intriguing. The radiant golden sword soared forth, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings, instantly cloaking the entire plaza in a resplendent golden hue. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, overwhelming the other disciples, who could scarcely withstand such force. They retreated in haste, while in the distance, Chen Guangjian and his four companions stood frozen in place, stunned. Chen Guangjian murmured. This sword Elder Gu Shuang was equally astonished, exclaiming, "This pressure does not belong to this continent." The other three stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. With the sword aimed directly at the spear's tip, the golden blade pierced through with relentless force, obliterating the spear in an instant. Following this, the golden sword thrust forward, incinerating the disciple who had charged with the spear on the spot. The sword then returned to Bai Yi, its brilliance gradually dimming until it transformed into an ordinary golden blade. The atmosphere in the plaza became eerily silent, as if a dropped pin could be heard. Moments later, all gazes turned toward Bai Yi, their expressions laden with trepidation. The sword was undeniably terrifying. When that overwhelming pressure had descended, every individual present felt a visceral fear of impending death. As the disciple was consumed by the blade, many trembled involuntarily, some even losing control of their bodily functions. At this moment, Chen Guangjian, Gu Shuang, and others flew to Bai Yi's side, their eyes fixated on the sword. As they scrutinized the crimson blade, it suddenly transformed into a beam of light and vanished into Bai Yi's body. The group was momentarily astonished. Where had it gone? Gu Shuang, with a grave expression, inquired, "From whence did you acquire this sword?" At that instant, Chen Guangjian whispered urgently, "This matter is of great importance. We must return to the inner hall." He turned to the other disciples, stating, "The competition ends here for today. Do not spread word of this incident. Those who do will face dire consequences." He then addressed the head of the law enforcement hall, "Master Yin, you shall be held accountable for this matter. Should today's events be leaked, you alone will bear the responsibility." Meanwhile, Shirshir leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, "Brother, where did you obtain that sword?" Bai Yi replied, "It was given to me by my master." At that moment, Chen Guangjian addressed the two, "Let us proceed to the inner hall." The four of them made their way towards the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, high above the Qingyun sect, amidst the clouds. An elder known as the Elder of Creation bore a chilling expression, murmuring to himself, "How could such a thing exist? Had I known, I would never have saved that young man." Suddenly, the space before him trembled slightly, and a young woman appeared silently. The Elder of Creation narrowed his eyes, astonished at her noiseless arrival. The woman spoke, "Do not harm my brother. It will not be long before he departs from this continent." The Elder of Creation regarded her gravely. "Are you one of them? Ah, which side I belong to is of no concern to you. Just remember not to provoke him." She replied, "Baiyi, do you understand why I have been so verbose with you?" In truth, when the Elder of Creation began to harbor ill intentions towards Baiyi, she had contemplated eliminating him directly. However, out of respect for the fact that he had once saved Baiyi, she chose to issue a warning instead. The Elder inquired, "Is it because I saved him?" The woman clapped her hands. "Indeed, now you may leave." With that, she vanished from his sight. Once she departed, the Elder of Creation was drenched in cold sweat. It had been countless millennia since he had always been the one bestowing fortune upon others. This time, however, he found himself on the receiving end of such a blessing. Ah, the sensation of being alive is truly exhilarating. He took a hearty swig of wine before turning and disappearing. Inside the inner hall of the Qingyan sect, they had just entered. Baiyi exclaimed, "Where has Shir gone?" "Brother, I am here," replied Shir, as she skipped joyfully to Baiyi's side. Baiyi expressed some confusion. "Where did you just go?" Shir, with a glint in her eyes, replied, "Oh, I just stepped out for a moment." Upon hearing this, Baiyi felt a sense of unease. Stepped out for convenience? Who would believe that? At that moment, Gushuang turned to Baiyi, his expression grave, and inquired, "Year, what about your sword?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shir interjected, "Uncle Gu, that sword belonged to my father and was passed down to my brother. My father once said that within that sword resides the spirit of our ancestors from the Lin family. In times of peril, it would automatically unleash a strike. It must have sensed that my brother was in a life-threatening situation and triggered itself. However, that sword can only activate once before dissipating into spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present softened slightly. So that was the case, but what a pity. Qin Guangjian sighed with regret. Gushuang also felt it was a tremendous loss. Had that strike been wielded properly, he had no doubt that even a master of the highest realm could have been slain. Regrettably, it was wasted. This thought ignited a flame of anger within him. "Do you recognize the person who attacked you?" Baiyi shook his head, stating, "I do not recognize him." At that moment, I was besieged by dozens of assailants, my focus solely on them. I did not catch a glimpse of that person's appearance. Qin Guangjian, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Baiyi and inquired, "Do you know why those dozens of individuals united in their attack against you?" After a moment of contemplation, Baiyi replied, "I am uncertain. I did not know them before." Poetic Shur suddenly interjected, "Is it related to that incident from that day?" Gushuang looked at Poetic Shur with confusion. "What incident?" Qin Guangjian also gazed at her with a puzzled expression. Poetic Shur recounted, "On the day my brother and I first joined the sect, a person entered my room and insulted me. My brother struck him, thinking he would surely seek revenge. However, he never returned to confront us." Gushuang seemed to recall something. "I have heard about this matter from Feng Yu, but I did not pay much attention at the time. I did not expect Hu Rin to be so treacherous." Qin Guangjian suddenly shouted towards the door, summoned the head of the law enforcement hall. Chapter 23. The mysterious Poetic Shur. A moment later, Yan Hua, the head of the law enforcement hall, arrived in the inner hall. Qin Guangjian addressed him. "Go bring Hu Rin and Hu Qiu to the law enforcement hall. I will personally interrogate them shortly. Additionally, bring along the dozens who attacked Lin Yi." "Understood." Yan Hua replied and departed. "This matter seems serious," Gushuang remarked gravely. Qin Guangjian looked at him. "Are you concerned that this incident might spread and cause trouble?" Gushuang nodded. "It is certainly a possibility." Moments later, Yan Hua rushed back into the inner hall, panting, "Not good. Hu Rin and his grandson have vanished." "What? They escaped?" A flicker of coldness crossed Qin Guangjian's eyes. At Songyun Academy, within the Songyun Hall, an elderly man clad in a dark robe sat cross-legged, engrossed in an ancient text. This was Songyun Academy's president, Song Lan. At that moment, an old man and a young man entered the hall, Hu Rin and Hu Qiu. The two bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to President Song." Song Lan set aside the ancient book and regarded them with a furrowed brow. "Who are you two?" Hu Rin replied respectfully, "I am Hu Rin, an outer sect elder of the Qingyan sect." Song Lan inquired with intrigue, "The Qingyan sect from the border town?" "Indeed. What brings you here?" Hu Rin displayed a hint of delight. "President Song, I have discovered a significant treasure. He recounted the events from the recent sect competition. Gradually, Songlan's brow tightened. Are you suggesting that sword is at least of the earth grade? Huren nodded vigorously. At the very least, it is of earth grade. Songlan shook his head. State your purpose. If President Song could obtain this sword, it would be another treasure for Songyun Academy. Songlan narrowed his eyes. Pondering for a moment, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Huren and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Does President Song not find this sort of interest? Songlan chuckled softly. Compared to that sword, I am far more intrigued by your intentions. Feeling somewhat awkward, Huren replied, then we shall take our leave. After they departed, Songlan murmured to himself, that sword seems to possess some merit. Several days later, news regarding an inner disciple of the Qingyan sect, who possessed a premier earth-grade sword, spread throughout the entire Songyun continent. Brother, may I see that sword of yours? Sure inquired as she sat beside Bai Yi. Bai Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Sure, I cannot retrieve it. That sword has entered my body. Sure, offering a wry smile, replied, Brother, try to sense it with your heart. See if you can feel it within you. Bai Yi then closed his eyes, slowly attuning himself to his inner self in an attempt to reach out to the sword. After a brief moment, he gradually opened his eyes and looked at Sure, saying, I cannot sense it. Try again, she urged. Relax your entire being, immerse your spirit within, and call out to that sword with your consciousness. What is consciousness? Bai Yi inquired. Sure pretended not to hear and insisted, focus entirely on sensing that sword. Bai Yi closed his eyes once more, endeavoring to locate the sword within his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide with terror and exclaimed, The sword is embedded in my dantian. Upon hearing this, Sure was momentarily taken aback. Embedded in your dantian? Try to see if you can summon it forth. Bai Yi once again closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the sword, invoking its presence. A resonant hum echoed from within him, and before him, a sword materialized, hovering gracefully in midair. The radiant golden light instantaneously illuminated the entire room. Witnessing this spectacle, Sure hurriedly exclaimed, Do not let it shine so brightly. If this continues, the entire Qingyan sect will become aware of your sword. The white leaves bore a slight bitterness, and as he found himself at a loss, the resplendent golden sword light gradually diminished. As the radiant glow faded, a seemingly ordinary crimson longsword materialized before the two. Sure scrutinized the blade with keen interest, while Bai Yi observed with a touch of curiosity. Suddenly, Sure remarked to Bai Yi, Your master is no ordinary person, is he? Would you care to share more about him? Upon finishing her words, she gestured for Bai Yi to stow away the crimson sword. With a flicker of thought, Bai Yi's long sword transformed into a stream of sword light and vanished into his very being. Bai Yi spoke slowly. I am unaware of my master's precise origins. At that time, I had fainted on the street, and it was my master who brought me back. Shortly thereafter, my master mentioned the need to journey to a certain place, and a few days later, he returned with this sword for me. He then departed once more. And not long after, my senior sister informed me that my master had encountered peril, and she too left. Thus, I find myself alone. Upon hearing this, Sure could not help but exclaim, No wonder. Bai Yi, in a state of perplexity, inquired, What do you mean by no wonder? With a gentle smile, Sure replied, Oh, it's nothing. May I have a glimpse of the other items your master bestowed upon you? Bai Yi hesitated slightly, and upon witnessing his indecision, Sure couldn't help but chuckle. What is it, my dear brother? Are you reluctant to share your treasures with your sister? Bai Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. No, he replied, as he removed a slender cord from his neck, upon which hung a ring. He handed the ring to Sure, saying, Everything is inside. You may examine it yourself. Sure accepted the ring with a smile, but her expression abruptly shifted to one of peculiarity. Upon probing into the ring with her spiritual sense, she discovered 2 eggs. Curiously, she inquired of Bai Yi, Brother, where did you acquire these 2 eggs? I found them in a grove, he responded. Oh, and there was also a bizarre creature that resembled a chicken with the head of a rabbit, lacking ears, and appearing exceedingly strange. Its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, covered in pale purple feathers, and it seemed to emit a faint green luminescence. However, I ended up stewing and consuming it. Sure gazed at Bai Yi in astonishment, exclaiming, What did you say? You actually ate that creature? Bai Yi nodded, saying, Yes. We stewed it and shared a meal together. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something, and an awkward expression crossed his face. Sure, taken aback, exclaimed, But that is an ancient beast of desire. You actually consumed it? Surely, you didn't engage in anything with your senior sister, did you? Baye's expression appeared somewhat displeased as he scrutinized his own lips, pondering why they were so unyielding. Upon noticing Baye's demeanor, Shir revealed an expression of understanding, playfully pointing at him with a mischievous grin. She then set aside 2 eggs and picked up several tomes. Books on formations? Does your master possess knowledge of such arts? Baye replied, my master does not possess this knowledge. My senior sister specializes in formations. These books were left for me by her. If you find them intriguing, feel free to peruse them. Shir pouted slightly. What is this? I don't fancy it. You should keep them. She then retrieved another long sword from her ring. Measuring 3 feet in length and 2 fingers in width, its entire body a striking azure. This is quite remarkable. It is also of celestial grade. However, this sword is ill-suited for you. It exudes a chilling aura, a heartless blade. At this moment, Baye's curiosity was piqued. Shir, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Oh, do I truly know so much? Shir's eyes twinkled as she chuckled lightly. I had a penchant for reading as a child. All of this information comes from the books I have encountered. One cannot deny that Baye was immensely intrigued by Shir. From the very beginning, she had recognized him at a glance, yet she consistently offered her assistance. Now, she could even discern the rank of the sword. Who exactly was she? Brother, please put everything away. Shir smiled as she handed the ring back to Baye. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy of Duguxian. Who is it? Shir inquired. It is I, came a crisp and icy voice in response. Shir glanced at Baye and whispered, could it be the cold senior sister from next door? Baye, equally perplexed, inquired, what could be her purpose for coming here? The persistent sound of knocking echoed once more, with no choice but to respond. Shir approached the door to unveil its mystery. To her surprise, it was indeed Lung Qing standing there, her countenance as inscrutable as ever, adorned in a delicate azure gown. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, were clear yet imbued with an icy demeanor. Fixing her gaze upon Shir, she inquired, may I enter? Shir glanced towards Baye. Please, come in, Senior Lung. Baye gestured for Lung Qing to step inside. As she crossed the threshold, Lung Qing commanded, close the door. Upon hearing this, both Baye and Shir were momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Shir swiftly complied, shutting the door with haste. With an expression devoid of emotion, Lung Qing addressed Baye, stating, I wish to see that sword. Baye expressed her embarrassment, saying, the sword has already vanished. Cold and aloof, her senior sister, Lung Qing, replied, I can sense its aura. Shir's countenance darkened slightly as she murmured within herself, this woman can actually sense it. Quite remarkable. However, observing that this individual harbored no malice towards her brother, she managed a faint smile. Since you are aware, senior sister, allow me to show you. Baye hesitated for a moment. At that juncture, Lung Qing suddenly remarked, don't worry, I am merely taking a glance. Shir also cast a meaningful glance at Baye, signaling her to allow the observation. As Baye's thoughts stirred, a long sword of crimson gold materialized before the 3 individuals. Upon beholding this exquisite weapon, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lung Qing's icy gaze, though she concealed it adeptly. Baye remained oblivious, yet Shir noticed the subtle shift. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lung Qing remarked on the sword's extraordinary nature, noting its innate sentience and recognition of its master. In the hands of another, it would merely be an ordinary item. As she directed her attention toward Baye, he felt an involuntary shiver at the intensity of her stare, remarking to himself on the chilling aura she exuded. At that moment, Shir playfully leaned closer to Baye and whispered in his ear, this sister seems remarkable. I believe she complements your other sword splendidly. Why not gift that sword to her? Baye was momentarily taken aback by these words. A gift for her? Perhaps in the future. She might be of assistance to you. Baye hesitated for a moment and said to Lung Qing, Senior sister, I possess a sword that, while not quite suited for me, may be more appropriate for you. Might you have any interest in it? Lung Qing furrowed her brows slightly, a look of surprise crossing her face. You wish to give it to me? As she spoke, she opened her palm, revealing a wooden sword that materialized in her hand. What do you think of this sword? Baye was taken aback, on the verge of speaking, when Shir interjected, Senior sister. Our pursuit in swordsmanship is not merely about the blade, but rather the heart, the spirit, and the essence of the person. It is imperative to understand that it is the person who cultivates the sword, not the sword that cultivates the person. With a contemplative expression, Shir pondered these words. At that moment, Bai Yi unexpectedly retrieved the emotionless azure sword from her ring, giving it a gentle shake. Cold sister, what do you think of this sword? A tremor coursed through Lang Qing's body as she suddenly felt a profound resonance with the blade. It was as though the sword embodied her essence, and she was one with it. She could sense the strength with which Bai Yi grasped the sword, as if it were not merely a weapon in Bai Yi's hand, but an extension of herself. Bai Yi gazed at Lang Qing, momentarily entranced, feeling a surge of joy within. You speak of profound truths. Yet it seems even you are unable to remain composed in the presence of such treasures. Lang Qing, with a serious demeanor, replied, Junior brother Lin, this sword. Bai Yi sheathed his sword and spoke with pride. We cultivate the sword not merely to hone our skills, but to refine our hearts and our very selves. It is not the rank or the superficial that matters. It is the person who cultivates the sword, not the sword that cultivates the person. Beside him, Shir nearly burst into laughter at this display. If other disciples were to witness such a scene, they would surely be left in shock, their jaws grazing the ground. To jest about profound truths in front of Senior Sister Lang, one could only describe this as courting disaster. When Senior Sister Lang first entered the sect, a few unwise souls attempted to approach her, only to find themselves pierced through the brow by her blade. Throughout the Qingyan sect, her name has become synonymous with a taboo. How could this fellow possibly think to ensnare Senior Sister Lang in such a manner? It was as if he sought to invite trouble upon himself. Cold Qing, upon hearing Bai Yi's words, remained expressionless and inquired, Junior brother Lin, may I have a closer look at that sword? Shir turned her gaze to Bai Yi, addressing him as brother. Bai Yi understood the implications of Shir's words and promptly retrieved the sword, presenting it to Lang Qing. Sister, this is for you. Upon hearing this, Lang Qing's body trembled slightly. For me? She echoed. Just as her words fell, a sword pierced between Bai Yi's brows, the tip embedding itself half an inch into the flesh. Shir's expression changed dramatically. The strike was executed with such swiftness and without any preceding indication that even she had failed to perceive it. Shir cast a cold gaze at Lang Qing. You seek your own demise. Lang Qing withdrew the sword, a sharp sound accompanying a spray of crimson blood, though the blade had only penetrated half an inch. Its extraction drew forth a trickle of blood. Bai Yi touched his forehead, feeling somewhat dazed. Gazing at the blood on his hands, he nearly cursed aloud. Shir hurriedly examined Bai Yi's wound, asking, Brother, are you all right? Lang Qing appeared slightly embarrassed as well, stating, Junior brother Lin. Only one person is permitted to call me Qinger, and you are not that individual. With that, she turned and walked away, sword in hand. Shir coldly regarded Lang Qing's retreating figure, thinking to herself, this woman is truly formidable. That strike of hers could undoubtedly eliminate a powerful expert at the condensation sea realm. What a monster. Lost in thought, she glanced back at Bai Yi, intending to say something. But after a prolonged moment of contemplation, she shook her head, exclaiming, alas. Inside the Zhao family's grand hall, Du Guxian was still toying with the flying dagger in her hand. Madam, it has been confirmed that the sword is indeed at least a top-grade Earth-tier weapon. Possibly surpassing that level, a black-clad figure reported respectfully. Du Guxian, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, oh, surpassing Earth-tier, reaching Heaven-tier? According to investigations, that sword has developed sentience and can automatically protect its master in times of crisis. Sentience? Does that mean the sword has recognized that person named Lin Yi as its master? Du Guxian questioned. The black-clad figure replied solemnly, indeed. However, if we eliminate that young man, the sword will become a masterless object. Du Guxian waved her hand. Very well, you may leave. After the black-clad figure departed, Du Guxian contemplated for a moment before vanishing from her location. Atop a billowing white cloud, an unkempt old man reclined, gnawing on a chicken leg. He was the Elder of Creation. Suddenly, a woman appeared, Du Guxian. She regarded the Elder of Creation, stating, there is an external entity. The Elder took a hearty swig of wine, retorting, what concern is that of mine? Du Guxian looked at him with puzzlement. Aren't you afraid of this continent being destroyed? The Elder of Creation replied nonchalantly, how do you think I have survived for countless years? It is not merely through cultivation, but also by employing my intellect. Is this woman insane, expecting me to deliver a head? I'm not so foolish. I wish to live a few more years. He had not forgotten the terrifying scene from that day. The memory of that little girl sent shivers down his spine. Du Guxian gazed at the Elder of Creation with a somber expression. Aren't you worried that he could obliterate this continent with a single strike? You have been its guardian for millennia. The Elder of Creation looked at Du Guxian with utmost seriousness. Do you truly believe yourself to be virtuous? Playing such games in my presence? Chapter 25. Lung Qing's swordsmanship. As news of a heaven-tier weapon emerging from the Qingyan sect spread across the entire Tsungyan continent, various factions sought to dispatch elder-level figures to pay their respects at the sect. Within the inner hall of the Qingyan sect, Chen Guangjian wore a troubled expression. He was well aware of the intentions behind the visits from various families and sects, who didn't know that they all harbored ulterior motives. Addressing the four elders before him, he asked, "What are your thoughts?" One elder suggested, "Perhaps we should take the initiative and compel Linyi to surrender that sword." Then, beside him, Gu Shuang's expression darkened. What does Elder Xie imply? Elder Xie gazed at Gu Shuang and remarked, "I am aware of your connection with Linyi. However, we must prioritize the interests of our sect. Rather than becoming targets of collective disdain, it would be prudent for us to act decisively." Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the group. At that moment, a woman interjected, "I must disagree with Elder Xie's perspective. I believe that even if they covet that sword, they would not resort to openly seizing it." The speaker was none other than Elder Sun Yin, the esteemed master of Lung Qing. Elder Xie snorted derisively. What if they attempt to take it by force? The assembly fell silent once more. Then, Chen Guangjian suddenly proclaimed, "Gu Shuang, please summon Linyi. Let us discern his thoughts on this matter." Gu Shuang turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the inner hall accompanied by Bai Yi and Shi. Disciple Linyi pays his respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders, Bai Yi said with a slight bow. Chen Guangjian smiled gently. "Linyi, are you aware that the entire Tsungyan continent is now cognizant of your possession of a celestial-grade weapon?" Bai Yi softly remarked. "Poetry has already stated that this sword is the essence of my ancestors from the Lin family, not some celestial weapon." Elder Xie scoffed derisively. "Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Even if we believe you, do you think others will?" Suddenly, Poetry interjected. "Is Elder Xie suggesting that my brothers surrender the sword to the sect?" Elder Xie chuckled foolishly. "I never implied such a thing." Chen Guangjian then spoke up. "Linyi, could you present the sword for our inspection?" All eyes turned to Bai Yi, who, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acquiescence, saying, "It wouldn't hurt to take a look." With that, he concentrated, and the resplendent golden sword materialized in his hand. The crowd instinctively edged closer to Bai Yi, and it must be said that upon seeing the sword once more, they were utterly astonished. Though the sword appeared unremarkable at first glance, a closer examination revealed its profound connection to the innate principles of existence. Elder Xie stepped forward abruptly, eager to grasp the sword. Poetry quickly positioned herself in front of Bai Yi, asking, "Are you attempting to seize it?" Elder Xie's expression darkened. He seemed to have words on his lips, but refrained from voicing them. Elder Sun, wearing a grave expression, addressed Bai Yi, "This sword has recognized you as its master. Even if others were to obtain it, it would remain an ordinary object. I possess a technique for wielding this sword that you may find beneficial." With that, she produced an ancient tome and extended it towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment. "Elder Sun," he began, when Gu Shuang suddenly interjected. "Since it was bestowed upon you by Elder Sun, there is no need for hesitation." Bai Yi nodded, accepting the ancient tome. The book was titled 3 Sword Techniques. Elder Sun, observing Bai Yi's acceptance of the tome, spoke. "This sword technique was an accidental discovery of mine. Although it consists of only 3 forms, the power of each is extraordinarily formidable. More importantly, when this sword technique is perfected, each form can invoke the principles of the Great Tao. It is no exaggeration to say that it possesses the capability to obliterate the heavens and the earth." Bai Yi appeared somewhat uneasy. "Elder Sun, such a precious sword technique is beyond what I can accept," he said, extending the scroll back towards Elder Sunday. However, Shi suddenly bowed slightly to Elder Sunday. "I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of my brother," she said, and then took the scroll of sword techniques from Bai Yi's hands and secured it. Chen Guangjian chuckled softly and remarked, "Linyi, you should return for now. It would be prudent to remain within the sect for a while. I have an unsettling sense that there are many concealed presences nearby. They may pose a threat to you." Bai Yi clasped his fists in salute, expressing his gratitude to the sect leader. Afterward, he sheathed his sword and departed with Shi. Once the two had left, Elder Sun suddenly remarked, "To comprehend sword intent at the qi condensation stage is quite remarkable." Chen Guangjian's pupils contracted sharply. "Are you saying Lin Yi has grasped sword intent?" Among those present, only Elder Sun was a sword cultivator, making her acutely aware of sword intent. She had discerned at the moment Bai Yi entered the inner hall. The others, despite their mundane strength, lacked sensitivity to sword intent and would not have noticed without careful observation. The other 3 elders were equally astonished. To achieve comprehension of sword intent at the age of 17 in the chi condensation stage is undoubtedly the mark of an extraordinary genius. Elder Sun had struggled for over 30 years to barely grasp sword intent, and while many sword cultivators existed in the Songyun continent, only a select few could truly comprehend it, let alone someone as young as Lin Yi. Gu Shuang, upon hearing this, could not suppress a flicker of joy in his eyes, yet he soon sighed, "Sect leader, what shall we do if they come to seize that sword?" Chen Guangjian pondered for a moment and sighed deeply. It is a blessing, not a curse. Lin Yi and Shi returned to the courtyard, where Shi handed him a tome on sword techniques. "Brother, you can learn this." In truth, Bai Yi indeed required a manual on sword techniques. The sword manual left to him by Yun Shang consisted solely of theoretical concepts and philosophical tenets of swordsmanship. He had yet to acquire any practical techniques, and although he had now grasped sword intent, he remained unaware of how to wield it. Moreover, he found the other tome, 10,000 Swords Returned to One, incomprehensible even now. Bai Yi took the book and opened it, only to be momentarily bewildered. 3 sword techniques, 1 sword to shatter the earth, 1 sword to vanquish the heavens, and 1 sword to obliterate the firmament. Such ferocity. How does this compare to that previous tome, 1 word and 1 thought to annihilate all realms? Are they both equally formidable? Is it the sword technique that is exceptionally powerful, or is this world merely fragile? Shi observed Bai Yi's peculiar expression, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Brother, are you doubting the sword techniques described within?" Bai Yi nodded hastily. "If what is stated within is true, how can one even engage in combat? With a single stroke, the entire sky would be obliterated." Shi, her expression marked by exasperation, retorted, "Do you think anyone can cultivate to perfection? The potency of this sword technique is contingent upon the practitioner's level of mastery. For instance, in your current state of chi condensation, even if you were to master this sword technique entirely, a single strike would merely lay waste to this entire border city." With a sigh, she conceded, "All right. I must admit that this sword technique possesses considerable strength." Bai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "To ruin the entire border town?" Shi, unfazed, replied, "Do you have any idea how swiftly Senior Sister Lang struck that day?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling how he had failed to react before the blade had pierced his brow. Fortunately, Senior Sister Lang had shown restraint. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Shi continued, "Her sword embodies simplicity that transcends complexity, and its speed shatters all conventions. In essence, the velocity of her strike surpassed any established rule. Hence, before you could even perceive her movement, the sword had already found its mark on your forehead." Bai Yi cleared his throat. Is cold Senior Sister really that abnormal? The moment he uttered these words, he hastily covered his mouth, for cold Senior Sister resided next door. Should she catch wind of his unflattering remarks, he would be none the wiser about how swiftly he might find himself in trouble. Shi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi. If my predictions hold true, cold Senior Sister's ultimate speed should be within 3 zhang. Beyond that distance, her speed fails to reach its zenith. Yet, it remains sufficiently terrifying. Brother, you must strive harder. With that, she waved her tightly clenched fist at Bai Yi, accompanied by a playful grin. Bai Yi gazed earnestly at Shi, noticing the intensity of Bai Yi's stare. Shi felt a sudden tightening in her heart. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Bai Yi was about to speak when a voice suddenly emanated from the doorway. Chapter 26. This person seems familiar. How could one achieve such an extraordinary speed from 3 zhang away? The voice was chillingly cold, sending shivers down one's spine as if one were ensconced in an icy cavern. The two turned to look, and there stood Lang Qing, her expression devoid of emotion, clad in a light blue gown. Her eyes resembled serene autumn waters, clear yet imbued with an icy demeanor as she approached with measured steps. Bai Yi's heart sank, realizing that trouble had truly arrived. His senior sister possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing. Shi smiled serenely. Cold Senior Sister, achieving the pinnacle of speed even from a distance of 30 feet or more is not particularly challenging. Pausing for a moment, she continued, at least for you. It is not insurmountable. As for others, it remains a different matter. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi was taken aback when she noticed Shi gazing in her direction. Suddenly, Lang Qing spoke up, inquiring, how can one achieve this? After a moment of contemplation, Shi replied, let go of the physical form. Lang Qing furrowed her brows. Then after a brief pause, she gently nodded, I see. How is it that you possess such profound knowledge? Bai Yi, equally puzzled, turned to Shi, who merely shook her head, replying, I learned it from a book. With that, she flashed a playful smile. Within the true Yuan sect, a middle-aged man clad in a cloud-blue brocade robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was Yuan Jiang, the sect leader, and before him stood Elder Yuan Shui. A few days prior, they had heard of the emergence of a heavenly grade weapon from the Qingyun sect, prompting various factions to flock to behold it. However, Yuan Jiang refrained from sending anyone and ordered all disciples of the true Yuan sect to abstain from engaging in discussions about the matter. Elder Yuan Shui, perplexed, inquired, Sect leader, why do we not go to admire it ourselves? Yuan Jiang's expression remained impassive as he replied, I fear you would act foolishly upon witnessing it. Yet, if we do not strive for it, then in the future, Yuan Jiang interrupted, do you believe anyone will act during this time? Elder Yuan Shui, puzzled, responded, can they withstand temptation? Yuan Jiang chuckled, there is only one heavenly grade weapon. Only a fool would act first. I believe the trial grounds will soon present the best opportunity. Will Lin Yu take his sword to the trial grounds? Yuan Jiang pondered for a moment, he should. Several days later, numerous figures swept through the air, all heading toward the direction of the Qingyun sect. At the Qingyun sect, Chen Guangjian was deep in thought within Qingyun Hall when suddenly a disciple rushed in. Reporting to the sect leader, elders from the Xianmen sect, the Blood Moon sect, and the 5 great families are approaching our Qingyun sect. They will arrive shortly. Chen Guangjian narrowed his eyes, summoned the 4 elders to the hall. Yes, the disciple responded. No sooner had he exited the grand hall than a voice echoed. Sect leader Chen, I trust you are well. Hee. We come uninvited this time, and I hope for your understanding. Chen Guangjian looked towards the entrance and was taken aback by the presence of dozens of individuals, including elder-level figures from the older generation and prodigious talents from the younger generation. After inviting them into the hall and instructing servants to prepare fine spiritual tea, Chen Guangjian addressed the assembly, your arrival truly brings honor to our Qingyun sect. Haha, how have you been, sect leader Chen? Another voice resonated from outside. The newcomers were none other than Elder Mu Xiu, the supreme elder of the Zhongyan continent, and Elder Tang Sheng from the Tang family, accompanied by several talented youths from the Tang lineage. Upon recognizing Elder Mu Xiu, Chen Guangjian promptly rose to greet him with utmost respect. The previous arrivals were all elder-level figures from various factions, meriting less formality. However, Mu Xiu was different, as the supreme elder of the Zhongyan Academy. He commanded a level of respect that could not be disregarded, for no one wished to provoke conflict or misunderstanding with the foremost power of the Zhongyan continent. Satisfied with Chen Guangjian's respectful greeting, Mu Xiu smiled and said, I apologize for intruding today, sect leader Chen. Chen Guangjian quickly responded with a smile, not at all. Elder Mu, your presence truly elevates our Qingyun sect. It is a joyous occasion, not an intrusion. As Chen Guangjian graciously invited Mu Xiu to occupy the esteemed seat within the hall, Mu Xiu reciprocated by offering him a place alongside him. With a smile, Mu Xiu surveyed the assembly and remarked, esteemed elders, it seems we have all gathered here for a shared purpose. Am I correct? The assembly nodded in agreement. And Elder Zhou Yang of the Xianmen sect responded with a smile, I have heard whispers of a celestial grade weapon emerging from the Qingyun sect, and I, Zhou, have come to behold it. I implore you, Master Chen, do not be stingy. Elder Uxin from the Blood Moon sect chuckled. If I could witness a celestial grade weapon in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. The elders eagerly encouraged Chen Guangjian to present the sword, eager to feast their eyes upon it. However, Chen Guangjian's expression turned troubled as he confessed, to speak candidly, this sword is not the possession of the Qingyun sect. It belongs to a disciple of ours, and I cannot definitively say whether it qualifies as a celestial grade weapon. Oh, Master Chen, do not be so modest. Since it is a celestial grade weapon belonging to your disciple, does that not make it a part of the Qingyun sect? They contended. Indeed, Master Chen cannot be so miserly. We have journeyed a great distance. Surely you would not make our trip in vain? After all, we merely wish to admire it, not to seize it. Suddenly, Mu Xiu chuckled and said, Come now, Master Chen, let us not prolong this. Please fetch the celestial grade weapon so we may witness its splendor. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Guangjian turned to Gu Xuan and said, Elder Gu, could you kindly summon Lin Yi? Gu Xuan pondered briefly before turning to depart. After Bai Ye's departure, Long Qing has been diligently contemplating and practicing the 3-sword techniques. Now, he has achieved a modest proficiency in the first technique, the earth-shattering sword. At his current level of mastery, when he exerts all his strength to unleash the earth-shattering sword, the ground within several zhang is utterly shattered by more than 3 feet. It must be said that this sword technique possesses indeed terrifying power. However, it has a significant drawback. Its speed is exceedingly slow in comparison to Lung Qing's sword strike. The disparity is simply astronomical. Bai Yi gazed at Shi and inquired, "If only we could combine the formidable power of this sword that shatters the earth with the swiftness of senior sister Lung's strike, it would be flawless." Shi, taken aback and on the verge of responding, was interrupted as Gu Shuang entered the courtyard, saying, "Year, the sect leader requests your presence in the main hall." Bai Yi, without much contemplation, followed Gu Shuang towards the main hall, while Shi, burdened with thoughts, trailed closely behind. Before long, the trio arrived at the grand hall. And as they stepped inside, Bai Yi's expression changed dramatically. He beheld the members of the Tang family, along with various clan elders, many of whom were familiar faces. Just as he sought an excuse to slip away, Qin Guangjian suddenly pointed at Bai Yi, exclaiming, "This is the disciple Lin Yi." The crowd turned their gaze towards Bai Yi, and in that moment, Tang Xiuyan, who had accompanied the elders of the Tang family, abruptly stood up, poised to speak, only to be restrained by Tang Xing beside her. Other factions displayed peculiar expressions, and upon witnessing this scene, Qin Guangjian furrowed his brow, questioning, "Do you know my disciple Lin Yi?" At this juncture, Elder Li of the Li family from Biqing interjected, "This visage seems remarkably familiar." Elder Zhou Xing of the Zhou family wore a puzzled expression, stating, "This young friend appears to resemble," and as if struck by a revelation, he quickly amended, "It seems he is a swordsman." The crowd grew somewhat uneasy at this remark, for it implied uncertainty about his identity. He was unmistakably a swordsman, possessing a celestial-grade sword. Tang Xing fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, inquiring, "Might you be young Master Lin? May I ask where your family resides and who your father is?" As he spoke, he seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his inquiry and quickly added, "Young Master Lin, please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious about the origins of your sword." At that moment, Shi stepped forward slightly and offered a polite bow, stating, "My brother and I are both from the Lin family of Shantao Town in Biqing. That sword belongs to our family, passed down through generations." Before she could finish her explanation, Mu Xiu suddenly called out, "Bai Yi." Bai Yi instinctively turned his head. Chapter 27. What is the intention of Elder Son? Bai Yi and Mu Xiu locked eyes, a hint of derision curling at the corners of Mu Xiu's mouth. Witnessing this scene, Shi felt a pang of anxiety. How could her foolish brother be so oblivious? At that moment, all eyes within the hall were fixated on Bai Yi, and just as Shi was about to speak, a frigid voice sliced through the air, "Lin Shitty, come here for a moment." For the first time, Shi sensed a refreshing quality emanating from that icy tone. She quickly tugged at Bai Yi, whispering urgently, "Hand the sword to the sect master, let them see it. Senior sister Ling is looking for us." Bai Yi suddenly came to his senses and promptly drew his sword, offering it to Qin Guangjian. As the sword was unsheathed, the gaze of everyone present shifted from Bai Yi to the blade. Qin Guangjian received the sword and said, "You may all leave now." Bai Yi and his companion turned and departed. Outside the hall, the cold and tranquil Qing stood silently, exuding an icy chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet at this moment, Bai Yi felt that this frigidness was akin to a refreshing breeze amidst the sweltering heat of summer. Bai Yi clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." Lung Qing replied in a calm tone, "From this moment forth, you would do well to remain within the sect. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." Shi also nodded in agreement. "I did not anticipate that they would recognize you so swiftly. I underestimated their capabilities." But you could only manage a bitter smile, knowing that he would have to confront this eventually. Let us return. Within the Qingtian Hall, the crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the sword. Some claimed it was merely an Earth-grade treasure, while others argued it was at least a mid-tier celestial grade. The hall was filled with a cacophony of voices. Sure. About my sword." Long Qing replied with an impassive expression, "It is merely a sword. We, as sword cultivators, should not be overly concerned with material possessions. When the heart possesses the sword, all things become the sword. Moreover, that sword has already recognized you as its master, even if someone else were to acquire it. They might not be able to wield it unless they were to slay you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt an inexplicable chill sweep across his neck, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Senior sister, I understand these principles, but that sword was given to me by Shanger." Shi covered her mouth with a smile, "He. Is it the senior sister who shared meat with you?" Bai Yi's face was filled with disbelief. "This girl, eating meat?" What kind of meat? Lung Qing interjected with curiosity. Sister, are you familiar with the ancient desire beasts? Sure suddenly inquired, directing her question towards Lung Qing. I have encountered them in ancient texts, Lung Qing replied, her expression momentarily stunned. Has he consumed that kind of meat? With white leaves adorning his head and dark lines etched upon it, he could no longer endure the scene before him. How could these two lack such shame? Suddenly, a sly grin spread across his face. Martial sister, I happen to possess 2 eggs. Would you care to take a look? Thud. A sword halted half a yard away from the white leaves, halted by a shimmering barrier of golden light. Upon witnessing this, Lung Qing emitted a soft gasp of surprise. Bai Yi, drenched in sweat, pondered to himself. This senior sister is truly unpredictable, wielding her sword at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, he had come prepared, having inscribed a defensive array on a spirit stone to carry with him. Otherwise, this encounter would have resulted in a bloody spectacle once more. Meanwhile, Sure regarded Lung Qing with a grave expression, noting that this strike was even swifter than the last. Remarkably, in just a few short days, such progress had been made. One could not help but acknowledge the extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Lung Qing fixated on the golden barrier before Bai Yi, inquiring, "What is this?" Bai Yi offered a wry smile and said, "Sister, could we refrain from drawing our swords at every turn?" Lung Qing disregarded Bai Yi's words, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. Sure regarded Bai Yi with a playful expression. "Brother, are you attempting to win over this icy beauty?" Upon hearing her words, Bai Yi fell into a prolonged silence, unable to utter a single word. Within the Qingyan Hall, only Mu Xiu and a few members of the Tang family remained. Mu Xiu turned to Qin Guangjian. "Master Qin, I trust you know what must be done." Qin Guangjian remained silent. Elder Xie snorted coldly. That Bai Yi had the audacity to impersonate another name to enter our Qingyan sect. According to our sect's regulations, he ought to be expelled and his cultivation revoked. Gu Shuang furrowed his brow slightly. If he truly is Bai Yi, then we should hand him over to Elder Mu and the others. However, Elder Xie interjected sharply. "But what?" Elder Sun Yin suddenly spoke up. "Regardless of whether Lin Yi is Bai Yi, he is presently a disciple of our Qingyan sect. Is it not excessive to act in this manner?" Tang Sheng looked at Sun Yin. "Huh? Are you suggesting that Elder Sun wishes to side with our adversary, the Tang family?" Before Sun Yin could respond, Qin Guangjian abruptly stated, "Enough, summon the 2 of them here." In the courtyard, Sure wore a grave expression as she said to Bai Yi, "They have already uncovered your identity. We must leave this place swiftly." Bai Yi wore a sullen expression, about to speak when an inner sect disciple entered the courtyard and addressed the 2. "The sect master has summoned you both to the Qingyan Hall." A heaviness settled in Bai Yi's heart. It was over. It must be those individuals from the Tang family seeking him out. Sure furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, "What do they want from us?" One of the disciples shook his head and replied, "I do not know." Sure tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve, suggesting, "Let us go and see. It cannot hurt." The 2 made their way to the Qingyan Hall, where they encountered members of the Tang family and Mu Xiu still present. A sense of dread washed over them. Indeed, it was the Tang family, and this time, it was truly the end. Qin Guangjian, noticing the cold glint in their eyes, pointed at Bai Yi and declared, "You are not Lin Yi. You are, in fact, Bai Yi. Now, reveal your purpose for coming to our Qingyan sect." Bai Yi's expression darkened somewhat. "Sect master, I truly am Bai Yi. However, I am also a disciple of Qingyan sect. Presumptuous. To impersonate another and infiltrate my Qingyan sect is a blatant violation of our sect's regulations. How dare you still claim to be a disciple of Qingyan sect?" Elder Xie interjected sharply, not allowing Bai Yi to finish. Gu Shuang cast a puzzled glance at Sure. "Sure, you are not from the Lin family either, are you?" Sure replied with a hint of apology, "Indeed, but I was not aware of Elder Gu's significant connection to the Lin family prior to this. It was merely a coincidence. My brother and I joined Qingyan sect with no ulterior motive. We simply wished to lead a tranquil life as disciples of the sect." Qin Guangjian spoke up. "Since you 2 are not from the Lin family and have entered our sect under false pretenses, I shall deal with this according to sect regulations. Do you have any objections?" Bai Yi chuckled wryly. What a splendid display of sect regulations. Since I am not a disciple of your Qingyan sect, I kindly request the return of my sword." Elder Xie sneered, "Your sword? It has already been confiscated by the sect." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiu cast a cold glance at Elder Xie and stated, "Elder Xie, although this disciple may have violated the sect's rules, that sword rightfully belongs to him. Shouldn't you return it?" Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback by Mu Xiu's unexpected words. After a brief pause, he discerned the cunning nature of this old fox. Suddenly, Chun Guangjian spoke up. We shall discuss the matter of the sword at a later time. For now, I must enforce the sect's regulations. I will strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. As he spoke, he struck his palm towards Bai Yi. The terrifying pressure rendering Bai Yi motionless and utterly incapable of resistance. This was not merely the abolition of his cultivation. It was a lethal blow. Shir appeared conflicted, her expression wavering. At that moment, Elder Sun materialized before Bai Yi, swiftly drawing his sword and delivering a decisive strike. The overwhelming pressure dissipated in an instant. Chun Guangjian glared coldly at Sun Yen. What is the meaning of this, Elder Sun? Chapter 28. I will hold you off while you depart. Elder Sun clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. Sect leader. The handling of Lin Yi is an internal matter of our sect. It seems rather inappropriate to address it in front of so many outsiders. She cast a glance at Mu Xiao and the members of the Tang family. Mu Xiao chuckled. Ah, does Elder Sun consider our Tsangyan Academy to be outsiders? Chen Guangjian's icy gaze bore down on Elder Sun. Step aside. Elder Sun shook her head with a sigh. Sect leader, my words are not yet finished. Elder Xie then interjected with a cold snort. Elder Sun, are you in league with Bai Yi? Bai Yi respectfully clasped his fists in salute to Elder Sun, saying, Elder Sun, there is no need for you to speak on behalf of the younger generation. I wish to observe how this Master Chen treats his own disciples. Chen Guangjian sneered. Disciples of the sect? You are not one of my disciples. With that, he struck again, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down on Bai Yi. The aura of death enveloped him, and Bai Yi felt utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. Yet, he did not surrender, though he wielded no sword in hand. The essence of the sword resided in his heart, and in his mind, all things were transformed into swords. He pointed his fingers as if they were a blade, declaring, A sword shatters the earth. With a resounding roar, the ground of the hall instantaneously crumbled, and the entire edifice was reduced to dust. Nevertheless, Bai Yi was still sent flying several dozen feet away. Upon landing, blood streamed from his mouth, leaving him gravely injured. Shir hurried to Bai Yi's side, asking, Are you all right? Bai Yi shook his head, declaring, I am not yet destined for death. The crowd, witnessing Bai Yi withstand Chun Guangjian's strike, displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Elder Sun pondered to himself, Indeed, Bai Yi is extraordinary. In merely a few days, he has managed to cultivate the first sword of the three-sword techniques to a minor success. Moreover, employing his finger as a sword to unleash such formidable power signifies that his swordsmanship has reached the realm of the heart sword. Mu Xiao fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi, contemplating. This fellow is truly monstrous. He withstood a blow from the breaking sea realm while still in the qi condensation stage without succumbing. Although Chun Guangjian did not exert his full strength, it is still beyond the endurance of an ordinary qi condensation practitioner. Chun Guangjian, his face darkened, glared at Bai Yi. You dare to retaliate? I shall execute you for the crime of treason against the sect. With that, he unleashed another palm strike, this time employing 80% of his power. Certain that Bai Yi, in his severely injured state, would not withstand the blow. The enormous palm imprint descended upon Bai Yi, whose expression twisted with ferocity as he prepared to execute another sword-breaking ground technique. At that moment, Elder Sun stepped in front of Bai Yi, fiercely thrusting his sword toward the colossal palm imprint. The sword light pierced forth, yet the imprint remained unbroken, merely dimming slightly. Elder Sun was sent flying 100 feet away, blood spilling from his mouth. Bai Yi hurried to Elder Sun's side. Elder Sun. You, Elder Sun waved his hand. I do not wish for a prodigious sword cultivator like you to perish here. Chen Guangjian glared at Elder Sun in fury. Elder Sun. Are you truly willing to side with this traitor? Elder Sun met Chen Guangjian's gaze. Sect Master. Meanwhile, Elder Xie let out a cold snort. The crime of treason must be eradicated. He then turned to Chen Guangjian. Sect Master. Please follow the sect's regulations and eliminate these three traitors. Chen Guangjian's eyes gleamed with malice as he struck out again, causing the surrounding air to boil. Dark golden light pulsating and vibrating. The vast palm imprint distorted the very space around it. This was his full-strength strike, aimed at obliterating the three. Shir observed this attack, her expression rife with hesitation. She was acutely aware that neither Bai Yi nor Elder Sun could endure such a terrifying blow. Should she intervene? Just as she grappled with her indecision, the immense palm imprint bore down upon them. Bai Yi produced several spirit stones inscribed with array patterns, channeling his profound energy into them to activate the formation. A resounding golden light erupted, and in an instant, the three vanished. As soon as they disappeared, The colossal palm imprint crashed down, creating a deep, bottomless pit in the ground where they had stood. Chun Guangjin frowned. Have they escaped? Muxiu spoke in a grave tone. It is a formation. I overlooked that woman beside him. In Muxiu's estimation, sure, must be the same woman from the 5-star academy. Exceptionally skilled in formations. He had failed to recognize this earlier. Realizing this, he turned to Chun Guangjin. They cannot have gone far. We must pursue them. The three reappeared in Baiye's previous courtyard. Having utilized the instantaneous teleportation array he had learned from the formation records, which could transport individuals to a designated location in the blink of an eye. However, there exists a drawback. The distance is limited to merely 100 zhang. Elder Sun gazed at Baiye in astonishment, exclaiming, I never anticipated that you possess such mastery over the art of formations. I have underestimated you. Think of a way for you all to escape swiftly, for they may arrive here shortly. Baiye hastily remarked, Elder Sun, please tend to your wounds. He could easily discern the severity of Elder Sun's injuries. Although they were not related by blood, she had risked her life to assist him, which filled him with a sense of guilt. At that moment, Long Qing abruptly entered the courtyard and, upon seeing the gravely injured Elder Sun, inquired, Who has harmed you, master? Elder Sun turned her gaze towards Lang Qing and replied, It was the sect master who sought to eliminate Lin Yi. I intervened to stop him and was subsequently injured by the sect master. He has now been consumed by murderous intent. You must swiftly escort the two of them away from Qingyun's sect. I will hold them off for a moment. Sure quickly interjected, Senior, you are already gravely wounded. You may not be able to withstand them. We should devise a plan to escape together. Baiye promptly nodded. Elder Sun, let us devise a plan to escape together. Just then, a sudden voice emerged. Escape? Do you truly believe you can flee? The speaker was none other than Elder Xie. As his words resonated, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the group. The massive fist, a mere illusion, rippled through the air with waves of spatial distortion. Just as Baiye was about to take action, a sword pierced through Elder Xie's brow with a swift hiss. Elder Xie stared in abject terror at the sword wielder, exclaiming, How is this possible? Baiye stood frozen in place. For the one who had drawn the sword was none other than Lung Qing. She had effortlessly dispatched Elder Xie, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Even Elder Sun was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment that she had indeed reached the realm of intent sword. Sure, with a hint of supernatural insight, mused to herself that she was indeed a genius, having touched upon the realm of intent sword in merely a few days. As Lang Qing sheathed her sword and turned to speak, a terrifying aura surged forth, striking her back 10 zhang. She spun around abruptly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The assailant was none other than Chun Guangjin. With a cold gaze fixed upon Lung Qing, he declared, Killing a sect elder is a capital offense. In truth, Lung Qing's swift execution of Elder Xie had also left him momentarily stunned. Despite being merely at the Qi Master stage, she had effortlessly slain Elder Xie of the core formation stage, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, such prowess only intensified Chun Guangjin's murderous intent. He then opened his palm, revealing a spear that materialized in his grasp. Upon witnessing the spear in Chun Guangjin's hand, Elder Sun felt a sense of foreboding, realizing that the sect leader had drawn forth the treasured artifact, a top-tier Xian rank weapon. How could they possibly withstand such a force? He urgently urged Baiye and the others, You must flee. I will hold him off. Baiye and his companions exchanged wry smiles, pondering their predicament. Where could they possibly flee? Chun Guangjin brandished his spear. The razor-sharp glints emanating from it seemed to strain the very fabric of the surrounding space, causing subtle fissures to appear. In an instant, hundreds of these lethal beams surged forth towards Baiye and his companions. Chapter 29, The Death of Elder Sun as the lethal beams hurtled towards the four of them. Elder Sun struggled to rise, positioning himself to shield the three behind him. However, Lung Qing stepped forward, standing resolutely beside him, declaring, Master, I shall stand with you. Upon witnessing this, Baiye swiftly stepped forward, proclaiming, Let us proceed together. In an instant, hundreds of gleaming blades assailed them. Baiye joined his fingers together, forming a sword, and tirelessly wielded beams of sword light to sever the oncoming blades. After considerable effort, he managed to shatter one blade, yet several others pierced his body, forcing him to stagger backward. Undeterred, he continued to brandish his finger sword against the relentless onslaught. Elder Sun also swung her sword in rapid succession, fending off the incoming blades. In her already wounded state, her complexion turned pallid, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Conversely, Lang Qing's movements were strikingly simple. She thrust rapidly, each strike akin to a lightning bolt, effortlessly breaking a blade with every thrust. The sound of clashing steel resonated through the air as the blade swirled, engulfing Bai Yi and his companions. Chun Guangjian persisted in wielding his spear, unleashing dozens of blades with each swing. Shi stood guarded behind the three, and though most blades were deflected, a few still aimed toward her. Yet, she remained oblivious, lost in thought. The threatening blades vanished mere inches from her position. Naturally, Bai Yi and the others remained unaware of this, their focus solely on the multitude of incoming attacks. At last, Bai Yi could no longer endure the assault. Propelled backward by dozens of blades, blood spilling from his mouth, the other three turned to him, concern etched on their faces, just as Shi gritted her teeth. Preparing to act, Elder Sun cackled menacingly. Ha! Lung Qing, take the two of them away. Lung Qing paused momentarily, responding, one day, my disciple shall avenge you. With that, she turned and, accompanied by Bai Yi and Shi, crushed a teleportation talisman. Elder Sun's fury erupted, one sword to cleave the heavens. With a resonating hum, the atmosphere around Elder Sun surged with power. The soul-fueled energy caused the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. A colossal blue sword hovered above her head, embodying the power of annihilation. Although it contained only a fragment of its might, it possessed the capability to sever the very fabric of reality. Qin Guangjian's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. Elder Sun, have you lost your mind? He exclaimed. Musho's face mirrored his concern. We must retreat. With a thunderous roar, Elder Sun refrained from unleashing the sword, for her strength was insufficient to wield its full power. The reckless attempt resulted in a backlash that shattered her body. Blood sprayed forth, staining the sky a deep crimson. The massive sword gradually dimmed before vanishing entirely. Witnessing this, Musho narrowed his eyes. This sword technique is truly terrifying. If Elder Sun were to reach the sea-breaking realm and execute it, she could indeed cleave this world asunder. As he spoke, a realization struck him, and he glanced towards the spot where Bai Yi had stood. Have they fled? Chun Guangjian's expression darkened, his fury palpable. First, Bai Yi had destroyed the Qingyan Hall. Then Elder Xia had been slain by Lung Qing with a single strike, and now, despite his utmost efforts, Bai Yi and his companions had managed to escape. Though Elder Sun has passed away, it holds no significance for him. Contemplating this, he could not help but let out a cold snort. Once again, it is a formation. We shall pursue. Mu Xiao, however, shook his head. Even if we catch up with them, their formation makes it nearly impossible to apprehend them. I shall return to the academy to seek the assistance of a formation master to confront them alongside us. Chun Guangjian nodded in agreement. That sounds like a wise plan. Bai Yi and several companions arrived at a dense forest, seeking a relatively secluded spot. Both he and Lung Qing bore significant injuries, necessitating immediate treatment. Otherwise, should they be pursued once more, their fates would be dire. At present, they possessed neither teleportation talismans nor instant teleportation formations. Bai Yi hastily retrieved a collection of spirit stones, determined to inscribe several instant teleportation formations as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Lung Qing settled into a meditative posture to commence his healing. Shi, with her large, sparkling eyes, gazed at Bai Yi and said, Brother. Bai Yi looked up towards Shi, and upon seeing that she was unharmed, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had long regarded Shi as a younger sister and would never wish for her to come to harm. Several hours later, darkness enveloped the sky. Bai Yi meticulously carved a dozen teleportation arrays, along with several defensive formations. He provided Shi and Lung Qing each with 2 defensive spirit stones, instructing them on their usage. Having completed these tasks, Bai Yi turned to the two. Let us head to the Black Wind Forest. Lung Qing appeared puzzled. To where? Indeed, there have been rumors of beasts appearing there. I have long desired to investigate, and besides, we currently have nowhere else to go. Shi nodded in agreement. It may be prudent to go there. They might not suspect us of doing so. Lang Qing, with an impassive expression, looked at Bai Yi. Lend me some spirit stones. I wish to enhance my strength and avenge my master. At these words, the expressions of Bai Yi and Shi darkened. Elder Sun had fallen while trying to save himself, leaving Bai Yi with a heavy heart. He promptly retrieved a handful of spirit stones and handed them to Lung Qing, who accepted them without hesitation. Let us depart. Under the cover of night, the trio stealthily made their way towards the Black Wind Forest. Within the grand hall of the Tang family, Tang Sheng recounted the previous events to Tang Xianfeng in full detail. After a moment of silence, Tang Xianfeng mused. So Bai Yi has not perished yet? But did not Qiu Yun and the others personally slay him? Tang Xing replied. Currently, Elder Mu Xiu and Master Chen are in pursuit of this individual. Should we not offer our assistance? Tang Xianfeng waved his hand dismissively. Let them be. We shall merely observe the unfolding events for now. In the Zhao family hall, Du Guxian appeared lost in thought. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across her lips. Come forth. As her words fell, a man clad in black entered the hall. Du Guxian chuckled lightly. Disperse the news discreetly. That sword may hold the key to leaving this continent. Moreover, it could enable our esteemed master to advance further. Understood. The man in black quietly retreated. In the grand hall of Tsangyun Academy, Mu Xiu stood silently before Tsang Lan, the academy's president, and 3 array masters. At this moment, one of the array masters remarked with a chuckle, How rare. It seems there is a matter even Elder Mu Xiu cannot resolve. Mu Xiu's countenance darkened. The speaker was Lu Chongqing, who had previously held a grudge against him. Their exchanges often resulted in minor conflicts, though neither bore deep animosity. Song Lan spoke calmly. Could it be that the woman is from outside? At these words, shock spread across the faces of Mu Xiu and the others. Although Mu Xiu had harbored suspicions prior, hearing the president suggest it left him momentarily astounded. Song Lan pondered for a moment and continued. If she is indeed from outside, then we might glean how to exit this continent from her, even to advance our own cultivation. He has lingered at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm for over several centuries. And it must be said that the temptation to take another step forward is of utmost importance to him. Another array master pondered for a moment and remarked, according to Elder Mu, since that woman can effortlessly inscribe void array patterns and can also teleport using arrays, I estimate she must be at least an 8th level array master. The speaker was none other than Han Changlin, an unequivocal 5th level array master and one of the most esteemed array masters in the Tsangyun continent. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but display expressions of solemnity. Chapter 30. The concealed immortal array Kanglin then spoke. Do the 3 of you possess any means to confine them? Han Changlin contemplated for a moment. There is indeed a method, but it may require a substantial amount of spirit stones. To confine them, we must construct a grand array to isolate the internal and external spaces. Yet, Mu Xiu interjected anxiously. But what? Han Changlin continued. If we are to confine them, we must capture them in an exceedingly short time, leaving them no opportunity to dismantle the array. Kanglin nodded. Master Han speaks the truth. He then turned to Mu Xiu. Do we have any leads on their whereabouts? Mu Xiu shook his head. Not at the moment. But it should not be difficult to locate a few. I will dispatch someone to search for them right away. Han Changlin advised. When you find them, do not let them notice. We need time to set up the array. We shall act once the array is completed. Mu Xiu replied with a soft acknowledgement. Then I will go send someone to search now. In the Jinyuan sect, within the Jinyuan hall, Yuan Jiang was contemplating something while holding a cup of tea. At that moment, Yuan Shui hurriedly rushed into the grand hall, first offering a slight bow before saying, Sect Master, that sword is now within the Qingyan sect. And the individual named Lin Yi is actually a descendant of the Bai family, which was annihilated by the Tang family. Currently, Bai Yi is being pursued by the sect master of Qingyan sect and Elder Mu Xiu of Tsangyun Academy. However, this person is rather cunning and has now vanished without a trace. I have also learned that the sword may be an item from beyond our realm, and it might offer an opportunity for a peak sovereign realm expert to advance further. Yuan Jiang stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock as he stared at Yuan Shui. Is the information reliable? Yuan Shui nodded earnestly. Absolutely reliable. Yuan Jiang's expression shifted as he contemplated, but he soon regained his composure. With Tsangyun Academy involved, even the finest treasures will be hard for us to acquire. Yuan Shui sighed lightly. Indeed. Yuan Jiang resumed his seat, taking a sip of tea before continuing. Keep a close watch on them, and report to me immediately if there are any changes. Yuan Shui complied and withdrew, while Yuan Jiang fell into deep thought. In the imperial capital, amidst towering clouds, a magnificent palace, radiating 4 colors of brilliance, stood resplendently, surpassing even the celestial abodes of the heavens. The emperor's hall, spanning 100 feet in circumference, was surrounded by a gentle aura of colorful light. Within the hall, a middle-aged man adorned with an imperial crown and clad in a light golden dragon robe was diligently reviewing the memorials in his hands. The individual in question is the sovereign of the imperial capital, Songyu. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, with a large sword hanging at his waist, approached. He entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and clasped his fists. Greetings, sovereign. Song Yu slowly lifted his gaze, setting aside the document in his hand, and a warm smile graced his lips. Commander Jiang, do you have something to discuss? Commander Jiang replied, I report to the Sovereign that a heavenly grade weapon has emerged within the Qingyan sect. Moreover, it has been speculated that this sword might be of foreign origin, possibly presenting an opportunity to leave this continent. Song Yu furrowed his brow slightly. I have indeed heard of this sword before. But can one sword truly lead to an escape from this land? Commander Jiang continued, according to my investigations, this sword first appeared in the hands of a young man, who was accompanied by a mysterious woman, a high-ranking formation master. Upon hearing this, Song Yu displayed a look of surprise, for he knew that within the Imperial Hall, there was not a single formation master. Throughout the entire Songyan continent, only Songyan Academy boasted 3 formation masters. However, such matters were of little consequence to Song Yu. As long as no one troubled the Imperial Hall, he had no intention of involving himself in the mundane disputes of the secular world. To him, such conflicts were devoid of meaning, and his philosophy was one of non-contention. Consequently, all factions across the Songyan continent would instinctively overlook the Imperial Hall, regardless of what transpired. Song Yu shook his head with a gentle smile. You may keep an eye on this matter, but do so from a distance. Do not intervene. Commander Jiang acknowledged and withdrew. Inside the hall, Song Yu sighed softly. Is a change in the heavens approaching? He then conjured a long halberd in his hand, its blade shimmering with a faint azure glow, reminiscent of the 9 nether fiery souls yearning for the essence of living beings. Should Shur have been present, she would surely have been astonished, for this halberd was indeed a top-tier heavenly grade weapon. In a dense thicket, Bai Yi and his companions sat quietly on the ground. At this moment, Lung Qing had fully recovered from her injuries, while Bai Yi had also regained most of his strength. Suddenly, Lung Qing spoke. I am going to strive for the return to Dan realm. You all shall guard me. Shur shook her head. Senior sister, do not rush into the return to Dan realm just yet. Allow me to share a secret. Every realm does not merely consist of 5 minor stages, but rather 10 stages or even higher. As she spoke, her eyes twinkled. Oh, I read this in a book. Ancient texts record that if one cultivates a realm to its utmost limit, the result can be terrifying. For instance, your Qi Mastery realm currently allows you to manipulate Qi within a distance of several feet. Have you ever considered what would happen if your Qi Mastery could extend to 100, 1,000 feet, or even beyond? Upon hearing this, Long Qing's pupils constricted sharply. To cultivate a single realm to its utmost limit? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly pondered his own realm before speaking. What about me? My Qi condensation realm seems to differ from others. Shur smiled charmingly. Brother, you are currently at the 9th level of Qi condensation, which is why you stand apart. Others are merely at the initial stage of Qi condensation. Long Qing interjected. If one were to cultivate a singular realm to its utmost limit, would that not render one invincible? Shur nodded in agreement. Theoretically, if one were to reach such an extreme, one could indeed be considered invincible in a certain sense. Bai Yi was taken aback. Invincible? Shur nodded. Consider this. If your Qi condensation reaches its zenith, allowing you to instantaneously harness hundreds of thousands of zhang of profound energy, even drawing from the vast expanse of the universe itself, what can your opponent do? Without any profound energy at their disposal, they would be entirely at your mercy. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Achieving such a feat appears to be quite challenging. Bai Yi's face was filled with black lines as he exclaimed, where is the difficulty? It's simply impossible. Meanwhile, Lang Qing was lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, she suddenly spoke. I understand now. With that, she closed her eyes to cultivate, not to rush into forming a Dan, but to continue her practice in the Qi condensation stage. Shur raised an eyebrow and remarked, what an extraordinary prodigy. Then she turned her gaze back to Bai Yi and chided, brother, why are you so slow-witted? Hurry up with your cultivation, lest one day you be discovered by them. Do you want me to collect your remains? Bai Yi's eyelids fluttered. Is it too much to ask for some auspicious words? After speaking, he entered a state of cultivation. Although he sensed that the ultimate state described by Shur was unattainable, he still endeavored to push his Qi condensation to its utmost limit. Observing the two engrossed in their practice, Shur sighed softly. I should go find that fellow. With a gentle flick of her fingers, Bai Yi and Long Qing's figures vanished from sight, hidden by the concealment array. After completing the spell, she lightly clapped her hands and murmured, this array is rather amusing. Hee. This formation was one she had learned from the array books within Bai Yi's ring. Initially, Her curiosity had led her to glance at them, and she never expected it would prove useful. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and Lang Qing remained oblivious to the events unfolding around them until Shi vanished from sight. Chapter 31 Chapter 32 A dire battle. Hurin sneered. Ah. Bai Yi, were it not for you, my grandson and I would not find ourselves in such a dire predicament. Today, I shall have your body torn asunder. Hu Qiu suddenly interjected. Yes, eliminate that Bai Yi. Those two women should have their powers stripped. I wish to torment them thoroughly. Hu Rin shot Hu Qiu a cold glare. Can't you think of anything else for once? Hu Qiu shivered. Grandfather, they have wronged us so grievously. What harm is there in allowing me to exact some revenge? Hu Rin snorted disdainfully, then inquired. Which direction did they go? Hu Qiu pointed. They ran that way. Hu Rin commanded icily, pursue them. With that, the two set off in pursuit of Bai Yi and his companions. Hu Rin, a formidable late-stage return to Dan Cultivator, held no fear of Bai Yi and his friends. He was confident that once he caught up with them, their lives would be extinguished in an instant. Moments later, Bai Yi and his companions suddenly came to a halt. Lung Qing spoke. They are closing in. Bai Yi softly murmured. They pursue swiftly. After uttering these words, Bai Yi sought a more concealed spot to hide. Meanwhile, Lang Qing and Shi remained motionless at their position. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed. Let us see where you run today. As the words fell, an elderly man and a young man appeared not far from Shi and Lung Qing. They were none other than Hu Rin and his grandson. Hu Rin gazed at them, inquiring, where is that brat Bai Yi? Has he fled? Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced through Hu Qiu's chest, the assailant being Bai Yi, who had been lurking in the shadows. Upon witnessing his grandson's swift demise, Hu Rin erupted in a fit of furious rage, bellowing, You dare to slay my grandson? You shall pay with your lives today. The shock of his grandson's death had initially shaken him, but soon, the overwhelming fury consumed any remaining semblance of reason. He charged violently towards Shi and Lung Qing, unleashing a punch that caused the surrounding space to tremble as if it might be shattered by his force. Seeing Hu Rin's advance, Shi quickly sought refuge behind Lung Qing. Lung Qing gathered the surrounding ethereal energy, but found it insufficient to withstand Hu Rin's wrathful strike. Bai Yi, hidden in the shadows, was equally alarmed by the old man's ferocity. Without further hesitation, he joined his fingers to concentrate his energy and unleashed a sword light that soared towards Hu Rin. Simultaneously, Lung Qing thrust his sword with tremendous speed. The clash reverberating as Bai Yi's sword light struck Hu Rin's left shoulder, causing blood to spray forth. However, Lung Qing was forced back several steps by the sheer force of Hu Rin's punch. Hu Rin glanced at the wound on his shoulder, his gaze turning frenzied as he fixed his eyes on Bai Yi's position. He then launched a powerful punch in Bai Yi's direction. As Bai Yi felt the impending blow, his eyelids flickered in alarm. Is this old man a transformed fox? Without further thought, Bai Yi unleashed another wave of sword light. The brilliance shattered, sending Bai Yi hurtling back dozens of feet. Lung Qing, furrowing his brow, struck again with his sword. This thrust was incredibly swift, a mere blur to the naked eye, yet Hu Rin managed to evade it. After dodging Lung Qing's strike, Hu Rin transformed his punch into an open palm, forcefully slamming it towards Lung Qing's back. Lung Qing was sent flying 10 feet, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Shi, witnessing this, wore a grave expression. This Hu Rin was formidable indeed. After all, Lung Qing had previously dispatched Xie Chong, a formidable opponent in the Condensation Sea realm, with a single sword strike. Yet this Hu Rin of the returning Dan realm had managed to evade it. This demonstrated that cultivation levels alone cannot determine strength. After sending Lang Qing flying, Hu Rin turned his attention towards Shi. Bai Yi, having just regained his footing, felt a jolt of alarm upon seeing Hu Rin charge towards Shi. He was clearly targeting the weakest link. Hu Rin recognized that of the group. Shi possessed the least strength and aimed to eliminate her first before dealing with Bai Yi and Lung Qing. Observing Shi's fearful and anxious demeanor, Hu Rin couldn't help but feel a flicker of contempt. However, he did not lower his guard, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Shi. With a fierce shout, Bai Yi unleashed a sword strike that cleaved the earth. His fingers came together, forming a blade, and with a swift motion, he sent forth a radiant beam of sword light directed at Hu Rin. At that moment, Hu Rin seemed to sense the impending danger. Thus, he abandoned his strike against Shi and deftly evaded the onslaught of Bai Yi's sword light. In an instant, he lunged forward, closing the distance between them, and delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at Bai Yi. Bai Yi was taken aback to see the old man evade his sword's brilliance. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Hu Ren. A thunderous sound reverberated as Bai Yi was sent flying 100 yards away, a trail of crimson blood marking the air. Lang Qing rose and thrust her sword towards Hu Ren's back. Though Hu Ren did not turn his head, his body deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her strike once more. Subsequently, Hu Ren seized Lang Qing by her hair and forcefully hurled her to the ground. The impact was deafening as her forehead struck the stone, instantly staining her flowing hair with blood. Hu Ren did not relent, following up with a palm strike aimed at the back of her head. Witnessing this, Bai Yi's expression changed dramatically. He leaped into the air, not to attack, but to shield Lang Qing with his own body, fully aware that if that palm landed on her head, she would undoubtedly perish. Observing Bai Yi's audacious move, Shirshi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, are you throwing your life away?" She stomped her foot, ready to intervene, when suddenly a colossal python lunged forward, crashing into Hu Ren's waist. Hu Ren was sent flying several dozen yards. At that moment, Bai Yi rushed to Lang Qing's side, quickly helping her to retreat to safety. The giant python fixated on Hu Ren, hissing and roaring ferociously. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi concealed Lang Qing nearby. His heart raced as he recognized the python. It seemed to be the same one from before. Meanwhile, Hu Ren gazed at the python with a hint of madness. Just then, the python abruptly turned its gaze towards Bai Yi and the others. Hu Ren momentarily hesitated but quickly regained his composure and fled. Bai Yi's countenance, however, darkened. The python was hissing at him, its forked tongue flicking menacingly. Given that both he and Lang Qing were gravely injured, how could they possibly contend with such a formidable creature? Shir, with a serious expression, turned to Bai Yi and whispered, "Brother, I'll go out and divert its attention. You take Lang Shiji and escape first." Bai Yi quickly shook his head, saying, "That cannot be. I will divert its attention. You two should leave at once." Just then, Lang Qing staggered to her feet. As she rose, the colossal python let out a thunderous roar and lunged toward the three of them. Her hair, stained crimson with blood, billowed in the wind, and her eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. With a swift thrust of her sword, she struck the giant serpent, causing it to recoil several paces in surprise. The blade had penetrated its formidable body. One could hardly fathom that this massive creature, adorned with dark green scales, possessed such impenetrable armor. The exertion of that single strike seemed to drain her of all her strength, and she stumbled, on the verge of collapse. Bai Yi rushed forward to support her, and this time, Lang Qing did not resist his assistance. Bai Yi softly spoke, "Senior Sister Lang, take Shir and go. I will hold them off for you." Lang Qing pondered for a moment before replying, "Very well, I shall avenge you." With that, she staggered towards Shir, grasped her hand, and activated the teleportation array. Chapter 33, The Serpent Battle. Chapter 34, Madness. Several days later, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, and Shir hurriedly approached with a gentle smile. "Brother, you're awake. How do you feel?" Bai Yi glanced at his body, astonished to find that his previous injuries had miraculously healed. He then turned to Shir with a puzzled expression and inquired, Shir, what is going on?" Shir responded with a playful smile, "It's a secret." At that moment, Lang Qing approached and asked, "Are you awake?" Bai Yi felt a bit awkward upon seeing Lang Qing's greeting. What could the senior sister mean? Noticing Bai Yi's silence, Lang Qing turned and walked away, sitting cross-legged to meditate. Shir giggled, "Brother, doesn't happiness come rather unexpectedly?" Bai Yi was momentarily flustered, pondering, what on earth is going on? Then he inquired, "What about Hu Ren?" Poem's expression suddenly turned icy as she replied, "He has fled. However, that individual is indeed formidable. We must remain vigilant in the future." Bai Yi rose and approached Lang Qing, inquiring, "Sister Lang, are you uninjured?" Upon hearing this, Shir, who had just taken a sip of water, spluttered, causing a mess. She then began to cough violently. Lang Qing, meanwhile, cast a frosty glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt a bit awkward and scratched his head, saying, "Never mind. Just disregard what I said." Bai Yi stepped aside and sat down cross-legged, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength. He had hoped to remain hidden for a short while, believing that no one would discover him here, yet unexpectedly encountered Hu Ren. Cursing under his breath, he inquired, "Do you all partake in meat?" As Shir raised the roasted meat in her hand, Bai Yi blurted out, "The flesh of an ancient beast?" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena grew peculiar. Amidst a dense forest, Hu Ren sat cross-legged. At this moment, his injuries had nearly healed, and he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Bai Yi, wait for me." After speaking, he rose and departed, intent on continuing his search for Bai Yi. Within the Songyun Palace, Song Lan sat at the head, his brow furrowed. Mu Xiu had by now recovered, standing quietly in the hall, lost in thought. Song Lan suddenly spoke, "Elder Mu, please go to the Qingyun sect and retrieve that sword for me to examine." Mu Xiu sighed softly. That sword has already been taken by Chen Guangjin. Its whereabouts are now unknown. Song Lan expressed surprise. Chen Guangjin took it? What is he planning? Mu Xiu, feeling a tinge of regret, replied, "I should have brought the sword back sooner." Song Lan waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. For now, do not venture into the Black Wind Forest. There is something amiss there. Go and find Chen Guangjin instead. Bring him back." After a moment's hesitation, Mu Xiu turned and departed. In the Emperor's hall, Song Yu frowned as he perused a memorial in his hand. He murmured, "A serpent swarm has appeared in the Black Wind Forest? What is going on? Could it be related to that individual? That seems unlikely." Just then, a figure entered the hall and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, Chen Guangjin requests an audience." Song Yu, somewhat perplexed, pondered for a moment. "Let him in." Chen Guangjin entered the hall and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Witnessing this, Song Yu was taken aback. In his recollection, these factions had never regarded him as an emperor. What performance was Chen Guangjin attempting? Without overthinking, Song Yu smiled at him. "There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master Chen. What brings you here today?" Chen Guangjin rose and said respectfully, "I have an item to present to your Majesty." With that, he produced the heavenly sword. As Song Yu gazed upon the blade, astonishment washed over his face. This was no mere heavenly sword, it was unmistakably something else. While others might be misled, he certainly would not be, for he possessed a heavenly spear himself, and this sword was at least of mid-grade celestial quality. Noticing Song Yu's rapt attention on the sword, Chen Guangjin let out a silent sigh of relief. Song Yu turned his gaze to Chen Guangjin. "Why do you wish to bestow this sword upon me?" Chen Guangjin replied, "This sword cannot be safeguarded within my Qingyun sect." "Ha ha ha, you are quite candid. Do you believe my Emperor's Hall can provide better protection?" Song Yu laughed heartily. Chen Guangjin's expression darkened, and he was about to respond when Song Yu interjected. "Take the sword back. If your Qingyun sect cannot protect it, neither can my Emperor's Hall. It would be a jest. Had that girl not visited a few days ago, I might have been tempted. But now, this sword is undoubtedly a hot potato. Furthermore, once a celestial artifact has recognized its master, it possesses its own pride. Even if its owner is slain, it may not choose to recognize another." Chen Guangjin's face grew exceedingly grim. "Your Majesty, do you not wish to venture beyond this continent? This sword may present an opportunity to do so." Song Yu, growing impatient, replied, "Why go outside? To face defeat?" With a wave of his hand, he said, "You may leave." In the grand hall of the Sun family in Jincheng, Sun Yin was lost in thought when a voice interrupted. "Master, the head of the Zhou family has come to visit." Sun Yin, puzzled, wondered about the purpose of the visit and then spoke. "Please invite him in." "Ha ha ha, brother Sun, it has been many years. How have you been?" A robust middle-aged man entered the hall, dressed in an excessively loose brocade robe that appeared quite ill-fitting. He held up the garment with both hands, as if fearing that letting it drop would cause him to trip. This man was Zhou Yuan, the head of the Zhou family. Sun Yin rose and clasped his fists in greeting. "Brother Zhou, what a rare guest you are." With a chuckle, they took their seats opposite each other. Zhou Yuan suddenly asked, "Brother Sun, have you heard of that sword?" Sun Yin furrowed his brow slightly. "Of course. I have heard of it." Zhou Yuan continued, "It is said that this sword could elevate our cultivation to the next level. We have lingered at this realm for centuries. If this sword truly possesses such power..." Sun Yin shook his head with a smile. "It is unlikely to be that simple, after all. It is merely a sword." Zhou Yuan's expression grew grave. "It is rumored to be an artifact from beyond our realm." Sun Yin chuckled lightly. "I am already aware of this. To be frank, brother Zhou, I have no interest in that sword. If you have come for this matter, I fear you will be disappointed." Zhou Yuan, though somewhat reluctant, realized Sun Yan's resolve left him no recourse. Initially, he had hoped to collaborate with Sun Yin to seize the sword, but it now appeared impossible. Moments later, Zhou Yuan departed from the Sun family estate. In the Black Wind Forest, Bai Yi was fervently cultivating, having reached the 12th layer of qi condensation, which was his limit. He prepared to break through to the qi master realm, while Lang Qing was striving for the 13th layer of qi mastery. Sure watched the two with a dazed expression, pondering the recent events. Had her arrival altered Bai Ye's fate? Or had she merely assisted him through numerous crises? A wave of confusion washed over her. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Bai Ye's body. Sure turned to look. noticing the flowers and trees around him trembling slightly, and thought, has he succeeded? With a sudden cough, Bai Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Sure hurried over. Brother, what happened? Bai Yi smiled broadly, exclaiming, I am striving to reach the 8th layer of Qi mastery. And I nearly found myself pierced by Xian Qi. Sure stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Did you really leap directly from condensation Qi to the 8th layer of Qi mastery? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 35. The fish that slipped through the net. At this moment, Lang Qing slowly opened his eyes, regarding Bai Yi as if he were a monster, incredulously asking, Are you even human? Bai Yi was utterly speechless. Is this truly how one praises another? He promptly sealed his lips, for he did not believe he could withstand her sword strike at this moment. Just then, a near-mad roar echoed. Finally, I have found you. Die. The three turned to see it was Hu Ren. Bai Yi's expression darkened. Why does this old man persistently haunt us? Having uttered this, he activated the teleportation array. And in an instant, the three vanished from their location. Hu Ren, witnessing their disappearance, let out another furious roar. By the city's riverbank, Chen Guangjian wore a grim expression, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Master Chen, where are you headed? Turning around, he saw Mu Xiao staring intently at him from a distance. Upon seeing Mu Xiao, Chen Guangjian felt somewhat uneasy. Elder Mu, Master Chen, your countenance seems rather off. A few days ago, I visited your sect and learned that you left with that sword. Are you planning to keep it for yourself? Chen Guangjian hurriedly replied with a smile. Elder Mu must be mistaken. How could I do such a thing? I intended to take the sword to capture Bai Yi and deliver both him and the sword to you. Mu Xiao chuckled lightly. If that is the case, then accompany me to Songyun Academy. I have my own methods to deal with that young man, Bai Yi. Chen Guangjian sensed trouble brewing and turned to leave. But at that moment, Mu Xiao launched a punch at him. A powerful aura enveloped Chen Guangjian, rendering him unable to evade. With a thunderous crash, he was sent tumbling back hundreds of feet. Once he halted, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in horror at Mu Xiao. Elder Mu, what is the meaning of this? Mu Xiao approached Chen Guangjian closely. I am taking you somewhere. After speaking, he led Chen Guangjian towards the direction of Songyun Academy. He had no intention of killing Chen Guangjian. After all, the Elder of Creation had once stated that their generation must not lay hands on Bai Yi. However, Chen Guangjian was permitted to act against Bai Yi, given the latter's crime of treason against the sect. As the sect leader, Chen Guangjian was thus authorized to address this matter. Mu Xiao brought Chen Guangjian to the Songyun Hall. Upon seeing Song Lan, Chen Guangjian immediately bowed respectfully. Director Song. Song Lan looked at Chen Guangjian. Is that sword in your possession? Chen Guangjian quickly produced the sword and handed it to Song Lan. Here it is. With the situation as it was, he would not hesitate any longer and promptly surrendered the sword. Song Lan received the sword and examined it closely. Indeed, it had already recognized its master, and now it could not be wielded by anyone else. After a moment, he turned to Mu Xiao and inquired, Is Bai Yi still in the Blackwind Forest? Mu Xiao replied, Yes, our men have not detected his exit from the forest. Song Lan nodded gently and looked at Chen Guangjian. Master Chen, do you not intend to cleanse your sect of traitors? Chen Guangjian quickly agreed. I shall address the matter of that traitorous disciple at once. Just as he was about to depart, Song Lan suddenly spoke up. In that case, I shall send Elder Mu and several array masters to accompany you, to lend you a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangjian's heart sank, and he quickly responded, I am sufficient on my own. Mu Xiao chuckled softly. Let us go together. With that, Mu Xiao led Chen Guangjian out of the grand hall. Bai Yi and the two women were secretly huddled together, engaged in a discussion, when suddenly the sound of a scuffle reached their ears. Bai Yi turned to the two ladies and suggested, Let us go and investigate. With that, the three of them stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Upon seeing the combatants, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, a surge of sword energy erupted, swiftly eliminating three of the assailants. The remaining individual stood in a daze, exclaiming, What just happened? At that moment, Bai Yi emerged from the shadows, recognizing him. Bai Zhe? This individual was indeed Bai Zhe, the grandson of the Bai family steward. It was undeniable that Bai Yi felt a twinge of surprise upon encountering Bai Zhe. He had believed himself to be the sole survivor of the massacre that had befallen their clan. To his astonishment, he discovered that another had managed to escape. Bai Zhe was lost in thought when he heard someone calling his name, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Upon turning around and seeing it was young Master Bai Yi, he was instantly filled with immense joy. Young Master Bai Yi? Bai Yi hurried over and embraced Bai Zhe, smiling as he said, I once believed I was the sole survivor of that ordeal. Little did I know that you, too, have managed to endure. Bai Zhe's expression darkened. At the time of the incident, I was away on business and not present in the family. Upon my return, I found the place in utter disarray, and I soon learned that it was the Tang family who were responsible. Moreover, the members of the Tang family were still searching for other members of the Bai clan, forcing me to hide in various places. Bai Yi let out a soft sigh and remarked, Let us not dwell on past events. I shall assuredly avenge this grievance. With that, he turned his gaze toward Shi and Lang Qing's direction, calling out, You two may emerge. Lang Qing and Shi stepped forth from their concealed position. And upon seeing the two women, Bai Zhe exhibited a hint of wariness. Bai Yi promptly remarked, This is senior sister Lang, and this is Miss Shi. They're all our own. Bai Zhe's expression softened as he clasped his fists. Greetings, senior sister Lang and Miss Shi. Shi scrutinized Bai Zhe for a moment before turning to Bai Yi and inquired, Brother, is this one of the overlooked members of your family? Upon hearing her words, the expressions of several individuals shifted to something peculiar. Shi appeared to realize her misstep and quickly corrected herself. I meant to say, is this a survivor? Bai Yi nodded, then glanced around and whispered, This place is unsafe. We must first find a place to conceal ourselves. Shi agreed, saying, Yes. Let us hide for now. Otherwise, that old fellow will pursue us once more. As they made their way, Bai Yi inquired of Bai Zhe, Who were those individuals I just faced? Bai Zhe shook his head. I am unfamiliar with them as well, but they are likely disciples sent by the sect for training. Recently, many individuals have arrived in this Black Wind Forest. I had intended to leave this place in search of a new location. Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Is there not still more than a month remaining until the trial? Bai Zhe remarked, Recently, this place has been frequently besieged by formidable demonic beasts. It is said that just a few days ago, Elder Mu Xiao from Tsungyun Academy encountered a horde of serpent demons, and it was only due to the personal intervention of the Academy's head that he was rescued. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Before voicing their astonishment, What business does that old fellow Mu Xiao have here? Shi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi and replied, Of course, he has come to seek you. A chill ran through Bai Yi's heart. Does Mu Xiao know that we are hiding in this Black Wind Forest? Shi nodded. He must have found out. Or perhaps that old rogue Huron informed Mu Xiao. Bai Yi's expression darkened somewhat. Hiding like this is not a solution. Eventually, they will discover our whereabouts. Suddenly, Shi's lips curled into a smile. If the older ones come after us, we shall flee, but if we encounter their younger ones, we shall eliminate them. Bai Yi glanced at Shi, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and saying, He, indeed, after all, we possess the teleportation array. When confronted with the elderly, we shall flee. When faced with the young, we shall strike. Bai Zhe, somewhat perplexed by the conversation between the two, inquired, Young master, are the elders still pursuing you? As Bai Yi was about to speak, a voice resonated. Chapter 36, The Lingering Souls. Chapter 37, The Confrontation of Enemies. Days later, Bai Yi slowly set down the book in his hands. After hesitating for a moment, he took out several dozen spirit stones and began to inscribe intricate patterns upon them. Meanwhile, Lang Qing had surged into the first layer of the returning Dan realm. At that moment, she was holding a green longsword, deeply immersed in contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and with a swift motion, she thrust the green sword forward. A beam of sword light erupted, shattering the surrounding air into fragments. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura surged forth from the sword light, obliterating nearby trees, which were reduced to nothingness by this overwhelming force. Beside her, Shi gazed in astonishment. Her eyes wide. This person is extraordinary. I never imagined that merely achieving the returning Dan would yield such a qualitative leap. Lang Qing retracted her longsword, murmuring to herself, No, it should be possible to attain even greater strength. With this thought, she prepared to strike once more. Just then, a young man appeared not far from them. It was Tang Zio. Upon seeing Bai Yi and the others, he paused momentarily. Then a smile of delight crept across his face. He promptly crushed a communication talisman and remarked, What a surprise to encounter you all here. Bai Yi set down the spirit stone in his hand and rose to meet Tang Zio's gaze, a hint of mockery in his voice as he spoke. Ah, it is you, brother Tang Zio. Have you come to spar with me, perhaps drawn by the recent surge in my strength? Upon hearing this, Tang Zio did not display any anger. Instead, he offered a subtle smile. Bai Yi, I find myself perplexed. We clearly struck you down at the time. Yet here you stand, very much alive. Bai Yi let out a cold snort, remarking, "Ah, could it be that you were not merely dreaming back then? I distinctly recall witnessing the three of you joining forces to shatter a tree, and then departing in a state of self-satisfaction." I found myself pondering, was Tang Zhao perhaps so engrossed in his training that he lost his senses? At that moment, Shi leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, "Brother, let us not be complacent, shall we? That person has already summoned help." Upon hearing Shi's words, Bai Yi's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Summon help? He realized he had indeed overlooked the fact that Tang Zhao had crushed a communication talisman, leading him to believe that their adversary was singular and thus not worthy of concern. Longqing suddenly interjected with a chilling tone, "Shall we kill?" Tang Zhao could not help but burst into laughter at this statement. Kill? Ha ha ha, this little sister speaks without engaging her intellect. However, his laughter was abruptly cut short as a sword pressed against his brow, its tip penetrating half an inch into his flesh, a trickle of blood beginning to flow. Tang Zhao was struck with terror. "How can this be? Who are you? Why is your sword so swift?" Ignoring his question, Longqing turned to Bai Yi and asked, "Shall we kill or not?" Bai Yi's expression was somewhat peculiar as he pondered. Why does this cold sister inquire about me when she intends to kill someone? Wasn't it she who previously eliminated those she found displeasing? Without dwelling on it further, he addressed Longqing, stating, "Let us refrain from killing for now. I wish to observe whom he summons." Longqing abruptly sheathed her sword, the swift motion accompanied by a sharp sound, and once again, a spray of crimson erupted. Tang Zhao hastily covered the space between his brows, staggering back a few steps, his countenance marked by confusion. He recognized with clarity that he was no match for this woman, for her earlier strike had come without warning. Even the sound of the blade had registered before he could fully comprehend the situation. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Who exactly was this woman? "Tang brother, is there a pressing matter that necessitates your urgent transmission of the sound talisman?" A voice emerged, and shortly thereafter, 5 young men materialized in the vicinity. Upon noticing Bai Yi and his companions, the 5 initially displayed a momentary surprise, then turned their gaze to Tang Zhao. Their expression shifted dramatically upon observing the bloodstain upon his brow. "Tang brother, what has happened to you?" one of them queried, pointing toward the blood. Tang Zhao glowered at Bai Yi and the others, declaring, "We collectively executed them." The 5 exchanged glances with Bai Yi and his companions, their faces revealing astonishment. "Is he truly Bai Yi?" One appeared to recognize him and inquired of Tang Zhao. Tang Zhao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he aided me in eliminating them today. In the future, my Tang family shall owe you a favor." Upon hearing this, the 5 men exhibited expressions of delight. While a favor from Tang Zhao might not carry substantial weight, a favor from the Tang family was an entirely different matter. They recalled that Elder Mu Xiao of Tsangyun Academy was aligned with the Tang family. With this realization, the 5 discreetly resolved to secure this favor from the Tang family. Bai Yi suddenly spoke. "Have all your people arrived?" One individual stepped forward and shouted, "Today marks your demise." With that, he charged fiercely at Bai Yi, followed by the others who rushed towards him. However, Tang Zhao discreetly took a few steps back. As the 5 approached, Bai Yi formed his fingers into a sword and struck down fiercely. A beam of sword light directly cleaved into the foremost attacker, sending him flying several yards away. Yet, the remaining 4 had already closed in on Bai Yi. Longqing was about to intervene but was halted by Shi, who insisted, "Sister, let my brother handle this himself. He must temper himself in the crucible of life and death. While cultivation is crucial, the awareness of battle cannot be overlooked. In confrontations where strength is comparable, the one with superior battle instinct holds an undeniable advantage." Longqing nodded gently, "Very well." As the 4 assailants surged forward, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes and deftly sidestepped an incoming strike. Immediately, the tip of his finger released a beam of sword light aimed at another foe. The other 2 seized the opportunity, launching simultaneous punches at Bai Yi. He disregarded their blows as the sword light pierced one man's chest, resulting in a splatter of blood as he fell lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, the other 2's fists connected with Bai Yi, sending him tumbling backward a few steps. Yet, as he fell, another beam of sword light shot forth, targeting one of his attackers. Seeing the incoming light, the man brandished a stick to parry Bai Yi's strike. Meanwhile, the other 2 reappeared in front of Bai Yi, causing his heart to race as he sidestepped one of their assaults. Following this, he delivered a powerful punch to the other, producing a resounding impact that sent him staggering back several yards. On the other side, Tang Zhao's face displayed astonishment. During the previous pursuit of Bai Yi, he had not exhibited such strength. In just a few short months, he had grown remarkably. Yet, he reminded himself that the 5 he summoned were all experts at the 4th level of chi manipulation, and now one of them had already fallen to Bai Ye's hand. Just then, with a howl, another assailant was struck down by Bai Yi. Tang Xiao gazed in shock at Bai Yi, who seemed to grow more formidable with each encounter. After eliminating 2 adversaries, his momentum surged. The remaining 3 appeared to realize something and retreated to Tang Xiao's side. One of them glared at Tang Xiao, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted angrily, "Young Master Tang, we are fighting for our lives, and you seem rather untroubled." The other 2 shared similar expressions of dissatisfaction towards Tang Xiao. "Indeed, young Master Tang, 2 of us have already perished. Why do you not take action? What do you intend?" Tang Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. "We should leave." "Leave? Did I permit your departure?" Bai Yi approached Tang Xiao and the others slowly. Tang Xiao spoke solemnly, "I underestimated you." As he said this, he crushed a communication talisman. Chapter 38. Invincible in Oneself. Bai Yi observed Tang Xiao crushing another communication talisman, and a flicker of unease crossed her mind. "Are you attempting to leverage your numbers against my solitude?" Tang Xiao fixed his gaze firmly upon Bai Yi, declaring, "Today, you shall meet your demise, whether by fate or by my hand." Bai Yi suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. We shall see if you possess the requisite skills." With that, he unleashed a formidable strike, a sword that cleaved the earth, emanating a terrifying aura that instantly engulfed Tang Xiao and his 3 companions. Under the weight of this dread pressure, the surrounding air churned like a tumultuous river, creating waves that surged and receded. In the next moment, a colossal beam of sword light descended upon Tang Xiao and his companions. Upon witnessing this strike, Tang Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically. He retaliated with a fierce punch directed at the sword light, while the other 3 also joined in defense. With a resounding crash, Tang Xiao was sent flying several dozen yards, colliding with a substantial tree before coming to a halt. The other 3, however, were cleaved in twain by the sword light. With terror etched on his face, Tang Xiao gazed at Bai Yi, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" As he spoke, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. Without uttering a single word, Bai Yi thrust his sword once more, aiming directly at Tang Xiao's chest. However, the blade's radiance shattered violently half a foot from Tang Xiao's heart, a formidable force rebounding Bai Yi to his original position. An elderly figure materialized before Tang Xiao, none other than Mu Xiao, accompanied by Chen Guangjian. Mu Xiao turned to Tang Xiao and urged, "You should leave first." The appearance of Mu Xiao darkened the expressions of Bai Yi and his companions. Lung Qing fixed an intense gaze upon Chen Guangjian, her chilling aura instilling a sense of dread. Mu Xiao regarded Bai Yi and his group with a faint smile, declaring, "There is no time like the present. Let us bid you farewell today." He then turned to Chen Guangjian, stating, "I shall not interfere with matters within your sect. You must resolve them on your own." Upon hearing Mu Xiao's words, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, challenging, "Old man Mu, come here and engage in a battle of 300 rounds with me." Yet, Mu Xiao merely shook his head with a smile, replying, "Little brat, you lack the qualification to compel me to act." Lung Qing stepped forward, asserting, "I shall avenge my master." With her right hand gripping her sword, she pointed its tip at Chen Guangjian, coldly declaring, "Today, I seek retribution for my master." Chen Guangjian scoffed, "Today I will cleanse the sect, upholding its rules, and eradicate the traitors one by one." With that, a long spear appeared in his grasp. The sight of the spear cast a shadow of seriousness over Bai Yi. He stepped forward, aligning himself with Lung Qing. "Sister, elder son perished because of me. Let us avenge her together." Lung Qing remained impassive, responding simply, "Agreed." Suddenly, Chen Guangjian swung his spear, unleashing a flurry of blade-like rays towards Bai Yi and Lung Qing. In unison, they sprang into action to defend themselves. It must be said that Lung Qing's rapid increase in strength was somewhat alarming. Previously, the 3 of them had barely managed to withstand Chen Guangjian's onslaught. Now, however, Lung Qing effortlessly deflected the majority of the attacks on her own. Mu Xiao observed this scene with narrowed eyes, lost in contemplation. Bai Yi, seizing the opportunity, utilized the cold azure to deflect most of the razor-sharp energies, then swiftly drew back and unleashed a powerful strike towards Chen Guangjian, a strike that cleaved the earth and emerged with unparalleled ferocity, tearing the surrounding air asunder. A brilliant beam of light surged forth, slicing through the myriad of sharp energies aimed at Chen Guangjian, obliterating them in its path. observing Bai Ye's formidable attack. Qin Guangjian's expression turned grave. He halted his thrusting spear and lunged fiercely toward the beam of light. With a resounding clash, the spear collided with the sword's brilliance. The luminous beam shattered, yet Qin Guangjian was forced to retreat several paces. Xing Qing then advanced, delivering a thrust with her sword, which was already remarkably swift. Now, with all her might, the strike transcended the limits of human perception as it darted toward the space between Qin Guangjian's brows. A sharp sound echoed as her blade halted mere inches from him, thwarted by an impenetrable barrier of light, enveloping him completely. Beside them, Shi observed the scene with furrowed brows, realizing that a formation master had been summoned. Failing to land her blow, Xing Qing retreated swiftly. However, just as she attempted to withdraw, Qin Guangjian retaliated with a fierce thrust of his spear. With no time to evade, she was forced to hastily parry with her sword. Yet, a rush strike could scarcely withstand the full force of Qin Guangjian's assault. Xing Qing was violently propelled 100 paces away, crashing to the ground and spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ye's eyes widened with fury. Receive another strike from my sword. With that, he brought his fingers together, and a glimmer of cold light emanated from his fingertips, flickering ominously. As this beam of icy radiance flickered, the surrounding space seemed to be effortlessly sliced open, as if it were mere parchment. This was a strand of sword light composed of several hundred zhang of profound energy. And gazing at it, Bai Yi let out a maniacal laugh. You shall perish. He then pointed decisively at Qin Guangjian. With a swift whoosh, devoid of grandiose spectacle or overwhelming aura, an ordinary yet remarkably swift strand of sword light shot towards Qin Guangjian. Mu Xiu's complexion changed drastically upon witnessing this sword light, and he urgently shouted to Qin Guangjian, retreat quickly. Qin Guangjian, acutely aware of the peril this sword light posed, began to retreat even before Mu Xiu's words fully registered. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of the sword light. With a sharp sound, the sword light pierced through the protective barrier enveloping Qin Guangjian and struck directly between his brows. A trickle of blood began to flow slowly from that point. And Qin Guangjian's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, how did you accomplish this? Yet, before Bai Yi could respond, he collapsed, succumbing to an untimely death. Mu Xiu cast a lingering glance at Bai Yi before turning to leave. He understood that if he intervened now, he could easily annihilate Bai Yi and his companions. However, he was unwilling to gamble. The appearance of that enigmatic elder would spell trouble. While Qin Guangjian's actions had gone unimpeded due to his esteemed reputation, Mu Xiu knew that taking action himself would be an act of bullying the weak, which was clearly unacceptable. After Bai Yi unleashed that brilliant sword light, he collapsed onto the ground, having exhausted all the profound energy within him. Shi approached his side and inquired, brother, are you all right? Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. What about senior sister Lung? Is she all right? Fortunately, came the reassuring voice of Lung Qing. Bai Yi let out a long sigh of relief, expressing that all was well. We must leave this place swiftly, he urged. A thought seemed to strike him, and he inquired with a hint of confusion. But why did Mu Xiu depart? Why did he spare our lives? Shi echoed his bewilderment. I too find myself pondering this matter. Suddenly, Lung Qing interjected. According to my master, it is forbidden for the elder generation to lay hands upon the younger in the Tsungyan continent. Bai Yi inquired. How could Qin Guangjian turn against us? Long Qing replied softly, we were once disciples of the Qingyan sect, and he, as the sect master, has deemed us traitors. Thus, his actions against us are, in a sense, justified. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi suddenly asked Shi, do you think my previous strike could have slain Mu Xiu? Shi's expression turned slightly peculiar as she responded, brother, do you truly consider yourself invincible? Qin Guangjian is merely at the condensation sea realm, while Mu Xiu has attained the Lord's realm. And you? You are merely at the Qi manipulation stage. Are you aware of the vast difference in realms between you? Bai Yi spoke somewhat unnaturally. Did you not say that realms are insignificant? Shi was utterly speechless, and after a brief silence, replied, indeed, your sword can surely vanquish Mu Xiu. Come, let us pursue him. Bai Yi suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and cleared his throat lightly, suggesting, let us spare him for now. We should first seek a place to tend to our wounds. Chapter 39. Eliminate them all, Elder Mu. Why do you not eliminate him when such a splendid opportunity presents itself? Lu Changxing remarked with a scornful expression. Mu Xiu's face darkened, and he replied, if you possess the capability, then by all means, proceed. Han Chonglin, somewhat perplexed, turned his gaze toward Mu Xiu. With an expression of discontent, Mu Xiu recounted. When Tang Xianfeng and I attempted to eliminate Bai Yi, Just as we were on the verge of success, an unexpected individual intervened. He warned us that our generation must not take action against him, lest he be inclined to bestow upon us a formidable calamity. Lu Chongqing laughed derisively. Calamity? What calamity could that be? Han Chonglin's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, could it be the Calamity Elder? Mu Xiu nodded, it is likely him. Lu Chongqing, with a skeptical demeanor, questioned, who is the Calamity Elder? Ignoring Lu's inquiry, Mu Xiu murmured, this situation is rather troublesome, even Qin Guangjian has fallen to him. I fear that among the younger generation, no one possesses the strength to vanquish this individual. After a moment of contemplation, Han Chonglin asked, what shall we do next? Mu Xiu pondered briefly before responding, let us return and allow the dean to make the decision. With that, the group departed from the Black Wind Forest. Days later, talented disciples from various sects began to arrive at the Black Wind Forest. Songyan Academy, Qingyan Sect, Xiamen Sect, Zhenyuan Sect, Blood Moon Sect, along with numerous esteemed families, dispatched their youthful prodigies to partake in this trial. This trial, organized by Songyun Academy, aimed to hone the abilities of the younger generation. The choice of the Black Wind Forest as the venue was due to the recent discovery of low-tier demonic beasts in the area, which provided an ideal opportunity for the young aspirants to sharpen their skills and enhance their combat prowess. Seated within the Songyan Hall, Kanglin inquired, Elder Mu, has the bounty been disseminated? Mu Xiu confirmed, it has been subtly circulated. Kanglin continued, if we allow Bai Yi to escape again this time. Mu Xiu interjected sternly, I refuse to believe he can evade capture amidst hundreds of people. Over the past few days, Master Han and I have quietly set up numerous formidable formations within the Black Wind Forest. No matter his prowess, he shall not escape. Bai Yi and his companions were savoring freshly roasted meat when they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Bai Yi turned to look and saw 3 young men walking towards them. Lung Qing furrowed his brows and remarked, I don't recognize them. The trio paused momentarily upon seeing Bai Yi and his friends. One of them clasped his fists and smiled, apologies for the interruption. We haven't seen anything. With that, the 3 turned and walked away. Bai Yi, perplexed, wore a bewildered expression, pondering their intentions. Shi's face flushed slightly as she remarked, brother, is that person unwell? Lung Qing interjected decisively, we must leave at once. Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, why? The few individuals were seeking assistance. Lung Qing replied in a calm tone. Sure, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, remarked, are you suggesting that they are aware we are not their match and are seeking others to confront us? Lung Qing nodded. Bai Yi, appearing indifferent, responded, let them come. As long as they do not bring the elder, we shall eliminate as many as they send. Suddenly, Shi interjected, what if the elder were to arrive? Bai Yi nonchalantly remarked, they dare not. Just then, faint sounds could be heard from a distance. Hurry, do not let them escape. This time, if we eliminate them, we shall acquire 100 spirit stones. The mere thought is exhilarating. Hush, keep your voices down, lest they overhear us. Those 2 women are rather appealing. Perhaps we should incapacitate their cultivation first, he said, revealing a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, Lung Qing's expression instantly turned frosty, and Bai Yi beside her could not help but shudder. Shi murmured to herself, do these people possess no intellect? Or have they grown weary of living? Moments later, a group of individuals approached and encircled Bai Yi and his companions. One among them shouted, you must be Bai Yi, right? Now I present you with 2 choices. First, take your own life, and we shall leave your corpse intact, while considering sparing these 2 beauties. Second, we will slay you and then strip these ladies of their powers before putting them to death after we have had our fill of amusement. A brief chuckle escaped his lips before it was abruptly silenced, for a bloodied hole appeared in his forehead. The remaining individuals stood frozen in shock at this scene. At that moment, another person declared, let us attack together. They are but 3. What is there to fear? With that, he charged toward Bai Yi and his companions, prompting the others to unsheath their weapons and launch an assault. A thunderous cacophony erupted as blades clashed and flashes of light danced through the air. In an instant, the residual force of their strikes shattered the surrounding trees as the group unleashed their might. Each attack was ferociously sharp, and every collision sparked like lightning. Clang, clang, clang. Although Bai Yi and Lung Qing possess formidable strength, they find themselves struggling against the simultaneous onslaught of over a dozen adversaries. One misstep could lead to being struck by the enemy. After several intense clashes, a blade finally finds its mark on Bai Yi's back, leaving a deep gash that exposes bone, while blood stains her garments crimson. Lung Qing, too, is in a similar plight, despite her rapid swordplay. There are always foes ready to counter her strikes at critical moments. A fierce barrage ensues, clashing sounds echoing through the air. Suddenly, a chilling cry pierces the chaos as a figure is sent hurtling away. Upon closer inspection, it is revealed to be a headless corpse. The tide of battle has begun to claim lives, and soon another agonizing scream erupts as two severed heads roll from the fray. As casualties mount, the fierce conflict approaches its denouement. At this juncture, both Bai Yi and Lang Qing bear varying degrees of injury, their bodies marred with blood, rendering it impossible to discern whose blood stains their forms. Lung Qing's cold, piercing gaze radiates an inexorable aura of vengeance, her disheveled hair swirling with the scent of carnage, while her blood-soaked gown evokes the presence of death itself. In the wake of continual lamentations and cries of despair, it becomes evident that more lives are being extinguished in the wake of the tumult. Before long, a lone figure kneels before Bai Yi, the only survivor among the fallen. This individual is the one whom Shi had instructed Bai Yi to spare, a potential source of insight into the motivations behind the assault on them. Bai Yi gazed coldly at the young man trembling on the ground before him. "Why have you come to take my life?" The man stammered in response. "A bounty has been issued. Whoever kills you will be rewarded with hundreds of spirit stones." Bai Yi then inquired, "Who issued this?" "It was someone from Canyon Academy." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi could not help but furrow his brow. The elders dare not come, so they send the young ones instead? After uttering these words, he cast a glance at the individual kneeling before him. "You may leave now." The man, upon hearing he was permitted to depart, rose hastily, as if granted a reprieve. However, after taking only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, as the cold, azure blade had already pierced through his brow. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Bai Yi gazed at Lang Qing in silence. Long Qing spoke, "Heal your wounds, and then wait." Shi couldn't help but sigh. "I hope they remain a bit more foolish." Bai Yi cast a glance at the corpse on the ground, remarking upon the wretchedness of the souls laid bare. As the three were about to depart, a voice resonated through the air. Chapter 40. The world has changed. Chapter 41. The killing array. Bai Yi slowly stepped into Yun Shang's room, a sensation of familiarity enveloping her. Suddenly, it seemed as though she could hear Yun Shang's voice beside her. "Little Yezi, I crave meat." Bai Yi instinctively replied, "All right." However, she paused slightly afterward, then smiled bitterly. "Shanger, how have you been?" "Yes, indeed, I am quite well. Without your presence, I find my ears much more at peace." Yun Shang's voice resonated once again beside Bai Yi's ear. "Tears glisten in my eyes. Bai Yi, Shanger, do you know? I miss you dearly. What do you miss me for? Do you wish for me to strike you?" Bai Yi slowly settled upon the bed of Yun Shang, inquiring, "Could you strike me once more?" "Humph, why would I waste my energy on you?" The trio, Shi and her companions, observed Bai Yi as he spoke to himself in a trance-like manner. Just as Lung Qing stepped forward, Shi restrained her, saying, "Senior sister, let him find his own peace for a while." With that, she took Lang Qing by the hand and departed, while Yang Xiao sighed and followed suit. The words spoken by Yun Shang lingered in Bai Yi's ears. "For your family, for your master, and for me as well." Bai Yi clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. "Shanger, you must wait for me. Wait for me to find you." Having spoken, he rose and slowly stepped out of the room, shutting the door firmly behind him. He made his way towards his own room, moving slowly yet with unwavering determination. His already slender figure appeared even more fragile at that moment. No one knew what thoughts consumed him, nor what intentions lay beneath his silence. The trio, Shi and her companions, couldn't help but feel a wave of concern for Bai Yi's state. Suddenly, Lang Qing remarked, "Your brother is quite admirable." Shi was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a wry smile, "Don't you think he is too emotionally driven?" Lung Qing shook his head. "If a person lacks emotions, what is the purpose of living?" Shi looked at Lang Qing with confusion. After a brief silence, Lang Qing added, "I am different from you all." Yang Xiao opened his mouth as if to inquire further, but a mere glance from Lang Qing silenced him. It must be said that Yang Xiao was perplexed. How could someone as seemingly cold and unfeeling as Lang Qing assert that life without emotions held no meaning? If it were meaningless, then why live at all? Naturally, he dared not voice his thoughts, for he doubted his ability to withstand Lang Qing's piercing gaze. Time flowed swiftly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Bai Yi isolated himself in his room, venturing out not once. Shi, several times eager to check on him, found her attempts thwarted by Lung Qing. Bai Yi remained alone in his room, refraining from reflecting on past events or continuing his cultivation. Instead, he fervently immersed himself in the array books left behind by Yunshang. After countless days of contemplation, although he was yet unable to effortlessly inscribe the void array patterns like Yunshang, he had managed to sketch some simpler ones with considerable difficulty. Several days later, a myriad of auras approached the five-star academy, among which were numerous powerful beings of the returning Dan realm, and the Chi Mastery realm boasted even more than 100. "Brother, there are visitors. Come out and fight," Shir called from in front of Bai Ye's door. A moment later, the door creaked open, and Bai Ye emerged. Upon seeing him, Shir eagerly tugged at his arm and, with a hint of playfulness, exclaimed, "Brother, you've had me terribly worried these past few days." Bai Ye smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing. Have they arrived?" Yang Xiao interjected, "Indeed, there seems to be quite a number of them this time." Bai Ye let out a cold laugh. "It matters not." Upon finishing his words, he began to arrange a formation. Precisely the entrapment array he had attempted previously in the Black Wind Forest. At that time, he had not succeeded before being discovered by Tang Zio, and thereafter he refrained from further attempts at array formation. This time, he sought to set up this entrapment array to confront those who sought to take his life. After a brief moment, Bai Ye returned to the side of Shir, uncertain of the power his formation could unleash. He nonetheless felt confident that it would suffice to deal with the approaching adversaries. Shir gazed at Bai Ye with a hint of astonishment. While others might lack understanding of formations and fail to discern the array Bai Ye had just arranged, she had perused Bai Ye's tomes on formations and was taken aback by the array he had constructed. To her surprise, it was a fourth-tier entrapment array. Previously, she had only known Bai Ye to be capable of inscribing basic teleportation and ordinary defensive arrays. The fact that he had directly crafted a fourth-tier entrapment array indeed left her somewhat astounded, as this formation was far more formidable than the earlier teleportation array. Yang Xiao wore a peculiar expression. "Junior brother Bai, you claim to be adept at arranging formations?" Bai Ye chuckled. "I just learned it." Before Yang Xiao could utter another word, a multitude of figures suddenly appeared before the crowd. One of them burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Aha! Indeed it is here." Hardly had the words escaped his lips when dozens more figures materialized within the vicinity. In the blink of an eye, the entire courtyard was encircled tightly. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as several hundred individuals present. Among them, over 100 were at the returning Dan stage, with more than 10 at the Dan formation stage, while the remainder comprised those at the Chi Master stage. It must be said that this assembly was indeed formidable, should they unite. Even a formidable expert at the sea condensation stage would likely meet a bitter end. Bai Ye surveyed the surroundings and spoke, "Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Today, all of you have come to take my life for the bounty. I shall not hold it against you, but I will show no mercy." Bai Ye naturally understood the intentions of those who had come. Were he in their position, he would act similarly. Regardless of enmity or friendship, when the stakes are sufficiently high, all dilemmas fade into insignificance. He would show no mercy to these individuals. Although most of those present had harbored no animosity towards Bai Ye in the past, they now found themselves on opposing sides. One must never entertain notions of compassion or kindness when confronting adversaries. In truth, Yang Xiao felt a twinge of panic at that moment. He had not anticipated such a formidable assembly united in their intent to eliminate Bai Ye. He had assumed that, motivated by the bounty, a collective effort against Bai Ye was improbable. Yet, it was evident that they had indeed joined forces. Yang Xiao cast a furtive glance at Bai Ye and awkwardly inquired, "Can your formation truly withstand them?" "To be frank, I am feeling rather anxious right now." Bai Ye gazed at Yang Xiao earnestly and declared, "Rest assured, should my senior brother encounter misfortune, I shall avenge him." Yang Xiao's lips curled in a sardonic smile. What use is revenge? At that moment, a young man across from them spoke up. "Bai Ye, you are now surrounded. It would be wise to surrender promptly. Perhaps we may grant you a swift end." Bai Ye lifted his gaze towards the young man, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Might I inquire, dear sir, is your intention to take my life driven by the bounty proclaimed by Tsangyun Academy?" The young man chuckled softly. "Indeed, that is the case. To speak candidly, we harbor no enmity towards you, young Master Bai. Were it not for that enticing reward, we would not find ourselves in opposition to you. However, in pursuit of that bounty, we have regrettably found ourselves at odds with you." Bai Ye sighed softly, alas. "However, to my knowledge, that bounty only concerns a single earth-ranked weapon. I wonder how you intend to divide it." At that moment, another young man interjected. "There is no need for young Master Bai to concern himself with the division. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously silent young man suddenly declared, "Let us attack together." With that command, hundreds of individuals surged forth towards Bai Yi and his companions. Bai Yi gazed upon the hundreds of approaching figures, his countenance serene. Yet an undercurrent of uncertainty gnawed at his heart. He harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of the grand formation he had orchestrated. Could it truly ensnare such a multitude? Should it fail, the fate of his companions would be sealed, devoid of any glimmer of hope. It was not merely the presence of over a dozen individuals at the core formation stage that posed a threat. Even the sheer number of several hundred at the chi refinement stage was sufficient to spell their doom. At times, the weight of numbers is a decisive factor. Unless there exists a substantial disparity in cultivation levels, the advantage of numbers can easily compensate for a difference of 1 or 2 ranks. Sure, observing the throng advancing menacingly, gently shook her head and said, "Brother, I shall return to my chamber." Bai Yi expressed his astonishment, inquiring, "What purpose does one have to return to the room?" A sense of trepidation washed over him, fearing that he might soon be overwhelmed by an impulse to recite poetry. Without hesitation, Sure entered the room and firmly shut the door behind her. Bai Yi wished to articulate further, but at that moment, hundreds of individuals surged into the domain of the formation he had meticulously arranged. With a gentle flourish of his hand, he commanded, "Formation, arise." At the sound of his furious decree, a pale crimson barrier abruptly manifested in the sky overhead, enveloping all present within its embrace. Under this delicate crimson shield, the realm appeared to be severed from the outside world. The entire firmament within the barrier shimmered with a soft red hue, while wisps of crimson energy spiraled through the air intermittently. The multitude, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily froze, clearly bewildered by the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to them, they were ensnared in a formation, and they had no inkling of the brutality that awaited them. Yet, the crowd quickly regained their composure, shaking off their astonishment, and continued their advance towards Bai Yi and his companions. Just then, a chilling cry pierced the air. The onlookers turned to behold a severed head descending slowly, accompanied by a spurt of blood. What transpired? Who had struck? How had his head become detached? Chaos erupted in the arena as the headless corpse's blood surged upward, splattering against the pale crimson shield. In an instant, the barrier trembled slightly, becoming denser. The crowd curiously scrutinized this crimson shield. Once more, a cry echoed, and yet another head was launched forth. Blood splattered, immediately staining the entire sky a vivid red. Frowns formed on many faces, and one individual remarked, "This is rather sinister. We should retreat from this place." With that, he attempted to lead a few companions away, but as they neared the edge of the crimson shield, a multitude of crimson energy blades abruptly shot towards them. They hastily defended themselves, only to discover that these blades were insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, several lay dead, their expressions frozen in shock. The remaining crowd, witnessing this grim scene, could not help but turn pale with fear. Bai Yi gazed at the scene before him with palpable excitement. Indeed, this grand formation was extraordinary. Its formidable power was astonishing. And if several such formations were established around the Tang residence, the entire household would be rendered utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Yang Shao was experiencing a tempest of emotions, as he was astounded by the sheer might of this array. It was astonishing to realize that the individuals who had perished moments ago were all formidable cultivators at the returning dance stage. Within this formation, even such powerful beings found themselves utterly defenseless. He suddenly felt that his previous panic was somewhat unwarranted. Had he known Bai Yi's formation was so formidable, he would not have been so flustered. With this thought, Yang Shao couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. However, his mirth was abruptly halted as he noticed a blade of energy hurtling towards him. He swiftly turned to Bai Yi, questioning, "What is happening?" Bai Yi's previously serene expression darkened in an instant. "Senior brother Yang, it seems I have forgotten something." Yang Shao sensed that something was amiss and, with a sullen demeanor, inquired, "What have you forgotten?" Bai Yi awkwardly remarked, "I forgot that once this deadly formation is activated, it will indiscriminately attack everyone within." Upon hearing this, Yang Shao nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. "How could you forget such a crucial detail?" he exclaimed. Lang Qin also turned to cast a serious glance at Bai Yi and inquired, "What shall we do now?" As Bai Yi was about to speak, a multitude of wind blades suddenly shot towards them. The onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Were they attacking themselves? While the crowd remained in a state of shock, thousands of wind blades silently emerged from the formation, multiplying rapidly. In the blink of an eye, The sky was filled with countless wind blades. These pale red blades obscured the horizon, swirling momentarily before plummeting downward with ferocious speed. A series of sharp, piercing sounds sliced through the air, immediately followed by a cacophony of terrified wails. Blood rained down like a crimson deluge, severed heads fell from above, and anguished screams echoed as mountains of corpses accumulated. From a distance, the vast pale red dome had transformed into a deep crimson sphere, resembling a globule of coagulated blood. Meanwhile, the cries of the dying continued to resonate from within the formation. As the pale red shield absorbed more blood, the ferocity of the blades intensified. Bai Ye's sword light, which had previously managed to withstand the wind blades, now shattered upon contact. The situation for Lung Qing was equally dire. Deep, bone-exposing wounds marred her body. Faced with the increasingly potent wind blades, Lung Qing was on the brink of collapse. Of the hundreds who had once been present, only a few nascent soul cultivators remained, struggling to fend off the relentless assault of the blades, while the rest had succumbed to the embrace of death. Bai Yi seemed to recall something and inquired of Lung Qing, "Where is Brother Yang?" Lung Qing glanced around, failing to spot Yang Zhao's figure. "He must be dead," he replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's expression darkened. It felt as if they were on the brink of self-destruction. Not far away, amidst a pile of corpses, a single eye blinked through a narrow crevice. However, Bai Yi and his companion remained oblivious, fully occupied with countering the onslaught of wind blades, leaving them no energy to divert their attention elsewhere. Bai Yi barely evaded the oncoming blade of wind, swiftly turning to Lung Qing and inquiring, "Is there any way out?" Lung Qing, with a sudden thrust of her sword piercing through a gust of wind, coldly retorted, "The formation you devised. Why do you ask me for a solution?" At that moment, several formidable practitioners at the core formation stage from across the way began to approach Bai Yi and his companion at a deliberate pace. Although their movements were slow, they had nonetheless closed the distance to Bai Yi and his companion. Their intention was clear: to seize the opportunity while Bai Yi and his ally were ensnared by the grand formation and eliminate them. Bai Yi observed several individuals approaching while simultaneously fending off the slicing winds, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt of apprehension. Were these people insane? Even at such a moment, they sought to take his life. Lung Qing also noticed this scene and instinctively moved closer to Bai Yi. Lung Qing inquired, "How much longer will this formation last before it dissipates?" Bai Yi felt a sense of embarrassment. Initially, he feared that the power of the formation would be insufficient, so he had placed an abundance of spirit stones to bolster it. If the spirit stones were to be depleted, it would take approximately 3 to 5 days. Cold Qing suddenly contemplated slaying this individual with a single strike, pondering how he could endure within this formation for 3 to 5 days. To say nothing of 3 to 5 days, given the current circumstances, even 3 to 5 hours would be an insurmountable challenge. As Bai Yi was about to speak, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. Chapter 43, A Turn of Events. The few surviving cultivators of the returning Dan realm had already approached Bai Yi, and one of them suddenly unleashed a powerful punch towards him. A sense of impending crisis surged within Bai Yi's heart, prompting him to thrust his sword with great ferocity. The blade met a fist head-on, and the tremendous recoil force sent Bai Yi staggering back several paces. No sooner had he halted than a flurry of wind blades shot forth towards him. Bai Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he swiftly turned to evade 2 blades of wind. Yet, in the next moment, a gust sliced through his abdomen, causing blood to spatter as he was violently propelled back several yards. The assailant who had just attacked Bai Yi was also struck by several blades of wind, falling lifelessly to the ground. Bai Yi pressed his left hand against the wound on his abdomen, while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, valiantly resisting the onslaught of wind blades. He staggered, attempting to draw closer to Lung Qing, but the increasing number of wind blades, coupled with his grievous injuries, rendered him incapable of advancing any further. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he halted, slowly closing his eyes. Witnessing this, Lung Qing was momentarily taken aback, fearing that Bai Yi had resolved to surrender. She softly inquired, "Have you given up?" At that instant, Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes wide, his right hand swiftly tracing patterns in the air. As he moved, intricate golden lines materialized in the void, forming a series of enigmatic and complex shapes. Moments later, the space before Bai Yi was filled with an abundance of these bizarre formations. "Break," Bai Yi whispered. As his words fell, the intricate shapes gradually disintegrated into countless specks of luminous fragments, soaring towards the crimson light barrier. With the entry of these fragments into the sanguine shield, the barrier began to dim, while the surrounding wind blades likewise faded into obscurity. Once all the peculiar patterns transformed into shimmering fragments and merged with the crimson barrier. The latter vanished entirely, taking with it the innumerable wind blades that had plagued the arena. Observing this, Lung Qing could not help but exhale in relief. After accomplishing this feat, Bai Yi staggered and collapsed to the ground. Lung Qing rushed to his side, concerned. "Are you all right?" Bai Yi smiled broadly, declaring, "I shall not perish." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the several formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage. At that moment, these individuals appeared utterly incapacitated. And upon meeting Bai Ye's eyes, their expressions transformed in horror. One of them spoke, "Brother Bai, this was all a misunderstanding. We shall not trouble you again." With that, he attempted to rise and depart, but just then, a sword pierced through his brow. Lung Qing stood proudly, her right hand gripping the sword, its tip entirely embedded in the man's forehead. "This is a misunderstanding," she stated. With a sudden motion, she withdrew her sword, causing a spray of crimson droplets to scatter. After retracting her blade, she staggered towards another individual nearby, offering no further words as she struck with another swift thrust. After dispatching all of them, she settled into a meditative position to tend to her injuries. Meanwhile, a heap of corpses not far away began to stir slowly. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi and his companion couldn't help but furrow their brows. As one corpse after another was lifted, an individual emerged from within. The sight of this person caused Bai Yi and his companion's expressions to turn peculiar, for it was none other than Yang Xiao. After rising, Yang Xiao first took a greedy breath of air and exclaimed, "Ah, the sensation of being alive is truly delightful." Bai Yi was about to speak when suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. Sure. He had momentarily forgotten about her. And her room was also within the bounds of the Grand Formation. At that moment, both Lang Qing and Yang Xiao's expressions turned grim. Just as Bai Yi was rising to his feet, the door to Shishi's room swung open. She stepped out, first surveying her surroundings before glancing at Bai Yi and the others. "Have they all perished?" Shishi inquired. Bai Yi exclaimed, I nearly met my demise." Shishi cast a peculiar glance at Bai Yi. "Nearly met your demise? How many did you run away from?" Yang Xiao suddenly let out a wry smile. "What by shitty means is that we nearly perished as well." Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Shishi, "Why are you completely unharmed?" Lang Qing and Yang Xiao also gazed at Shishi in confusion, pondering why she had not been subjected to the onslaught of the formidable array, which was known for its indiscriminate attacks. Shishi's expression turned slightly awkward as she scratched her head, responding, "I really don't know. Perhaps the array found me rather agreeable." With that, she let out a couple of awkward chuckles. Within the Tsangyan Hall, Mu Xiu spoke solemnly, "Director, none of the hundreds who set out to eliminate Bai Yi returned." Song Lan's pupils constricted sharply. "All perished?" Mu Xiu confirmed, "Yes, they all perished." Song Lan's expression grew grave. "Were they all slain by Bai Yi?" Mu Xiu replied, "I am uncertain, as our people did not accompany them." After a moment of silence, he continued, "There was a disturbance in Hafeng Forest. Our men were focused on that at the time." Song Lan questioned, "What was discovered in Hafeng Forest?" Mu Xiu stated, "It appears a passage may be opening." Upon hearing this, Song Lan furrowed his brows deeply, remaining silent for an extended period. Finally, he directed Mu Xiu, "All right. Go investigate whether those individuals were indeed killed by Bai Yi." Mu Xiu acknowledged and took his leave. Once Mu Xiu departed, Song Lan fell into contemplation. In the Tang family hall, Tang Xianfeng wore a sullen expression, pacing anxiously within the chamber. At that moment, an elder entered. The esteemed elder Tang Xing of the Tang family. Upon entering, Tang Sheng slightly bowed to Tang Xianfeng, stating, "We could not ascertain anything." At this, Tang Xianfeng slammed his hand on the table, causing it to disintegrate into dust. "For 3 consecutive days, there have been several headless corpses at the entrance of my Tang family. How can we not identify the perpetrator?" Tang Xing pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be Bai Yi?" Tang Xuanfeng's pupils narrowed sharply. "Regardless of whether it is him, this child must be eliminated." After a moment of hesitation, Tang Sheng remarked, "If the older generation does not intervene, it may prove exceedingly difficult to vanquish this child." Tang Xianfeng closed his eyes momentarily, speaking softly, "If necessary, we may have to take a gamble." Following Bai Ye's massacre of hundreds, the entire Tsungyan continent was shaken. Those hundreds were nearly all prodigious talents from various powerful factions, and their demise represented a significant loss, with no gains to be had. Consequently, the elder powerhouses from these factions could no longer remain passive. They understood that having already made an enemy of Bai Yi, He must be eradicated at the root. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. Elders from various factions convened to deliberate on the means to eliminate Bai Yi. In the imperial capital, within the emperor's hall, Song Yu was lost in thought. Opposite him stood Song Lan. Song Yu, his face solemn, remarked, "The seal may be on the verge of failing." Song Lan's expression mirrored his gravity. Can the emperor establish contact with that individual? Song Yu fell silent for a moment, reflecting. Previously, it was possible to establish contact, but recently, I have been unable to reach him. The reasons elude me, and if he remains inactive this time, I fear this continent shall not withstand the turmoil. Chapter 44. A tear in the veil with a soft sigh. Song Yu lamented, "Alas, I was once able to connect, but of late, my efforts have proven futile." Upon hearing this, Song Lan's expression darkened in concern. "What are we to do?" Suddenly, Song Yu seemed to recall a potential solution. He thought of Shur, whose presence had once imparted an inscrutable depth, reminiscent of the ancient sage. He pondered whether she might assist them in resealing that place. Song Lan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Her? While he considered Yunshang, he was unaware that Yunshang had departed, and that Shur, not Yunshang, was by Bai Ye's side. Previously, he had heard Mu Xiu mention that the woman beside Bai Yi possessed remarkable skills and formations. This thought deepened his frown. Yet, nearly all the forces on this continent are opposed to us. Would she truly aid our cause? After a moment of silence, Song Yu replied, "Regardless, we must make the attempt. Otherwise, do we possess any alternatives?" Song Lan contemplated. At present, the elders of various factions are deliberating on how to eliminate Bai Yi. Should we not? Song Yu interjected with gravity. We must prioritize the greater good. Let us pay them a visit. Within a grand hall, over a dozen elder-level figures were strategizing on how to eliminate Bai Yi. At that moment, Song Lan and Song Yu entered the chamber. The assembly regarded their entrance with some confusion, yet they greeted the two with respect. Suddenly, Elderly rose, directing his gaze at Song Lan. "Director Song, due to your bounty, my Li family has lost over a dozen young prodigies. Will you not provide an explanation?" "Indeed, you summoned your own back, leaving us to serve you," another elder chimed in. "My family has lost 20 members. It appears that Song Yun Academy has acted with intent." Numerous elders rose in indignation, some even contemplating direct confrontation with Song Lan. Tang Sheng interjected, "It is Bai Yi who has taken your kin. You ought to seek vengeance from him. Moreover, have you not heard of the recent events concerning my Tang family?" "It is your family's own folly," an elder retorted angrily. At this juncture, Song Yu furrowed his brow. "May I have a moment to speak?" Elder Sun Yu, interjected, "What do you propose? This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Elder Tang Sheng then turned to Song Lan. "I implore you, Director Song, to address the recent occurrences affecting my Tang family." Song Lan sighed softly. "I too did not foresee events escalating to this juncture, but now that they have, we must devise a resolution. However, there is another pressing matter I wish to discuss with you all." After speaking, he surveyed the surroundings and continued, "I kindly request that everyone inform their respective heads and sect leaders to gather here, as what I am about to discuss is of paramount importance. It may very well pertain to the survival of the entire continent." At this proclamation, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Tang Sheng, perplexed, inquired, "What matter could possibly be so grave as to affect the very existence of the continent?" Elder Li, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Pertaining to the entire continent? Perhaps that is a bit of an exaggeration." Song Yu interjected, "The esteemed Director Song is not exaggerating. This matter is indeed exceedingly serious, and I urge you all not to take it lightly." With a chuckle, an elder scornfully said, "Why is the Emperor Song not enjoying his comforts in the Imperial Hall, but instead comes here?" The majority of the assembly paid little heed to the emperor, for the Imperial Hall had always remained aloof from worldly affairs, and few were aware of its true power. Song Lan, visibly irritated, urged, "Quickly inform the heads and sect leaders to come. I have no desire to waste further words with you." He realized that this assembly was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Of course, he did not blame them, as few were privy to the details, and even most heads and sect leaders remained uninformed. Observing Song Lan's unusual demeanor, the crowd fell silent and began to communicate telepathically with their respective heads or sect leaders. Song Yu turned to Song Lan and said, "In a moment, you shall explain to them. I will go to meet that woman." Song Lan pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well, should she decline?" Song Yu sighed softly. "Then I shall venture out to seek assistance." Moments later, Song Yu arrived at a courtyard, which belonged to the 5-Star Academy. as he stepped into the courtyard. Shir was already standing there. Upon seeing Song Yu, a smile graced Shir's lips. Does the Emperor Song have a matter to discuss? From within the room, Bai Yi, who had been cultivating, emerged slowly, glancing at Song Yu. Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly as he gazed at Shir and inquired, "Who is this person?" Shir replied with a smile, "This is the Emperor of the Imperial Capital." Song Yu gave a slight smile and remarked, "I presume this is the esteemed young master Bai Yi." Bai Yi turned to Song Yu and asked, "Have you come to kill me?" At that moment, Lung Qing and Yang Xiao had also emerged from the room, standing alongside Bai Yi. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Kill you? No. I have come to seek this young lady's assistance," he said, casting his gaze toward Shir. Bai Yi cast a puzzled glance at Shir, inquiring, "Do you know him?" Shir shook her head, replying, "Not well." In truth, she too was perplexed. Why would the Emperor come to seek her assistance? "We are not closely acquainted. What gives him the right to request my help?" Song Yu hastily interjected, "This matter is of utmost importance, and I implore you, miss, to lend your support." Shir felt a flicker of irritation, thinking to herself, "Is this person out of his mind? Can't he see that I am concealing my true capabilities?" Resolving not to let him continue, lest things become troublesome, she smiled slyly and said, "Why not discuss this with my brother? He may be able to assist you." With that, she discreetly transmitted a message to Song Yu. "Do you understand what should not be said?" Song Yu's expression shifted, and he seemed to grasp her meaning. He promptly smiled and replied, "Understood." He then turned to Bai Yi and offered a slight bow, saying, "Young Master Bai, I kindly request your assistance in this matter." Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, smiled and said, "Please share the matter at hand. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall contemplate it." Bai Yi contemplated that, after all, the individual had come to solicit his assistance, and it was only courteous to respond with some politeness. However, he did not commit himself entirely, implying that even if he possessed the capability, he might not offer help, merely phrasing it in a more tactful manner. Song Yu, with a bitter smile, began to explain. "The situation is as follows. Our continent was, thousands of years ago, a forbidden territory, sealing a passageway. However, a group of individuals breached this seal, and although it was subsequently reimposed by powerful beings, encompassing the entirety of Tsunyan continent, the passage of millennia has weakened this seal, which is now on the verge of collapse. Additionally, given that someone previously managed to forcibly breach the seal to arrive here, the current seal can endure for no more than a few months." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of shock, while only Shir subtly wrinkled her delicate nose. Pondering to herself, what a flawed seal, it was merely torn slightly. Yang Xiao, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "To where does the sealed passage lead?" Bai Yi and Lung Qing exchanged puzzled glances with Song Yu. In a grave tone, Song Yu remarked, "As you may be aware, there have been sightings of serpent beasts in the Black Wind Forest. I suspect they have emerged from the fissures of the seal." Chapter 45. Offering assistance, Bai Yi expressed his bewilderment. "What will happen once the seal is shattered?" Song Yu replied in a grave tone, "The beast from the beast domain may traverse through this passage to our realm. At that moment, it could lead to widespread devastation." Bai Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "So, if the seal breaks and the demonic beasts descend, I would no longer need to seek revenge. Wouldn't it be splendid if the beasts annihilate them all?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Bai Shidi is indeed correct. Song Yu, visibly troubled, glanced at Shir. She smiled brightly and said, I shall listen to my brother. After all, they have been pursuing us relentlessly. Let the demonic beasts devour them." Song Yu shook his head in resignation. If the demonic beasts truly arrive here, it would not only be those who hunt you that perish. Many innocent lives would also fall victim to the beasts. Lung Qing, with an icy demeanor, retorted, "What does their life or death have to do with us? It would be better for the Song Emperor to seek solutions elsewhere. I certainly cannot be of any assistance." Bai Yi added, with no other option. Song Yu sighed and pondered other possibilities. He then smiled wryly and said, "Alas, since young Master Bai is unwilling to help, I shall take my leave." "Very well. No need to see me off," Bai Yi promptly nodded. Inside a grand hall, over 20 individuals had gathered, all leaders, patriarchs, and elders from various factions. The atmosphere was quite boisterous, with an air of anticipation regarding the unfolding events. Conversations buzzed as everyone exchanged thoughts. Song Lan from Song Yun Academy spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may be unaware of the purpose of my gathering you all here today. While I presume you are already aware of the recent emergence of demonic beasts in the Blackwind Forest, it is imperative that I share with you the origins of our Songyun continent. At this proclamation, astonishment spread among the crowd. Many were oblivious to the matter at hand, some even speculating that the meeting was convened to discuss the elimination of Baiyi. An elder interjected, "What significance does the origin of Songyun continent hold?" The assembly turned their gazes towards Songlan, and a few individuals privy to the secrets wore solemn expressions. Yet, no one spoke, all eagerly awaiting Songlan's elaboration. Thousands of years ago, this continent was, in fact, a forbidden land. This revelation elicited a wave of gasps. As shock permeated the gathering, none had been aware of this fact. Subsequently, several adventurers ventured into this land and discovered a seal. Believing there lay great fortune within, they endeavored tirelessly to break the seal. Ultimately, they succeeded. The crowd was taken aback, assuming those adventurers had unearthed numerous treasures. At this moment, a patriarch inquired, "Was there some divine artifact within the seal?" This was a question on everyone's mind, as they speculated the existence of rare treasures, perhaps even legendary celestial artifacts. Songlan sighed softly and continued, "Upon breaking the seal, they encountered a passageway that seemed to stretch infinitely into darkness. The deeper they ventured, the dimmer it became. They wandered for over half a month without reaching the end, contemplating retreat when an overwhelming aura emanated from the opposite end of the passage. Sensing danger, they turned to flee. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and amidst the chaos, only one managed to escape. What lay within that passage? Why was it sealed once more?" A head of a clan inquired, to which Songlan responded. The individual who escaped returned to the sect and reported this matter. After thorough investigation, their sect leader, in conjunction with dozens of exceptional warriors, managed to seal it. Upon hearing this, the assembly appeared somewhat perplexed. Someone interjected, "What does this have to do with our gathering today?" Songlan continued, "The original sealing site was deep within the Blackwind Forest, surely. You have all heard of the recent emergence of demonic beasts within that region." The faces of the crowd shifted, yet they did not seem overly concerned. After all, a few demonic beasts were hardly a matter of great import to them. At that moment, an elder spoke up. "Does Director Song imply that what was sealed back then might have been some demonic beasts? And now, with the seal weakened, many of these beasts have re-emerged?" Songlan nodded. "That is one way to interpret it, but the situation is even more dire." Another elder remarked, "Doesn't Songyun Academy possess array masters? Surely, they could re-establish the seal?" Upon this suggestion, many in the room voiced their agreement. Well aware of the Academy's array masters and confident that their intervention would resolve the issue. Songlan, however, shook his head with a wry smile. "Indeed, we have array masters, yet they lack the capability to reseal it." At this juncture, a clan leader asserted, "If it cannot be sealed, then we shall wait for the beasts to emerge and slay them. With so many formidable warriors among us, how could we fear a mere handful of beasts?" The assembly nodded in agreement, as each individual present had cultivated for several hundred or even 1,000 years, hardly considering a few beasts a threat. Songlan, with a bitter smile, replied, "It is not merely a matter of a few beasts. If it were that simple, those powerful beings would not have sealed it away for millennia, but would have eradicated it outright. According to the records left from that time, it may well be a passage to the beast realm." The mention of the beast realm sparked an uproar among the crowd, as they expressed their astonishment and confusion. They were unfamiliar with the concept of the beast realm, which could either represent a vast continent or a stellar domain. Regardless of its nature, it was evident that the matter was far more complex than a mere handful of beasts. If it were indeed a continent, how many beasts would that entail? Surely, that was an exaggeration. Many in the assembly debated, struggling to accept the notion of such a multitude of beasts, while simultaneously feeling a deep curiosity about the beast realm. Ultimately, Songlan concluded that if they wished to reseal this passage, they would need to summon one individual for assistance, the woman who accompanied Baiyi. At this revelation, all present grew uneasy. Baiyi, who was he? The common enemy of the assembly, who had just moments ago been the subject of their discussions on how to eliminate him, was now to be sought for aid? Setting aside the question of whether he would assist, they felt at a loss regarding their own pride. Immediately, one person stepped forward. "Humph, seeking Baiyi's help? Surely you jest." Soon after, several others joined in, declaring that such a course of action was untenable. The individual known as Baiyi must be swiftly eliminated. Setting aside other matters, the fact that he has previously slain hundreds cannot be tolerated by anyone present. The crowd is fervently debating, yet a resolution remains elusive. This night is particularly tranquil, with only the faint chirping of crickets resonating like a trembling ballad. Bai Yi and Lung Qing once again approached the periphery of the Tang clan, preparing to deliver a formidable gift to its members. The two separated, with one stealthily approaching from behind, while the other navigated from the side. Before long, the lifeless bodies of several Tang clan disciples were laid out at the entrance. The duo retreated via two distinct paths, during which Lung Qing fortuitously encountered a familiar figure, Hu Ren. Without a second thought, she pursued him. After more than an hour, she tracked into a dense forest. At this moment, Hu Ren appeared to have sensed her presence, halting to turn and face her. Lung Qing, unhidden, saw him stop and charge forward, launching an immediate attack. Previously, when she and Bai Yi had joined forces, they were no match for Hu Ren, yet now, Lung Qing alone seemed poised to dominate him. It must be said that her talent was undeniably extraordinary, worthy of being described as a genius among prodigies. In a brief span, Hu Ren found himself increasingly overwhelmed. A moment of carelessness allowed Lung Qing to pierce his left shoulder with her sword, prompting him to turn and flee. The principle of engaging when one has the upper hand and retreating when outmatched was undoubtedly sound. However, Lung Qing relentlessly pursued him, and thus, they traversed the forest for nearly another hour. As they delved deeper into the black wind forest, Hu Ren appeared somewhat disheveled. His expression twisted in a menacing snarl. Suddenly, he squinted as he noticed an old well not far ahead. The well, roughly 10 feet in diameter, was encircled by 8 stone pillars, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. Above, 8 chains, each the thickness of an arm, hung down, their ends anchored to the tops of the pillars, weaving an irregular design. At this juncture, Lung Qing was merely a few yards away from Hu Ren and lunged at him with her sword. Without hesitation, Hu Ren leapt into the well upon seeing the attack. Witnessing this, Lung Qing furrowed her brow slightly and followed him into the depths. Chapter 46. Bai Yi's conditions the next day. Bai Yi felt a surge of unease upon noticing that Lung Qing had yet to return. Shi also furrowed her delicate brows, remarking, given senior sister Lung's capabilities, she should be more than capable of safeguarding herself, unless something unforeseen has occurred. Bai Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that he has been discovered? Yang Xiao, panting heavily, returned to the courtyard, having learned that Lung Qing had not yet returned. He had ventured out early in search of information, but had found nothing of value. If they had been discovered, the Tang family would surely be frantically seeking Bai Yi, knowing that the culprits were the two of them. Yet, that was not the case. Moreover, from his inquiries, he had learned that there were still no leads regarding the murder of the Tang family members. With this knowledge, Bai Yi's frown deepened. If they were not discovered by the Tang family, then where could Sister Lung have gone? At this moment, all three were filled with confusion, even a sense of heaviness. Lung Qing's disappearance might suggest that there were unknown forces watching over them. However, despite their reflections, none could pinpoint which power it might be. Just as they were consumed with worry for Lung Qing, Song Yu strode into the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Bai Yu seemed to have an epiphany, and his expression instantly turned cold. Song Emperor, what is your intention? Shi and Yang Xiao also cast unfriendly glances at Song Yu. At this moment, all three suspected that he might have had a hand in Lung Qing's disappearance. Sensing their hostile gazes, Song Yu felt a jolt of apprehension. What does this mean? I haven't even spoken, yet they all look ready to devour me. He quickly forced a smile. What do you mean by that, young Master Bai? Yang Xiao suddenly inquired. Did you capture Sister Lung? Song Yu appeared taken aback. Miss Lung? Bai Yi narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked, Your Majesty, is it still necessary to maintain this fade? Yesterday, you requested my assistance, which I declined, and then you proceeded to apprehend my senior sister. How absurd. Song Yu's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. I did not capture Miss Lung Qing. Shi, perplexed, inquired. Is it truly not you? Upon hearing her somewhat frosty tone, Song Yu involuntarily shuddered and hastily shook his head. It is genuinely not me. How could I possibly lay a hand on a friend of the lady? Bai Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Shi. It should not be him. She then turned to Song Yu and inquired, Do you have something to discuss? Song Yu sighed softly and replied, I kindly request the assistance of young Master Bai and the young lady regarding the matter of the seal. Bai Yu resolutely declined, stating it was impossible. Song Yu's expression darkened slightly as he remarked, Offer any conditions, as long as you agree to assist in sealing that passage. After Bai Yi's departure yesterday, He returned to the Grand Hall where the heads of various factions were engaged in heated discussions. Reluctantly, he reiterated the gravity of the situation to the assembly. Yet, some remained unconvinced. If assistance were to be sought for the sealing, it could be accepted, but to specifically request Bai Yi, who was considered an enemy by all factions, was another matter entirely. Some even sought to seize this opportunity to unite and eliminate Bai Yi. Ultimately, Song Yu had no choice but to assert his dominance, releasing the oppressive aura of a half-step boundary realm expert. The crowd was left in utter astonishment upon witnessing Song Yu's power, which surpassed that of the esteemed masters, leaving everyone in a state of uproar. Such is the nature of this world. Without power, one's words carry no weight, akin to mere flatulence. However, with power, even a simple utterance can be revered, echoing for 3 days as a fragrant melody. Observing the crowd's fear in the face of his might, he declared, "This matter is under my control," before turning to seek Bai Yi once more. As Bai Yi was about to decline, Shi smiled gently and said, "Brother, did you not hear what Emperor Song mentioned? As long as you take action, the terms will be entirely at your discretion." Bai Yi contemplated for a moment, a smile gracing his face. "In this case, Your Majesty, I am not so heartless. Since the fate of the entire Tsunyan continent is at stake, I cannot remain indifferent. I shall lend my assistance to the best of my abilities, for as a member of the Tsunyan continent, it is my duty to contribute in any way I can, striving to minimize casualties." Upon hearing these words, Song Yu was initially taken aback, but soon his expression brightened with joy. "So, does this mean that young Master Bai has agreed to lend his hand in assistance?" Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, I shall certainly assist with this endeavor. However, I do have a few stipulations. No matter what they are, as long as I am able to fulfill them, I shall comply," Song Yu promptly replied. Bai Yi appeared somewhat troubled, remaining silent. Noticing Bai Yi's reticence, Song Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does young Master Bai have any reservations?" With a playful smile, Shi interjected, "My brother is concerned that his terms might place you in a difficult position, hence his reluctance to speak." Song Yu responded with a calm smile. "There is no need for such apprehension, young Master Bai. I am confident that I can fulfill your conditions." His demeanor exuded unwavering self-assurance, for he was a half-step into the realm of barriers, a status that rendered him capable of achieving nearly anything on this continent. Bai Yi let out a deep sigh and said, "In that case, I shall speak plainly. According to the words of Emperor Song, if the seal on the passage is lifted, will not many lives be lost? Might it not even lead to the destruction of the entire continent?" Song Yu nodded gravely, suddenly feeling a sense of unease at Bai Yi's words. However, he did not dwell on it further. Bai Yi continued, "If the lives of a few individuals could be exchanged for the well-being of an entire continent, do you believe it is worth it, Emperor Song?" Hearing these words, Song Yu felt an unsettling disquiet, yet he merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. Shi, on the other hand, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, casting a glance at Song Yu that held a profound significance. She understood that her brother had ensnared Song Yu in a substantial trap, one that the latter remained blissfully unaware of. Yang Zhao's lips twitched slightly, pondering whether the earlier declaration of doing what was within their capacity for the sake of Tsunyan continent was merely a veiled vendetta. Bai Yi smiled faintly. "I have 3 conditions. I wonder if that might be a bit excessive?" As he spoke, he cast a somewhat bashful glance at Song Yu. Song Yu frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. This time, he did not readily agree as he had before. Instead, he replied, "Please, go ahead and share your thoughts." Bai Yi let out a soft sigh, stating, "Firstly, if we are to save the entire continent, we must be prepared to sacrifice a portion. Secondly, the annihilation of my Bai family must be thoroughly investigated to uncover the puppet master behind it all. Thirdly, my current strength is insufficient. I require your assistance in enhancing my power." Upon hearing these words, Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. Yang Sha's eyes widened in astonishment as he thought, "This Bai Jr. is truly formidable. These 3 demands are indeed audacious." Song Yu felt somewhat uneasy, for these conditions were rather unreasonable. The first one was particularly clear. It implied the necessity of eliminating all those who had previously attacked him. However, nearly every faction on the continent had once acted against him. It was hardly feasible to eradicate every force. The second condition was more acceptable, as he too had sensed something amiss in the initial incident and had conducted a secret investigation for a time, although he had not pursued it further. The third condition, regarding the enhancement of power, posed a significant challenge, given the continent's inherent scarcity of cultivation resources. Elevating one's strength in a short period was indeed an arduous task. Contemplating this, his expression turned grim. Noticing Song Yu's troubled demeanor, Bai Yu couldn't help but smirk with a hint of mockery. Does the esteemed emperor not honor his word? At this juncture, Shi interjected, you did assert that you would agree to anything within your capacity. Yang Sha, feeling a wave of frustration, thought to himself, this brother-sister duo is truly cunning. I must ensure I do not fall prey to their schemes, lest I find myself sold out while cheerfully counting their coins. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu gritted his teeth and replied, I agree. However, regarding the first condition, might we negotiate? Bai Yi chuckled softly and inquired, how shall we negotiate? Song Yu replied in a grave tone, it is impossible to annihilate them all. Would it suffice to eliminate only those who have acted against you? Bai Yi spoke with a hint of sarcasm, stating, at the outset, my Bai family did not take any action against the Tang family. Yet, they not only annihilated my clan but also relentlessly pursued me. And now, you speak to me of mercy? Yang Xiao, equally indignant, added, what is even more despicable is their pursuit of Bai Shidi for his sword. At that time, did you utter a word about compassion? Song Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As Bai Yi and Yang Xiao had articulated, during their time of persecution, no one had emerged to advocate for justice. In fact, some had even exacerbated the situation from behind the scenes. Now, only in their hour of need did they recall such notions, which indeed felt rather unprincipled. Nevertheless, there was little recourse, as the matter of the seal was of utmost gravity. At that moment, Shi suddenly interjected, brother, I believe there is merit in the words of Emperor Song. We should first eliminate those who have acted against us. Bai Yi cast a silent glance at Shi, while a flicker of hostility flashed in Song Yu's eyes as he spoke. I know what to do. With that, he turned and departed. Previously, he had attempted to contact the Elder of Creation, but it seemed as though the old man was deliberately evading him, rendering him impossible to find. Now, it appeared that only Bai Yi could once again seal the passage. With this thought, his heart hardened, and he crushed a transmission talisman. 3 days later, the entire Songyan continent trembled as a group of mysterious individuals slaughtered the elders and heads of major factions such as the Zhou, Li, Sun families, as well as the Qingyan sect, Xianmen sect, Jinyuan sect, and Blood Moon sect. The Tang family suffered the most devastating loss, with all of their direct descendants annihilated. Strangely, not a single member of the Zhao family was harmed. Even Songyun Academy lost an elder, but it was not Mu Xiao. This indicated that all who had once opposed Bai Yi, with the exception of Mu Xiao, had been eradicated. At this moment, on the Songyan continent, only a few from the elder generation of the Tang and Zhao families remained. Of course, the Imperial Hall was not included in this count, as its true strength remained a mystery. Within the inner sanctum of the Zhao family, Dugu Xian's complexion darkened. It was not that the Zhao family had escaped the assassination unscathed. Rather, Dugu Xian had single-handedly thwarted the mysterious assailants, though she had managed to fend them off. She was now gravely injured, gripping a flying dagger with a glint of cold light in her eyes. In the Imperial Hall, Song Yu sat quietly, observing a figure kneeling before him. Master, all the elders of the factions, except for Songyun Academy and the Zhao family, have been eliminated, the man reported. Song Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The Zhao family? He had initially commanded the extermination of all elder and patriarch-level figures across the factions. While it was understandable that Songyun Academy had not been destroyed, given its complexity, it was rather suspicious that the Zhao family had also remained intact. He had dispatched over 10 assassination agents, each a peak sea opening realm expert, with the capability to eliminate even those at the general master level. The failure to subdue the Zhao family now left him somewhat astonished. He then instructed, monitor that individual from the Zhao family closely. Report any unusual movements to me immediately. The man bowed and withdrew. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu also left the Imperial Hall. Brother, I find that Emperor Song is quite efficient in his dealings. Shi remarked with a smile to Bai Yi in the courtyard. Yang Xiao chuckled heartily. Indeed, this time there should be no one left to pursue us. Bai Yi furrowed her brow, still without any news of senior sister Long, uncertain of what predicament she might be facing. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two dimmed as well. Shi sighed softly, expressing her hope that senior sister Lung would not encounter any misfortune. The group was deeply concerned for Lung Qing. Having traversed through life and death together, they had long since become bonded by their shared experiences. None of them wished for the other to come to harm. Just as Yang Xiao was about to speak, Song Yu slowly entered the courtyard. Are you still satisfied? Young Master Bai? Although Song Yu wore a faint smile, a closer inspection revealed it to be somewhat forced. This time, in order to solicit Bai Ye's assistance, he had exerted considerable effort. While the lives of those individuals held little value to him, going to such lengths to recruit one person was a first in his life. After all, he was a formidable figure, a half-step into the realm of barriers, among the elite of this continent. Being so constrained by others now left him quite displeased. Had it not been for the misfortune he had brought upon himself in his youth, forcing him into hiding, he would not have concerned himself with the life and death of this place. He could have simply walked away. However, he now found himself trapped, too fearful to return. Bai Yi smiled and said, "Now, let us discuss the second condition." Song Yu furrowed his brow, replying, "As for who was behind the scenes initially, that requires a careful investigation. However, I assure you, it will not be long before my people uncover the truth." Sure, with a slight frown, remarked, "Does this mean that the Emperor Song already has some clues?" Song Yu shook his head, "Not yet, but my people have already begun their inquiries." He then glanced at Bai Yi and continued, "Young Master Bai, what level of cultivation do you need to seal the passage?" Bai Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "It must be at least the pill formation stage." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression darkened. What a jest! The transition from the chi manipulation stage to the pill formation stage is far from simple. Even with ample resources, it would require a minimum of several years. Song Yu cast a gloomy glance at Bai Yi and said, "Are you jesting, young Master Bai? With your current standing in the chi manipulation stage, achieving the pill formation stage, even with sufficient resources, would take at least a few years. Are you suggesting that you intend to wait several years before taking action? Let alone years, it seems even a few months would be too long to wait." Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, standing nearby, felt a bit uneasy as well. He was currently at the returning pill stage, and it had taken him a full 2.5 years to ascend from the chi manipulation stage to the returning pill stage. To further advance to the pill formation stage would undoubtedly require no less than 3 or 4 years. Bai Yi, however, waved his hand and said, "As long as the Emperor Song provides me with sufficient resources, it will not take long. I believe a month will suffice." Upon hearing this, not only was Yang Xiao left speechless, but even Song Yu furrowed his brow in concern. "Are you suggesting that you can progress from chi refinement to golden core in just a month?" Song Yu questioned, uncertain if he had misheard. Bai Yi spoke softly, "It will take less than a month." Upon hearing this, not only Yang Xiao and Song Yu, but even Sure furrowed her brows. "Brother, do you think breaking through to the Dan realm is as simple as drinking water?" Sure could not help but inquire. Bai Yi seemed to sense that his previous remarks may have crossed a line, and he promptly inquired, "Is it truly difficult to break through to the core formation stage?" The three individuals present were momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief silence, Song Yu replied, "I can offer you resources, but whether you can achieve the core formation stage ultimately depends on your own efforts. You have but 1 month." At this moment, Song Yu realized that Bai Yi was not merely flamboyant. His talent for boasting should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, having chosen to trust him, he had no alternative but to believe in his potential. However, regardless of whether Bai Yi reached the core formation stage within a month, it was imperative that he find a way to seal that passage. He handed Bai Yi a ring, saying, "Inside, you will find sufficient resources, and your sword is also within." Upon uttering these words, he felt a pang of regret, as these resources were what he had painstakingly brought from a previous location and had been reluctant to part with. Nevertheless, he shook his head with a wry smile. "I look forward to good news from young Master Bai in a month." With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 48, Complete Sealing. Bai Yi spoke softly, "Previously, my family, the Bai clan, was annihilated. However, some survived. I wish to request that Emperor Song dispatch individuals to locate my kin. I aspire to revive the Bai clan, and I also seek assistance in finding my missing senior sister." He paused before adding, "Of course, if it is inconvenient for Emperor Song, I would not wish to impose. I can search on my own, but I fear that without assistance, I may not achieve the foundation establishment stage within a month." Song Yu's expression darkened. It was evident that Bai Yi was subtly threatening him. If he failed to help in the reconstruction of the Bai clan, Bai Yi would undoubtedly use this as an excuse to refrain from taking action in a month's time. With a flicker of anger coursing through him, he nevertheless nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Bai Yi immersed himself in fervent cultivation. With the resources provided by Song Yu, his progress was undeniably swift. Although he previously possessed a sufficient supply of spirit stones, the ones Song Yu offered were of a vastly superior quality. A few days later, Song Yu sent word that several surviving members of the Bai clan had been located, and they were escorted back to the original clan grounds. Although the new Bai clan remained in disarray, it was infused with a semblance of vitality and hope. However, the continued absence of Lung Qing left Bai Yi feeling increasingly anxious. One day, Bai Yi ventured into a forest. After several days of cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the Qi manipulation stage, mastering the extent of his control. With his eyes slightly closed, he held the crimson longsword, which trembled gently in his grip. He sought to comprehend the essence of the sword technique that could shatter the earth. Prior to wielding the crimson longsword, he had always utilized his fingers as a sword. Now, with the sword returned to his possession, he aimed to delve deeper into the nuances of this sword technique. Shur had once remarked on the extraordinary nature of this sword, which had recognized him as its master. Initially, he had grasped the sword intent through this very blade. Perhaps it could facilitate a more profound understanding of the sword technique. He recalled Elder Sun stating that reaching perfection with this sword technique could invoke the laws of the Great Tao with each movement. Although he was still unfamiliar with the concept of the Great Tao, he understood that it was undoubtedly formidable. As his profound energy surged, the crimson longsword quivered, emitting faint sounds akin to a sword song. With a single stroke, a resonating sound reverberated through the heavens. As the sword was unleashed, a beam of sword light tore through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. Trees were obliterated, and the ground bore a crack nearly a yard wide where the sword light had passed. Observing the power unleashed by this strike, Bai Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He recalled Shur mentioning that this earth-shattering strike, when perfected, could annihilate an entire border city. Yet, it seemed to fall short of that expectation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, the power of the loss. He realized that his strike lacked the infusion of this power. But what precisely was the power of the loss? After much contemplation without yielding any answers, he resolved to return and continue his cultivation. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi manipulation stage and needed to strive for the foundation establishment stage. Within a pitch-black cavern, Lung Qing wielded her longsword as she moved swiftly. Before her was a figure appearing remarkably disheveled. It was Hu Ren. At that moment, Hu Ren was engulfed in frustration, pondering whether this person was indeed unwell. For over 10 days, he had pursued her, journeying from the imperial capital all the way to Qingfeng City and then to the Blackwind Forest, ultimately finding himself in this unknown place. Yet, she continued her relentless chase, driving him to the brink of madness. Just then, a terrifying aura surged forth from ahead. A beastly roar echoed, causing Hu Ren's countenance to change dramatically as he halted in his tracks. He had never been to this place before, nor had he even heard of it. That fearsome roar instilled a sense of danger within him, prompting him to halt without hesitation. At that moment, Lung Qing also sensed the ominous presence and paused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. As he pondered whether to retreat, the terrifying aura began to dissipate gradually. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly lunged forward, sword in hand, charging at Hu Ren. Upon seeing Lung Qing rushing towards him, Hu Ren bellowed, "Are you seeking death?" He was acutely aware that this place was anything but ordinary, likely harboring formidable entities. Engaging in combat here would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for both. Nevertheless, Lung Qing remained undeterred, thrusting his sword towards Hu Ren. Ignoring Hu Ren's warning and continuing his assault, Hu Ren steeled himself and fled further ahead. Within the imperial palace, Song Yu wore a troubled expression. The seal had begun to display faint cracks, and if this continued, it would likely shatter in a matter of days. However, there were still over 10 days remaining until Bai Yi's deadline, and he found himself questioning whether Bai Yi would truly assist him in maintaining the seal. After all, should Bai Yi renege on their agreement, he would be left with no recourse. Regret for his earlier decision gnawed at him. Yet if Bai Yi failed to aid in the sealing, the invasion of demonic beasts could spell disaster for the entire continent. Surely, Bai Yi must consider not only his own interests but also those of his family and kin, for he seemed to care deeply for his clan. Otherwise, he would not have sought his help in searching for resources and rebuilding the Bai family. With this thought, Song Yu felt a measure of reassurance. However, the pressing concern remained that the seal must endure until Bai Yi intervened. With a bittersweet sigh, he produced an object that resembled a box, its overall hue a dusky gray, emanating a faint black mist. As he gazed at this item, Song Yu's lips twitched in a grimace. It was precisely for the acquisition of this object that he had offended various factions. Left with no refuge, he had spent millennia hidden away in this insignificant place. Failing to comprehend its purpose, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps this is fate. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Bai Yi has reached the pinnacle of the returning pill stage, yet he still falls slightly short of breaking into the golden core realm. Brother, this matter cannot be rushed. Your current progress is already extraordinary. Many individuals spend their entire lives without attaining the returning pill stage. Yet, you have accomplished it in merely a month's time. And in an exceptional manner as well, Shi remarked playfully as she gazed at Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, I was too hasty. He paused for a moment before continuing, by the way, Shi, do you believe that with my current strength, I could completely seal that passage? He naturally would not forget the promise he made to Songyu, especially since he had benefited from it. Moreover, failing to thoroughly seal that passage could pose a future threat to the Bai family. Shi pouted her lips and replied, completely seal it? Brother, who gave you the audacity to speak of such a complete sealing? Did you not hear Songyu mention that it took multiple powerful beings to seal it initially? Yet it was not an absolute seal? Do you truly believe that your current strength surpasses that of those formidable figures? Bai Yi pondered for a moment and earnestly remarked, I believe it should be about right. Hearing Bai Yi's unwavering confidence, Shi was rendered utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, standing nearby, inquired with a peculiar expression. Junior brother Bai, your realm has indeed advanced rapidly over the past month, but I can't help but feel that your arrogance has escalated to a rather alarming degree. It's amusing that someone in the mere returning Dan realm could possess such an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Bai Yi felt a tinge of displeasure upon hearing Yang Xiao's words. Brother Yang, may I inquire how long it takes to progress from the Qi Mastery realm to the Dan Return realm? Yang Xiao's expression darkened, and he chose to ignore Bai Yi. He increasingly found it difficult to comprehend that this junior brother could not grasp matters through the lens of conventional reasoning. Bai Yi noticed that Yang's expression was not quite right, and felt a bit awkward. Actually, senior brother Yang is quite remarkable, isn't he, Shi? Just as Shi was about to respond to Bai Yi, Songyu slowly walked into the courtyard. Chapter 49, a slightly dangerous thought as Songyu entered the courtyard. He carefully observed Bai Yi's current realm. He was momentarily taken aback, though this astonishment quickly transformed into a sense of inevitability. The last time he had encountered Bai Yi, he had merely glanced at his realm without paying it much heed. Consequently, he had not discerned the distinction between Bai Yi's realm and that of others. This time, he had come with the intention of scrutinizing whether Bai Yi had indeed reached the golden core stage. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Bai Yi's realm was indeed unlike that of anyone else. However, considering Shi's exceptional nature, he soon dismissed any surprise. This realization further piqued Songyu's curiosity regarding Bai Yi's true identity. Bai Yi gazed curiously at Songyu, whose expression was rather peculiar. What troubles you, Sovereign Song? Songyu chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing. I am merely astonished by the remarkable realm that young Master Bai has attained. Bai Yi, with a hint of pride, raised his head to gaze at the sky and proclaimed, our cultivation knows no bounds. What then is the meaning of realm? Yang Xiao, visibly annoyed, thought to himself. Here we go again. This Bai Jr. is about to put on a show. Shi sighed softly. Brother, let us maintain a low profile. In front of them, your posturing is futile. They could easily extinguish your existence with a mere hand. Songyu's expression darkened slightly, though he did not succumb to anger. After all, youth and a touch of arrogance can be charming. Young Master Bai, I have thoroughly investigated those who conspired against the Bai family. However, I have been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of that young lady from the Zhao family. Songyu was perplexed. If it were not for that serpent-consuming Zhao Shuer, the situation would be exceedingly strange. Yet, if the serpent had indeed devoured Zhao Shuer, why had it spared Bai Yi? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly looked towards Shi. Shi furrowed her brow slightly and discreetly conveyed to Songyu, I was not present at that time. It was not I who saved him. I am equally in the dark regarding the true nature of the events. Bai Yi hastily inquired, who is scheming behind our backs? Songyu replied in a grave tone, it is Lady Zhao, Dugu Xian. Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. What could her intentions possibly be? Songyu shook his head. Her motives remain unclear. Should I send someone to eliminate her? In truth, upon discovering that it was Du Guxian behind the scheme, he had contemplated sending someone to dispose of her. However, considering Bai Yi's position, he decided it prudent to inform him first and gauge his opinion. Bai Yi waved his hand and replied, I will handle this myself. Upon hearing these words, Songyu was momentarily taken aback. Handle it himself? The dozen or so assassins he had dispatched previously had all failed to subdue that individual. Did this young Master Bai truly believe he could resolve the matter on his own? While his cultivation was indeed significantly superior to that of an average person, it was hardly sufficient to confront someone at the pinnacle of the sovereign master realm. Just moments ago, when he had assessed Bai Ye's cultivation, he had noted that Bai Ye had yet to reach the core formation stage. He was merely at the peak of the returning to core realm. Additionally, he had conducted an investigation into Du Gu Xian, who was shrouded in mystery and seemingly shared a background similar to his own, possibly hailing from outside. However, with the presence of Shi, he felt a sense of relief. Might young master Bai first assist in sealing the beast domain passage? Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush. I wish to visit the Zhao family first and inquire about what truly transpired with Madame Zhao. Once this matter is resolved, I shall certainly accompany you to seal that passage. Song Yu's expression darkened. Was this fellow truly indifferent to the situation? Young master Bai, the seal has already begun to show signs of cracking. I fear it may not be long before it is completely undone, at which point the entire continent could be besieged by demonic beasts. I am well aware of this, Song Emperor. You need not worry, Bai Yi replied confidently. Shi offered a playful smile. Rest assured, Song Emperor, my brother is a man of his word. Reluctantly, Song Yu nodded. Then I shall wait a few more days. Once young master Bai has dealt with the Zhao family, I will return. Just as Song Yu turned to leave, Bai Yi called out to him. Are you aware of the Zhao family's true strength? If I were to confront them alone, would I be able to annihilate them? Turning back, Song Yu stumbled slightly at the audacity of the question. You wish to eradicate the Zhao family? Huh, what a fanciful notion. I hardly believe you could emerge alive if you were to go alone. Not only was the formidable woman of the Zhao family a threat, but even their other powerful members would easily overpower Bai Yi in his current state, though he had not delved deeply into the Zhao family specifics. His recent investigations had granted him an approximate understanding of their strength. While it posed little concern for him, it was indeed a terrifying prospect for Bai Yi. Shi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Brother, are you truly contemplating taking on the Zhao family by yourself? One could not help but notice that she increasingly felt her brother's recent thoughts were becoming quite perilous. Have you come to believe yourself invincible? She questioned. Brother, I can't help but notice that your recent thoughts seem rather dangerous, Shi remarked. Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Danger? What danger? Poetic silence enveloped Shi. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao had quietly withdrawn to the side. Song Yu managed to force a faint smile, remarking, in my opinion, if young master Bai intends to annihilate the Zhao family, his current strength may still fall short. Bai Yi, with a serious expression, declared, it's nothing, merely a slight hurdle. I believe that with a bit of determination, there remains a glimmer of hope. Song Yu felt on the verge of despair. A mere clenching of teeth? Even if you were to shatter your teeth, you could not extinguish the Zhao family. Naturally, he refrained from voicing these thoughts and merely cast an awkward glance at Shi. I shall make a visit to the Zhao residence now. Upon my return, I will immediately reinforce the seals on the passageway. With that, he strode purposefully towards the courtyard exit. Song Yu stood momentarily stunned and turned to Shi, inquiring. I recall that young master Bai was not so impulsive before, was he? He intended to express that Bai Yi had previously exhibited a semblance of rationality. Yet he chose to phrase it delicately to avoid inciting Shi's ire. Shi, equally perplexed, pondered, could it be that his recent training has muddled his mind? With this thought, she hastily called out to Bai Yi. Brother, are you truly intent on going to the Zhao family alone? Bai Yi chuckled softly. Of course not. I intend to visit the Bai family to see how things have been progressing there. He certainly would not venture alone into the Zhao family. After all, when Song Yu had obliterated numerous formidable forces, it was solely the Zhao family that remained unscathed. Although he was unaware of the underlying circumstances, he could surmise that the Zhao family was exceedingly formidable. To embark on such a journey alone would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. The mere mention of going to the Zhao family was merely a fade to maintain appearances. Upon hearing that Bai Yi was not heading to the Zhao family, Song Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Young master Bai, over 20 survivors from the Bai family have returned. The family has nearly completed its reconstruction. While it may not be as it once was, it stands in good stead compared to other families in the present day. Gratified by this news, Bai Yi offered a slight bow to Song Yu. I am sincerely grateful to you, Lord Song. Had it not been for your assistance, the reconstruction of the Bai family would have taken an extensive amount of time, given my solitary efforts. Bai Yi's appreciation for Song Yu was genuine, as he had articulated. Without Song Yu's intervention, he would have spent considerable time grappling with the hostility from various powerful factions. Although the situation with Songyun Academy and the Zhao family was still unresolved, it paled in comparison to the previous challenges. Chapter 50. He has opinions. Noticing Bai Ye's earnest gratitude, Songyu felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he had initially approached Bai Ye with a collaborative attitude, occasionally harboring doubts about fully trusting him. Now, faced with Bai Ye's sincere thanks, he found himself in an awkward position. There is no need for such formality. Young Master Bai, in truth, I had been somewhat displeased with their treatment of you, but I refrained from intervening for certain reasons. Bai Ye chuckled softly. In that case, I shall first visit the Bai family. Afterward, I will accompany you to examine that seal. He had previously inquired about the seal from Shi, as he doubted his own abilities in the art of formations could thoroughly seal it. He was aware that even the seals crafted by several superlative beings thousands of years ago had only endured for a mere few millennia. Shi had reassured him not to worry excessively, advising him to do his utmost. Since Shi had said so, he did not dwell on it too much. As she had mentioned, all that mattered was to give one's best effort. Upon Bai Ye's return to the Bai family, he was taken aback by the sight before him. As Songyu had remarked, while it could not compare to the family's state before the incident, the progress made in just a month was indeed remarkable. The imposing black stone gate remained unchanged, with the azure stone plaque hanging at a slant beneath the eaves. The two robust characters spelling Bai family were as familiar as ever. Gazing at the entrance felt like a journey back in time, reminiscent of his childhood. Each time his second uncle took him out and returned, he would steal a long, deep glance at that grand door. Beyond it, he could almost hear his adoptive father's calls and his third uncle's scoldings. Before he knew it, tears streamed down Bai Ye's face. How he longed to step through that door and be greeted by his adoptive father's care, the bustling activity of the Bai family descendants, and the kind, gentle smile of his second uncle. In that moment, fear gripped him, preventing him from taking another step forward. He stood there quietly, lost in thought for a long time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he returned to the 5-star academy, his eyes still glistening with tears. Entering the courtyard, he sat on a stone bench, gazing up at the starry sky. He recalled his second uncle's words, "The brightest star in the night sky represents the loved ones who watch over you. They are always observing and guarding you from above." He remembered his adoptive father's advice. One must learn to grow up. Only in maturity can one achieve their aspirations. He also recalled his third uncle's wisdom. A man need not be the strongest in the world, but he must act with integrity. In that moment, countless thoughts flooded his mind, lingering until the late hours of the night. Shi was in her room, gazing at Bai Ye. Lost in her thoughts from dusk until deep into the night, she watched silently, refraining from interrupting. With a faint smile, she mused. Such a life is not so bad after all, simple and uncomplicated, with those we care about close by. She glanced at Bai Ye and was momentarily taken aback, for he too was looking at her. With a playful smile, she stepped out of her room and approached him. Sitting across from one another, she asked, "Brother, do you enjoy this tranquil life we have now?" Bai Ye appeared somewhat unnatural as he posed a question. "Do you believe that we are currently living in tranquility?" He sighed lightly before continuing. "From the obliteration of my family months ago, to the mysterious disappearance of my master and senior sister, and our relentless pursuit that has only recently subsided, I suppose this month marks a semblance of peace." Shi's eyes dimmed with sorrow as she inquired, "What shall we do after sealing that passage?" "Once the sealing is complete, I intend to visit the Zhao family to clarify the events that transpired then, and subsequently seek out the old immortal Mu Xiao at Songyun Academy." As he spoke, Bai Ye's expression grew somewhat fierce. "Moreover, there has been no word from senior sister Long. Her whereabouts remain a mystery." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Shi's expression fell. "Brother, I shall accompany you to seal the beast domain tomorrow." Without awaiting Bai Ye's response, she turned and walked toward her room. As Bai Ye regained his senses, he realized that Shi had already returned to her room. It was only then that he sensed something amiss about her demeanor that evening, though he did not dwell on it, thinking he would inquire about it when time permitted. As the dawn's light began to unfold, Songyu arrived in the courtyard, and after a series of preparations and discussions, they set forth towards the direction of the Blackwind Forest. Along the way, Bai Ye learned from Songyu that the passageway was, in fact, an ancient dry well. The other end of this well led to the beast domain, which, according to ancient texts, is an expanse of vast starry realms. This domain has been under the dominion of monstrous beasts since antiquity, with some creatures having descended from ancient times. The oldest of these primordial beasts has existed for millions of years. Fortunately, the well connects to a desolate area within the beast domain, devoid of particularly formidable creatures. Upon reaching the depths of the Blackwind Forest, The group discovered a dry well not far ahead. The well's mouth measured approximately 10 feet across, surrounded by 8 stone pillars, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. Above, 8 chains hung down, each as thick as a human arm, their ends affixed to the tops of the pillars, intertwining to form an irregular shape. A closer inspection revealed that the chains were riddled with fissures, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Songyu's expression was grave. The cracks had become markedly more pronounced since his last visit just a few days prior. It was evident that the seal had weakened considerably over this brief period. Bai Yi and Shi observed intently, with Shi feeling a twinge of curiosity as the well's mouth seemed vaguely familiar. However, she could not quite recall where she had seen it before. Noticing Songyu's grave expression, Bai Yi began to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Although he had not previously underestimated the matter, he had not given it the attention it warranted. In retrospect, he realized he had been somewhat overconfident. With his current level of expertise in formations, he could only discern the general outline of this seal. The thought of this made his countenance darken, as he pondered how he might resolve this issue. If such a complex seal could be breached, his present abilities were insufficient to ensure its permanent containment. Recalling his earlier confident assurances to Songyu that he could manage it, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Turning to Shi, he inquired, "What should we do?" Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Songyu's expression grew even more troubled. Initially, his intention was to have Shi take action rather than Bai Yi. Yet, Bai Ye's suggestion struck him as decidedly unreliable. Shi furrowed her brow and replied, "Brother, they invited you to assist, not me. Besides, my current abilities are even inferior to yours. How could I possibly know what to do?" At her words, Songyu nearly stumbled in disbelief. It appeared that both siblings shared an equal lack of reliability. This revelation shattered the fleeting sense of goodwill he had begun to feel towards Bai Yi. "Young Master Bai, Miss Shi, please do not hesitate. Whomever takes action, it is imperative that the seal be reinforced." Bai Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I apologize, Sovereign Song. I underestimated this seal. It appears the situation is more complex than anticipated. Please grant me a few days to conduct thorough research." After speaking, he turned to Shi and suggested, "Shall we return and study this further?" Shi nonchalantly nodded, then pointed at Songyu, adding, "He might have objections." Observing the almost divine antics of the sibling duo, Songyu felt a surge of murderous intent. After calming himself for a moment, he remarked, "I fear that by the time you have thoroughly analyzed it, the seal may already be broken." Chapter 51. The Celestial Sealing Array. Bai Yi felt somewhat awkward and said, "Your Majesty, the Song Emperor, I truly apologize. Is there any other way to delay this for a few more days?" Songyu replied, "When I sought you out a month ago, I was already stalling. It is remarkable that we have managed to delay until now. Do you still wish for me to prolong it further? If it were possible to continue this indefinitely, would I even need to seek your assistance?" Noticing Songyu's evident anger, Shi leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, "Why not attempt a few formations? Is that feasible?" Bai Yi pondered. "Let us give it a try. After all, we have no other options at the moment." Moments later, Bai Yi's spirits lifted. "Your Majesty, the Song Emperor. Since that is the case, I shall proceed to seal this place now. However, it may only be temporary. Once I possess the capability to seal it completely, I shall return." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Songyu's expression softened slightly. "Then please, young Master Bai, act swiftly." He was eager to avoid any further delays, for he feared that young Master Bai might conjure up some unexpected turn of events soon. Bai Yi refrained from unnecessary chatter and promptly produced a large collection of spirit stones. One by one, he meticulously inscribed intricate and peculiar patterns upon these stones. After the passage of 2 hours, all 360 spirit stones were adorned with array formations. Witnessing the scene, Songyu was taken aback. In his previous experiences, he had encountered array formations, and there were indeed formidable array masters. However, those practitioners employed flags and directional alignments to channel the power of the heavens, creating diverse arrays. He had never encountered anyone like Bai Yi, who utilized spirit stones to form arrays. Before long, Bai Yi arranged the inscribed spirit stones into an unusual design. As he infused his profound energy into the formation, the stones began to tremble slightly, emanating beams of golden light. The peculiar pattern composed of spirit stones gradually transformed into a tapestry of golden radiance, illuminating the surroundings. The brilliance intensified, casting an ethereal golden hue over the entire Black Wind Forest, creating an awe-inspiring and sacred spectacle, as if a divine omen had descended from the heavens. Suddenly, the golden design began to drift slowly towards the well's mouth. As it enveloped the opening, it descended gently and ultimately merged into the 8 chains below. Simultaneously, the countless fissures on the chains began to heal gradually. Songyu was utterly astonished, muttering incoherently, his words indistinguishable. At that moment, Shir was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unreliable individual could produce such an array. Having perused various texts on array formations, she recognized that this was indeed the celestial sealing array described therein. This formation, once invoked, could seal the heavens and the earth. Yet, what Bai Yi had manifested was merely one component of this grand array. Even so, it was a source of great astonishment, leaving her to ponder the terrifying implications if the entire formation were to be fully realized. Having completed this intricate task, Bai Yi felt somewhat drained. The energy required for this array component was immense, and he was relieved that he had only inscribed a single segment. Otherwise, he might have exhausted himself completely. Song Dishu, you may rest assured, there should be no issues in the near future. Shir hurried over to support the faltering Bai Yi. Indeed, young Master Bai, your prowess in array formations is truly exceptional, and we are all greatly enlightened. I hope you will not hold our previous indiscretions against us. Songyu, filled with excitement, bowed slightly to Bai Yi. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Bai Yi did not return to the courtyard, nor did he visit the Bai family again. Instead, he accompanied Shir to the Zhao residence. In truth, Bai Yi had intended to persuade Shir not to follow him, yet she remained obstinate. To be honest, Bai Yi felt a twinge of anxiety within. After all, his abilities were still lacking in comparison to others. However, he was eager to uncover the reason behind Du Guxian's betrayal of the Bai family. After much contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the Zhao family's estate, Bai Yi was once again engulfed in memories, reminiscing about the last time he departed with his second uncle and the moments spent with Shui entering and exiting the place. Each scene felt as though it had occurred only yesterday, simultaneously close yet infinitely distant. Suppressing his melancholic thoughts, he approached the grand entrance of the Zhao residence. Bai Yi, what brings you here? Inquired a Zhao servant upon noticing him, and Shir. I wish to see your mistress, Bai Yi replied. The servant snorted derisively. Humph. You think you have the right to see our mistress? Be gone. With that, he attempted to shove Bai Yi aside, but Bai Yi was quicker, launching himself forward and delivering a punch to the servant's chest. Stepping over the fallen servant, he strode into the Zhao courtyard. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. Who dares to act so recklessly? As the words faded, an elderly man approached Bai Yi with measured steps. Bai Yi recognized him as Zhao Yu, the elder of the Zhao family. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Zhao Yu paused in surprise. It's you? Indeed, it is I. I demand to see your mistress. Bai Yi replied coldly. Zhao Yu's patience waned. The mistress is not here. You should leave. Not here? In truth, Zhao Yu harbored a desire to eliminate Bai Yi. But the mistress had instructed him to avoid any trouble during her absence. Therefore, he suppressed his fury and merely wished to dismiss Bai Yi. If you know what's good for you, be gone, he said in a frigid tone. Hearing this, Bai Yi's anger ignited. He drew his crimson longsword and lunged at Zhao Yu, thrusting the blade toward him. Shir, witnessing Bai Yi's sudden aggression, was momentarily taken aback. Had his recent breakthroughs inflated his ego? Zhao Yu, observing Bai Yi's unexpected strike, felt a flicker of anger in his eyes and swiftly retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Bai Yi. The tip of Bai Yi's sword aimed directly at Zhao Yu's palm, but failed to penetrate, instead being repelled by the force of the blow. Zhao Yu admonished, do not be ungrateful, otherwise, do not blame me for using strength against the weak. It was evident that Zhao Yu had held back his power, otherwise, Bai Yi would have surely been injured. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yu, Bai Yi's strike had been casual and not executed with full force. Bai Yi spoke succinctly. Once the battle commenced, there was no room for retreat. He thrust his sword once more towards Zhao Yu, this time with far greater intent. At the moment of the strike, the surrounding air was violently torn apart, unleashing a faint golden blade of light directed at Zhao Yu. Observing this attack, Zhao Yu was taken aback. It was undeniable that this strike possessed several times the power of the previous one. Although slightly astonished, he did not regard it as a significant threat. In response, he unleashed a palm strike akin to before, which swiftly drew the ambient air into a faint black vortex that pressed towards Bai Yi. When the black vortex collided with Bai Yi's golden sword light, a thunderous explosion ensued, sending Bai Yi staggering back a distance, yet managing to regain his footing. Witnessing this, Zhao Yu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. His previous palm strike, although not executed with full force, would have been lethal to an ordinary Dan realm practitioner, or at the very least, severely injurious. However, Bai Yu had only been pushed back a short distance, indicating that while he was indeed in the Dan realm, his strength might rival that of the Jedon realm. Realizing this, Zhao Yu ceased to hold back and struck out with all his might towards Bai Yi. Chapter 52. I shall unleash my true power. As Zhao Yu delivered his full-powered palm strike, the sky above the Zhao residence darkened as if shrouded by clouds. With multiple black vortices converging upon Bai Yi, the sheer oppressive force caused Bai Yi to waver, akin to a solitary boat amidst tempestuous seas, on the verge of being overwhelmed by this pressure. Yet, amidst this terrifying onslaught, Bai Yi remained composed, calming his mind and slowly closing his eyes. He sought to comprehend the nature of this formidable pressure, which had previously made him feel his swordsmanship lacked a certain potency. In that moment, it dawned on him that what he truly lacked was a resolute heart in the face of life and death, alongside a deeper understanding of power. With this realization, he gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of ferocity flashing within. He struck forth with his sword. With a resonant hum, the sound of the sword echoed. As the blade sang, the terrifying pressure from Zhao Yu's attack began to dissipate rapidly. Even the darkened sky above started to brighten. Zhao Yu was momentarily stunned. How could this be? At that instant, Bai Ye's sword was already before him, disregarding the oppressive force entirely. In a heartbeat, the sword and palm collided, unleashing an even greater surge of terrifying energy that erupted outward. Instantly, several structures within the Zhao estate were reduced to mere dust, while Zhao Yu was violently propelled backward, crashing against a stone wall before finally coming to a halt. The wall bore a distinct impression of his form. Simultaneously, Bai Yu was also forced back several paces, nearly exiting the Zhao courtyard, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Though wounded from this confrontation, Bai Yu smiled. Now he has gained an understanding of his own strength. When he exerts himself fully, he is capable of contending with a formidable practitioner of the sea-nurturing realm. Furthermore, if he were to employ a formation, he harbors confidence in easily vanquishing an average opponent of the sea-nurturing realm. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile graced his lips. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A terrifying aura emanated from deep within the Zhao family's courtyard. Audaciously, the voice arrived before the person. Upon hearing it, Zhao Yu's face revealed a hint of scorn. He could discern that the speaker was none other than another elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Quan, a formidable warrior at the third level of the sea-breaking realm. Bai Ye's expression turned solemn upon seeing the newcomer, for he could discern from the aura alone that this individual was undoubtedly more formidable than Zhao Yu. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, as he possessed a teleportation array, allowing him to escape if the situation became dire. Zhao Quan fixed a cold gaze upon Bai Yi, remarking, "I wondered who could be so audacious. It turns out to be the young master of the Bai family. Huh? Do you believe that you have inflicted too little harm upon your family? Or do you simply wish for your existence to be cut short?" Bai Yi spoke softly. "I come today solely to meet your lady and understand why the Bai family was wronged." Zhao Quan glanced at the shattered remnants of several houses around him and coldly replied, "Why do I sense that you have come to provoke my Zhao family?" Before Bai Yi could respond, he continued, "Since you are here, you might as well stay." With that, a massive axe appeared in his hand, an artifact of the Xian rank, its surface shimmering with serpentine hues of blue that sent chills down one's spine. Without further ado, he swung the axe towards Bai Yi. As the weapon whirled, the air crackled ominously, and blue flashes of light darted through the space, threatening to cleave reality itself. Witnessing the impending strike, Bai Yi's expression changed drastically. He hastily raised his sword to defend, but it was too late. The axe struck him, sending him hurtling back 100 yards, where he came to a halt, coughing up blood. Sure rushed to Bai Yi's side, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Bai Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still holding strong despite the old man's unexpected resilience. He slowly rose to his feet and said, Sure. Stand back. I am about to unleash my ultimate move." Sure nodded eagerly and retreated to a distance. "Old man, prepare to receive this sword strike." With that, an immense surge of profound energy flowed through him, continuously infusing his sword. In that moment, even the surrounding celestial energy and the essence of the heavens began to converge into Bai Yi's blade. Seeing this, Zhao Quan's expression shifted to one of gravity, tinged with a hint of perplexity. By all accounts, Bai Yi was merely at the returning Dan realm. How could he possibly commune with the celestial energies? Although this sudden display was somewhat surprising, it was merely a slight astonishment. With a resounding roar, As Bai Yi unleashed his earth-shattering strike, a colossal sword manifested above him, causing the very skies to tremble. The giant blade glimmered with a faint golden light, warping the space around it ever so slightly. Sure, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but think, what a terrifying sword strike. This force could very well transcend this realm. Zhao Quan, witnessing this, felt his initial surprise transform into sheer shock. He sensed a palpable danger emanating from this strike, one that was potentially fatal. Instantly, his face paled, and he swung his massive axe with all his might to intercept this lethal blow. Just then, another elder appeared on the scene, brandishing a curved blade and standing with an air of arrogance. It was Zhao Shangtian from the Zhao family, a formidable presence at the third layer of the sovereign realm. As Bai Ye's terrifying sword descended, Zhao Shangtian swung his curved blade with ferocity. The luminous blade of the white leaf shattered instantaneously, as the formidable and terrifying momentum capable of shaking the heavens and the earth was effortlessly dismantled by Zhao Shangtian's single strike. Bai Yi was forcefully repelled 100 feet away, his body drenched in blood, with several deep wounds visible down to the bone, continuously oozing blood. Lying prone on the ground, Bai Yi bitterly smiled, remarking on the shamelessness of the Zhao family for not only employing brute strength against the weak but also overwhelming him with sheer numbers. Suddenly, a troubling realization struck him. If the enemy's strength vastly exceeded his own, he might not even have the chance to activate the teleportation array to escape. With a shake of his head and a sigh, he acknowledged the paramount importance of strength. Zhao Xingtian, clearly unwilling to grant Bai Yi any opportunity, swung his blade once more, sending waves of cutting energy toward him, tearing apart the very fabric of space in their wake. Witnessing this, Shu's expression turned cold as she prepared to intervene. However, Song Yu suddenly appeared before Bai Yi, waving his sleeve and causing several strands of blade energy to vanish into thin air. He then urged, "Leave first," and, with that, he whisked Bai Yi and Shu away from the scene. By the time Zhao Shitian and Zhao Quan arrived, the area was entirely vacant. They had fled. Who had come to his rescue? Upon returning to the small courtyard of the 5-star academy, Song Yu placed Bai Yi, gravely injured and unconscious, into a room. He turned to Shu and asked, "Why didn't you intervene? Are you not afraid he might be killed?" Shu sighed softly. "It is not that I do not wish to act. It is that I cannot. Unless he is faced with a life and death crisis. I would have intervened if you had delayed your action by just a moment." Song Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Why?" Shu gazed earnestly at him. "Because I may only be able to act once." The confusion in Song Yu deepened. "Only once?" Shu regarded him with a hint of disdain. "Even if I can act but once, I could easily resolve his immediate concerns." She emphasized further, "At the very least, I would eliminate all threats to him on this continent, including that old man." Song Yu cast a skeptical glance at Shu, but chose to remain silent. Chapter 53. Persuading Dean Kanglin. After departing, Song Yu arrived at Songyun Academy, where he encountered Dean Kanglin and Mu Xiu in the Songyun Hall. He addressed them. "You should not have opposed Bai Yi from the outset." Kanglin replied solemnly, "I did not anticipate matters would escalate to such a degree." Initially, he had not regarded Bai Yi with much concern, but as events unfolded, his unease grew. Mu Xiu, with a troubled expression, asked, "Is there any possibility of uncovering Bai Yi's true origins?" Following recent events, he had conducted a discreet investigation into Bai Yi, but could only ascertain that he had been found by millennia over a decade ago, with no further information forthcoming. Song Yu responded, "You must be aware of the woman by his side, correct? According to my recent findings, the woman currently with Bai Yi is not the one Elder Mu Xiu previously encountered." Mu Xiu, perplexed, queried, "Not that person?" Song Yu continued, "From my investigations, it is revealed that the 3 individuals from the Tang family who attacked Bai Yi did not actually kill him. Rather, it was that woman who employed some form of array to deceive the 3 members of the Tang family." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the 2 individuals and continued, "After that, the woman vanished, which means that for the subsequent days, Bai Yi was entirely alone. It was only on the day of the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment examination that this woman beside him made her appearance." Song Lan suddenly inquired, "Is it possible to ascertain the origins of this woman?" Song Yu shook his head, replying, "It cannot be traced," as if she materialized out of thin air. Previously, she claimed to be from the Lin family of Sana Town, but according to my investigations, the Lin family in Sana Town has been extinct for several years. Song Lan appeared to ponder for a moment before asking, "Could this woman have entered from the outside?" Song Yu nodded. "Not only did she come from the outside, but I suspect she forcefully tore through the Great Formation to enter not long ago. The Beast Desire passage of the Tsangyan continent was sealed by several powerful beings. And with them, the entire continent was sealed as well. This implies that anyone wishing to enter from the outside must obtain permission. The Elder of Creation is the guardian of this land, meaning that anyone leaving or entering must have his consent. Initially, someone bypassed the Elder of Creation and tore through the formation to arrive here, yet they were not punished by him. This indicates that the strength of the intruder must be superior to that of the Elder of Creation. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Song Lan's expression grew somewhat grim. If that woman is indeed by Ye's side, he suddenly recalled something. Could it be that the recent group of mysterious individuals was summoned by her? At Song Lan's question, Song Yu's countenance shifted unnaturally, but he quickly regained his composure. It should be, I suppose. Song Lan's expression darkened further. What should we do now? Song Yu smiled slightly. It is not a matter of what we should do, but rather what you all should do. Do not include me in your ranks. The audacity of Song Lan attempting to enlist him was laughable. After all, he had made considerable sacrifices to persuade Bai Yi to act, and now, having established a modicum of rapport with him, how could he possibly side with the opposition? Song Lan felt somewhat awkward. I implore you, Emperor Song, to show us a path forward. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu replied, continuing to oppose Bai Yi is certainly not an option. Since we cannot stand against him, we must cultivate a friendship instead. Song Lan's face darkened. He had previously targeted Bai Yi relentlessly, rallying all forces against him. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Mu Xiu suddenly suggested, Dean, why don't we escape? Song Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Escape? Do you believe you can leave without the Elder of Creation's permission? Or do you think you can tear through the Great Formation like that woman? Song Lan questioned. Isn't the Elder of Creation present? Song Yu sighed. If I could locate the Elder of Creation, I wouldn't have had to plead with Bai Yi for assistance. In any case, I have searched for half a month without success. Perhaps Dean Song might have better luck. As he pondered, he continued. Even if you manage to find him, if the woman beside Bai Yi does not allow you to leave, do you truly believe you can escape? Mu Xiu expressed doubt. Has the Sovereign of Song ever witnessed that woman in action? Song Yu looked at Mu Xiu with confusion. Not at all. Mu Xiu inquired further. Then the Sovereign of Song does not comprehend that woman's strength. Earlier, you mentioned that she might have torn apart the Great Formation by herself, but that was merely conjecture. Perhaps she is just an ordinary woman. Hearing Mu Xiu's flawed reasoning, Song Yu sighed. Indeed, one should not engage in discourse with a fool. I recall that Song Lan possessed some wit in the past, yet now, previously puzzled by Song Lan's behavior, he now understood it stemmed from the constant presence of someone like Mu Xiu. Initially, he had intended to discuss the situation with them, hoping to foster a reconciliation with Bai Yi for everyone's benefit, perhaps even allowing himself to return to that place someday. However, Mu Xiu's remarks left him speechless. And he thought to himself, why concern himself with them? It sufficed for him to maintain good relations with Bai Yi. His good intentions had ultimately rendered him a fool in others' eyes. With this in mind, Song Yu awkwardly smiled. Perhaps you are right, Elder Mu. In that case, I shall take my leave. You may continue. He turned to depart, but Song Lan called out to him, Sovereign of Song, do you believe that woman is formidable? Song Yu laughed. Not formidable at all. She is merely an ordinary person. My previous assertions were mere guesses. Song Lan fell silent, contemplating for a long time. How could he cultivate a good relationship with Bai Yi? After a prolonged silence, Song Lan unexpectedly posed such a question, catching Song Yu off guard and surprising Mu Xiu even more. Mu Xiu urgently asked, why seek to befriend him? If Song Lan aimed to foster relations with Bai Yi, Mu Xiu would be most apprehensive, for he was aware that the previous actions taken by Tsang Yun Academy against Bai Yi were orchestrated by him. This meant that even if Bai Yi were to spare Tsang Yun Academy, he would certainly not forgive Mu Xiu. The thought intensified his anxiety. Dean, we need not fear Bai Yi. Even if he possesses backing, this continent is still governed by Tsang Yun Academy. Song Lan disregarded Mu Xiu, focusing intently on Song Yu. Sovereign of Song, please provide guidance. Song Yu chuckled, sensing that Song Lan had not entirely lost his wits. Cultivating a good relationship with Bai Yi was not insurmountable. It depended on the sincerity displayed. He cautioned them, however, do bear in mind that Bai Yi is not easily satisfied. Song Lan hesitated. If the cost is too great. Song Yu laughed heartily. It seems Dean Song has yet to fully contemplate this matter. Mu Xiu countered. Is Sovereign of Song's encouragement to befriend Bai Yi motivated by ulterior motives? At that moment, Song Yu felt an urge to rebuke him, yet he managed to restrain himself. Thinking to himself, he realized that he could no longer engage with this fool, lest he too be drawn into foolishness. Upon hearing Muxio's words, Song Lan hesitated even further. He turned to Song Yu and inquired, Master Song, what advantages might we gain by allying with Bai Yi? Initially, Song Yu intended to disregard the two. If they wish to remain foolish, let them do so. However, reflecting upon his past acquaintance with the former head of Songyun Academy, he sighed. Did not the former head, Song, wish to understand the matters concerning his master? Chapter 54. Song Lan's master. The previous head of Songyun Academy, Lin Feng, was also Song Lan's master and hailed from outside. Like Song Yu, he had sought refuge in this place after being pursued centuries ago. Under the relentless chase of several formidable foes, Lin Feng fortuitously encountered the Elder of Creation. Upon learning of Lin Feng's plight, the Elder expressed his intent to bestow upon him a gift of fortune. In his weakened state, Lin Feng had no choice but to heed the Elder's words. Subsequently, the Elder brought Lin Feng to the Songyun continent. Years later, Lin Feng joined Songyun Academy and, due to his formidable prowess, was selected by the then headmaster as the successor. Not long after, turmoil engulfed the Songyun continent, leading to the demise of the headmaster in an effort to quell the unrest. Lin Feng avenged the former headmaster with his immense strength, restoring peace. He subsequently ascended to the role of headmaster. Under Lin Feng's governance, the Songyun continent experienced an unprecedented era of tranquility and prosperity, marking the most stable period in millennia. However, this period of bliss was short-lived, as a catastrophic event transpired several decades ago. In a single night, hundreds of powerful beings across the continent were ruthlessly slain, all by a single flying dagger. Strangely, after this massacre, the Songyun continent fell into an eerie calm. Following his ascension as headmaster, Song Lan investigated this incident, only to learn that the assailant hailed from outside. The motives behind the massacre, however, remained shrouded in mystery. It was known only that the perpetrator was a mysterious man wielding a flying dagger. Master? The thought of his master dimmed Song Lan's gaze. From the tender age of 3, he had wandered the streets, oblivious to the identities of his parents and uncertain of his own survival, relying on alms for sustenance. Often, he would go 5 or 6 days without food, enduring this wretched existence for years on end. During this time, despair consumed him as he watched other children bask in parental affection and enjoy warm meals. He often resented his parents for abandoning him to such a fate. On numerous occasions, he contemplated the notion of ending his life, yearning to escape the torment. Each time he endured days without a morsel, despair deepened, revealing to him the stark inequities of the world. Yet, regardless of how much he detested his circumstances and longed for liberation, he persevered. It was through this endurance that he ultimately found the opportunity to alter his destiny. One fateful day, as he begged on the streets, he was met with the same indifferent gazes as always. For him, even a kind glance felt like an unattainable luxury. Once again, as in the days prior, no one offered him a shred of charity. Gently caressing his flat belly, he ambled toward a dilapidated thatched cottage. At that moment, a figure obstructed his path. He turned to face the person, and upon witnessing their warm smile, he was momentarily entranced. Such a smile had been his cherished dream. Now, someone had bestowed it upon him, and he found himself lost in admiration. "Uncle, could you spare me a morsel of food?" he uttered instinctively, unsure of what else to say. This phrase, along with "I'm sorry," had been his most frequently spoken words throughout his life, repeated countless times each day. The person's smile grew even more endearing. "Come, let me take you to eat." Upon hearing this, his body stiffened, and he began to tremble. No one had ever spoken such words to him before. The usual response to his pleas for food had always been a curt dismissal. With disbelief, he asked, "Really?" "Of course it's true." As confirmation washed over him, his excitement grew. The stranger led him to a bun shop, the very one he had passed numerous times before, not for the prospect of receiving a meal, but merely to inhale the tantalizing aroma of the buns. He devoured over a dozen before pausing, feeling slightly embarrassed as he glanced at the stranger. "Did I eat too much?" The man chuckled. "Not at all. Just eat your fill." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm full." The man gently ruffled his hair and inquired, "What is your name? How old are you?" With a hint of sadness, he replied, "I have no name. They all call me Little Beggar." The man, slightly puzzled, pressed further, "What about your family?" "I have been on my own since childhood." "I have no family." In that moment, he yearned to ask the man if he might take him in. Yet, understanding boundaries, he felt grateful for the food and dared not wish for more. After a moment of contemplation, the man posed a question, "Would you like to come with me?" Surprised, he looked at the man in awe. "You want to take me with you?" Why are you so kind to me? Tears began to well up in his eyes. The man gently wiped away his tears, saying, There is no reason. I simply believe that a thoughtful child like you deserves a better fate. He nodded, I'm willing. The man smiled, Very well, but you must promise me that you won't cry anymore. A young man like you should not shed tears. Hastily, he dried his eyes with his sleeve, I won't cry anymore. Thus, the man took him to Songyun Academy, where he named him Kanglin and accepted him as a disciple. For the years that followed, the man treated him as his own, and Kanglin dedicated himself to rigorous training, growing ever more mature, filled with gratitude for his master. Master, I have broken through to the sea-breaking realm. The voice brimmed with unparalleled excitement and pride, accompanied by profound gratitude. The individual chuckled in astonishment, realizing that Lon had indeed not disappointed his master. Master, thank you for your guidance and teachings over the years. As he spoke, memories of their first encounter flooded back, causing his eyes to moisten. This was the first time he had wept since promising his master all those years ago. Observing the glistening eyes of the young man, his master inquired, How did you vow to serve me back then? He quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, replying, I will always remember, master. The master smiled gently, There is no intent to reproach you. The young man clasped his fists and bowed, I understand, master. Thus, several years passed in serene tranquility. Yet, life seldom maintained such peace, and inevitably, an unforeseen event transpired. On what began as a calm day, the entire Songyun continent erupted into turmoil. For the previous night had seen the slaughter of hundreds of formidable warriors, including Lan's master. None knew the identity of the assailant, but investigations revealed that a flying dagger had been the weapon used. After the massacre, the perpetrator vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Lan stood vigil by his master's lifeless body, shedding no tears, merely keeping watch. Days passed in silence as he remained motionless, yet in his mind, memories of every moment spent with his master replayed incessantly. He vowed, deep within, that he would avenge his master one day. Reflecting on his master, Lan felt a sense of bewilderment. For decades, he had sought to uncover the whereabouts of that mysterious figure, yet he had found no leads. He speculated that the individual might have departed from this continent. Songyu, noticing Lan's confusion, suggested, Perhaps Bai Yi could assist you. At this, Lan turned sharply toward Songyu. Him? Songyu nodded. Even if he cannot, that woman by his side surely can. Lan hesitated. How can I trust them? Songyu shook his head with a smile. To find that person, you must leave this continent. Beyond seeking the Elder of Creation, it is possible that that woman has the ability to facilitate your departure. Mu Xiao, observing Lan's wavering resolve, quickly proposed, We can capture Bai Yi and his companion, compelling them to take us with them. Songyu looked at Mu Xiao in surprise, giving a thumbs up. I believe Elder Mu's plan is quite feasible. With that, he turned to leave, fear evident in his demeanor towards Mu Xiao. After Songyu's departure, Lan remained silent for an extended period. Elder Mu, you may go. Chapter 55, The Breakthrough of the Sword Path. Chapter 56, What secrets lie within? Shirshir gazed at Bai Ye's sword and suddenly felt like a burden. With that sword in hand, what danger could Bai Yi possibly face? Shaking her head with a wry smile, she approached Bai Yi. How are you? Are you all right? Bai Yi smiled. I'm not dead yet. In the distance, Mu Xiao fixated on Bai Ye's sword, his expression grave. He had heard tales of the sword's ability to protect its master, but he never anticipated its formidable power. The sword's earlier radiance had left him utterly astounded. Had he not unleashed his full strength, he would have surely been slain. What manner of sword is this? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Could it be that Songyu's words were indeed true? This thought ignited a flicker of retreat within him, yet reason quickly admonished him against it. Even if he fled now, Bai Yi would undoubtedly seek him out in the future. By then, he feared he would no longer stand a chance against him. Although Bai Yi was gravely injured, could that sword truly protect the woman beside him? Contemplating this, Mu Xiao's face contorted into a menacing grimace. He decided to take a gamble. Unable to kill Bai Yi, he would first eliminate the girl at his side. With that resolve, he unleashed a powerful punch. Not aimed at Bai Yi, but at Shirshir. Despite being in a wounded state, Mu Xiao's strike was terrifyingly potent. As he threw the punch, the space within several dozen feet around him quivered slightly. Suddenly, fissures in the fabric of space appeared, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Simultaneously, shards of darkness erupted from these rifts, engulfing the sky in an instant. Mu Xiao sneered, Die? As his words echoed, darkness enveloped the arena. Countless spatial blades hurtled towards Shirshir. Witnessing this scene, Both Bai Yi and Shi's expressions shifted dramatically. Bai Yi embraced Shi with unwavering intensity, perceiving that the attack was directed at her. Had it been aimed at him, the blade might have been triggered, but with Shi in its path, he could not ascertain whether it would still activate. And thus he dared not gamble. Shi, taken aback by Bai Yi's tight embrace, initially froze. She had prepared herself to strike, yet unexpectedly found herself ensnared in her brother's protective hold, rendering her momentarily incapable of retaliating. However, she bore him no resentment. Rather, she felt a surge of emotion. Having been a maid since childhood, no one had ever treated her with such care, save for her grandfather, although the mistress had always been kind to her. The benevolence stemming from their master-servant relationship paled in comparison to the affection Bai Yi bestowed upon her. Lost in thought, she gazed at Bai Yi, murmuring, "Brother, you will die? I am unafraid." "Why?" "Because you are my sister." Shi gently closed her eyes. It was evident that once Bai Yi had enveloped her in his embrace, she had missed the optimal moment to counterattack. Thus, even if she were to strike now, it was uncertain whether she could fully ward off the impending blow. Contemplating this, Shi let out a bitter smile, saying, "Brother, in the next life, I still wish to be your sister." Bai Yi nodded earnestly, declaring his intent to be her brother. The two exchanged smiles. In an instant, countless dark blades of spatial energy surged towards them. Just as these ominous blades were about to strike, a thunderous shout rang out. "Stop!" A terrifying pressure descended, and a figure materialized before Bai Yi and his companion. It was Song Lan. Upon witnessing Song Lan's arrival, Mu Xiu's expression froze momentarily, only to morph into a more sinister visage. He could no longer hold back. Thus, he resolved to bring about mutual destruction. His attacks grew more ferocious and frenzied. Observing this, Song Lan's countenance darkened considerably. Their strengths were nearly equal, and should Mu Xiu be determined to fight to the bitter end, Song Lan was uncertain he could withstand such a horrific blow. Even if he did manage to endure it, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Caught in this quandary, he hesitated to act. Just as his indecision lingered, Mu Xiu unleashed his assault. An array of dark spatial blades engulfed Song Lan, Bai Yi, and Shi in an instant. Watching the three consumed by the blades, Mu Xiu let out a maniacal laugh. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The countless dark blades began to shatter slowly. Moments later, all the spatial blades disintegrated, revealing a figure before Bai Yi and the others. It was Song Yu. How was this possible? Mu Xiu was momentarily bewildered. He was well aware of the terrifying power of his prior strike. Yet, such a formidable attack had been effortlessly dissipated by Song Yu. A dreadful thought began to brew in his mind. You are not at the sovereign level. You have surpassed the sovereign level." His voice trembled, a mask of fear overtaking his features. In that instant, Bai Yi and his companions were also taken aback. Especially Song Lan. He had never regarded Song Yu as a threat, believing no one on this continent could transcend the sovereign level. He was acutely aware of the terror behind Mu Xiu's recent strike. Had he taken it head-on, he would have been gravely injured. Yet, Song Yu had effortlessly neutralized that attack. The shock that Song Yu instilled in him was profoundly unsettling. Bai Yi and his companion, tightly embracing one another, turned their gazes towards Song Yu. Bai Yi could not help but swallow hard. So, the Song Emperor is truly formidable. Reflecting on his prior somewhat unfriendly demeanor towards this Song Emperor, he suddenly felt a chill rise from his heart. Song Yu smiled faintly. There is even more to behold. At that moment, Song Lan regarded Bai Yi, who was tightly embracing Shi, with a puzzled expression. Is this fellow attempting to take advantage of the situation? Why is he holding on so tightly even after the crisis has passed? Are they truly just siblings? Noticing Song Lan's curious gaze, Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. He instinctively tightened his grip even further, eyeing Song Lan with suspicion. What are you up to? Song Yu turned his attention to the elder Mu Xiu across from him. Elder Mu, I have stated before that as long as I am here, no one shall lay a hand on young Master Bai. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiu felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. What nonsense is this? Why did you not say so before? What shocked Mu Xiu even more followed shortly after. As soon as Song Yu finished speaking, Song Lan immediately echoed, and I too. With my presence, no one shall dare to touch young Master Bai. Mu Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood, angrily pointing at the two. You both are utterly shameless. Mu Xiu, I'm thoroughly defeated. With that, he turned and fled. As Mu Xiu made his escape, Song Yu prepared to pursue him. But Bai Yi intercepted him. The grudge of today, I shall avenge myself in the future. Song Lan promptly approached Bai Yi. Young Master Bai, Allow me to escort you home to recuperate. Bai Yi regarded Song Lan with a peculiar expression, pondering the motives of these individuals who once sought his demise. What performance was unfolding today? Noticing Bai Yi's strange demeanor, Song Yu promptly interjected, "Young Master Bai, return to recuperate. Once your injuries have healed, I shall reveal a secret to you." "What secret?" Bai Yi inquired, yet Song Yu remained silent, and Bai Yi chose not to press further. With Shi assisting him, Bai Yi made his way back to the small courtyard. Yang Xiao, upon observing Bai Yi's grievous injuries, expressed astonishment. "Junior brother Bai, have you been tormented again?" At his remark, Shi shot him an exasperated glare. Meanwhile, Song Lan felt a twinge of awkwardness. The trio exchanged few words before bidding farewell. "Has the dean made a decision?" Song Yu asked Song Lan as they walked. With a soft sigh, Song Lan replied, "As long as we can locate the one responsible for Master S' demise, conceding once is a trivial matter." His expression grew slightly uneasy. "Song Emperor, are you truly above the realm of the Lord?" Song Yu chuckled. "Is that truly so surprising? How does one ascend beyond the realm of the Lord?" "It's a secret." Song Lan's eyes narrowed. "Are you contemplating action?" Noticing Song Lan's narrowed gaze, Song Yu felt a flicker of annoyance. Song Lan's face darkened. "No. I was merely reflecting on how we saved Bai Yi. He ought to owe us a debt of gratitude now." Song Yu paused, then erupted in laughter. "Dean Song, it was I who rescued him this time. What relation do you have to it? I must remind you, your indecisiveness often hinders your endeavors." Before Song Lan could retort, Song Yu had already turned and vanished from sight. After a moment of silence, Song Lan too departed. In the confines of his chamber, Bai Yi tended to his wounds while meticulously recalling the battle with Mu Xiu. This encounter had proven immensely beneficial, not only deepening his understanding of the void patterns, but also enhancing his comprehension of the sword path. He remained intrigued by the void patterns, although he could inscribe them. It was merely a replication of what he had gleaned from texts, a mere imitation. Yet, even this basic application of the patterns was already formidable. Could it be that a complete mastery of their principles and intricacies would truly defy the heavens? Indeed, the grand path holds myriad mysteries. How he wished that Shang'er were present. She could have answered any inquiries he had. The thought of Yunshang dimmed Bai Yi's gaze. "Are you well? You must await my return." With a soft sigh, he refocused his mind and continued his recuperation. Days passed. The wounds of Bai Yi have completely healed, and his realm has advanced yet again. He is now perhaps only a single opportunity away from reaching the core formation stage. Bai Yi stepped into the courtyard and beheld Shi sitting on a stone bench, lost in thought. "Shi, what occupies your mind?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's inquiry, Shi was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a gentle smile, saying, "It's nothing." "Have your injuries healed?" "Yes, they have," Bai Yi replied, settling down across from her. "Shi, I now feel that my realm has reached the pinnacle of the returning dance stage. Yet, I find myself unable to break through. What could be the reason for this?" After pondering for a moment, Shi responded, "It may simply require a catalyst. In the early stages of cultivation, as long as one has ample resources and diligently practices, continuous breakthroughs are achievable. However, as one progresses, mere hard work is insufficient. Sometimes, insight and experience are necessary for advancement." Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed, pondering how to comprehend this realm. Shi smiled gently and suggested, "Let us take a stroll outside." Bai Yi nodded, and the two rose to walk into the distance. On the way, Shi inquired, "Brother, do you enjoy your current life?" Bai Yi felt somewhat perplexed by Shi's sudden question. "What is the matter, Shi?" She blinked and replied, "Hee, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry." Bai Yi sighed softly, expressing a desire to grow stronger swiftly in order to rescue Shang'er. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Shi's eyes, though she concealed it adeptly, leaving Bai Yi oblivious to her true feelings. "Well then, dear brother, you must strive diligently." Unbeknownst to them, the two had wandered into a narrow alley, scarcely a width of 10 feet. The cobblestone pavement rose and fell unevenly, presenting an irregular surface. In the crevices of the stones, sparse grasses grew to a height of merely an inch, imparting a sense of antiquity and timelessness to the path. Suddenly, Shi inquired of Bai Yi, "Brother, do you know why these little blades of grass only reach about an inch in height?" Bai Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Do these grasses simply refuse to grow tall? Shi let out a gentle sigh. It is not that they cannot reach great heights, but rather that those which have grown tall have already been trampled by passers-by. Bai Yi was even more perplexed. Why would those individuals tread upon the grass that had grown taller? It is because people tend to disregard the things beneath their feet that pose no harm to them. Bai, seemingly lost in thought and poised to speak, was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of shouts from across the alley. Old fool, hand over that item. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family. Young man, why must you resort to thievery when there are countless other paths to choose from? Bai and his companion swiftly approached the source of the commotion. Stop. What kind of cowardice is it to bully the elderly? Bai exclaimed with a commanding tone. At that moment, not far ahead, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard was angrily berating an elder clad in a grayish-white robe. Upon hearing Bai's admonition, the man slowly turned his head. As he did so, Bai felt a moment of bewilderment. The individual before him was none other than Wang Dachui, who had previously dared to challenge Zhao Shuer. Wang Dachui cast a glance at Bai, a flicker of hostility crossing his face. Who is this young brat? Get out of my way, he retorted. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he seemed to recognize Bai, and a hint of trepidation emerged on his countenance. He was aware of how Bai had once vanquished hundreds of young contenders, and he did not believe he could overpower Bai. Nor did he consider Bai a benevolent figure likely to spare him. Why you are Bai? Bai smiled faintly. Brother Wang, have you been enjoying a bit more comfort lately? Would you like me to surprise you with something unexpected? No, he said, turning to flee. Bai made no effort to pursue him and instead approached the elderly man. Sir, are you all right? The old man paid no attention to Bai. His gaze fixed solemnly on Shuer's face. Noticing the old man's disregard, Shuer shot him an indignant glare. Hey, old man. Did you not hear my brother asking you a question? The white-haired elder with black lines remarked. Poet, how should one speak? Who compelled him to disregard you? At that moment, the gravity etched upon the elder's face transformed into an expression of peculiarity. This young lady is indeed extraordinary, and it appears this young man is equally remarkable. However, it shouldn't be so. That old curmudgeon would never allow someone of such capability to enter. The elder's thoughts grew increasingly disquieted. Noticing the elder's continued silence, the young lady's anger flared. Old man, have you lost your voice, or were you rendered foolish by fear? Upon hearing her fierce rebuke once more, the elder slowly regained his composure. I am grateful for your timely assistance, young master. At that moment, the young lady seemed to sense something amiss. She employed her spiritual awareness to scan the elder, her eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, what is happening? This elder is far from ordinary. She merely conducted a cursory examination and discovered that the elder was not inferior to that Songyu. With a soft sigh, she remarked, Elder, you have truly surprised me. The elder responded with a wry smile. Young lady, you flatter me. Bai expressed some confusion, inquiring, what are you discussing? The elder chuckled softly, replying, Oh, it is of no consequence. Would you two care to take a seat at my humble abode? Bai hesitated for a moment, glancing at Shuer. At that moment, the elderly man suddenly spoke. I possess something of great value. Chapter 58. The heavenly path annihilates the world. Something of great value? Bai expressed his surprise. The old man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have something of great value. Please follow me. Without waiting for Bai and Shuer's response, he turned and walked away. Shuer suggested, let us follow him and see. After a brief walk, the two accompanied the old man into a dilapidated courtyard. The yard was diminutive, even smaller than Bai's own. It contained only 2 rooms, both in a state of disrepair, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. Upon entering one of the rooms, the old man gestured for Bai and Shuer to take a seat, and then he sat down as well. Observing the old man's seated posture, Bai inquired with mild confusion, Elder, what about the valuable item you mentioned? Young man, do not be impatient, replied the old man, rising to brew a pot of tea, pouring a cup for both Bai and Shuer. Let us first enjoy some tea. Shuer regarded the old man with a hint of suspicion. The old man smiled calmly. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish to share some words with you. Bai appeared somewhat perplexed. Did you not speak of possessing something valuable? Indeed, there exists something of great worth, which may very well present an opportunity for you. Poetic began. Speak your mind. Do you not see my brother's impatience? At that moment, Poetic was also tinged with anger. Fully aware that this elder was certainly no ordinary figure, however, he posed no immediate threat to her. The old man, conscious of his dwindling years, felt the imperative to divulge certain matters. Otherwise, when calamity strikes, it could lead to dire consequences. With this thought, the elder let out a heavy sigh. Bai appeared somewhat perplexed. What great calamity? The old man sighed softly, alas. Surely you both are aware of the origins of this continent, are you not? Bai Yi nodded, recalling that he had once heard it said that this place had been a forbidden land thousands of years ago. The old man shook his head, indicating that it was not merely so. Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Is that not the case? Sure also gazed at the elder, awaiting further elaboration. The elder responded, indeed. Tens of thousands of years ago, this place was a forbidden zone. But what about before that? Before that, the elder continued, before that. We are speaking of several 100,000 years ago, when this continent did not even exist. It was merely an expanse of boundless starry sky. How then did this continent come into being? It was during the cataclysm wrought by the heavenly Tao, when countless realms were reduced to silence, devoid of any semblance of life. And not a single soul remained. Bai Yi and Sure exclaimed in unison, the heavenly Tao annihilates the world? What is the Yuanzhou? The elder continued. As for the Yuanzhou, it can be understood in this manner. Tens of thousands of realms constitute a star domain. Tens of thousands of star domains form a universe. And tens of thousands of universes together comprise a Yuanzhou. The two exchanged startled glances, their astonishment palpable. Even Sure, who had always believed that her existence occupied the pinnacle of this world, found herself engulfed in confusion upon hearing the elder's words. The previous cataclysm, known as the heavenly Tao's annihilation of the world, had obliterated hundreds of Yuanzhous. The sheer force of destruction endured for millennia, rendering those realms incapable of nurturing life for thousands of years thereafter. However, no one anticipated that a certain race would survive this terrifying event. What? How could this be possible? No one would believe it, yet it was indeed the truth. Approximately 10,000 years after the heavenly Tao's devastation, a race emerged, traversing the remnants of those hundreds of Yuanzhous. By that time, many star domains had given birth to new forms of life, including humans, magical beings, and various other races. Yet, none could withstand the might of this particular race, a race that had even evaded the clutches of the heavenly Tao's annihilation. At this juncture, the elder raised his teacup and took a delicate sip. Bai Yi hastily inquired, what happened next? In the ensuing centuries, it seemed as though these myriad realms once again endured the cataclysm of divine retribution. Apart from that singular race, no other species survived. Sure, lost in contemplation, pondered aloud, that race must be the Beast clan? The elder gazed at her with astonishment. Young lady, how do you know? Sure shook her head. I do not know. It is merely a conjecture. I suspect it is related to the seal in the Black Wind Forest, is it not? The elder nodded slightly but then shook his head. Indeed, there is some connection, yet it is not substantial. The Beast clan will soon emerge. Once they do, it will herald another great calamity. Bai Yi inquired, wasn't it the case that the Beast clan annihilated all other races? What about us? The elder replied, indeed. But it is precisely for this reason that the actions of the Beast clan incensed the heavenly Tao. However, at that time, the heavenly Tao had just ascended the calamity and was weakened, rendering it incapable of delivering another strike to obliterate the Beast clan. Sure then asked, why did the heavenly Tao decide to unleash the apocalyptic calamity? The elder suddenly appeared a bit awkward, responding, perhaps it was simply a matter of boredom. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a surge of indignation. You could extinguish hundreds of realms out of mere tedium? Is it truly permissible to toy with such matters? The elder continued, perhaps. In hindsight, the heavenly Tao has some regrets. Yet, it is too late. If the Beast clan were allowed to persist, no other races would emerge, regardless of the passage of time. Contemplating this, he resolved that since the complete annihilation of the Beast clan was unfeasible, he would instead seal them away, awaiting the emergence of a formidable being to ultimately eradicate them. Bai Yi inquired, is the seal located here? The elder shook his head. No, in the past. The Beast clan was scattered across hundreds of realms. To seal them was an arduous task, achievable only by gathering them in one place and then suppressing them with a thunderous force. How, then, did the heavenly Tao manage to seal the Beast clan? The elder continued, the heavenly Tao devised a trap for the Beast clan, using its own source heart as bait, luring all the beasts to a singular location. Sure furrowed her brow, source heart? The elder nodded. Indeed, it drew all the Beast clan into its very core using its source heart. Bai Yi, filled with trepidation, inquired, within its belly? Poetic Sure expressed her disbelief. How vast must the heavenly Tao be? The elder chuckled. This is merely a trivial maneuver. After drawing all the Beast clans into its own gullet, the heavenly Tao forcibly subdued and sealed them with its primordial power. However, in the end, The heavenly Tao realized it had underestimated the beast clans. Despite ultimately sealing them, its own essence suffered severe damage. Bai Yi inquired, so, does this mean that the heavenly path has fallen? The elder was taken aback and replied, one could indeed say so. Poets, seemingly struck by a thought, interjected, if that is the case, does it not imply that this continent is, in fact, the corporeal form of the heavenly path? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was astounded, exclaiming, what? Are you suggesting that we tread upon the corpse of the heavenly path? Observing Bai Yi's incredulous expression, poets couldn't help but chuckle. Hee. Brother, you have rather indiscriminately struck the ground while practicing your swordsmanship. In other words, you have often sharpened your blade upon the body of the heavenly path. Bai Yi's expression turned somewhat grim. Sure, refrain from making reckless remarks. It may lead to dire consequences. Observing the playful banter between the two, the old man shook his head with a faint smile, softly murmuring, indeed, where there are people, there is liveliness. In this world, where there are beings, there exists affection. Life ebbs and flows. Destruction is ever present. Reincarnation is unending, a cycle without cessation. The heavenly way does not annihilate the world out of cruelty, but rather in accordance with the immutable laws of nature. Even the mighty heavenly way cannot escape these natural principles. His words were imbued with profound melancholy and a sense of lamentation. Chapter 59. I shall guard the gate. Listening to the elder's discourse, Bai Yi fell into contemplation. After a pause, he inquired, since the heavenly way has sealed the beast clan within, what did you mean when you spoke of impending calamity? The elder withdrew from his reverie. Though the beast clan has been sealed for these many years, they have not ceased their resistance. After countless millennia, the current beast clan may indeed be more formidable than before. Consequently, the body of the heavenly way has begun to show signs of fissures. Should these cracks fully manifest, the beast clan could emerge from within, and at that moment, it would spell catastrophe for humanity and other races alike. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Yi's expression darkened. Sure, contemplative, gazed at the elder and asked, why share this with us? Do you believe we possess the strength to confront the entire beast clan? The elder shook his head. It is not that you have the power to oppose the beast clan, but if I were to confide this to others, would anyone truly believe me? Bai Yi remained silent. Do you think we would believe? The old man said nothing but nodded slightly. Bai Yi forced a smile, saying, is this what you refer to as a treasure and opportunity? The old man chuckled awkwardly in response, not quite. In the past, the celestial path possessed a ring. Within it lay countless treasures. Should you too acquire this item, it might indeed be considered a significant stroke of fortune. Bai Yi felt a flutter of excitement. After all, it was the ring of the heavenly path. Surely, it contained a plethora of valuable treasures. However, what if the heavenly path was not dead? Would it not be rather disrespectful to seize his ring? Sure chuckled. Indeed, there must be many exquisite items within. But do you know the direction in which his ring lies? The elder shook his head. That is something you must discover for yourselves. Bai Yi spread his hands in exasperation. Where are we to search? We have not a single clue. The elder replied in a grave tone. In the past, when the heavenly path realized it had underestimated the beast clan, it made every effort to conceal its corporeal form within the vastness of the cosmos. However, a portion of it remained unhidden. This is the very continent we stand upon. Sure promptly inquired, what part of the heavenly path's body does this continent represent? The elder responded, its head. Upon hearing this revelation, Bai Yi was utterly flabbergasted. Are you implying that we are currently standing on the head of the heavenly path? The elder nodded affirmatively, indeed. Sure sighed softly. If that is the case, then locating its hands will prove to be exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, its other corporeal forms have already been concealed among the stars. Where shall we begin our search in this boundless expanse? Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words. Elder, are you perhaps weaving tales to amuse children? I find your words rather implausible. The old man replied, believe it or not, it matters not to me. I have conveyed all that is necessary. Now, it is up to fate to reveal itself. Suddenly, Sure inquired, old man, if what you say holds truth, how much longer can the body of the heavenly path endure? The elder pondered for a moment before responding, 300 years. At most, 300 years. Bai Yi broke into a smile, exclaiming, you startled me. I thought I might not endure much longer. With 300 years ahead of us, what is there to worry about? We shall address it when the time comes. Come on, Sure. With that, he took Sure by the hand and began to leave. The old man made no attempt to stop them. However, as they exited the courtyard, Sure furrowed her brow deeply, for at that moment, She could no longer sense the presence of the old man. This indicated that he had vanished abruptly as they stepped out. Observing Shir's troubled expression, Bai Yi inquired, Shir, what troubles you? Shir offered a faint smile in response. It's nothing. Let us return. Yet, a terrifying thought emerged in her mind. The old man might very well be the Tao of heaven from long ago. With this realization, she glanced back at the courtyard. And upon doing so, her body stiffened in place. Bai Yi discerned that something was amiss with Shir. What's wrong, Shir? He inquired, turning to look. Upon doing so, Bai Yi was immediately struck dumb. Behind them, there was no courtyard. Instead, a dense forest sprawled out. What was happening? Bai Yi swallowed hard. Shir exhaled deeply. Let us return first and discuss it. With that, the two swiftly turned away, the atmosphere around them imbued with an eerie and perilous sensation. Moments later, they returned to the courtyard, their hearts still racing with trepidation. That place was undoubtedly extraordinary, provoking even Shir to sense a hint of danger. This further solidified Shir's conviction regarding her suspicions. The old man was indeed the embodiment of the heavenly path. As they entered the room, Yang Xiao approached. Upon seeing the two enter, he hesitated, contemplating whether to call out to them. He had never witnessed them entering together before. A knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth as he pondered this. Bai Yi and Shir entered the room, and Bai Yi turned to shut the door. However, just as she had closed it halfway, she caught sight of Yang Xiao, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. Their gazes met. And upon realizing that Bai Yi had noticed him, Yang Xiao hastily covered his eyes and turned to flee, muttering to himself as he departed, I did not see anything. I know nothing at all. Bai Yi exhibited a peculiar demeanor. Senior brother, where are you headed? No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding crash echoed through the air. Covering his eyes, Yang Xiao collided with the stone bench in the courtyard. A harrowing wail, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, escaped from Yang Xiao's mouth. Upon hearing this dreadful cry, Shir emerged from her room, inquiring, Yang senior brother, what has happened to you? Yang Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, It's nothing. You all may return to your rooms and continue. Shir's expression turned oddly inquisitive. Continue what? Bai Yi hurriedly replied, It's nothing. Then turning to Yang Xiao, he inquired, Senior brother, did you seek me for something? Yang Xiao chuckled softly. I initially had a matter to discuss, but upon seeing that junior brother Bai had pressing engagements, it seems there is no longer any urgency. Your affairs take precedence. Junior brother Bai, with white hair adorned with black streaks, he wished to convey that things were not as they seemed. Our intention for retreating to the room was to deliberate on the matters discussed by that old man earlier today. Observing the peculiar expression on Bai Yi's face, Yang Xiao let out a chuckle, whispering, We are all men, we understand each other. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Bai Yi, suggesting he should return to the room. Shir, watching the subtle exchange between the two, couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. Could it be that her brother harbored feelings for Yang Xiao? What should she do? In her moment of anxiety, Yang Xiao caught her worried gaze, then leaned closer to Bai Yi's ear and whispered, Look, she's anxious. Hurry along, I will stand guard at the door for you. After all, I was once a professional doorman. With that, he made his way toward the entrance. Meanwhile, Shir hurried over, her expression grave as she regarded Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt somewhat uneasy under her intense gaze. Shir, what's wrong? Shir, with utmost seriousness, replied, Come, let us go to my room. I have something to ask you. Without waiting for Bai Yi's consent, she firmly grasped his hand and led him towards her room. Yang Xiao, standing at the doorway, couldn't help but sigh at the scene. Flowers bloom and wither in every household. Could it be that you are blind to the obvious? Unable to see what should not be seen? I shall guard the door. Ha ha ha. Chapter 60. Yunshang arrived. Shir pulled Bai Yi into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Hearing the door slam, Yang Xiao chuckled softly, only to quickly cover her mouth. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a scrap of cloth and stuffed it into her ears. This should do the trick. I promise not to peek. Inside, Shir, with an expression of grave concern, looked intently at Bai Yi and began, Brother, are you? At this point, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Bai Yi gazed at Shir with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, What troubles you, Shir? Taking several deep breaths, Shir seemed to have steeled herself for something significant. Finally, she spoke, If you require me. As she uttered these words, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her upper teeth gently biting her lip, and she lowered her head slightly, as if grappling with words that were difficult to express. Bai Yi, in a moment of peculiar curiosity, raised his hand to gently caress Shishi's head. As Bai Yi's hand gently brushed against Shishi's head, she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes softly closing as her breaths quickened. The originally rosy hue of her cheeks deepened further, and not only her cheeks, but her fair neck also began to take on a subtle blush. Bai Yi seemed to comprehend something and immediately said, "Shishi, where are your thoughts wandering? I am your brother." Shishi, with a tremor in her voice, replied, "You need not be my brother." Bai Yi gently pulled Shishi into his embrace, saying, "Silly sister, I shall forever be your brother." Shishi opened her eyes and replied, "But..." Bai Yi interjected, "Regardless of circumstances, you are my sister, and no one can alter that." A single crystalline tear slipped down Shishi's cheek as she replied, "You are the first person to treat me this way. I would fulfill any request of yours with just a word." Bai Yi shook his head with a smile, saying, "I require nothing from you. Your well-being is sufficient." Shishi buried her head deeply in Bai Yi's embrace, finding solace in the embrace of her brother, free from all worries. After a moment, Bai Yi gently pushed Shishi away, asking, "Shishi, who do you think that elderly gentleman was today?" Shishi lightly wiped her still moistened eyes and replied, "If I am not mistaken, he must be the Tao of heaven from back then." Hearing Shishi's words, Bai Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could that be possible?" Shishi continued, "Who, besides the Tao of heaven from that time, could possess such intimate knowledge of those matters?" Bai Yi nodded, stating, "If that is the case, then it seems we are left with only this possibility. But did they encounter us by chance, or was it meticulously orchestrated by him?" Shishi pondered for a moment. "I doubt it is merely coincidence." Her intuition proved correct. It was indeed a design of celestial intent. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. "Junior brother Bai is currently engaged with junior sister Shishi. You cannot enter." Engaged in what? One might wonder. What could a man and a woman possibly be occupied with? They are siblings. Heh, you clearly do not understand. Overhearing the conversation outside, Bai Yi felt a wave of exasperation, while Shishi's cheeks flushed, prompting her to fall silent. Bai Yi hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped outside, where he found Yang Xiao and Song Yu engaged in a hushed conversation. Their voices, now significantly softer than before, rendered their words indistinguishable to him. Song Yu faced Bai Yi, while Yang Xiao had his back turned. Upon noticing Bai Yi's presence, Song Yu discreetly signaled Yang Xiao to refrain from continuing their discussion. However, Yang Xiao, seemingly oblivious to the cue, persisted in his speech. Bai Yi was utterly speechless. He had not realized before how loquacious brother Yang truly was. At this moment, he felt the need to reevaluate his understanding of brother Yang. Following several subtle cues from Song Yu, Yang Xiao finally sensed that something was amiss. He turned around and, momentarily taken aback, blurted out without a second thought, "Junior brother Bai, is it all done?" Bai Yi resolved to pay no further attention to this senior brother. She turned to Song Yu and inquired, "Is there something the sovereign Song wishes to discuss?" Song Yu gazed at Bai Yi with an expression of peculiar intrigue, yet remained silent. Bai Yi felt somewhat unnatural, pondering, could it be that this Emperor Song has placed his trust in brother Yang's words? Noticing Song Yu staring blankly at Bai Yi, unresponsive, Yang Xiao discreetly prodded him. Startled, Song Yu exclaimed, "Indeed, young master Bai treads a path unlike any other, donning shoes that are far from ordinary." After uttering this, he sensed that he might have overstepped his bounds, and hurriedly added, "Young master Bai, I have something I wish to convey to you." "What is it?" Bai Yi inquired, puzzled, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Song Yu clearly had yet to fully recover from the earlier scene. In a grave tone, he stated, "According to my investigation, it is possible that Madame Zhao has departed from this continent." Bai Yi furrowed his brow. "She has fled?" Naturally, he could not believe that Dong Guxian had departed from this realm out of fear of him. However, he could not fathom the reason for her departure. Song Yu continued, "There is one more matter. Young master Bai should exercise caution regarding Mu Xiao." Bai Yi nodded, acknowledging, "I am aware of this." "Is young master Bai planning to seek out Madame Zhao?" At that moment, Shishi emerged from the room, stating, "It is still not feasible, with Ji's current abilities. He is not yet ready to venture out." Bai Yi turned to Shishi and asked, "What level of mastery is required to venture outside?" Shishi replied solemnly, "Naturally, the stronger one is, the better. I wish to rescue Shang first," he murmured, his thoughts perpetually consumed by Yun Shang. "I wonder how master and Shang are faring out there." Shishi encouraged, "Perhaps they have not been trapped after all." Yet, Bai Yi pondered, why have they not returned? Perhaps they still have unfinished business, Shir suggested. Bai Yi remained silent as Yang Shao approached him, gently patting his shoulder. He remarked, Sister Shir is correct. If they are indeed in peril, your current strength would not be of much assistance. I must enter seclusion. Song Yu sighed softly and, after a moment's hesitation, added, Young Master Bai may seek refuge in my imperial hall for his cultivation. Bai Yi did not refuse. She turned to Shir and declared, I must rapidly enhance my abilities to rescue Master and Shang Heir. Shir nodded in agreement, her heart filled with complexity. She cherished her current life, surrounded by those who cared for her, and felt a sense of safety in this place for Bai Yi. Yet, she feared that if they were to leave this continent, she might no longer be able to protect Bai Yi. Deep down, she understood that Bai Yi would not remain here indefinitely. He still needed to save his master and Shang Heir. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but sigh. Yin Shang, how fortunate you are. Soon, they gathered their belongings and followed Song Yu towards the imperial hall. Just as they departed, a figure gradually emerged in the courtyard, dressed in a simple, form-fitting gown. With her hair casually pinned atop her head and a hairpin adorning the side, it was Yun Shang. However, at this moment, she was not her true self, but rather a doppelganger. Gazing longingly at Bai Yi's receding silhouette, she whispered, Little Yi, do not be anxious. Rest assured, I will wait for you. I will surely await your rescue. As she spoke, her form slowly became transparent. In a short while, she vanished silently from the spot. Simultaneously, in a pitch-black prison, a woman was bound tightly by several blood-red chains to a stone pillar. Her body was drenched in blood. A steady stream of deep crimson liquid flowed from her head, forming a sea of blood beneath her. Upon closer examination, countless fine threads, akin to strands of hair, pierced through her body. Wisps of spiritual energy gradually seeped out along these threads. At that moment, the woman smiled radiantly, and her smile caused the entire blood sea to tremble. The chains, too, quivered slightly, their grip tightening even more. Little Yi, I will surely endure until you come to rescue me. That little girl is truly fortunate. This doppelganger was conjured at a great cost, having been summoned through the burning of her own lifespan. Consequently, the torment she endured daily was exponentially greater than before. Yet, she held no regrets, for her doppelganger had encountered Bai Yi. That alone was enough for her. Chapter 61. The black and white box. Bai Yi and the two others accompanied Song Yu to the Emperor's hall. Upon their arrival, Yang Shao was utterly astounded. Was this not a touch exaggerated? Bai Yi was equally astonished, for he had never encountered such a magnificent and grand palace. Observing the surprise on their faces, Song Yu felt a sense of pride. Come, let us proceed. Upon entering the palace, Song Yu guided them directly to the main hall. Master Bai, you shall retreat to my cultivation chamber from henceforth. For the spiritual energy, there is abundant. I wish you a swift advancement in your practice. However, do not be overly hasty in your cultivation endeavors. Patience is essential, Master Bai. Bai Yi nodded, expressing, I have now reached the pinnacle of the Dan formation. Yet no matter how diligently I cultivate, I cannot advance further. Is there something amiss? Song Yu replied, First, you must comprehend the essence of the Dan formation realm. Bai Yi was taken aback. What is the Jiedan realm? He had never delved deeply into the study of realms during his cultivation. He had always relied on abundant resources to forcefully advance in his practice. When he reached the pinnacle, he could effortlessly step into the next realm. Hearing Song Yu inquire about the Jiedan realm left him utterly perplexed. Song Yu continued, The Jiedan realm is achieved by absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, unifying one's dantian with the essence, energy, and spirit of a person, thereby attaining the Golden Dan. Achieving the Golden Dan signifies reaching the Jiedan realm. Bai Yi inquired with confusion, essence, chi, and spirit? Song Yu furrowed his brows and replied, Young Master Bai, are you unfamiliar with the concept of essence, chi, and spirit? How then did you cultivate to the returning Dan realm? The returning Dan signifies the unity of essence, chi, and spirit, laying a fundamental groundwork for future Dan formation. Bai Yi felt somewhat awkward, stating, I reached the Guidan realm while cultivating. Upon hearing this, not only was Song Yu taken aback, but even Yang Shao nearly let slip an expletive. After all, it had taken him several arduous years to barely comprehend the Guidan realm. While this junior brother Bai had seemingly attained it effortlessly during his practice, this realization struck Yang Shao like a blow to the chest, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Song Yu, sharing in the awkwardness, forced a smile and said, Young Master Bai, please accompany me to the cultivation chamber. Time in the realm of cultivation is elusive, and months slipped by in the blink of an eye. However, Within the confines of the cultivation chamber, Bai Yi found himself unable to reach the Jiedon realm. No matter how diligently he practiced, this left him perplexed, prompting him to consider seeking counsel from Shi or Song Yu. Just as he stepped out of the cultivation chamber, he spotted Shi squatting a short distance away, seemingly engrossed in drawing something on the ground. Bai Yi approached Shi and said, Shi. She turned to him with a playful smile. Brother, you have emerged from seclusion. Then, with a light gasp, she inquired, have you not yet achieved a breakthrough? Bai Yi nodded, expressing his frustration as he said, indeed, no matter how diligently I cultivate, I cannot seem to make a breakthrough. I cannot even perceive the essence, energy, and spirit that the Emperor Song spoke of. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the ground beside Shi. There, two figures were sketched, holding hands as if strolling leisurely. Shi, who are these figures? He inquired. In a flustered haste, Shi quickly erased the drawing, replying, it's nobody. I was just doodling. The figures she had drawn were, of course, herself and her elder brother, hand in hand, walking together in that idyllic moment. Bai Yi wished to express something further when a voice interrupted. Young Master Bai, the voice paused momentarily before continuing, has young Master Bai not yet made a breakthrough? The speaker was none other than Song Yu. Bai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, despite my efforts in cultivation during this period, I have yet to achieve the golden core stage. I was just contemplating seeking guidance from Emperor Song. At that moment, Song Yu was equally perplexed. With his formidable prowess, he could easily discern that Bai Yi's current realm was merely a step away from the golden core stage, unchanged from before his seclusion. This left him in a state of confusion, for logically, Bai Yi's previous level of cultivation should have allowed him to attain the golden core swiftly. Yet, an extended duration had elapsed, and he remained in the same state. Bai Yi sighed softly, remarking, perhaps the timing is simply not ripe. He found this notion amusing, considering it a form of self-comfort. He then inquired, has Emperor Song come for a specific purpose? Song Yu, also snapping back to reality, replied, Director Song has arrived, seeking an audience with you. Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. What could Song Lan possibly want? After pondering for a while, he could not come up with any answers. Does the Emperor know what brings him to seek me? He inquired. Song Yu shook his head, replying, I do not know. Come, let us go meet him. Moments later, several individuals arrived at the Imperial Hall. Inside, Song Lan sat quietly, lost in thought. At that moment, Bai Yi and his companions entered the hall. Bai Yi opened his mouth. Director Song, have you come to see me for a particular matter? Upon seeing the arrival of several individuals, Song Lan rose with a smile. Young Master Bai, let us take a seat and converse. As he spoke, he gestured invitingly. After everyone was seated, Song Lan let out a soft sigh. To be frank, I am here to seek your assistance, young Master Bai. Bai Yi expressed his confusion, inquiring, assistance? What kind of assistance? Song Lan let out a heavy sigh and recounted the events concerning his master from years past. Once Song Lan finished his tale, Song Yu spoke in a somber tone. It is all our fault for being too greedy back then. Had it not been for this box, neither Lin nor I would have. As he spoke, he produced a box, its surface a deep, inky black, exuding an air of antiquity, with a faint, shimmering black light dancing across its exterior. Bai Yi gazed at the box with a hint of curiosity. Is this truly the treasure for which you all fought so valiantly? Song Yu nodded gravely. At the time, we believed it to be an extraordinary rarity. Yet, for centuries, it has merely remained a box. I have attempted various methods, but I have yet to unlock its secrets. Shi regarded the box with intrigue. It could indeed be a remarkable treasure. Upon hearing her words, the others turned their attention to Shi. Feeling the weight of their gazes, she blushed slightly. I was merely speculating. Suddenly, Song Yu declared, if it is indeed a rare treasure, then I shall bestow it upon young Master Bai. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. For me? Song Lan also appeared somewhat astonished. Master Song, are you serious? You were pursued for decades for this item. Song Yu chuckled softly. Gifts are meant for those who are fated. I believe young Master Bai is destined for this box. A flicker of surprise crossed Shi's eyes as she thought, this fellow knows that my brother will emerge from this place, and he is bestowing that box upon him. Once others discover it, regardless of whether it is a rare treasure or not, there will undoubtedly be considerable trouble. Contemplating this, Shi spoke up, Master Song, do you intend to put my brother in danger? Song Yu furrowed his brow slightly. How could I wish harm upon young Master Bai? By giving this item to my brother, if outsiders become aware, will he not face the same relentless pursuit you endured? Song Yu's expression darkened somewhat. I hadn't considered that. In truth, he had indeed contemplated it. But he was surprised that this young girl had unraveled his thoughts so swiftly. Bai Yi, however, paid no heed to the conversation between the two, instead turning his gaze towards Songlan. In truth, Bai Yi held a considerable interest in the box. As the moment he laid eyes upon it, he experienced an unprecedented sensation that rendered him incapable of refusing its allure. Noticing Bai Yi's attention directed at him, Songlan offered an awkward smile. He then produced from within the ring a box of identical size. However, this one was entirely pure white, resembling a flawless piece of jade devoid of any impurities. Bai Yi gazed at the white box, realizing it was indeed black and white. Upon seeing the white box, Shir was equally astonished, suddenly recalling an object mentioned in ancient scrolls. As the thought crossed her mind, she stood frozen in place. Chapter 62. A Shared Glance. Shir scrutinized the box, pondering whether it could truly be the legendary object spoken of in tales. Bai Yi gazed at the somewhat astonished Shir with a hint of perplexity. Shir, do you recognize this object? Shir, disregarding Bai Yi's inquiry, turned her attention to Song Yu and Songlan, her lips curving into a playful smile. Are you truly going to gift this to my brother, Emperor Song? Song Yu replied, certainly. Shir then shifted her gaze back to Songlan. At that moment, Songlan seemed to sense an unsettling shift, pondering to himself whether this truly was an extraordinary treasure. Contemplating this, he found himself wavering. His initial intention had been to present this box to Bai Yi, hoping that when Bai Yi eventually departed, he could accompany him, not for any other reason, but to uncover the identity of the one who had caused his master's demise and seek vengeance on his behalf. Observing Songlan's hesitance, Song Yu furrowed his brow. What is it, Songlan? Are you reluctant? Songlan sighed softly. What are you saying, Emperor Song? In truth, I came here with the sole purpose of gifting this object to young Master Bai, hoping that he might take me along when he sets forth in the future. Bai Yi gazed at Songlan, inquiring, are you, Director Song, intending to seek out the one who caused the demise of your esteemed master? Songlan nodded affirmatively, responding, indeed, my master bestowed upon me immense kindness, even granting me a second chance at life. If I cannot avenge him, I shall forever bear the weight of guilt in my heart. Shir then asked, has your strength surpassed that of your master from back in the day? At her question, Songlan appeared somewhat perplexed. My dear lady, you jest. I fear I have yet to reach even half of my master's former prowess. Shir, further intrigued, probed, do you believe that if you were to find the one responsible for your master's death, you would have the means to exact your revenge? At this, Songlan's expression darkened considerably. Until now, he had been preoccupied with the thought of locating the perpetrator, yet he had never contemplated the feasibility of vengeance. He spoke gravely. Regardless, I must make the attempt. Should I linger here, it is likely that in several hundred years, I will remain powerless to avenge him. Venturing out may yet offer a glimmer of hope. Shir responded with a playful smile. Very well, I shall speak on behalf of my brother. However, these boxes now belong to him. That is only natural, Songlan replied. Shir turned to Bai Yi, brother, now both boxes are yours. Please secure them. Suddenly, Song Yu interjected, might you elaborate on these two boxes, Miss Shir? All eyes turned to her, and Bai Yi nodded, encouraging her to share. Shir pouted slightly. To be honest, I have only seen this in ancient scrolls. I cannot ascertain its authenticity. She then regarded the two boxes, continuing, if my eyes do not deceive me. These are not merely boxes. They merely resemble boxes. The black one should represent the primal yin of chaos, while the white one embodies the primal yang of chaos. Song Yu gasped. You mean to say these are the primal yang and yin of chaos? At that moment, a tempest of emotion surged within him. There had long been a legend that the primal yang and yin of chaos were the primordial forms of the universe. Thus, if these truly were the primal yin and yang of chaos, it was conceivable that they could one day give birth to an entire cosmos. Songlan and Bai Yi were evidently unaware of the significance of these two entities, yet the astonishment etched on Song Yu's face led them to surmise their extraordinary nature. Bai Yi hastily set about concealing the two objects, a twinge of apprehension gripping him at the thought that these two individuals might retract their decision. Just moments ago, he had discerned a flicker of reluctance in Song Yu's eyes, while Songlan's countenance was marred by indecision. As Bai Yi's hand neared the boxes, both containers suddenly began to tremble ever so slightly. Witnessing this phenomenon, the onlookers were overtaken by astonishment, with the boxes continuing to shudder. Beams of light, one white and the other black, began to emanate from within them. Although the rays were released gradually, they bore an undeniable force that seemed insurmountable. In a brief moment, the entire Imperial Hall was engulfed by these two radiant streams. As the pure white light traverses its path, all things transform into a crystalline clarity reminiscent of white jade, exuding an aura of profound sanctity. Conversely, where the black light prevails, the surroundings are shrouded in darkness, akin to stepping into a realm of ink. Yet amidst this inky abyss, a mysterious power subtly emanates. Both lights gradually extend outward, enveloping the onlookers in a mesmerizing embrace of black and white, as though they have become ethereal beings merging with the very essence of these luminescent forces. Shir murmurs, "The legend is true." Observing her astonished expression, Baye's excitement intensifies. He has never witnessed such on her face since their acquaintance. He instinctively understands that his precious younger sister is extraordinary, and yet the sheer impact of these two entities has left her utterly astounded, hinting at their remarkable nature. With this thought, Baye dismisses further speculation and reaches for the two boxes. Such treasures must be secured promptly. Otherwise, what if the two individuals later regret their decision? However, the moment Baye's fingers make contact with the boxes, they erupt with a more intense beam of light. Simultaneously, the two distinct lights begin to merge, transforming the intersection of black and white into a hue of gray. In mere moments, the entire horizon shifts to a soft gray. Astonishingly, the two boxes draw closer to one another, inching toward fusion. Witnessing this, the crowd is struck with astonishment. Shir exclaims in disbelief, "They are going to merge." Baye inquired, "What will happen next?" "A new universe will be born." Just as the crowd stood in utter astonishment, the two boxes transformed into a beam of gray light, soaring upwards and vanishing into Baye's abdomen. As this gray beam entered his body, the previously overwhelming gray radiance that filled the Imperial Hall vanished in an instant. Witnessing the transformation of the two boxes into a beam of light that entered Baye's form, the onlookers were left frozen in place. Baye was also taken aback. He had not yet had the opportunity to gather them, yet they had unexpectedly found their way into his body. Shir was the first to react, her face filled with concern as she looked at Baye. "Brother, what is happening? Are you all right?" Baye shook her head gently. "It should be fine." Shir, a bit anxious, asked, "Can you sense those two boxes?" With his eyes gently closed, Baye delved into the depths of his being. Moments later, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Noticing the peculiar expression on Baye's face, Shir hastily inquired, "What's wrong, brother?" As Baye immersed himself within, he was astounded to discover that his dantian had formed a golden elixir. Moreover, he realized that this golden elixir was indeed the manifestation of the two boxes. "I must have transcended into the golden core realm," he declared. Upon hearing Baye's words, the others began to attune themselves to his current state. After a brief moment, they exchanged glances of disbelief. It was evident that Baye had truly reached the golden core realm. Yet they sensed an unusual quality to his breakthrough that was unlike any other, that they could not pinpoint the difference. Shir seemed to contemplate something. Seizing Baye's hand, she urged, "Come with me." Thus, Shir led Baye away, vanishing before Song Yu and Song Lan. The two exchanged bewildered looks. Chapter 63. Flying treasures. Once Shir and Baye departed, Song Yu's expression darkened. He turned at Song Lan, who appeared even more sullen. With a resigned sigh, he murmured, "I never expected that the boxes were indeed those artifacts." Song Lan's countenance grew graver still. "So those two treasures have fallen into the hands of that fellow Baye?" Song Yu replied with a hint of resignation. "What? Are you regretting it, Director Song? Did the Sovereign Song intend to relinquish it? You paid a hefty price for this artifact." Song Yu then smiled calmly. "Do you know why those boxes remained unopened in our possession for centuries?" Song Lan speculated. "Perhaps it was because we did not keep them together." Shaking his head, Song Yu retorted, "When Lin and I first discovered them, they were indeed together. It must have been a matter of timing." Song Lan was about to voice another thought when Song Yu interrupted. "I understand your reluctance, Director Song, but have you considered why the boxes flew into Baye's body?" Song Lan, somewhat exasperated, scoffed. "How would I know? Perhaps it wasn't the boxes that flew into Baye, but rather that woman employing some trick." At Song Lan's words, Song Yu felt a flicker of doubt, but he soon found clarity. He then asked Song Lan, could it be that the boxes sensed Baye's extraordinary nature? Song Lan snorted dismissively. Baye extraordinary? Can he truly compare to that woman? At this point, he seemed to recall something, falling silent. Shir brought Baye into the training room and closed the door. "Brother, take a moment to sense the golden elixir within you." Baye's eyes were gently closed. his mind delving into the golden elixirs formed by the two boxes. After a brief moment, a look of terror escaped his visage. Shir hastily inquired, "What is the matter, brother?" Bai Yi exclaimed in terror, "Within my golden core lies an expansive starry sky, boundless and infinite." "A starry sky?" She mused, "Indeed. It is a celestial expanse, akin to the limitless heavens we behold on a starry night." Shir pondered aloud. Could it be that this is a universe unto itself? Bai Yi once again attuned himself to the vast expanse of the starry sky, and he realized that it might indeed be a universe unto itself. In an instant, his consciousness surged toward one of the celestial bodies, and he found himself descending upon a land. This land was precisely the star to which his spirit had gravitated. He observed that, apart from the absence of any living beings, it was strikingly similar to the world beyond. Here, mountains and rivers sprawled majestically beneath the blazing sun, infused with an ethereal energy far denser than that of the outside realm. Suddenly, he fell into deep contemplation. If some flowers, grasses, and trees were to flourish, it would truly be a world of its own. What astonished him to the point of breathlessness was that, at that very moment, as this thought crossed his mind, vibrant green plants began to sprout around the land. He dared not linger on the implications of this phenomenon, swiftly retracting his consciousness to gaze at Shir, recounting the scene he had just witnessed. Upon hearing his words, Shir's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an astonished O. "Are you saying that a mere thought of yours can alter that world?" Bai Yi nodded in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Shir spoke, "Brother, could you attempt to grant me access to that realm?" Bai Yi cleared his throat and inquired, "Do you wish to enter?" Poem nodded and replied, "Yes. I would like to take a look inside." Bai Yi harbored some concerns. Could there be any danger? Shir gently replied, "As long as my brother harbors no ill intentions towards me, everything should be fine." Bai Yi harbors no ill intentions towards Shir, for he has long regarded her as his own sister. Bai Yi nodded, urging, "Relax and do not resist. I shall attempt to transport you to that realm." Papa acquiesced with a nod. In an instant, with a mere thought, Bai Yi caused Papa to vanish from the spot. Is it truly possible? Bai Yi pondered in astonishment. He then directed his consciousness into that world, where he soon found Papa, who was curiously surveying her surroundings. Upon noticing Bai Yi's arrival, she turned to him and said, "Conduct an experiment." Bai Yi, perplexed, inquired, "What experiment?" After a moment of contemplation, Shir replied, "For instance, you might envision the emergence of something entirely different." Bai Yi nodded, and soon his thoughts drifted to the serpent demon. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted from behind him. The two turned to see hundreds of colossal serpents, each as thick as a human waist, fixating their gaze upon them. Shir was rendered speechless. "Brother, could you not entertain such thoughts?" At that moment, she felt a palpable sense of danger in the air, rather than the surroundings being perilous. It was her brother's musings that seemed to pose a greater threat. She truly could not fathom what occupied her brother's mind all day long. Bai Yi's eyes flickered upon witnessing the presence of hundreds of serpent demons, and he exclaimed in anger, "Must you play like this?" With a mere thought, those hundreds of serpent demons vanished without a trace. He suddenly realized that in this realm, one must refrain from harboring negative thoughts. Whatever one contemplates seems to manifest. And he feared that one day he might inadvertently bring about his own demise in this whimsical place. Shir turned to Bai Yi and remarked, "Brother, I believe there should be a house nearby." Bai Yi nodded, "I shall give it a try." Upon uttering these words, his mind stirred, and forthwith, a room materialized silently at a short distance, as if it had always been there. Shir clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. Here. You are indeed a sovereign presence. Whatever you desire, it manifests." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "I have decided not to leave. I shall remain in this world." Bai Yi's face was filled with disdain. "Isn't this rather inappropriate? You linger in my belly all day long." Shir chuckled playfully. "What? Do you miss me when I'm not around?" Bai Yi remained silent as Shir suddenly exclaimed, "All right, let us venture outside. Oh, and do remember, do not readily divulge the uniqueness of your golden Dan to others." Bai Yi nodded, acknowledging his awareness of the situation. Shortly thereafter, the two departed from that realm. As they emerged, the door to the training chamber swung open, revealing a somewhat grim-faced Song Yu. "Young Master Bai," he began, "my informant has conveyed alarming news. Musho may have ventured to your Bai family." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance darkening with fury. "That old wretch dares to covet my family's interests," he exclaimed, turning resolutely to leave. Song Yu hastily interjected, "I shall accompany you, young Master Bai." Bai shook his head. I have already incurred enough debts to the Song Emperor. There is no need to trouble myself further with this matter. Song Yu replied with a smile. What are you saying, young Master Bai? We should not speak of debts between us. I shall accompany you. When Bai uttered the words about having owed him enough, he nearly leapt with excitement. That was precisely what he had desired to hear. Sometimes, extending a helping hand to someone in distress is indeed commendable. However, it is imperative that the recipient of such assistance acknowledges the favor. If the one you aid takes your support for granted, it becomes a fruitless endeavor. Bai no longer declined. He understood that even with his recent breakthrough, he could not be absolutely certain of defeating Mu Xiao. Observing Bai's acquiescence, Song Yu felt a slight sense of relief. He certainly would not let this opportunity to owe another favor slip away. He promptly produced an object. This item, the size of a palm, was triangular in shape and gleamed with a brilliant silver hue. Bai gazed at it with confusion, pondering its nature. Sure, however, exclaimed in surprise. A celestial tear flying artifact? At that moment, Sure found herself increasingly intrigued by Song Yu, thinking to herself that this fellow possessed quite an array of treasures. Song Yu, noticing that Sure recognized the item, felt no surprise. On the contrary, he was somewhat exhilarated, further solidifying his belief in Sure's extraordinary nature. Chapter 64. The Great Battle Against Mu Xiao. Bai gazed at the object in Song Yu's hand, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. What is a flying treasure? He inquired. Song Yu elucidated. It is an artifact that allows one to soar through the skies. At this moment, young Master Bai is unable to fly unaided. Thus, we can utilize this item to swiftly reach the Bai residence. After speaking, he infused the flying treasure with his mystical energy. As the energy flowed into it, the palm-sized object gradually lifted from Song Yu's grasp, expanding in size. In the blink of an eye, the flying treasure transformed into a magnificent contraption several zhang long and about a zhang wide. With a chuckle, Song Yu remarked, "This flying treasure is named the Silver Flying Carriage, and its speed surpasses that of even the most formidable peak-level masters in full flight." Bai was somewhat taken aback. So soon? Song Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, let us depart. With that, he stepped into the flying vehicle, followed closely by Bai and Sure. The interior of the vehicle was rather cramped, with the three of them fitting in just barely. As Song Yu activated the flying car, an overwhelming sensation of dizziness and weightlessness engulfed Bai, leaving his mind blank. His heart felt as if it were suspended in midair, causing him considerable discomfort. Yet, this unease did not dissipate. Soon after, a tumultuous churn in his stomach ensued. With a sudden heave, Bai expelled a murky liquid from his mouth. In an instant, the atmosphere and scent within the flying vehicle transformed. Sure's expression soured significantly, as this was the first time she contemplated giving this guy a good thrashing. Song Yu's countenance also darkened, internally reflecting on Bai's peculiar taste. Bai felt somewhat embarrassed, wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his garment. I apologize. I may have overindulged yesterday. However, the two individuals paid him no mind and instead made a concerted effort to distance themselves from him. In what was already a cramped vehicle, a considerable space unexpectedly formed around Bai. Bai was acutely aware that her recent, somewhat inappropriate reaction had caused a slight discomfort for the two companions, as she had encroached upon their personal space. Ordinarily, the journey from the Imperial Hall to the Bai residence would take but a fleeting moment at such soaring speeds. Yet, for Sure and Song Yu, the passage of time felt interminably prolonged, as though a century had elapsed. At last, the flying vehicle came to a halt, revealing the Bai family estate not far ahead. Sure was the first to exit the vehicle, hastily distancing herself to take several deep breaths. In contrast, Song Yu maintained a more composed demeanor, merely expressing with a soft sigh. Indeed, the air in this place is remarkably refreshing. Bai offered an awkward smile, saying, "It's not too bad." Song Yuqiang chuckled softly, taking a few steps back to distance himself from Bai. Bai scratched his head and said, "Master Song, please put away the flying car." Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. This flying car is a gift for young Master Bai. He felt somewhat irritated. Put it away? How do you expect me to do that? Are you not aware of the condition you left it in? How am I supposed to use it now? Upon hearing these words, Bai felt somewhat perplexed. Are you truly giving this to me? From my perspective, this flying vehicle appears to be quite valuable. Are you genuinely offering it as a gift? Song Yu mused to himself. You acknowledge its worth, yet you assume I wish to present it to you? It is you who has rendered it utterly unusable for me. Are you truly so ungrateful as to complain about this? Would you prefer I clean it thoroughly before bestowing it upon you? However, he would never express such thoughts aloud. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that young Master Bai was still incapable of flight on his own. Possessing this flying vehicle might alleviate numerous troubles. Bai contemplated this and decided to stow away the flying vehicle. Just then, Shir hurried toward him, but halted abruptly when she was still a few steps away. Then retreated a few paces while pinching her nose. "Wait," she exclaimed, tossing a ring to Bai. "Place it within this ring." She was concerned that Bai might inadvertently store the flying vehicle alongside her previous ring, thus contaminating its contents. If that were to happen, she would have to keep her distance from anything he retrieved from the ring. Yet, that was not her greatest fear. What truly alarmed her was the possibility of Bai confining the flying vehicle within the realm of his golden core. If that occurred, how would she ever be able to enter and play there again? Although Bai felt a twinge of confusion upon witnessing this, he did not dwell on it. He accepted the ring tossed to him by Shir and subsequently stored away the flying car. After securing the vehicle, Bai made his way toward the Bai family estate, while Song Yu and Shir trailed behind at a considerable distance. Moments later, Bai encountered Mu Xiao, who was standing not far from the Bai residence. With a thunderous roar, Bai declared, "Old Mu, your grandfather Bai is here. Dare you engage in a battle?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao abruptly turned to face Bai, his eyes ablaze with a palpable murderous intent as he strode towards him. However, just a few paces away from Bai, Mu Xiao suddenly halted. Pointing an accusatory finger at Bai, he seethed, "Are you here to disgust me, old man?" Bai, perplexed, inquired, "Disgust you? What do you mean?" Mu Xiao's expression darkened significantly as he retorted, "Are you not aware of the scent that clings to you?" In the distance, Shir and Song Yu could no longer contain their laughter. Bai's expression darkened as he was acutely aware of the peculiar odor emanating from himself. Without further ado, he drew his crimson longsword and pointed it at Mu Xiao, proclaiming, "Old Mu, today I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare?" Mu Xiao replied earnestly, "I do not dare. I fear being suffocated by your stench." Upon hearing this, Bai nearly stumbled and fell. Bai angrily exclaimed, "Are you truly so afraid of death?" Mu Xiao coldly snorted, "Humph. It is not death in battle that I fear, but rather the suffocation of smoke." Bai exclaimed in anger, "Can you not close your nose?" Mu Xiao, infuriated, retorted, "Do you wish to suffocate me?" In the distance, Shir was utterly speechless. How had this brother become so ostentatious lately? Bai was somewhat incensed, having been insulted repeatedly by this old man. Today, whether through suffocation or sheer frustration, I shall ensure your demise. With that, he charged towards Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao bellowed, "Take your foul odor and leave." However, Bai had already thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at Mu Xiao's brow. As the blade approached, Mu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch. A massive fist-shaped shadow hurtling towards Bai with great ferocity. With a resounding crash, the colossal fist collided with the sword Bai had thrust forward, a formidable energy radiating from the impact. As the sword light shattered, the fist shadow gradually dissipated. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Xiao's face. "In just a few days, your strength has significantly improved." Had this been before, though he could not have killed Bai with that punch, he could have certainly inflicted severe injuries. Yet, at this moment, Bai remained unscathed, not even taking a single step back. Bai chuckled softly, "Old Mu, I've recently experienced a tremendous surge in strength, and my sole purpose is to come and eliminate you." Mu Xiao felt a surge of anger at being addressed as Old Mu by Bai. When had anyone ever dared to speak to him with such audacity? With a mere exchange of words, he was ready to stake his life. As he spoke, Mu Xiao launched a powerful punch, aimed directly at Bai. Bai hastily exclaimed, "Old Mu, cease your actions. Let us relocate to a different venue for our duel." With that, he turned and dashed into the distance. Mu Xiao's figure flickered, and he materialized not far from Bai. However, his expression soon darkened, for he now noticed that Song Yu and Shir were quietly standing nearby. Previously, his focus had been solely on Bai, and he had overlooked their presence. Upon realizing Song Yu and Shir's existence, a twinge of apprehension stirred within him. Noticing that Mu Xiao had spotted him, Song Yu took a few steps forward and remarked, "Elder Mu, I trust you are well?" Mu Xiao's countenance grew somewhat grim, and he was about to respond. Bai suddenly declared, "Today, the two of us shall engage in a duel, and no one else will intervene." Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, "Do you truly believe I would trust you?" Chapter 65. The identity of Mu Xiao. Bai turned to Song Yu and said, "Sovereign Song, today I shall engage in a fair battle with this old man Mu. I implore you not to interfere." Song Yu hesitated for a moment. Although Bai Yi had reached the golden core stage, Mu Xiu was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. It was not that he underestimated Bai Yi, but rather the chasm between their realms was simply too vast. However, he soon relaxed, pondering the matter of cultivation levels. Mu Xiu had merely attained the peak of the sovereign realm within the confines of this continent's cultivation system, while Bai Yi was genuinely at the golden core stage. A light chuckle escaped Shi's lips. "Brother, be gentle. Remember to respect your elders and cherish the young." As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Xiu's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. Casting aside all restraint, his aura surged violently as he unleashed a devastating punch towards Bai Yi. The force of the blow reverberated through the heavens and the earth, countless spatial fissures rippling outward, plunging the entire sky into an abyssal darkness. The overwhelming blackness enveloped all, instilling a sense of dread as if the apocalypse had arrived. Witnessing Mu Xiu's strike, Bai Yi felt a tremor of fear. He inwardly mused, "This old fellow is rather formidable." At that moment, astonishment crossed Song Yu's face. Logically, Mu Xiu should not possess such power. How could a single punch shatter the fabric of space? He recalled that the last time he had managed to split space, it was only through the might of his giant axe, yet here Mu Xiu wielded no weapon. The encroaching darkness had now completely engulfed Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt as though he were mired in a quagmire within this world engulfed in darkness, each movement met with an overwhelming force pulling him back. It was utterly impossible for him to act normally, and a sense of panic began to rise within him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering whether Mu Xiu had concealed his true strength previously or had recently come into possession of some extraordinary fortune. Song Yu glanced at Shi, inquiring if assistance was needed for young Master Bai. Shi shook her head, signaling to observe for the moment. Bai Yi, ensnared as if in a bog, found even the slightest motion to be a Herculean effort, let alone considering a counterattack. Just as his mind began to spiral into chaos, a beam of resplendent white light surged forth from the depths of his golden core. Like the blazing sun, it illuminated the dim sky, its brilliance unyielding, rendering everything in its path dazzlingly radiant. Under the glow of this white light, the individuals present appeared almost translucent, revealing all they encompassed at a mere glance. Shi gasped in astonishment, only to find an ethereal mist enveloping her form. Meanwhile, Mu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the darkness that had shrouded the heavens was dispelled, the might of Mu Xiu's punch remained unmitigated, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Bai Yi. Bai Yi raised his hand, and with a swift motion, pierced the ground with his sword. In an instant, the earth shattered beneath the radiant blade, leaving behind a profound and terrifying chasm. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also abruptly cleaved apart. With a swift whoosh, the sword light collided with a fist. The entire sky trembled as a fearsome wave of energy radiated outward, reminiscent of an unstoppable tempest. The land undulated spectacularly, transforming into a scene of chaos within mere moments, reducing hundreds of yards to ruins. As the residual wave subsided, the onlookers were left astonished, gazing at the devastation that stretched for hundreds of yards, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Mu Xiu slowly crawled out from the debris, terror etched across his features as he cast a fearful glance at Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi found himself somewhat bewildered. The force he had just unleashed was overwhelmingly potent. It was a fragment of power emanating from within his golden core, and it was this very force that had dealt a grievous blow to Mu Xiu. Although he had severely injured Mu Xiu, Bai Yi himself was not in a much better condition. While it might not be apparent from the outside, his entire body was riddled with cracks along his meridians, leaving him too wary to exert any effort. Bai Yi exhibited an air of calm composure, declaring, "Mu Lauer, you have lost." At these words, Mu Xiu across from him spat out a mouthful of old blood. He raised his hand to point at Bai Yi, stammering, "Why you?" After a prolonged pause, he was unable to utter the next word, clearly infuriated by Bai Yi's assertion. Bai Yi chuckled, declaring, "Today, I shall take your life." Mu Xiu's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace. Though severely injured, he still possessed the strength to continue fighting. In response to Bai Yi's mockery and provocation, Mu Xiu let out a primal roar, seemingly losing all rationality. He charged towards Bai Yi, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from his body. In an instant, Mu Xiu's presence seemed to surpass even that of a sovereign. Witnessing this, Shi's complexion shifted noticeably. "Does Sovereign Song know about Mu Xiu?" she inquired. After a moment of silence, Song Yu replied, "I am not familiar with his true origins." He glanced at Mu Xiu and continued, Do we need to intervene? As Mu Xiu's aura surged, Bai Ye's eyelids twitched in apprehension. He thought to himself that this old man might truly be prepared to fight to the death. His entire body was already marred with cracks in his meridians. Should he forcefully retaliate, dire consequences could ensue. At that moment, Mu Xiu unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, it felt as though the very heavens were about to collapse, unable to withstand such force. Both Song Yu and Shi's expressions changed dramatically. Bai Yi could not possibly withstand this blow. In a flash, Song Yu appeared before Bai Yi, wielding a long spear that had materialized in his hand. The spear had shimmered with a faint azure light, reminiscent of the nine nether flame yearning for the souls of the living. He then thrust it fiercely toward Mu Xiu. Mu Xiu's face paled at this sight, yet it was too late for him to pull back. He could only intensify his attack to meet it head-on. The collision of these two cataclysmic forces sent tremors throughout the sky, which seemed as fragile as thin ice under such immense power. The overwhelming forces generated a backlash that sent Bai Yi staggering back thousands of feet. Mu Xiu was pushed back 100 feet as well, yet astonishingly. He appeared relatively unscathed. Though Song Yu did not retreat an inch, he felt a dull pain in his palms, and a trickle of blood began to seep out. Despite being a half-step barrier master with a divine-grade weapon, he had gained no advantage in the collision with Mu Xiu. Mu Xiu glared fiercely at Song Yu, demanding, "Sovereign Song, what do you mean? Did you not hear Bai Yi challenge me to a duel?" Clearly enraged by Song Yu's sudden intervention, he seethed with fury. Song Yu chuckled, though his eyes were filled with gravity. "Elder Mu, the outcome was already determined, yet you chose to strike again. You are the one who broke the rules. How can you blame me?" Mu Xiu, in a fit of madness, retorted, "Who decreed that the outcome was settled?" Song Yu responded, "I distinctly heard young Master Bai declare that you had lost. Is that not a clear verdict?" At this moment, Mu Xiu was utterly speechless. Realizing that Song Yu was no different from Bai Yi, both exhibited an astonishing lack of shame. In his current state of complete madness, he let out a long howl. "Today, even if I perish, I shall take all of you with me." Upon uttering these words, his aura surged once again. And this time, the rapid escalation sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, including Shi. As this formidable energy intensified, ethereal rings of light gradually materialized around Mu Xiu, each radiating a distinct hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Shi, who had been holding Bai Yi, suddenly stood up in alarm. Chapter 66, Mu Xiu Escapes. Chapter 67, Piercing Through 1,000 Zhang. Chapter 68, A Sense of Unease. "So, does this imply that you were just?" Bai Yi hurriedly shook her head, saying, "No, I did not intentionally gaze at you. I merely caught a glimpse by accident as I am still adjusting." Poem's lips quivered slightly. "Let us not dwell on that. Aside from your eyes, is there anything else that differs from before?" Bai Yi pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that as long as I concentrate, everything within several hundred zhang around me will materialize in my mind." Shi nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is the essence of divine consciousness. In the future, take your time to explore and adapt. It will be immensely beneficial for you." Bai Yi nodded, expressing his bewilderment. How could my eyes and that divine consciousness be in such a state? Shi presented a small jade vial to Bai Yi, saying, "This is the healing elixir bestowed upon you by the Song Emperor. It is precisely due to this that your divine consciousness has become exponentially stronger, perhaps even dozens or hundreds of times more potent than that of an ordinary person. Yet, I must admit, I am uncertain about the condition of your eyes." Bai Yi took the small jade bottle and examined it closely, pondering the miraculous nature of the elixir. Shi nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, do not underestimate this potion. It possesses the power to save lives." Outside, Song Lan, upon hearing sounds emanating from the room, hurriedly inquired, "Has young Master Bai awoken?" Upon hearing Song Lan's call, Bai Yi and Shi ceased their discussion about the life-restoring elixir. The two of them slowly stepped out of the room, where Song Lan promptly interjected before Song Yu could speak, asking, "Is young Master Bai's condition no longer critical?" Bai Yi cast a peculiar glance at Shi, as if silently inquiring whether the rebirth pill truly belonged to Song Yu or to the enigmatic Song Lan. Shi glanced at Song Lan, and Bai Yi understood. Circumventing Song Lan, he approached Song Yu and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the divine elixir, Emperor Song." Song Yu chuckled softly. "I am glad it is of assistance to you, young Master Bai." Noticing that Bai Yi was ignoring him, Song Lan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He then stepped closer to Bai Yi and whispered, "Young Master Bai, I have come across a secret concerning the Zhao family." Bai Yi gazed at Song Lan in confusion, inquiring, "What secret?" Song Lan hastily replied, "Recently, I dispatched individuals to secretly conduct an in-depth investigation into the Zhao family, resulting in the unfortunate loss of several formidable experts from the condensation sea realm. He deliberately paused, intending to evoke a sense of guilt or indebtedness in Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi was well aware of Songlan's intentions and chose to dismiss that remark. Internally, he mused, "This old fox is quite cunning. I must not fall into his trap." Despite such thoughts, Bai Yi's countenance betrayed a profound sense of guilt and obligation. Observing Bai Yi's expression, Songlan felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, "Through my investigations, I have uncovered that the Zhao family possesses a private prison. Those within the family who have committed grave transgressions are confined there. However, it seems to me that the detainees may not be limited to members of the Zhao family. It is quite possible that others, including your acquaintances, could be imprisoned there." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's brow furrowed with concern. "Is it possible for you to ascertain who is held within that prison?" When Songlan mentioned the possibility of his friends being confined in the Zhao family's private prison, Bai Yi's first thoughts were of Zhao Shui, and Leng Qing. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it improbable, for Zhao Shui was the esteemed young lady of the Zhao family. How could she possibly be imprisoned? As for Leng Qing, he also felt the likelihood was minimal. Songlan shook his head. That private prison is exceedingly concealed, located deep within the Zhao family's domain. It is virtually impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before deciding to take a look. Regardless of whether Shui or Leng Qing was being held inside, he felt compelled to go. After all, he had intended to visit the Zhao family to clarify the matters from the past. Therefore, it was imperative that he make the trip. "Let us go," he declared. However, Sure interjected, "Are we truly going to approach it this way?" Bai Yi inquired with a hint of confusion. What else could it be? To which Sure responded earnestly, "If Miss Schwerer or senior sister Long is indeed imprisoned within, when we arrive at the Zhao family, they might use them as leverage against us. What shall we do then?" Bai Yi was also awakened, for if what Sure said were indeed true, it would not only be impossible to rescue them, it was likely that both she and Sure might find themselves in peril. Bai Yi spoke in a low voice. "What do you propose we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Sure suggested, "How about this? We ask Emperor Song for assistance, requesting him to summon several elders of the Zhao family to the Imperial Hall, thereby keeping them occupied. We shall then proceed to the Zhao residence. And in their absence of a master at the revered realm, with Ji's current strength, rescuing them should pose no difficulty." At that moment, Songlan abruptly stepped forward, declaring, "I shall accompany young Master Bai." Song Yu's lips twitched slightly, inwardly reflecting, "This old fellow has been becoming rather excessive lately." Bai Yi gazed at Song Yu and inquired, "Might the esteemed Emperor Song be willing to assist me in this matter?" Song Yu responded with a faint smile, "It is but a trifling task. I shall return to the Imperial Hall forthwith and extend an invitation to several elders of the Zhao family." With that, he turned and departed. Suddenly, Sure interjected, "It may take some time for Emperor Song to attend to that. Director Song, could you elaborate on the Zhao family's private prison?" Songlan nodded eagerly. The Zhao family's private prison is situated at the rear of their estate, deep within the mountains. There lies a forbidden area, rumored to be the burial site of the Zhao ancestors. However, this is not the case. It is not where their ancestors rest. Within that vicinity exists a volcano, which has endured for tens of thousands of years. It is said that a fire spirit resides within the mountain, yet for millennia, no member of the Zhao family has succeeded in taming it. Thus, the spirit remains confined within. The private prison is located not far from this volcano, and due to its proximity, the prison itself is engulfed in flames. However, the fire here does not claim lives. Rather, it inflicts an excruciating burning pain. Those imprisoned within endure this torment day and night, teetering perpetually on the brink of life and death, caught in a cruel existence where they cannot escape their suffering nor find solace in death. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression darkened, resembling the depths of water, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Suddenly, Sure inquired, "Do you mean there is a fire spirit within?" Songlan nodded and replied, "According to the information I have gathered, it appears to be true. However, its authenticity remains uncertain for now. Yet, if the Zhao family's private prison is indeed engulfed in a sea of flames, then it is likely genuine." Sure nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "Brother, are you intrigued by that fire spirit?" Bai Yi promptly shook her head, expressing her fear of being burned to death. Sure's face was a canvas of exasperation. And then Songlan continued, "Are we ready to depart now?" Bai Yi shook his head and replied, "Let us wait a little longer." I have yet to receive a message from the Emperor Song. Sure turned to Bai Yi and inquired, Brother, have you been feeling a sense of unease lately? Bai Yi felt a tinge of confusion. Unease? Not at all. However, Sure furrowed her brows, increasingly convinced that something dreadful was about to transpire. Bai Yi inquired, Sure, what troubles you? Have you been feeling overly fatigued lately? However, Sure suddenly responded, Perhaps we should postpone our visit to the Zhao family. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in Song Lan's eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. Chapter 69. A Change of Circumstances. Bai Yi suddenly remarked, The Emperor has summoned the elders of the Zhao family to the Imperial Hall. Upon hearing this, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Song Lan's eyes. Though he concealed it well, Bai Yi's keen perception captured the nuance. Yet, Bai Yi chose not to expose him. Instead, smiling at Song Lan and saying, Director Song, it is time. We may proceed to the Zhao family. Sure. Sensing something awry in Bai Yi's gaze towards Song Lan, felt a twinge of curiosity, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. The three of them headed towards the Zhao family in Qifeng City. Song Lan intended to transport them through the skies, but Bai Yi declined. After departing the Wuxing Academy, Song Yu flew towards the Imperial Hall. However, he soon furrowed his brow, as he had an inkling that someone was stealthily following him. He halted and called out to the distance, Have you been trailing me for so long without revealing yourself? As his words echoed, no one emerged. Yet, a circular light barrier enveloped him, encasing him within. A cold smirk crept upon Song Yu's lips. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be a scheme devised by Director Song. At that moment, a voice echoed from the shadows, Activate the formation. As the command was uttered, the circular light barrier surged with brilliance. Subsequently, a flurry of blades materialized from unknown origins, hurtling towards Song Yu. A look of derision crossed his face. Do you think a mere lowly killing formation can ensnare me? He was certainly not intimidated by such a primitive trap. In years past, he had faced countless assassins, and far more formidable formations had failed to ensnare him, let alone this inferior array. He remained steadfast as innumerable blades surged towards him, and just as they were about to close in within a mere yard, they shattered into fragments. The barrier. This was Song Yu's barrier. Although he had only reached the threshold of the barrier realm, it was beyond the capability of such a lowly formation to breach. The hidden figures, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale with alarm and contemplated retreat. However, at that moment, a terrifying pressure locked onto them. Under this oppressive force, they found themselves utterly immobilized, like lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of any means to resist. Song Yu approached the group, comprised of 3 formation masters from Songyun Academy and 2 peak experts of the Breaking Sea realm. Does Song Lan think so little of me as to send such worthless pawns? However, he soon changed his expression, realizing with alarm that the others sought to delay him and target young Master Bai. Yet, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Bai Yi's strength had significantly improved since their last encounter, rendering it no simple task for even several sovereign-level figures to take his life. With this thought, he allowed himself to relax. He then summoned his shadow guards and instructed them to escort everyone present to the Imperial Hall. He refrained from eliminating anyone, as he intended to use them to extend a favor to Bai Yi. Upon returning to the Imperial Hall, Song Yu dispatched 5 shadow guards to invite the elders of the Zhao family for a discussion of significant matters. The so-called important matter was merely a pretext, designed to buy time as previously advised by Sure. Moments later, the 5 shadow guards returned, leading 3 elders from the Zhao family into the Imperial Hall. Based on their appearance, it was somewhat implausible to claim they had come willingly. Each elder bore traces of blood, with one even having fresh blood trickling from his mouth. Song Yu observed them, gesturing for the shadow guards to withdraw, and then gently crushed a sound transmission talisman. He smiled and remarked, I hope my invitation does not appear too presumptuous. One elder scoffed disdainfully. Do you realize you have thwarted the master's plans? At this, Song Yu's smile faltered. Master? Another elder barked angrily. If you know what's good for you, release us and those 2 at once, or else this will reach the master, and your entire Imperial Hall will face ruin. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression grew grave. He recognized the identities of the 2 individuals mentioned. Undoubtedly those who had attempted to block him alongside the 3 formation masters from Songyun Academy earlier. Were those 2 outsiders? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yu inwardly cursed, sensing that matters had taken a turn for the worse. He needed to notify young Master Bai immediately. He promptly retrieved another sound transmission talisman and crushed it. Witnessing this, the 3 elders' expressions darkened ominously. Bai Yi and his companions were making their way slowly towards the Zhao family when, suddenly, Bai Yi came to a halt and turned to gaze at Song Lan. Taken aback by Bai Yi's sudden pause and his penetrating stare, Song Lan quickly inquired, "What is it, young Master Bai? Are you feeling that we are progressing too slowly? I can assist you in soaring through the air." Bai Yi shook his head, expressing that he felt they were moving a bit too hastily. Just moments ago, Bai Yi had received a transmission from Song Yu, informing him that circumstances had changed and advising him not to rush to the Zhao family. Shi looked at Bai Yi with curiosity and asked, "Brother, is something the matter?" Bai Yi chuckled. "Shall we take a gamble?" Poem, increasingly perplexed, inquired, "What shall we wager on?" "On whether our visit to the Zhao family will be successful," Bai Yi replied. At this, Song Lan couldn't help but furrow his brow, silently pondering if they had uncovered something. Poem declared, "Brother, we shall not gamble." With that, she took Bai Yi by the hand and steered him in another direction, one that led towards the imperial palace in the capital. Song Lan, his expression tinged with urgency, insisted, "We ought to proceed this way." Gesturing toward the direction of the Zhao family in Qingfeng City, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Let us first proceed to the Emperor's Hall, and then to the Zhao family." Upon hearing these words, Song Lan felt a sense of foreboding. Had they truly discovered his intentions? As this thought crossed his mind, Song Lan fell into a state of hesitation, contemplating whether to take action and subdue the two individuals. A few days prior, he had unexpectedly learned that the continent was now interconnected with the outside world. This was due to Bai Yi's failure to reinforce the seal on the entire continent when he sealed the Beast Realm passage. Now, the seal on this land had nearly dissipated. Upon learning this, he had immediately ventured out to gather information. After acquiring a general understanding of the situation beyond, he leaked the news of Bai Yi obtaining the chaotic primordial yang and chaotic primordial yin to a certain faction. This faction promised Song Lan that once they acquired the treasures in Bai Yi's possession, they would assist him in avenging his master. Upon discovering that Bai Yi was merely at the core formation stage, they casually dispatched two Peak-Sea-breaking realm experts to capture him. However, Song Lan was not reassured. So he secretly allied with the Zhao family to confront Bai Yi. Yet now, it appeared that those two, along with his three formation masters, had already failed. He felt little surprise at this outcome, as Song Yu was indeed a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, he had a second plan. He pondered privately how much confidence he had in delivering a fatal blow to Bai Yi if he acted suddenly. Based on his previous assessments of Bai Yi's combat prowess, he surmised that although Bai Yi was significantly stronger than others of the same tier, he could not possibly rival a master at the lord level. As this thought lingered, he cast another glance at Shi. He could not deny that Shi was the most enigmatic figure in his mind at this moment. Not only had Song Yu previously mentioned that Shi was no ordinary person, but through his observations over time, he had grown increasingly aware of her mysterious nature. After all, Bai Yi had faced numerous assassination attempts since the beginning, yet Shi had remained by his side throughout, despite being merely at the qi condensation stage. Logically, she should not have survived so well amidst such dangers. Although he hesitated over whether to strike, he had already made up his mind. Watching Bai Yi and Shi leisurely making their way to the Emperor's Hall, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Song Lan's face. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch towards Bai Yi, who was less than half a meter away. This punch, executed with suddenness and proximity, prevented Song Lan from utilizing his full strength. He only employed slightly over 30% of his power, yet he believed it to be sufficient. However, mere inches from Bai Yi, the punch halted abruptly. Surrounding Bai Yi was a faint golden barrier, which was precisely the defensive formation he had prepared beforehand. At that moment, the barrier exhibited several cracks. Although it had been breached by Song Lan's punch, it had afforded Bai Yi ample time to distance himself from Song Lan. Bai Yi retreated several paces, coldly gazing at Song Lan. "What is the meaning of this, Director Song?" Song Lan's expression darkened instantaneously after his failed strike, fixating his gaze intensely on Bai Yi. "Regardless of the circumstances, you must die today." With that, a formidable aura enveloped him, locking onto Bai Yi and Shi. Bai Yi said, "Wait, can you tell me why?" Song Lan coldly replied, "I shall inform you only after your demise." With that, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Bai Yi. This blow represented the full might of a peak master, its force seemingly capable of shattering the very fabric of space, instilling profound terror. Under the shadow of this formidable attack, Bai Yi felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 agonizing cuts, an overwhelming barrage of excruciating pain coursing through him. Although Baiye's physical form was considerably stronger than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, it was utterly insufficient when confronted with the assault of a master-level opponent. As the intensity of the strike escalated, crimson streaks of blood began to seep from Baiye's body. The sheer force of the blow was already unbearable, a testament to its terrifying power. As he observed the impending strike, Baiye ceased his words. He drew forth a crimson longsword and thrust it fiercely, unleashing a mysterious force that erupted from his golden core. In an instant, the surrounding space began to warp, struggling to contain this burgeoning power. A radiant golden-red light from the sword enveloped the area, yet almost immediately, this brilliance began to shatter piece by piece. Despite the terrifying nature of the sword's glow, it proved no match for Songlan's onslaught. The Master's strike obliterated the sword light with ease. With a thunderous crash, the sword light was extinguished, and Baiye was sent hurtling backward, tumbling 100 paces away. Upon halting, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his body bore multiple wounds. Songlan sneered. Though you possess extraordinary talent, the chasm in our realms cannot be bridged, no matter how gifted you are. With that, he launched another strike, this time directed at Shir. Upon witnessing this, Baiye's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he leapt forward, charging towards Shir. Observing the brother who unflinchingly risked himself to shield her from danger, Shir's lips curled into a smile, though it quickly faded, her eyes dimming with a sense of foreboding. How wonderful it would be if this could continue indefinitely. In the blink of an eye, Baiye had reached Shir's side, just as Songlan's palm descended almost simultaneously. When Songlan's hand struck Baiye, an unexpected burst of white light erupted from within him. Under the radiance of this white beam, the entire sky appeared almost translucent. Even the scorching sun at the horizon seemed to pale in comparison. Songlan's palm made contact with the white light as though striking a tuft of cotton. There was no sense of resistance. To his astonishment, he felt his hand being gradually consumed by the white beam. He attempted to retract it, but an overwhelming force seemed to firmly grasp his palm, pulling it inexorably. Slowly, terror began to etch itself onto Songlan's face, for he realized that the white beam was no longer merely absorbing the force of his strike. Now, his very hand was beginning to vanish, with the tips of his fingers disappearing in the blink of an eye. Songlan's fear escalated. What are you trying to do? Stop at once. In that moment, his fingers had vanished down to their bases. Although, at his level of cultivation, regrowing lost limbs was not an insurmountable task. It would nonetheless require an immense expenditure of time and energy. Baiye gazed at the slowly vanishing palm of Songlan, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this white light possessed the ability to devour? In truth, when Songlan's palm struck, he had felt a twinge of fear, for the power behind that blow had indeed instilled in him a sense of impending doom. However, as he endeavored to summon the strength within his golden core, he was astonished to find himself successful. What baffled him further was the potency of this newfound power, which effortlessly countered Songlan's terrifying assault. Not only that, but it also began to consume Songlan's energy. Contemplating this, he resolved to amplify the force of this devouring power. Instantly, a formidable pulling force enveloped Songlan completely. Upon sensing this turn of events, Songlan was finally thrown into a state of panic, for he realized that no matter how he struggled, he could not escape this suction. Moreover, with each attempt to break free, the force intensified. Baiye, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Baiye chose to disregard the situation, for he would never engage in idle chatter with his adversary while holding an absolute advantage in battle. Poetic gazes were fixed upon the force that ensnared Songlan. Her brows furrowed in concern. At this moment, that very power emanated a sense of danger that unsettled her. What could this force be? Its terrifying nature was undeniable. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed her face as her mouth fell agape. Could this possibly be the fabled chaos power? According to ancient texts, chaos power is a remnant force from the dawn of the universe, surpassing all other powers within it to a certain extent. Moreover, it possesses even more formidable capabilities. After all, in the beginning, the universe was merely a mass of chaotic energy. After countless years of gestation within this primordial essence, Chaos Yang and Chaos Yin would emerge. When these two forces reach a sufficient level, they would inevitably merge, unleashing a profoundly terrifying energy that cleaved the nebulous chaos in twain. Ultimately, after innumerable years of settling and calming, one half would become heaven and the other, earth. Thus, the cosmos took shape. However, through the relentless passage of time, that chaos power would gradually dissipate, vanishing into the vastness of the universe. Yet, the fact that Bai Yi could harness this chaos power left Poetic utterly astounded. Could it be that his golden core contained boundless chaotic energy? The mere thought of this possibility sent a shiver down her spine. How terrifying would that be? Nevertheless, it was evident that Bai Yi was not yet capable of truly mastering this force, as his expression clearly indicated. At that moment, Bai Yi's countenance slowly grew pale, clearly revealing the backlash he was experiencing from this overwhelming power. At this moment, Bai Yi also sensed that something was amiss. He felt an involuntary tremor coursing through his entire being. It seemed that the potent force was becoming increasingly difficult for him to withstand, and if this continued, he might very well be consumed by it. Realizing this, Bai Yi hastily concentrated his thoughts, gradually retracting that overwhelming power. Observing Bai Yi's unease, Song Lan's expression softened slightly. However, he did not entirely relinquish his apprehension, for at this moment, his right hand had completely vanished. Moreover, his internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving him in a state of extreme thirst. If Bai Yi did not withdraw that force immediately, it was likely that Song Lan would soon be rendered utterly incapacitated. As Bai Yi completely reigned in that power, Song Lan staggered back a few steps, stopping to gaze at Bai Yi with lingering trepidation. Chapter 71. Shocking Song Lan, what kind of power do you possess? Song Lan asked Bai Yi, panic evident in his voice. Bai Yi did not respond to Song Lan's words, but instead focused on sensing his own body. After a moment, he felt reassured, although he had suffered a backlash. It was far less severe than the previous occasion. Last time, his entire meridian system had been gravely injured by the backlash, whereas this time he merely felt a bit weakened, with no significant impact. He then recalled the regeneration pill that Shur had previously administered to him, marveling at its extraordinary properties. At that moment, Song Lan suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Is that the power of the chaos primordial yang?" Song Lan, of course, was unaware that the force he sensed was indeed chaotic energy. He merely speculated that it might be the power of the chaos primordial yang. The thought of it brought a flicker of joy to Song Lan's face. However, this joy quickly transformed into a grimace. He pondered to himself, if he possessed the power of the chaos primordial yang, would he still need to beseech others for vengeance against his master's enemies? He recalled how he had humbly groveled, lowering himself to negotiate with that formidable force for revenge, his voice nearly worn thin from pleading. The memory of his own subservience over the centuries, particularly in relation to his master, incited a flicker of anger within him. For hundreds of years, he had never humbled himself to anyone in such a manner. Contemplating this, his expression twisted into a snarl. Yet, a hint of hesitation lingered. After all, Bai Yi was capable of wielding that power, and it posed a significant threat to him. Should he take the risk? Just as Song Lan wrestled with his uncertainty, he heard Shur's anxious voice nearby. "Brother, are you all right?" Following her voice, Song Lan turned to look at Bai Yi, only to find that something seemed amiss. Bai Yi's complexion was extraordinarily pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper, and his body appeared to tremble slightly, as though he had sustained grave injuries. Song Lan narrowed his eyes, contemplating, could it be that he was harmed by that force? The thought filled him with a surge of elation. Truly, the heavens favor me. Although he had been at a disadvantage against that power moments ago, seeing Bai Yi now, he believed Bai Yi was in a far worse state. He could hardly summon that power again. If Bai Yi were unable to wield it, Song Lan felt assured he could strike him down in his current weakened condition. With this thought, he let out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha, truly, the heavens are on my side." As he spoke, a spear appeared in his hand. A treasured weapon of the Songyun Academy, classified as a top-tier Earth-grade artifact. The spear measured a full yard in length, with a black, triangular tip adorned with two inverted short spikes beneath it. The shaft was slender enough to allow him to grip it comfortably with his fingers. The dark spear, subtly shimmering with a faint gray luminescence, exudes an aura of formidable strength and robustness. As Bai Yi beheld the long spear manifested in Song Lan's hand, his countenance grew exceedingly grave. In his current state, he was utterly incapable of contending with it. Although he fared significantly better than during the last backlash, he remained profoundly weakened, unable to engage in full force once more, let alone summon that kind of power again. Yet, fear did not grip him. His long sword stood defiantly, angled toward the ground. "Song Dean, do you wish to attempt that power once more?" Song Lan replied with a chilling smile. "I believe you can no longer wield that kind of power." Bai Yi appeared remarkably composed and serene, smiling as he inquired, "Are you inclined to take a gamble?" He candidly declared, "I can assure you that I still possess the ability to wield that kind of power 3 more times." After a moment of contemplation, he continued. If I were to exert myself fully, I could potentially summon it 5 additional times. Song Lan, however, was far from convinced by Ye's assertions. Yet a sliver of caution crept into his heart. After all, Ye's demeanor exhibited no signs of panic. One would assume that if he lacked a trump card, he would not maintain such tranquility. Nevertheless, Song Lan could not fathom what additional cards Ye might possess. As for that formidable force, he was resolute in his disbelief that Ye could harness it once more. If, by some chance, he could indeed conjure it again, Song Lan felt undaunted. Believing that the previous strike had merely been a lapse in his vigilance, he was certain that with a modicum of caution, he could evade that power. Do you think I am easily intimidated? He retorted, yet despite his bravado, a flicker of hesitation lingered. Had he not been hesitant, he would have already made his move. Yi smiled faintly and asked, Do you think I am trying to frighten you? At that moment, Shir turned her eyes playfully towards Yi and said, Brother, remember not to use that power more than 5 times. This remark was clearly directed at Song Lan, intended to convey that Yi indeed had the capacity to wield that extraordinary strength 5 more times. Upon hearing Shir's words, Song Lan narrowed his eyes. Although he harbored doubts about Yi, Shir's admonition began to sway his disbelief. If Yi could still unleash that power once more, he might manage to hold his ground, but the prospect of 5 times, given his current injuries, left him with little hope of enduring the confrontation, even if he were unscathed. Yi smiled at Shir, conveying a hearty endorsement with his gaze. Give it a try, don't worry. Dealing with this individual just requires one more application of force. If one attempt fails, then let it be 2, or at most 3. Shir wanted to laugh, but stifled it. Yes, I trust you, brother. After saying this, she turned to Song Lan and urged, You should make your move. My brother is already growing impatient. Are you afraid? The chaotic primordial yang and yin are within my brother. Do you not desire them? Upon hearing Shir's words, Yi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of exasperation. Did this sister truly believe that I could still wield such power? Just now, I merely intimidated Song Lan. If he were to strike now, I might not withstand even a single blow. Meanwhile, Shir appeared to be fully engrossed in the situation, continuing to urge Song Lan to act. Faced with Shir's insistence, Song Lan hesitated even more, contemplating. Could it be that Ye's words hold truth? Can he indeed summon that kind of power at least 5 times? Otherwise, how could he exude such confidence? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yet the allure of the chaotic primordial yang and yin was far too tempting. He was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. Just then, Shir's voice rang out again. Brother, since he won to make the first move, you should strike first, finish him off with a single sword. Upon hearing Shir's suggestion, Song Lan's body trembled slightly. At that moment, he found himself almost entirely convinced of Yi and Shir's assertions. Yi gazed at Shir with wide eyes and remarked, We must understand the importance of respecting our elders and cherishing the young. Let him make the first move. I fear that if I act first, he will lose his opportunity entirely. At this moment, he certainly could not act, for such a move would reveal his intentions, rendering all previous deceptions futile. Hearing Ye's words, Song Lan surprisingly felt that Yi was not merely trying to intimidate him. The more composed Yi appeared, the more Song Lan found himself believing in Ye's words. At that moment, Song Lan was torn between unwillingness to retreat and the hesitation to strike first at Yi. He stood quietly a short distance away, seemingly calm. Yet his mind was a tumult of thoughts. Yi was becoming increasingly anxious. It was evident that Song Lan was rather confident in himself. However, why was he still lingering? Prolonged standoffs like this could easily lead to exposure, and Ye's heart was already racing. If this impasse continued much longer, he would no longer be able to maintain his calm and composed demeanor. In the 72nd chapter, the invincible sword spirit, Shir was also beginning to lose her patience. Pondering why Song Lan was so hesitant in his actions, she thought to herself, why not hurry and escape? If he wouldn't flee, they could make their own retreat. With this in mind, she leaned closer to Yi and whispered, Brother, shall we not make our escape first? At this moment, Yi found himself in a state of hesitation. If he were to flee first, it would undoubtedly reveal his deception to Song Lan, who would then pursue him with unrelenting fervor. Yet, if he chose not to run, he would remain in an increasingly precarious position. Song Lan, observing Shir whispering in Ye's ear, felt a surge of confusion. Could it be that they were attempting to deceive him? This notion took root in his mind. growing stronger with each passing moment, until it transformed from mere speculation into a firm conviction. In a fit of rage, he pointed an accusing finger at Bai Yi, exclaiming, "You are deceiving me." Bai Yi's heart sank with a jolt. "It's over. This old fellow has seen through us." Sure, however, remained unfazed and replied, "If we were to deceive you, would we still be here waiting for you to strike?" Song Lan let out a chilling laugh. "Do you really think you dare to flee?" Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed. How had Song Lan become so astute in such a brief span? This development was hardly favorable for the two of them. What should they do now? He then turned to Sure, who, with her whimsical nature, might possess some form of solution. Sure gazed at Bai Yi in utter astonishment, exclaiming, "I have no means left. Can't you see how clever he has become?" This remark was, of course, overheard by Song Lan, who had been attentively observing the two. Upon hearing Sure's words, Song Lan was utterly convinced that Bai Yi and his companion had merely been deceiving him when they claimed they could still wield that power. Reflecting on this, Song Lan felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having believed their fabrications for so long, after being entangled with them for such a duration. He pondered, could it be that they had been deliberately stalling to regain their strength? If that were the case, had Bai Yi already recuperated by now? He scrutinized Bai Yi closely, but upon noticing his still pallid complexion, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Bai Yi had not yet recovered. In a fit of rage, he couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. What a pair of impudent young rascals, deceiving me all along. Bai Yi, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Isn't it simply due to your relentless cooperation? Are you truly going to blame us for our erratic chatter?" Realizing that Bai Yi had not regained his natural state, he would not be granted another opportunity. With a furious shout, he wielded his spear and thrust it forward, although he had previously been injured by Bai Yi's formidable power. At this moment, empowered by the Earth-grade exceptional spear, the strength of this strike was no weaker than during his peak condition. The spear pierced through the very fabric of space, causing the surrounding area to tremble violently, as if it could shatter at any moment under the force of the blow. A dark blade of light emerged from the spear's tip, aimed directly at Bai Yi's brow. Upon witnessing Song Lan's sudden assault, Bai Yi's expression changed dramatically. He understood that he might not be able to withstand this strike. Yet, even if he could not, he felt compelled to try. The crimson sword in his hand trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth, channeling a fragment of his golden core's power. He directed this energy into the crimson sword, and as it flowed in, the sword emitted a blinding crimson gold radiance. A resonant hum echoed as the sword sang, seemingly imbued with life. Sure gazed in astonishment at the sword in Bai Yi's grasp, exclaiming, "This sword possesses a spirit. Is it awakening? The sword spirit, or weapon spirit, emerges when a weapon reaches a certain grade, or when its master attains a specific level of prowess, granting it sentience. The strength of the weapon spirit is indirectly determined by the power of both the weapon and its master." Previously, Bai Yi's sword could recognize its master and protect him in dire circumstances, indicating that it had gained some level of consciousness. Yet it could not be classified as a true weapon spirit. However, at this moment, invigorated by Bai Yi's energy, the sword appeared to possess genuine life, transcending mere sentience. If this sword truly awakened a spirit, had the spirit been sealed away or injured previously? With this thought, Sure's curiosity intensified as she observed the sword intently. Meanwhile, Song Lan's attack had arrived. Before Bai Yi could fully react, he thrust the sword forward, propelling his body into the strike. As the sword was unleashed, the entire world was instantly engulfed in darkness. The very space around them seemed to vanish. Sure stood in a daze, for this strike had the power to upend her understanding of reality. It was merely an initial attack from a sword spirit that had just awakened. Yet it bore Bai Yi's entire being within its force. Bai Yi found himself in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he was poised to wield his sword. Yet, before he could make his move, the blade had already lunged forth, seemingly guiding his actions. It was only he who was aware of this phenomenon. At that moment, the sword was not merely executing a counterattack, but also imparting to Bai Yi the intricacies of swordsmanship, demonstrating a technique through the very act of its thrust. Bai Yi did not dwell further, but instead immersed himself in the profound essence of the sword. Moments later, he opened his eyes in astonishment, for he had been deeply moved by the understanding he had just attained. He perceived the sheer terror of this sword. It had the capacity to annihilate an entire realm. As he closed his eyes to contemplate the sword's essence, a vivid image unfolded in his mind, a vast expanse of starry sky, where a realm shattered instantaneously from thousands of miles away. The horrifying scene sent a tremor through his very heart. When he regained his composure, He realized that the figure of Tsang Lan had vanished from his sight, and the space where Tsang Lan once stood was now enveloped in utter darkness. Bai Yi turned to Shi, somewhat dazed. When she saw Shi's incredulous expression, her own astonishment deepened. Since their acquaintance, there had been few instances that could leave Shi in such a state of shock. Even the earlier incident with Mu Xiu had not been nearly as startling. At that moment, a feeble voice echoed in Shi's mind. "Young lady, you must protect the young master." Confused about who was speaking, it took her a moment to realize it was the sword spirit communicating with her. She promptly relayed her thoughts to the sword spirit. "Are you the spirit of that sword?" The frail voice responded, "Indeed." Shi, taken aback, inquired, "Are you currently injured?" The sword spirit replied, "Not exactly. I was merely sealed by my master long ago. I have unexpectedly awakened now, which has left me somewhat weakened." Shi's heart raced with astonishment. "If you are this weak now, how terrifying was that sword strike just now? How powerful are you at your peak?" The sword spirit gave a faint smile despite its weakness. "I am not particularly formidable. I am merely a sword. Moreover, my strength is contingent upon the prowess of my master." Shi pressed on. "To what extent is your master strong?" "Invincible." The simplicity of those two words rendered Shi speechless. While she found it difficult to believe in the notion of invincibility, she was certain that the individual's strength was extraordinarily formidable. The sword spirit continued, "I shall return to slumber. Please take care of the young master from now on." Shi quickly asked, "When will you fully awaken?" After a moment of silence, the sword spirit replied, "When the young master reaches invincibility." Shi's face was a portrait of shock. "When he achieves invincibility?" She felt overwhelmed and inquired, "Why must he reach invincibility for you to awaken?" The sword spirit hesitated before saying, "Because it was he who sealed me away." Shi was once again taken aback, wanting to ask further questions. But the sword spirit's presence had already dissipated, clearly having fallen back into slumber. At that moment, Shi was extremely astounded, and suddenly, a thought struck her. Who had sealed this sword spirit? How could it be? Could it truly be as her grandfather had once said? She recalled her grandfather's words, Shi, "When you descend to the lower realm, you must protect the young master well. If you have the opportunity, seize it. His identity may be more than just that of a young master. He could also be a being of reincarnation." Reflecting on her grandfather's urging to seize the opportunity, she shook her head and smiled. After all, Bai Yi now regarded her as a younger sister. Chapter 73. Journeying through the celestial realms, observing Shi's repeated expressions of astonishment, Bai Yi felt a sense of bewilderment. Shi, what is the matter?" Hearing Bai Yi call her name, Shi withdrew her thoughts and scrutinized Bai Yi closely, as if attempting to see through her very essence. Bai Yi found this rather strange. Shi, what troubles you?" Shi lifted her gaze to meet Bai Yi's. "It's nothing. Just that sword strike you executed earlier?" Bai Yi promptly replied, "I too find it perplexing. The sword that struck just now was not merely wielded by me. Rather, it seemed to be guided by an unseen force. Moreover, it appeared to impart its swordsmanship to me through that very strike." "What?" Shi exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you saying that the sword not only accompanied you, but also conveyed its techniques during that moment of combat?" "Indeed," Bai Yi affirmed. "Furthermore, as I delved deeper into the essence of that sword strike, a terrifying vision unfolded in my mind." Shi, intrigued, inquired, "What kind of vision?" Bai Yi remarked, "As that sword was thrust forth, the very fabric of a realm, tens of thousands of zhang away, shattered inch by inch." Listening to Bai Yi's vivid account, Shi felt a tumult in her throat, pondering whether the sword spirit's claim of invincibility held any truth. Ultimately, she chose not to disclose the matter of the sword spirit to Bai Yi, reasoning that since the spirit had not directly communicated with him, it might prefer to keep its existence a secret, or perhaps the timing was simply not yet ripe. "Brother, how much have you comprehended regarding that sword technique?" Bai Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, replying, "I do not know." He too was at a loss for words. That sword thrust appeared deceptively simple, merely a straightforward jab forward. Yet, the profound knowledge of swordsmanship contained within eluded his understanding. Nonetheless, he gleaned insights from this experience. Grasping the essence of what Shi had once articulated, to transform complexity into simplicity, for simplicity is the ultimate form of strength. The two of them chose not to dwell on the matter any longer, their gazes drawn to a nearby abyss. And they exchanged rueful smiles and shook their heads in unison. This space had been utterly obliterated by that single sword strike, although it would gradually mend. It seemed unlikely to recover in the short term, for that overwhelming force might linger in this place for several days, perhaps even months. Brother, shall we first visit the Zhao family or seek out Songyu? Bai Yi pondered for a moment. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the Zhao family. I find myself suddenly intrigued by that fire spirit. Although he was previously unaware that the sword was governed by a sword spirit, he understood that it was intrinsically linked to spirituality. Contemplating the extraordinary nature of sentient beings, he wondered if this fire spirit might possess remarkable powers as well. Naturally, he harbored concerns about his ability to subdue the fire spirit, yet he resolved that even if he were to fail, he would strive to endure the backlash and incorporate it into his golden core realm, where he held dominion. Abruptly, he halted, recalling that Mu Xiu's soul beast still resided within his golden core. Sure, do you think Mu Xiu's soul beast holds any value? Sure appeared somewhat perplexed. But after a brief moment, she recollected. You should release it. Mu Xiu will no longer pose a threat to us. Bai Yu was astonished. What transpired after I fell unconscious that day? He had been pondering this and intended to inquire about it from Sure. Yet the thought had slipped his mind. Sure chuckled softly, shaking her head. After you lost consciousness, I effortlessly defeated Mu Xiu with a mere finger, and he conceded, promising not to trouble us again. Bai Yu remained silent as he released Mu Xiu's spirit beast, and the two continued their journey towards the Zhao family. Sure. Shall we take a ride on a flying vehicle? Sure quickly shook her head. I won't get on. Bai Yi offered an awkward smile, asserting that he had already tidied up. He thought to himself, who knows if you will be as formidable as last time. Within the imperial hall, Songyu's expression was somewhat grim. It had been half a day since he sent a message to Bai Yi, yet there was no sign of his arrival. This unease gnawed him. Could it be that young Master Bai was no match for Song Lan? However, even if he were at a disadvantage, one would trust that with Bai Yi's prowess, he could certainly escape. Besides, he had Sure by his side, and surely no mishap would occur. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he dispatched a shadow guard to investigate. At this moment, Bai Yi and Sure had arrived at the entrance of the Zhao family estate. This time, Bai Yi was there to rescue someone and reclaim the fire spirit, thus he did not bother with formalities. Drawing his long sword, he struck it against the Zhao family's door. With a resounding crash, the door was shattered into fragments. In an instant, a dozen Zhao family warriors surged forth. However, most of them were merely young members of the Zhao clan, only at the returning Dan and foundation establishment stages. Seeing the oncoming Zhao family members, Bai Yi's spirit surged. It was time to put on an air of invincibility. You insignificant insects, step aside quickly, or I shall slay you all, one by one, with a single stroke of my sword. At this moment, one among the crowd stepped forward, angrily pointing at Bai Yi. You dare to shatter the door of the Zhao family? Now, you shall find it difficult to escape with your life. With that, he hurled a punch towards Bai Yi. Others, witnessing the assault, became agitated and were eager to join the fray. Yet, just as that punch was about to connect with Bai Yi's face, it halted midair. The crowd was taken aback, and moments later, they recoiled several steps. They beheld the man who had attacked Bai Yi now with a sword piercing through his chest. This individual was a formidable foundation establishment practitioner, not the strongest among them, yet undeniably among the top 5. How could he be dispatched so swiftly? Everyone was left in shock, but after a brief silence, another man stepped forward. Do not be afraid. Even if he is strong, can he truly defeat all of us? With that, he struck first, and dozens followed suit, rushing in. It must be noted that although they were all at the returning Dan and foundation establishment stages, their combined assault was far from weak. Bai Yi gazed calmly at the approaching throng, gradually raising the longsword in his hand. He reflected meticulously on the previous strike, slowly closing his eyes and striving to attain tranquility. For when one faces a crisis, an involuntary agitation often ensues. Yet it is precisely this turmoil that can profoundly affect one's combat prowess in the execution of skills. In that earlier moment of thrusting the sword, he not only sensed the terrifying power contained within the strike, but also perceived a thread of spiritual serenity emanating from the blade. This tranquility seemed unshakable, as if it could withstand the annihilation of the world itself. It was a manifestation of confidence, a demonstration of might. As the onslaught of dozens approached in an instant, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes. With a simple thrust of the sword, devoid of any embellishment, he executed a straightforward attack. Yet, in that very moment of extension, the entire surrounding space trembled as if on the verge of shattering. Those numerous assailants found themselves collapsing to the ground beneath the weight of this languid strike. It was the pressure of the space itself. The previous thrust had severely damaged this realm, and now it was on the brink of collapse. The force of this impending disintegration bore down upon the throng, rendering them incapacitated and prostrate. The fallen individuals gazed up at Bai Yi, their faces etched with sheer terror. Bai Ye's lips curled upwards, as he seemed to have rediscovered a hint of the sensation experienced when drawing his sword. Although it did not quite match the prowess of his previous strike, it represented a significant advancement for him. Shir smiled and nodded, saying, "Brother, that was quite commendable." Bai Ye proudly gazed towards the horizon and declared, "Poetry. In the future, I shall take you to explore the myriad realms." Chapter 74. The ancestor of the Zhao family listening to Bai Ye's words. Shir was aware he was merely boasting, yet a flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed, "Young friend, may I invite you in for a discourse?" Upon hearing this voice, Bai Ye nearly stumbled, his previously confident demeanor faltering. Could it be that the Zhao family harbored another formidable entity? The thought darkened Bai Ye's expression, while he held no fear of younger generations. He could easily escape from elder-level figures. However, the voice he had just heard was evidently more than that. Shir's countenance shifted slightly as well. Yet she sensed no malice in that voice. "Brother, should we enter?" As Bai Ye was about to speak, the aged voice resonated once more. "I harbor no ill intentions towards either of you. Feel free to enter." The members of the Zhao family, slumped on the ground, were equally astonished, utterly unaware of the voice's origin, and even more perplexed by the existence of an elder within their lineage. When the dark guards dispatched by Song Yu had taken their elder away, they were all present. If the elder had been taken, then who was it that now spoke? Observing the bewilderment etched on the faces of the Zhao family, Bai Ye's curiosity grew ever stronger. Bai Ye inclined his head slightly towards the direction from which the voice emanated deep within the Zhao residence, saying, "Esteemed elder, I have not come here to cause trouble. Rather, I seek an explanation from the Zhao family regarding a particular matter." After Bai Ye finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence before the voice finally responded, "No matter. Please come in if you have matters to discuss." Poem turned to Bai Ye and said, "Let us enter. I sense that the old man harbors no ill intentions towards us." Bai Ye nodded and walked towards the Zhao family's residence. Moments later, he and Shir arrived before a small hall, modest in size, measuring only a few zhang in width. The walls were constructed from grayish-white stones, and a long, black plaque hung askew above the entrance, inscribed with two prominent white characters, "Ancestral Hall." Upon seeing these characters, Bai Ye could not help but shiver slightly, contemplating that this was indeed the Zhao family's ancestral hall. Could it be that the voice he had heard earlier belonged to the family's venerable ancestor? Shir also regarded the small hall with a sense of curiosity. At that moment, the voice resonated once more, emanating from within the ancestral hall. "Young friends, there is no need for concern. Please, come inside." Bai Ye gently shook his head, saying, "Perhaps we should refrain from entering. After all, we are not of the Zhao clan. It would be unfortunate to disturb the tranquility of our esteemed elders." His reluctance was not born from a genuine concern for their peace, but rather from the fear that the old man might employ some trickery, leaving him trapped should he step inside. Poetic in her demeanor, Shir softly suggested, "Let us converse here. We shall not enter." The voice sighed, conceding, "Very well. Since you both harbor reservations towards this old man, I shall not insist." Bai Ye suddenly inquired, "Are you not the esteemed ancestor of the Zhao family?" "Indeed," came the reply. Bai Ye continued to inquire, "Are you still alive?" The elder of the Zhao family sighed once more. "I have long since become a pile of yellow earth thousands of years ago. Now, I am merely a vestige of consciousness." Shir furrowed her brow. "You exist as a mere remnant of consciousness, yet have persisted for millennia?" Bai Ye sensed the formidable power of the Zhao family's ancestors from Shir's astonished tone. It was not that they had vanished. Rather, they had merely been in a deep slumber until now. Bai Ye inquired, "What realm did you attain in your lifetime?" "Esteemed senior?" The elder of the Zhao family pondered for a moment before responding, "In my past existence, it seems I reached the unparalleled realm. But I have slumbered for far too long. Many matters have slipped from my memory." Bai Ye was astonished. The realm of the Supreme was something he had previously heard of from Yunshang. The voice continued, "Young friend, that sword technique you just displayed is quite remarkable. May I inquire as to its origin?" He was awakened by the overwhelming aura of Bai Ye's sword, which struck a chord of familiarity within him. Yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered such a sensation before. Bai Ye did not conceal the truth. It was not as others had claimed. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice, tinged with astonishment, interrupted him. Could it be that the young friend has created it himself? Shir, somewhat speechless, replied, "Do you really think my brother possesses the ability to conjure such a sword technique?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt slightly displeased. Shir, one must not speak so dismissively. Do you truly believe I lack the capacity to develop such swordsmanship? Instinctively, Shir shook her head, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she nodded. Indeed, far too similar. Bai Yi was left speechless. The young lady's words were truly somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, Bai Yi responded candidly, stating, "It is not entirely my own creation, but rather a technique imparted to me by a sword." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the ancestral figure of the Zhao family exclaimed, "What? A sword has been bequeathed to you?" Before Bai Yi could respond, the voice continued, "May I have a glimpse of that sword?" Bai Yi resolutely declared, "No." He naturally could not place his trust in the old man. What if he were to show him the sword and never reclaim it? Although the man claimed to be merely a fragment of consciousness, Bai Yi remained cautious. The voice sighed, "Since you, young friend, do not trust me, I shall refrain from observing. Let it be deemed an unfortunate lack of fate that we do not meet. Earlier, you mentioned coming to the Zhao family seeking an explanation. I am curious to know the matter at hand." Bai Yi, upon hearing the Zhao family's ancestral elder cease discussing the sword, felt a sense of relief within. "Are you aware of who currently holds the position of the Zhao family patriarch?" The ancestral elder of the Zhao family remained silent for a moment before replying. "I am not privy to that information, as I have been in slumber for several millennia." Bai Yi, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "If you have been in slumber, how can you ascertain that your rest has spanned thousands of years rather than tens of thousands?" Subsequently, the elder of the Zhao clan fell into a profound silence. Shir, too, wore an expression of exasperation. The question posed was akin to asking, "If you have slept through the night, how do you know it is now morning?" Noticing the heavy silence, Bai Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness. He scratched his head and chuckled. Let us shift our focus. As far as I am aware, the current head of your Zhao clan is a woman named Du Xian, is it not?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the elder of the Zhao clan appeared taken aback. "How could this be?" he exclaimed. "In our lineage, the position of clan leader has never been passed down to a female." As he pondered this, a realization struck him. "You mentioned that her surname is Dugu?" Bai Yi remarked, "Indeed." The ancestral figure of the Zhao family fell into a prolonged silence. Poetic Shir, growing impatient, interjected, "We wish to visit your fire prison, as we suspect it may be holding my friend." Upon hearing this, the Zhao family elder appeared somewhat troubled, however. Bai Yi inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The elder of the Zhao family replied, "Not at all. Rather, I find myself unable to depart from this place at present, and thus cannot escort the two of you." Bai Yi remarked, "You merely need to inform us of the location of the fire prison. We shall find our way." After a brief moment of silence, the ancestor of the Zhao family responded, "Could you elaborate on the current affairs of my Zhao family?" From Bai Yi's earlier words, it was evident that the ancestor discerned that the Zhao family was facing significant troubles. Shir glanced at Bai Yi and encouraged, "Then do share with him." Consequently, Bai Yi began recounting the events from several months prior, when various noble families sought to form alliances with the Zhao family. Upon reaching the mention of Zhao Shuer's unique constitution and lineage, the ancestor of the Zhao family gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Bai Yi, disregarding him, continued to speak. Chapter 75, vanished into thin air within 3 zhang. Moments later, Bai Yi recounted all the events pertaining to the Zhao family. The ancestral figure of the Zhao family fell silent once more. Bai Yi and Shir stood quietly, awaiting the arrival of the ancestral figure from the Zhao family. It is inconceivable that our Zhao clan possesses such a unique constitution, let alone such a bloodline. Shir remarked, "Perhaps it is due to that young lady." The ancestral figure of the Zhao family responded, "Are there still elders of our lineage remaining within the clan?" Bai Yi smiled awkwardly and said, "Having been invited to the Emperor's Hall as guests, might I request that you return them here for a moment? There are certain matters I wish to inquire about." Bai Yi shook his head. "No, they intend to kill me. As long as I am here, they do not dare." Bai Yi inquired, "How can you ensure that?" The elder of the Zhao family remained silent. Bai Yi then implored, "Please, esteemed elder, reveal to me the location of your fire prison. I must rescue my friend." After a moment of contemplation, the elder of the Zhao family finally responded, "Proceed to the right from this location, and you shall encounter a volcano. Behind the volcano lies a cavern. Simply enter through the mouth of the cave, but I urge both of you to exercise utmost caution." Ultimately, the elder refrained from mentioning the matter of the fire spirit, merely advising the two to be vigilant. Bai Yi clasped his fist in gratitude and, after expressing his thanks, took hold of Shir's hand, making their way towards the direction of the fire prison. Standing before the Zhao family's entrance, He gazed at the Zhao family members who remained slumped on the ground, lost in a moment of contemplation. The palpable force of spatial collapse weighed heavily upon him, causing his brows to furrow in concern. He mused to himself, something has gone awry. Ignoring the Zhao family members before him, he strode directly into their abode. At that moment, the aged voice of the Zhao family ancestor resonated once more. Who might you be, esteemed guest? Upon hearing this, a grave expression crossed Song Yu's face. He found himself unable to gauge the speaker's cultivation level, a perplexing situation that could only stem from two possibilities. The first being that the individual possessed no cultivation at all, which was clearly implausible. The second possibility was that their strength vastly surpassed his own. Contemplating this, Song Yu hesitated at the threshold, pondering, since when did the Zhao family harbor such an ancient being? Could it be the esteemed individual referenced by the two earlier? As Song Yu remained deep in thought, the Zhao ancestor spoke again. You must be here to seek those two young friends. Am I correct? Song Yu's brow furrowed tightly. What have you done to them? The ancestor replied, esteemed guest, please do come in for further discourse. Song Yu narrowed his eyes. Yet upon a sudden realization, his expression softened. You are merely a fragment of consciousness. Indeed, confirmed the ancestor, prompting Song Yu to stride confidently into the depths of the Zhao residence. Moments later, he arrived in front of the Zhao family ancestral hall. Are you the Zhao family ancestor? He queried, halting in his tracks, confusion evident in his tone. Indeed, the ancestor affirmed. Song Yu nodded slightly. Have you encountered my two friends? The Zhao ancestor replied, I have. Before Song Yu could respond, the ancestor continued, Yet, it seems one of my elders has been captured by you? Song Yu offered an awkward smile. You jest, esteemed elder, I merely invited them for a visit. Once my friends conclude their affairs, I shall ensure their return. The Zhao ancestor fell silent for a moment before stating, Might you allow them to return first? I have pressing matters to discuss with them. Song Yu appeared troubled. I, too, am bound by obligations. It would be quite impolite. Clearly, Song Yu intended to divert the blame for the capture of the Zhao elder towards Bai Yi. The Zhao ancestor inquired, Was this request made by those two young friends? Song Yu nodded. Indeed. Rest assured, esteemed guest, I had a most pleasant conversation with them earlier. If you release our elder now, I believe you would hold no grievances against you. Song Yu shook his head. Let us wait until my friends have concluded their business. With that, Song Yu turned towards the right, sensing that Bai Yi and his companion had vanished in that direction. At this juncture, Bai Yi and Shur had arrived not far from the towering volcano. The volcano loomed majestically into the clouds, its summit obscured from view. Yet, it did not appear overwhelmingly massive. At first glance, it resembled a colossal stone pillar, rooted firmly in the earth yet reaching skyward. Like a towering pillar reaching towards the heavens, it stands upright between the sky and the earth. A delicate veil of blue mist envelopes the mountain's surface, imbuing the entire edifice with an aura of mystique. Bai Yi and Shur quietly gazed at the mountain, realizing that it must be the volcano rumored to harbor the fiery spirit. However, at that moment, Shur suddenly furrowed her brow, and with a swift motion, she retreated several paces. Observing this, Bai Yi's eyelids twitched, and he hurried to her side, asking, Shur, what is wrong? Shur had sensed a mysterious force repelling her, had she not reacted swiftly to retreat. She feared she would have been gravely injured or even killed by that enigmatic power. Her complexion paled significantly, for she felt a terrifying aura emanating from that force. Upon further reflection, she was struck with horror, realizing that this power might very well be the legendary Annihilation Saint Force. According to lore, this force had once brought about the obliteration of the Dookie Star Domain eons ago, annihilating all soul masters across tens of thousands of realms. It was said that no soul master within the Dookie Star Domain could withstand that power, not even those beyond the rank of Title de Law. Following that cataclysm, for millennia, no soul master had successfully awakened their martial soul. It was only after the passage of countless years that the remnants of that power gradually faded into obscurity. After an additional span of several millennia, the Dookie Star Domain finally began to return to its former glory. But what truly lay before them? Was it merely the fiery spirit? Shur murmured to herself. Bai Yi observed the expression of sheer terror etched upon Shur's face, and his own countenance darkened in response. Moments ago, he had sensed no irregularities. However, the gravity of Shur's demeanor suggested that something was amiss. Shur, what is the matter? He inquired. Recovering her thoughts, Shur turned to Bai Yi with a solemn gaze and said, Brother, perhaps we should return for the time being. This place is far from ordinary. Bai Yi experienced a moment of hesitation. However, the thought that Zhao Xuer or Lung Qing might be confined within steeled his resolve. I shall enter alone. You must remain here. No, it's far too perilous inside. You absolutely cannot go in. Before Bai Yi could finish his sentence, Shi interjected with her fervent plea. Bai Yi was perplexed, pondering what had transpired moments ago that instilled such trepidation in Shi. In his recollection, she had never exhibited such apprehension before. Shi, did you happen to uncover something just now? She replied in a low voice, a mysterious force, remarkably potent and peculiar. After a brief pause for contemplation, she continued, do you still remember Mu Xiao? Bai Yi nodded, certain that he would never forget that moment. He vividly recalled the scene when Mu Xiao's aura surged, and dozens of soul rings of various hues manifested around him, along with the ethereal shadow of a beast that seemed almost alive. Do you remember? Shi inquired of Bai Yi. Do you think Mu Xiao is strong? Bai Yi nodded earnestly, exclaiming, extremely formidable. If Mu Xiao approaches within 3 zhang of this mountain, he would be reduced to ashes. Chapter 76. Shi has departed what? Upon hearing Shi's words, Bai Yi gasped in astonishment. Yet, Shi replied, there are many matters that it is better for you not to know at present. In due course, you shall come to understand them. For now, all you need to grasp is that this place is exceedingly peculiar, a realm you cannot yet tread upon. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Bai Yi, her eyes somewhat dimmed. I am aware that you are concerned for the two of them, but perhaps they are not who you believe them to be. Furthermore, if you were to enter now, do you truly think you could save them? Bai Yi let out a deep sigh, expressing, I could encapsulate the entire mountain within my golden core, and then we would proceed to the nearby fire prison. Hearing Bai Yi entertain such a notion, Shi was taken aback. While other objects might be safely absorbed, she dared not wager on that enigmatic force, for it was far too perilous. She understood that if it were indeed the same kind of power as in years past, its might could obliterate an entire star domain. Even though Bai Yi's golden core could be considered a miniature star domain, such an action was excessively reckless. From Shi's perspective, not only was it unwise to risk it for the sake of 2 individuals, but even the entirety of a continent, or the lives of beings from several realms, would not warrant Bai Yi's audacious gamble. Such a course could very well lead to your demise. A gravity unprecedented in her tone echoed in Shi's words. Bai Yi sighed softly, on the verge of speaking. At that moment, Song Yu approached with measured steps. Might young master Bai have located the entrance to the fire prison? Bai Yi turned to gaze at Song Yu, inquiring, what brings you here, your majesty Song? Song Yu's expression shifted, and he replied, this matter is rather intricate. We shall discuss it further at another time. Have you, young master Bai, already located the fire prison? Bai Yi turned to Song Yu and remarked, not at all. But this place is exceedingly complex. We should return another day. Song Yu, somewhat perplexed, replied, complex? At this moment, he felt no sense of danger, rather. He found the mountain quite intriguing. Shi interjected, let us return and inquire with the ancestor of the Zhao family to clarify what is truly happening. After speaking, she began to walk towards the Zhao ancestral hall, with Bai Yi and Song Yu hastily following suit. Moments later, the trio arrived at the Zhao ancestral hall. But to their astonishment, they could not detect even a hint of the Zhao ancestors' presence. Frowning, they exchanged glances laden with concern. Despite Bai Yi's formidable mental prowess, repeated searches yielded no results. Suddenly, Shi proposed, could he have vanished? Song Yu, with a serious tone, replied, that seems unlikely. I noticed no signs of his dissipating when I arrived. As if struck by a realization, Song Yu's expression changed dramatically. He may have gone to the Imperial Hall. Since he had not disappeared, it was evident he had ventured elsewhere, and it was quite apparent that the most probable destination was the Imperial Hall, where the 3 elders of the Zhao family resided. Without further ado, Song Yu turned and vanished from sight, his voice echoing, I shall take my leave first. You need not worry excessively. Bai Yi and Shi exchanged a solemn gaze, both reflecting a shared gravity. Shi contemplated. Such power emerging in this world is no trivial matter. It could very well bring about a cataclysm for the Duki Star domain. I must return to report to the Realm Master, ensuring he is adequately prepared. With this thought, Shi suddenly declared, brother, I must depart for a while. During this time, you should remain at the Imperial Hall without undertaking any endeavors. We shall address everything upon my return. You need not worry about the Zhao ancestors' consciousness. Song, you can handle it. Take care of yourself. Where are you going? Bai Yi inquired. Shi smiled gracefully. I shall return promptly. Take care, brother. At this moment, her eyes brimmed with both reluctance and concern, yet Bai Yi remained oblivious. After saying this, under Bai Yi's astonished gaze, Shir delicately tore the air with her slender hand, creating a pitch-black rift, into which she leapt and vanished. As he watched the rift slowly close, Bai Yi felt a lump in his throat. He understood precisely what that black rift was, a spatial tear, reminiscent of the one created during his previous battle with Mu Xiu, which had unleashed countless razor-sharp spatial blades. But what had just transpired? His mind seemed overwhelmed. Shir had effortlessly torn open a spatial rift and leapt into it, where countless spatial blades awaited. As this realization dawned on him, Bai Yi recalled how he had always rushed to save Shir whenever she was in peril. And the more he pondered, the more he felt he might be quite the pretender in her eyes. Suddenly, a thought crossed Bai Yi's mind. Where could Shir have gone? He gazed towards the direction of the mountain, pondering that her departure must surely be connected to it. With this thought, Bai Yi seemed to forget Shir's parting admonitions, as if an invisible force was compelling him to approach the volcano. In the depths of a pitch-black temporal rift, Shir flickered like a remnant shadow, swiftly traversing the void. At that moment, she abruptly halted, confronted by three middle-aged men who obstructed her path, clad in dark gray brocade robes, their eyes fixed intently upon her. Shir's pupils constricted. Step aside. Can't you see I am in a hurry? No longer the innocent girl who had stood by Bai Yi's side, she now exuded the poised demeanor of a formidable woman. Her gaze, cold and piercing like that of a hawk, betrayed no emotions. Her hair, released from its earlier braids, cascaded naturally over her shoulders, while a few strands danced in the gentle breeze, accentuating the starkness of her expression, one of disdain not only for the three men before her, but for the entire world around her. One of the men, the leader, chuckled. Little girl, doesn't it feel a bit lonely to travel alone? Would you like us to liven things up for you? Their laughter echoed, revealing their lewd intentions. An aura of lethal intent flickered within Shir's icy gaze. The men were momentarily startled by her ferocity, yet they quickly regained their composure. Having plundered in this spatial tunnel for centuries without failure, they had faced formidable adversaries before, but few had ever bested them. They certainly did not perceive this young girl as a peerless powerhouse. The strongest opponent they had encountered was of the supreme realm, which they had managed to subdue. With such a record, they felt untroubled by the girl before them. They were aware that in this place, there were hardly any supreme beings left. Those they had encountered before posed no threat. Girl, do you wish to kill us? They mocked. Many have sought to do so, yet you are not on the list. I suggest you satisfy our trio. If you make us comfortable, perhaps we shall treat you kindly in return. Their laughter resumed, brimming with arrogance. Suddenly, Shir spoke, her voice devoid of warmth. Seeing that your cultivation has not been easy, and since we bear no grievances, coupled with my good mood today, I prefer to avoid bloodshed. You have 3 breaths to leave. Her cold tone elicited a frown from the men opposite her. Yet, they quickly burst into laughter again. Little girl, do you intend to make us laugh ourselves to death? With a hint of anger, Shir ceased her idle chatter and stepped forward. As she advanced, her presence surged dramatically, captivating the attention of the 3 individuals before her. Initially taken aback, they soon revealed expressions of astonishment. It appeared they had discerned that her aura was markedly different from those they had encountered previously. One of them, perplexed, inquired, "You do not belong to this realm. Who exactly are you?" Shir replied coldly, "Humph. You are not worthy of knowing. Such audacity from a mere girl. We are unworthy?" As they spoke, the trio's own presence began to swell with intensity. Observing their rising momentum, Shir furrowed her brow slightly, acknowledging her underestimation of them. The 3 continued to amplify their auras, causing the space around them to tremble faintly, as if the very fabric of the tunnel could not withstand their burgeoning might. Yet, their power showed no signs of abating. Shir, somewhat astonished, noticed that dozens, nearly 100, soul rings encircled the trio, adding to the spectacle. A myriad of soul rings in hues of white, yellow, purple, and black gracefully encircled the 3 individuals. Behind them loomed phantasmal silhouettes of various mystical beasts, while each of them manifested distinct martial souls within the palms of their hands. Among them, one individual particularly astonished Shir. The soul rings surrounding this person were noticeably more numerous than those of the others, and a striking red soul ring drew the eye with its compelling presence. Although the red ring appeared somewhat dim, it still emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Behind him stood a colossal ape-like creature. Surprisingly not a mere illusion, but a tangible entity. In his grasp was a sword soul. Shir furrowed her brows, a grave expression clouding her features, as she sensed a palpable threat emanating from this individual. Young lady, it seems you have discerned our identities. Do not engage in futile struggles or resistance. Compliance may afford you some comfort, one of them uttered. Shir's gaze turned frigid. Humph. Compliance? What audacity! With that, her spirit surged once more, and nearly 100 soul rings manifested around her. Notably, her rings were devoid of white and yellow, the lowest being purple. Witnessing this spectacle, the three adversaries were visibly taken aback. It's impossible. Who are you? The incredulity in their voices was unmistakable. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Shir's soul rings continued to descend, an exquisite cry of a phoenix pierced the air. In the next moment, a resplendent fire phoenix, radiating a spectrum of colors, materialized behind her. The phoenix's plumage shimmered like arrows, each feather sharp and unyielding, resembling small swords with glimmering tips. Its eyes, ablaze with violet flames, fixated intently on the three, while its massive wings beat rhythmically, each flap seemingly capable of collapsing the very fabric of space around them. At that moment, the leader of the trio appeared to recollect something. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "Are you of the Shao family?" The instant these words escaped his lips, the pupils of his companions dilated in shock. The Shao family, the sovereign lineage of that star domain, commanded tens of thousands of realms, each realm significantly surpassing this one in strength. The extent of the Shao family's power was so formidable that even the foremost forces could scarcely comprehend it. There were whispers that, over a decade ago, countless realms had mysteriously crumbled and vanished overnight, having inadvertently encroached upon the Shao family's secrets, leading to their obliteration. Contemplating this, dread washed over their faces, but the leader quickly reassured his companions that the Shao family wields immense power, the mountains are high and the emperor far. They may not be aware of our actions here. Given that we are already in conflict, it is imperative to silence her, particularly since she is alone now. We may very well vanquish her here. He paused for a moment, then continued. This individual undoubtedly holds an extraordinary status within the Shao family. She must possess quite a few treasures. The other two individuals hesitated upon hearing this. Perhaps they were not afraid of the girl before them. But behind her loomed the formidable Shao family, rulers of countless realms. Should this matter reach the Shao family, they would find no refuge even in the farthest corners of the universe from their relentless pursuit. Observing their indecision, the leader spoke again. Do we have any other options? If we do not eliminate her now, she will undoubtedly hunt us down mercilessly in the future. Upon hearing these words, the two ceased their hesitation. Their faces contorted into expressions of malice as they prepared to strike down the girl. Yet, she remained unperturbed, fully aware that a confrontation was inevitable. She then opened her palm, summoning a staff that materialized in her grasp. The staff stood a full yard tall, towering over her head by more than 3 feet. At its pinnacle was a circular ring, within which a verdant orb rolled slowly. The emerald light emanating from the orb breathed life into everything it touched, clearly indicating that this staff was her martial soul, and its vibrant hue suggested it was of an auxiliary nature. Upon realizing that her martial soul was merely supportive, the three adversaries relaxed slightly. The leader thought to himself, fortunately, she possesses only an auxiliary martial soul. Otherwise, with my soul sage level and the 2 soul emperors alongside me, it might take considerable effort to defeat her. Although they recognized that she too was a soul sage, her soul ring levels far surpassed theirs, and the fire phoenix was an ancient soul beast over 49,000 years old. Its combat prowess was incalculable. Had her martial soul been of an offensive type, their only fate would have been to perish here. In contrast, the girl wore an expression of grave concern. She was acutely aware that her martial soul was a liability in battle, yet there was no recourse but to fight. And the outcome of this confrontation could very well seal her fate. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a nostalgic glimmer appeared in her eyes, and she whispered softly, "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have left your side. I do not fear death in battle, but I dread the thought of dying and leaving you without anyone to accompany and protect you." Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, each drop reflecting the visage of Bai Yi. The opposing trio was initially taken aback by her countenance, but soon erupted into laughter. "Look, have we scared her to tears?" "Aha." They cautioned one another, "Let us not underestimate her. Though we cannot connect with the outside world in this spatial tunnel, we must remain vigilant. What if she possesses some means of survival bestowed by the Shao family? We might find ourselves at a disadvantage." The three individuals wore grave expressions. Indeed, as the earlier speaker had asserted, as members of the Xiao family, it was implausible that they lacked means for self-preservation. Moreover, they perceived that Shi held a notable status within the Xiao clan. Hence, they were compelled to respond with utmost diligence to avert any unforeseen calamities. Should Shi manage to escape at this juncture, the path ahead for the three would be fraught with greater peril than traversing the netherworld. With solemn faces, they exchanged glances and simultaneously advanced towards Shi. Observing their approach, Shi withdrew from her thoughts. She was determined to survive, not solely for herself or the Xiao family, but for Bai Yi, the brother who treated her as a beloved sister. In that moment, the traces of tears at the corner of her eyes vanished, and her countenance transformed into one of chilling resolve. She cast her gaze upon the trio, declaring, "Do you truly believe you can take my life?" Upon uttering these words, she waved her staff gently, and with that motion, the blazing phoenix erupted behind her, surging forth towards the three adversaries. Chapter 78. The Blazing Phoenix's Rebellion. As the blazing phoenix ascended, it was enveloped in violet flames, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of heat that filled the entire spatial tunnel. Under the influence of this searing heat, the tunnel began to appear as if it were being consumed by flames, gradually becoming translucent. Witnessing this scene, the three advancing figures were taken aback. They shifted from offense to defense, sensing the lethal threat posed by the intense heat. With a thunderous roar, the blazing phoenix collided with the defensive barrier hastily erected by the trio. An overwhelming force erupted outward, shattering the surrounding space into fragments, which began to vanish as if being erased from existence. Realizing this, the three were struck with dread, recognizing that they had gravely underestimated the power of the blazing phoenix. They were thrust back 100 paces, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. There was no doubt that should the blazing phoenix launch another assault, they would be unable to withstand it. After repelling the three, the blazing phoenix did not pursue but hovered in midair, emitting a cry directed at them. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, sensing an absence of malice emanating from the phoenix. However, Shi's face paled in horror as she perceived the phoenix slowly turning to face her. A terrifying thought took root in her mind. The phoenix intended to rebel against its master. In truth, she had not subdued the phoenix through her own strength. It had only been under her grandfather's assistance that she managed to gain its fealty. Although the phoenix had seldom obeyed her, it had never harbored thoughts of rebellion, until now. At this critical juncture, it sought to usurp her authority, filling her with indignation. Yet, faced with the phoenix's insurrection, she felt utterly powerless. Its strength surpassed her own, and the initial bond they had forged had been broken. The trio stood before this spectacle, utterly bewildered. Could it truly be attempting to rebel against its master? One speculated in confusion. The leader nodded slightly, affirming, "It seems so." Another person's eyes lit up. "Do you think that the Phoenix of Fire will be rebuffed by the contract after slaying its master?" "I do not know, but we shall soon find out." At that moment, the Phoenix of Fire was poised to strike, ready to unleash a devastating blow upon Shi. A flicker of fear crept into Shi's otherwise serious expression, for she sensed the overwhelming pressure of the Phoenix's formidable aura bearing down upon her. It was the very essence of death. The three individuals across from her silently acknowledged the impending regicide. Shi ceased to hold back, fervently channeling the power of her staff. A brilliant emerald light enveloped her completely. As this verdant radiance engulfed her, an extraordinarily potent energy erupted from her being. In that instant, she ascended from Soul Saint to Soul Dolua, a terrifying aura radiating in all directions. The three observers in the distance were struck with dread. This was inconceivable. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? What kind of martial soul is this? It has allowed her to ascend an entire rank." Such an extraordinary elevation was not unheard of, yet it remained exceedingly rare. Even the most exceptional martial souls could not necessarily wield such power. There were tales of individuals with twin martial souls engaging in battles at elevated ranks, but that merely described combat at higher levels, not an instantaneous leap in strength. Although such sudden ascension typically came with time constraints or dire consequences, it evoked both fear and yearning. One could imagine how frustrating it would be if two evenly matched opponents were to face off, only for one to gain a sudden and significant advantage. Yet, at that moment, the gravity of Shi's situation did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. She still felt the looming threat of death within the Phoenix's aura. The Phoenix's strength exceeded her expectations. She had previously believed that with her utmost effort, she could truly subdue it, but now it seemed she had been overly optimistic. Even with her newfound power as a soul d'Eloah, she could not contest with it. Clearly, the Phoenix of Fire was unwilling to grant her the opportunity to gather her strength once more. It had already launched its assault, one that was evidently far more potent than its previous attacks against the three. A pillar of purple fire erupted from the Phoenix's mouth, hurtling towards Shur. As this violet flame passed, the spatial tunnel collapsed and faded into oblivion, transforming into a realm of purple. The overwhelming might of the purple fire pillar dominated the surroundings, rendering anything that dared to challenge it utterly powerless. Its aura seemed capable of reducing the very fabric of this world to mere fragments. The terror at the heart of that fiery column was beyond imagination. No one could fathom the extent of its horror. This terrifying strike showed no signs of hesitation, launching directly at Shur. As her complexion changed dramatically, her heart was seized by utter dread. Although she had previously battled this fiery phoenix, she had never witnessed such a fearsome attack from it. It was clear that the phoenix had been merely toying with her, biding its time for the perfect opportunity to slay its master. With this realization, the last vestige of hope in Shur's heart vanished instantaneously. A sardonic smile escaped her lips. She had been far too naive. Gradually, she closed her eyes and whispered, "Brother, in the next life, I shall never leave your side. Even if the heavens shatter and the worlds perish, I will remain with you." At that moment, the violet flame of the phoenix loomed before Shur, prompting her to suddenly open her eyes wide. With a fierce shout, she exclaimed, "Oblivion!" As her voice echoed, Shur transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging directly towards the violet fire. Simultaneously, a formidable aura surged forth alongside her, hurtling towards the approaching violet column. The three observers in the distance were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They could clearly sense the overwhelming power emanating from her. If Shur were to direct this strike at them, they would stand no chance of defense. For within that aura lay a hint of the power of rules, specifically the cataclysmic force of obliteration. The power of rules came in various forms, and this obliteration rule was among the most potent. As the crimson light collided with the violet fire, the entire realm seemed to collapse and vanish. The three individuals were filled with terror, hastily retreating in panic. As the force of collapse began to spread toward them, they had no doubt that this cataclysmic power could annihilate them in an instant. As they retreated, their fear intensified, for the rate at which the force of collapse spread showed no signs of slowing. After the collision with the violet flame, Shur found herself retreating far beyond the reach of the impending doom. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, a flicker of remaining will compelled her to muster her last ounce of strength for a desperate escape. The force of collapse was now mere strides away and closing in rapidly. In that moment, Shur stood no chance of survival against such overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the fiery phoenix struggled desperately against the immense power of the collapsing realm, its situation grim. Just as Shur was about to be engulfed by the overwhelming force, a figure darted forth, reaching her side and grasping her arm, hurling her away into the distance. In an instant, Shur vanished into the horizon, while the figure was completely consumed by the relentless force of collapse. Chapter 79. The two assault the fire spirit. Bai gradually approached the volcano. Yet the once menacing enigmatic force that had instilled a profound sense of peril in Shur did not repel him. At this moment, Bai found himself less than a yard from the volcano, enveloped by a pale blue mist that emanated waves of heat, assailing him with intensity. Noticing this scene, Bai furrowed his brows. Although the pale blue mist imparted a degree of searing warmth, intertwined within that sensation was an unsettling chill that sent shivers down his spine. Bai was perplexed. Despite the searing heat of the flames, why did he feel such an uncanny chill that penetrated to the bone? The more he pondered this anomaly, the more he yearned to comprehend its nature. He continued to advance cautiously, yet the intense heat did not intensify with his approach. Instead, the chilling sensation compelled him to shiver involuntarily. With a slight furrow of his brow, he took another step, now less than a foot away from the volcano. What was happening? A convergence of heat and cold, an intersection of ice and fire? How could this be possible? Every entity in the universe adheres to its own laws. Much like how ice succumbs to fire, or how day and night can never coexist simultaneously. The interplay of creation and destruction, of harmony and discord, is a fundamental principle of nature. Yet this scene shattered that very principle. Cold and heat were inexplicably intertwined, and astonishingly, they coexisted in perfect equilibrium, devoid of chaos or struggle. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai, causing a look of alarm to cross his face. Extremes must reverse. no longer dwelling on the matter. He realized that there were countless mysteries in the world that defied explanation. He turned his gaze around in search of the entrance to the fire prison. His purpose here was to rescue someone, not to ponder the profound laws of the universe. Just then, as he was scanning his surroundings, he halted abruptly. For a voice reminiscent of a little girl echoed in his mind. The voice was ethereal and distant, laced with a hint of mischief. "Big brother, are you looking for me?" Hiki. Baiyu was momentarily taken aback, then cast a wary glance around, seemingly in search of the source of the voice. "Young man, there is no need to continue your search. You will not find me." Upon hearing the voice once more, Baiyu couldn't help but furrow her brow. She then replied, "I am not here to seek you, but rather to find my friend." After a brief silence, the voice resonated again, inquiring, "Friend? What is a friend? Is it something delicious?" At this moment, the tone of the voice conveyed a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's expression froze. Pondering, could that voice have belonged to the fire spirit? Just as doubts began to swirl in his mind, the voice resonated in his head once more. "Young man, what is a friend?" This time, the tone bore a hint of urgency. Baiyu, wary and cautious, spoke. "A friend is someone with whom we share mutual trust and support." With that, the voice fell silent. Observing this, Baiyu chose to disregard it and resumed his search for the entrance to the fire prison. Moments later, the voice echoed once more in Baiyu's mind. "Dear sir, you mentioned you are seeking a friend. Is your friend here?" Baiyu spoke in a low voice, expressing uncertainty. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, "Are you aware of any caves or similar places around here?" The voice did not respond directly to Baiyu but instead asked, "Are the two individuals inside your friends?" This remark took Baiyu by surprise. He quickly followed up with another question. "Do you know where they are?" The voice replied, "Yes. But those two may have perished by now." At this point, the fire spirit seemed somewhat aggrieved and added, "In truth, I am constantly suppressing my own essence. It is they who could not withstand my aura. I had no intention of harming them." Baiyu's expression darkened. Although he was uncertain whether Shui Air or senior sister Lang was inside, a sense of unease still crept over him. "Could you kindly inform me of the entrance to that place?" he inquired. "It is not permissible. Should you venture inside, it would surely lead to your demise." Baiyu sighed and said, "Can you assist me in rescuing them?" Hua Ling, feeling somewhat troubled, replied, "I cannot, for I too am trapped and unable to aid them." Baiyu was somewhat taken aback. "Are you trapped here?" The fire spirit softly replied with a gentle affirmation, acknowledging Baiyu's earlier words. Baiyu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is the reason for your confinement here?" The fire spirit sighed softly. "I am uncertain. I found myself in this place upon awakening, and no matter how I struggle, I cannot escape." "Were you imprisoned here during your slumber?" Baiyu pressed on. The fire spirit pondered for a moment. "That seems to be the case." Baiyu continued to inquire, "How did you fall into slumber?" The fire spirit appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding, "When I first came into existence, I found this universe to be exceedingly fascinating, and I frolicked about with unrestrained enthusiasm. However, each time I traversed a particular star domain, it would invariably erupt in a cataclysmic explosion or succumb to collapse. Some even vanished entirely." Baiyu stood in stunned silence, utterly aghast. Moments ago, he merely mentioned that he was running for fun, yet wherever he went, it resulted in cataclysmic devastation. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Sure. Had she ever encountered this fire spirit? However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. The path of the fire spirit was one of annihilation, making it impossible for Sure to have come across it. Then, out of nowhere, two individuals appeared, launching a relentless assault upon him. Given their diminutive stature, he found it utterly futile to contend with them. Soon enough, he succumbed to their blows and fell into a deep slumber. As he recounted this, the fire spirit seemed to shudder with lingering trepidation. What had he done to deserve such treatment? He merely sought to explore and enjoy himself. Yet those two were nothing short of lunatics, worse than madmen. They had attacked him without provocation. Humph! It was utterly impossible to have any fun now. Baiyu was once again astonished to the utmost. This fire spirit, so formidable, was actually being relentlessly pursued and beaten by two individuals. The sheer strength of those two was beyond imagination, instilling a sense of terror. Baiyu was so astonished that he was rendered speechless for a long time. Hua Ling then remarked, "Humph! If I encounter them again, I shall not react as I did before." Baiyu regained his composure and inquired, "Have your abilities strengthened significantly since our last encounter?" The fire spirit chuckled playfully, "Not at all. When I see them again, I shall simply flee. In that way I shall avoid being mercilessly beaten." Hiki. With white leaves adorning his head and black lines accentuating his features, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If you were to emerge now, would this expanse of the starry realm face annihilation? Fire Spirit expressed some irritation. Humph. It's all due to those two lunatics. Not only did they assault me, but they also sealed me away. It would have been bearable if they merely confined me, yet they imprisoned me here. Now, even if I were to escape, I could no longer frolic about as I once did. Bai Yi inquired, have they sealed your power? The Fire Spirit sighed in resignation. I can no longer even fly. Suddenly, the Fire Spirit seemed to recall something and asked, young man, can you fly? Would you take me along to soar and frolic? Bai Yi, rendered speechless, lamented, I cannot. How foolish of me. Is not being able to fly a sign of foolishness? He felt utterly disheartened, for throughout his cultivation journey, no one had ever deemed him foolish. After all, he merely lacked the ability to fly at this moment, once he ascended to the realm of breaking the sea. Would he not soar through the skies? The Fire Spirit then interjected, dear brother, if you rescue me, I shall teach you to fly. Would that be agreeable? He replied, I fear I cannot free you. The one who imprisoned you here possesses extraordinary strength. And even a mere barrier set by such a formidable being is beyond my current capabilities. The Fire Spirit appeared somewhat anxious, urging, do give it a try. Attempting it would not exhaust you. Bai Yi fell silent. Hualing continued, you will not be able to locate that hidden entrance on your own. If you rescue me, we shall be friends, and as your friend, I can offer you my assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi resolved to attempt the rescue of Hualing. He could sense that Hualing was indeed sealed away, and there was no deceit in its words. Moreover, he realized that he might genuinely struggle to find the entrance to the fiery prison. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi opened his mouth to inquire about how to liberate it. However, before he could voice his question, the entire mountain began to tremble violently at the moment he resolved to rescue Hualing. Chapter 80. The invincible solitude observing the violent convulsions of the volcano. Bai Yi felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, the shaking mountain began to fissure, and radiant beams of purple light erupted from the cracks, dazzling and resplendent. Bai Yi retreated a few steps, for in that moment he sensed a perilous aura amidst the violet radiance. The fissures multiplied incessantly, and for a brief instant, it appeared as though the entire mountain was on the verge of splitting apart, with each crack widening relentlessly. The purple glow intensified beyond measure, and concurrently, a searing wave of heat surged forth with the volcanic eruption of the mountain's division. Bai Yi retreated several paces once more. Yet he still felt as though he were on the verge of being engulfed by that oppressive wave of heat, an unbearable sensation. Just as he was about to retreat again, a voice resonated within his mind. It was the voice of Hualing. Do not fear, my dear. I shall soon reign in my aura. As the words echoed, the scorching wave receded like the ebbing tide, and the violet radiance gradually dimmed. Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the essence he had just sensed was merely that of the Fire Spirit? Was it possible that its power had not been sealed? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of terror washed over him, for if this were indeed the case, Bai Yi ceased to ponder further, for at that moment, within the impending eruption of the volcano, a delicate purple blossom began to ascend. The flower, modest in size, merely the span of a hand, boasted 7 petals, each gracefully unfurling outward. Enveloped in hues of violet flame, the entire bloom hovered in the air, presenting an exquisite spectacle of beauty. Bai Yi gazed intently at the flower, and at that moment, he had surmised that this blossom was indeed the Fire Spirit. Meanwhile, in the distant expanse of the starry sky, a young man ambled leisurely, adorned in a dark-hued brocade robe, his inky black hair cascading casually over his shoulders. His visage, sculpted with an artistry akin to divine craftsmanship, appeared strikingly handsome. Suddenly, the young man halted, uttering a soft exclamation, and then turned his gaze toward a particular direction. In an instant, his eyes pierced through countless star realms, landing upon the Fire Spirit suspended in the air. Has it emerged? He mused, and upon noticing Bai Yi, an expression of peculiar intrigue flickered across his face. What on earth is this? Is such a thing possible? With that, he withdrew his gaze and resumed his leisurely stride. Yet, after taking merely a few steps, he paused once more. I shall assist you this once, he chuckled, with a flick of his sleeve. A flash of sword light vanished in an instant. Having roamed invincibly for eons, my heart seeks only a single defeat. Alas, the world cannot withstand me. Thus I shall choose to reincarnate anew. Bai Yi fixed his gaze intently upon the flower, questioning, you have not been sealed of your powers? The Fire Spirit appeared equally perplexed, recalling that it had indeed been sealed previously. At that moment, A blinding sword light abruptly tore through the fabric of space and time. Upon witnessing this radiant blade, the fire spirit instinctively felt an urge to flee. However, the sword light was swifter, penetrating directly into the essence of the fire spirit. In an instant, the spirit's aura began to plummet at a terrifying rate. Moments later, the fire spirit flower, once enveloped in violet flames, transformed into an exceedingly ordinary pink blossom. If placed among other flora, it would undoubtedly go unnoticed. And no one would believe that this seemingly innocuous flower once possessed the power to obliterate the universe with a single breath. Upon witnessing that dazzling ray of sword light, Bai Yi was rendered speechless. As a sword practitioner, he could naturally perceive the extraordinary essence within that beam of light. He marveled inwardly at the presence of such a formidable swordsman. The mere flash of a sword emanated such formidable power. To what extent had that individual attained? Even the fire spirit, capable of annihilating the universe with its mere presence, found itself powerless against it. Observing the fire spirit, now reduced to a mere flower, Bai Yi felt a pang of bewilderment. Could it truly have been vanquished in an instant? Moments later, the fire spirit's feeble voice broke the silence. That fellow is no human. The moment I emerged, he came to strike at me. As it spoke, the fire spirit unexpectedly began to weep. With white hair adorned with dark streaks, Bai Yi mused, this little creature does not seem so fearsome after all. In fact, there is a certain charm to it. It simply lacks the ability to control its own power. Reflecting on this, Bai Yi shook his head with a wry smile. Enough of the tears. The one who unleashed that sword light upon you moments ago. Is he not the same individual who previously inflicted harm upon you? The fire spirit appeared exceedingly vexed. Indeed, it is he. Humph, there should be one more. Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had heard from Huo Ling that two individuals had brutally assaulted her. Could it be that their strengths were comparable? Were the two who had attacked you back then similarly matched in prowess? Huo Ling snorted in disdain. Humph. They are all scoundrels, both so formidable. Yet they conspired together to bully me. Bai Yi was somewhat taken aback. The sword light just now had been so piercing. It seemed effortless to eliminate the fire spirit. Yet, why had the two individuals chosen to strike together without actually killing her? Did they not intend to slay the fire spirit at that time? Were they merely seeking to teach her a lesson? Otherwise, how could they have merely sealed her away? If that were the case, what were the intentions of those two? A cascade of questions flickered through Bai Yi's mind. After a brief moment, he reined in his thoughts and regarded the fire spirit, inquiring, are you now able to guide me to my friend? The fire spirit, also regaining her composure, replied, yes. Follow me. With that, she began to drift slowly in a particular direction, but after a short distance, she swayed unsteadily, as if on the verge of falling. Bai Yi swiftly extended his hand to catch her, and as the fire spirit descended into the palm of his hand, a wave of warm energy, imbued with a chilling sensation, coursed through his arm and enveloped his entire being. Bai Yi was suddenly taken aback, intending to discard the fire spirit. However, at that moment, it seemed to be glued to the palm of his hand, proving impossible to relinquish. As a wave of terror surged within him, he attempted to remove the vitality with his other hand. Yet, just as his other hand was about to make contact with the fire spirit, it gradually began to fade, merging with Bai Yi's hand, leaving only a delicate pink flower imprint in the center of his palm. Bai Yi gasped in astonishment. What do you intend to do? Come out at once. The feeble voice of the fire spirit echoed in Bai Yi's mind. Young sir, it was you who drew me into your body. Please, release me. Bai Yi furrowed his brow slightly and said, you mean I absorbed you into my very being? The fire spirit, somewhat anxious, replied, dear brother, how could you be so cruel? We are friends now. Why do you still treat me this way? Bai Yi sensed something amiss. Clearly, it was she who had rushed into the palm of his hand. Why then did he claim that he had drawn her in? The voice of the fire spirit, filled with grievance, echoed once more. Young sir, please release me at once. Bai Yi, feeling a sense of urgency, subsequently extended his spiritual consciousness to sense the presence of the fire spirit. However, he was unable to perceive anything at all. What could possibly be the reason for this? Just as Bai Yi attempted several times in vain, the voice of the fire spirit echoed once more. This time, it lacked the earlier urgency and grievance, replaced instead by a tone of excitement. Wow, young man, your body is truly extraordinary. It contains the boundless starry realm within. How delightful. The white leaves fluttered, and a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this fellow has ventured into his golden core? With this notion in mind, he hastily exclaimed, do not act recklessly. Can you even manage to extricate yourself? At this moment, Bai Yi was engulfed in a profound terror. Previously, he could sense everything within his golden core. Even a mere thought could dictate his very existence. Yet now, the fire spirit resided within, and he was utterly oblivious to its presence. Moreover, he felt that even if the fire spirit were within his golden core, he had no power to determine its fate. The fire spirit chuckled and said, "Dear young man, this place is simply delightful. Why would I ever want to leave? I wish to roam freely within." Baye's heart skipped a beat. "Please, do not act recklessly inside. It could lead to grave consequences. Rest assured, dear sir, I shall not behave improperly." Baye suddenly recalled something, his expression changing drastically. "Have you regained your strength?" Chapter 81. The head of the Zhao family. He indeed. The white leaf exclaimed in terror. How is this possible? Just moments ago, the fire spirit appeared exceedingly weak. And yet it has instantaneously restored itself within my golden core. However, that sword light had clearly sealed the fire spirit previously. Could it be that the sword light is merely for show and lacks efficacy? The fire spirit, with a hint of excitement, replied, "I am uncertain as well. After I entered, that sword light within me gradually disintegrated, and now it has entirely vanished." Baye stood utterly bewildered in place. "Young sir, I shall reveal to you where the entrance lies, but you must seek out your friends on your own. I wish to explore this place thoroughly." Baye wished to express further thoughts, yet after receiving a direction from the fire spirit, silence enveloped him. With a resigned shake of his head and a wry smile, he mused upon the gravity of the situation. Should the fire spirit inadvertently cause his golden core to explode, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. Gathering his thoughts, he acknowledged that excessive worry was futile, for at this moment, he had no means to influence the fire spirit. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution, awaiting the return of Shur, who undoubtedly would possess a solution. Shur, where have you gone? When will you return?" After a brief moment, he ventured towards the entrance indicated by the fire spirit. After a short search, he discovered a modest opening, obscured by surrounding rocks. One would hardly notice this entrance without careful scrutiny. Baye cautiously stepped towards the entrance of the cave, and as he ventured deeper, a searing sensation enveloped him. Baye was taken aback. He found himself nearly overwhelmed by an intense wave of heat. He realized that this scorching wave could incinerate not only the body but, at that moment, it seemed to severely sear his very consciousness as well. What manner of fire is this? Could it possibly be the essence emitted by the fire spirit? If not, then from whence does this formidable heat emanate? Lost in contemplation, yet his steps did not falter. After a considerable distance, the cave began to widen. And to his astonishment, crimson flames began to flicker upon the cave's rocky walls. Though sparse, the sensation of scorching here was exponentially stronger than before. Baye discreetly heightened his vigilance, unconsciously gripping several spirit stones etched with intricate runes. Should danger arise, he would promptly activate the formation to make his escape. His steps instinctively slowed as he traversed the dimly lit cavern, where the sparse crimson flames flickered faintly, casting an intermittent glow that rendered the cave a realm of shadows and light. The silence within was profound, with only the echo of Baye's slow footsteps reverberating through the stillness. The rhythmic thud, 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 though monotonous, bore an overwhelming weight. As the atmosphere in the cave grew increasingly oppressive, it was no longer just Baye's footsteps resonating in the void. His breathing, now quickening, filled the air. The combination of his measured steps and labored breaths, alongside the flickering flames, evoked a chilling sense of dread. Suddenly, a sharp plop echoed through the cavern as a drop of water struck the ground, startling Baye into a momentary shiver. How could there be water droplets here? The place was engulfed in flames, and the oppressive heat was formidable. It was difficult to fathom the presence of water in such a sweltering cave. Baye paused, a sense of retreat creeping over him, for this place felt decidedly peculiar. He had lost track of how far he had wandered, yet the path ahead remained shrouded in obscurity. And he had yet to encounter the two individuals Fire Spirit had mentioned. Could it be that Fire Spirit was deceiving him? Contemplating this, he focused intently on sensing Fire Spirit within his golden core, but regardless of his efforts, he could not perceive her presence. His brow furrowed in concern. Had he been duped? How he wished for Shur's company at that moment. This reflection led him to a startling realization. For some time now, he had been relying heavily on others. From Yunshang at the beginning to Shur now. In every situation, it had been the two of them aiding him in formulating ideas. Alas, it appeared that he must learn to rely on himself henceforth. Resolutely, he decided to press on, casting aside his hesitation, suppressing the fear and unease that brewed within him. He advanced slowly. After a brief moment, his pupils constricted, for in the distance ahead, he caught sight of a figure. Judging by its silhouette, it appeared to be a middle-aged man, now enveloped in a flickering crimson flame, resembling a being of fire, utterly motionless. Bai swiftly approached, halting just shy of a yard from the man. At that moment, the flames enveloping him began to writhe ominously, as if yearning to break free and lunge toward her. As Bai contemplated retreating a few steps, the man abruptly turned his gaze upon her. A jolt of astonishment coursed through her. He was indeed alive. However, upon glimpsing his face, she nearly gasped in horror. His visage was charred beyond recognition, resembling the cracked bark of a scorched tree. The man fixed his gaze on Bai and uttered, "Who are you?" His voice was a haunting whisper, frail and rasping, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, sending chills down her spine. Bai cleared his throat and did not respond to the man's question. Instead, he inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be imprisoned here?" The man lowered his head, remaining silent. Bai inquired once more, "Are you aware if there are others present here?" The man gradually lifted his gaze to meet Bai's and replied, "There is a woman situated 100 feet to the left." Upon saying this, he appeared to recall something and continued, "Could you possibly assist me in escaping?" Bai appeared momentarily taken aback. "Why should I save you?" The man sighed softly, "I harbor concerns for that woman, as well as for my daughter." Upon hearing these words, Bai was jolted. "Your daughter?" The man continued, "In truth, I am Zhao Lei, the head of the Zhao family." "What? You claim to be Zhao Lei, the head of the Zhao family?" Bai exclaimed, utterly astonished. It was indeed shocking to hear the man assert his identity as the head of the Zhao family. For over the past decade, it had been Du Guxian who managed the Zhao family, and he had never heard of any other family head. The man seemed to sense Bai's confusion and elucidated, "I have been imprisoned here for over 10 years. I imagine many outside have forgotten my existence." Bai hastily inquired, "Is that Du Guxian your wife?" He chuckled, yet at that moment, a hint of perplexity crossed his face. "Did you enter here by yourself?" Bai nodded and said, "Indeed, I suspect my friend may be imprisoned here, so I came to investigate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback. "Came to investigate? What manner of place is this that one can simply enter?" A sudden realization struck him. Could there have been some significant upheaval outside? With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei hurriedly inquired, "Has there been some major incident outside?" Bai shook his head and replied, "It is nothing of great importance. By the way, please wait for a moment. I shall go over there to see if it is my friend." With that, Bai proceeded to walk towards the left, while Zhao Lei called out to him, "Might I beseech you to first save me?" Bai halted his steps and turned to Zhao Lei, inquiring, "Why should I rescue you?" Zhao Lei replied in a low voice, "There are benefits." "What benefits?" Chapter 82. You are Xiaoyu. To be candid, my Zhao family possesses a treasure from beyond. If you are willing to save me, I shall bestow this item upon you. Bai felt a stir of excitement. A treasure? Zhao Lei, noticing Bai's intrigue, promptly replied, "Indeed, that treasure is extraordinary. It is considered a supreme item even in the outside world. Are you familiar with the world beyond?" Bai inquired. And Zhao Lei was somewhat taken aback. "Are you aware of the world beyond?" Bai, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "Are you asking me how I am?" Zhao Lei, slightly embarrassed, responded, "First, please save me, and then I shall explain everything to you at my leisure." Although Bai harbored some skepticism towards Zhao Lei, his eagerness to uncover the events unfolding outside was overwhelming, especially considering that Yunshang must have ventured out. Furthermore, there was a possibility that Shi had also gone beyond. In truth, he had long desired to step outside and seek out Yunshang previously. When Shi was present, she had deemed him too weak to embark on such a journey. "How can I rescue you?" Zhao Lei's heart leaped with joy as he replied, "You merely need to extinguish the fire that envelopes me." Bai was somewhat perplexed. "How do we collect them? Are we to draw them towards myself?" Zhao Lei felt a bit awkward. "Perhaps you have other methods? Did you not mention that you came to rescue others? Were you not prepared beforehand?" Bai remained speechless, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Previously, he had been solely focused on rescuing others and had not taken the time to comprehend the nature of this fiery prison. Nor had he contemplated how to effect a rescue. "I was indeed unprepared." Zhao Lei, utterly at a loss for words, thought to himself how this individual had arrived without any semblance of preparation. It was hardly an endeavor to save someone, but rather a venture into peril. However, Zhao Lei seemed to recall something, and with a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "How did you manage to enter? You lack the protective talisman of the Zhao family. How could you possibly navigate around that mountain?" The mountain he referred to was, of course, the one imbued with fire spirits, and to circumvent it, one must possess the Zhao family's protective artifact. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to approach that mountain. Bai Yi offered a sheepish smile, perhaps attributing his predicament to his own handsomeness. Zhao Lei pondered for a moment before responding, "Is there any other way to rescue you?" After a prolonged silence, Zhao Lei finally spoke, "Unless you can refine this mountain." Bai Yi expressed a hint of surprise, refining the entire mountain? Zhao Lei sighed deeply. Indeed, this mountain was originally a precious treasure. However, aside from our Zhao family's ancestors who once refined it, no one has been able to do so again. Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention the ancestors of the Zhao family, Bai Yi curiously inquired, "That old man?" Zhao Lei felt a surge of anger at Bai Yi's casual reference to his ancestor as that old man, yet he managed to suppress it. After all, he still needed Bai Yi's assistance to secure his escape. "Are you familiar with my Zhao family's ancestors?" Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, I have encountered him. That old man is rather decent." Zhao Lei, enveloped in crimson flames, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. To utter such words, claiming to have met his own ancestor, was astonishing. He himself had never laid eyes upon his forebear, who had perished thousands of years ago. How could he dare to profess such a thing? Bai Yi seemed to perceive that Zhao Lei was somewhat skeptical of him at that moment, and thus remarked, "It matters not if you doubt me. Once I rescue you, you may inquire of your ancestors." The more Zhao Lei listened, the more he suspected that this individual might be mentally unstable, prompting him to resolve not to engage further. As long as he could secure his own escape, he would disregard whatever the other chose to proclaim. Bai Yi felt that Zhao Lei might truly doubt her, and she shook her head dismissively. If he did not believe her, so be it. Once they ventured outside, he would surely come to trust her. She chose not to linger on this matter any longer. Instead, she inquired, "You mentioned that this mountain is a treasure in itself. Could you enlighten me about its origins?" Zhao Lei replied, "As for the specific origins, I am not entirely certain. All I know is that this is a precious relic belonging to my ancestors of the Zhao family. Beyond that, I cannot provide further details. Do you happen to know how one might refine it?" Bai Yi pressed on. Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback. "If I knew how to do so, would I not have refined it myself? Why would I await your assistance?" "Not at all," he replied. In silence, Bai Yi suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. "Young man, do you require assistance?" It was the fire spirit. Bai Yi quickly inquired, "Can you help me refine this mountain?" "Why exert such effort on a mere broken mountain? Simply shatter it," came the reply. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of purple light erupted from Bai Yi's abdomen. As the purple light manifested, everything before his eyes began to gradually dissolve into transparency. Zhao Lei, taken aback, gasped in horror, This is the power from the volcano." Although uncertain if the purple light indeed stemmed from the volcanic force, he could not suppress his fright. Moments later, Bai Yi beheld an expanse devoid of any rock formations or mountains. Turning to his left, he noticed a woman standing 100 meters away. Yet upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discerned that she was neither Shui nor Lung Qing. Although he felt a sense of familiarity with her, he could not immediately recall her identity. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei stood frozen, devoid of any flicker of flames, his expression locked in terror. A tempest of emotion surged within him. Could it be that he had subdued that entity? This was utterly inconceivable. Even their formidable ancestors had failed to achieve such a feat. For millennia, no member of the Zhao family had succeeded. Glancing at this young man, merely at the core formation stage, he could not fathom how he could possibly subdue it. Bai Yi paid no heed to the dazed Zhao Lei and swiftly approached the woman before him. As he scrutinized her closely, an unsettling familiarity began to dawn upon him. Yet, much like Zhao Lei moments before, the woman was engulfed in darkness, her features obscured and nearly unrecognizable, just as Bai Yi was engulfed in perplexity. The woman feebly spoke. It is young Master Bai. I am grateful for your assistance. Have you, perchance, located the young lady?" Upon hearing her words, Bai Yi's body jolted as a flicker of recognition ignited within him. This must be the maid who frequently assisted Shui by delivering messages to him. He then inquired, "Are you Xiaoyu?" The woman nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is I, young Master Bai." At that moment, Zhao Lei stepped forward, casting a glance at Bai Yi. "Is this your acquaintance?" Bai Yi shook his head, yet soon nodded in agreement. Zhao Lei was somewhat perplexed. Although Xiaoyu was not his friend, she had been regarded as one by Shui, who had received help from her on multiple occasions. Thus, it would not be unreasonable to consider Xiaoyu as a friend as well. Bai Yi spoke, "This is not the place for discussion. Let us step outside first." Zhao Lei nodded, and the three of them proceeded forward. At this juncture, the towering mountains had vanished, and they naturally would not depart in the direction of the Zhao family, since the moment the fire spirit had rendered the mountains here into oblivion. But he had been unable to contact the fire spirit, likely wandering aimlessly within his own golden core. Shortly thereafter, the trio emerged from the Zhao family's mountains, now transformed into nothingness by the fire spirit. Along the way, Zhao Lei incessantly inquired about the current state of the Zhao family, yet Bai Yi remained reticent. Within the imperial hall, Song Yu faced the consciousness of the Zhao family's ancestor. It was unclear what Song Yu had conveyed, but the ancestor's countenance shifted dramatically. Are you saying that all of this is true? Song Yu chuckled lightly. Would I ever deceive you? Just as the ancestor was about to respond, 8 figures entered the hall. They were the 3 array masters from Song Yun Academy, accompanied by 2 enigmatic experts of the Breaking Sea realm, along with 3 elders of the Zhao family. Chapter 83. The birth of a precious child. Upon witnessing the consciousness of the Zhao family ancestor, the 3 elders were taken aback. Hastily kneeling in reverence, we pay homage to our ancestor. The ancestor gestured for them to rise. You may stand. Now, recount the events that transpired, beginning with that flying dagger. At this, the expressions of the 3 men changed dramatically, for they had all been involved in that incident. At this moment, Bai Yi and his companions had arrived at the esteemed 5-star academy. The 3 gathered around a table in the courtyard. Suddenly, something Zhao Lei uttered caused Bai Yi to spring to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he exclaimed, his tone laden with incredulity. Years ago, a man armed with a flying dagger had dared to challenge the formidable warriors of the Songyun continent, only to be grievously injured by the onslaught of dozens. It was Dong Guxian who saved him, despite already being the second wife of the Zhao family, Zhao Lei's spouse. After rescuing the man, she tended to him with utmost care, and gradually, they found themselves deeply in love. As a result, Dong Guxian frequently spent nights away from home. Initially, the Zhao family paid little heed to her absence. However, as time elapsed, suspicions began to arise. The first to notice the anomaly was the matriarch of the Zhao family, who, harboring doubts about Dong Guxian, discreetly dispatched individuals to follow her. Yet, each time, her scent spies were effortlessly uncovered by Dong Guxian, leading to months of fruitless surveillance. Time slipped away, and years passed in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Dong Guxian seemed to vanish entirely, never returning to the Zhao household. When she finally did return, she was already 9 months pregnant, on the brink of labor. Zhao Lei, filled with fury upon witnessing the disgraceful situation, was prepared to impose familial punishment, which entailed extracting the souls of both her and her unborn child, subjecting them to a millennium of torment. Just as Zhao Lei was about to execute this punishment, a figure appeared at the Zhao residence, none other than Xiao Fei, the man Dong Guxian had saved years prior. Upon seeing Dong Guxian bound by iron chains, he was instantly consumed with rage. Shinner, I am so sorry. I have arrived too late. Dong Guxian, tightly shackled, managed a bittersweet smile, saying, Fei Gu, you have made me so heartbroken. They had once vowed to cherish each other for eternity. However, just 3 months into her pregnancy, Xiao Fei had vanished without a word, leaving only a note that read, Shinner, wait for me. I shall return within a month. Yet, that wait had stretched into 3 long months. Finally, Du Guxian could no longer endure the torment of waiting. She resolved to seek him out, though by then she was already 6 months pregnant. Thus, a woman with a swollen belly wandered in search of the man who had made her promises, the man with whom she had made commitments, the man whose absence had rendered her unable to withstand the anguish of waiting. This search lasted 3 long months, during which she repeatedly questioned herself. Was she being too hasty? How could he possibly not return? Was she being foolish, fixating on merely a piece of paper? Was she being dim-witted, unable to locate the man she cherished? Countless nights, she aimlessly roamed the streets, lost in despair. Countless times, in the rain, she gazed forlornly at the desolate streets. Countless times, while being pursued, she frantically fled in helplessness. Those 3 months were filled with the bitterness and pain of time, yet devoid of even a hint of sweetness. Ultimately, she could no longer bear it. And just as she was nearing her due date, she mustered the courage to return to the Zhao family. She did not dare to hope for their forgiveness, but she wished that, for the sake of past affections, they might provide a meal for the child in her womb. However, upon her return, she realized the depth of her mistake, a mistake beyond redemption. She comprehended the fickleness of human sentiment, the injustices of the world, and the reality that a wrong is a wrong, with nothing that could amend it. even when Zhao Lei intended to enforce clan rules upon her. She uttered not a single word of protest, nor did she resist. Indeed, she had surrendered. In the face of harsh realities, all resistance and justification seemed utterly inconsequential. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, she thought, Fei Gu, I loved you. I have no regrets. Yet, with the words, Xin'er, I'm sorry, I am late. A yearning surged within her, a longing to continue living, to see the child within her, to forever be with the man she adored. Fei Gu, you have caused me such sorrow. Though not uttered with heart-wrenching agony, these words sent a shiver through Xiao Fei upon hearing them. He said nothing further. Appearing suddenly by Dugu Xian's side, tearing apart the chains that bound her. He then embraced her, whispering repeatedly in her ear, I'm sorry. He knew that no amount of apologies could rectify his broken promise. Moments later, Xiao Fei gently released Dugu Xian, surveyed the surroundings, and coldly demanded, Who dares to be so audacious as to imprison Xin'er? Zhao Lei bellowed, You must be this wretched woman's lover. Xiao Fei fixed a frosty gaze upon Zhao Lei, just an insect, yet you dare to lay hands on my Xin'er. With a swift motion, he hurled a flying dagger that instantaneously pierced Zhao Lei's brow, halting just inches from its target. The onlookers from the Zhao family were seized with trepidation. Astonished by the sheer ferocity of this individual's power, Zhao Lei himself was momentarily stunned. He had sensed the impending attack as Xiao Fei made his move and was on the verge of retaliation when the dagger found its mark. At that moment, Dugu Xian interjected, Do not kill him. The fault lies not with him, but with me. Xiao Fei nodded in acquiescence. I heed your words. Dugu Xian let out a deep sigh, remarking, Fei Gu, you have changed. She had perceived the shift the moment he arrived. The former Xiao Fei would never have exuded such palpable intent to kill. Just moments ago, she had felt an overwhelming aura of malice radiating from him, one that enveloped even her. She was unaware of the trials he had faced over the past 6 months. All she knew was that he was no longer the same. A transformation had occurred, and no justification could obscure this reality. Xiao Fei gazed at Dugu Xian, asserting, I have not changed. I was merely anxious upon seeing you. Dugu Xian gently closed her eyes, and as she did, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Her expression was one of profound struggle, and no one could fathom her thoughts at that moment. Throughout this time, Xiao Fei remained silently beside her, neither speaking nor moving. After a brief pause, Dugu Xian slowly opened her eyes, and the tears that had once flowed freely had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a visage of cold indifference. At that instant, the wail of an infant pierced the air. A lifetime of love and vengeance, a cycle of birth and death, grievances linger, souls entwine through the ages, yet today, a new life emerges to wander freely. As the sound of the baby's cry resonated, Zhao Lei's countenance shifted dramatically. The matriarch of the Zhao family was in labor. This was far from fortuitous news for Zhao Lei, as it could be deemed nothing short of a calamity at such a crucial juncture. A family in turmoil. A fortune arriving. Chapter 84. The Origin of Zhao Shuer. Dugu Xian turned toward the source of the infant's cries, murmuring, What a coincidence. Fei Gu, I need you to assist me with something. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei's face blanched. What do you intend to do? Xiao Fei retorted sharply, silence. Then he directed his attention back to Dugu Xian. Xin'er, speak. Dugu Xian's voice was icy as she declared, apart from him, all who are aware of this matter must perish. Her finger pointed directly at Zhao Lei. Xiao Fei, though taken aback, refrained from questioning further. Xin'er, I shall go at once. With that, he vanished from sight, this time offering no promises to Dugu Xian, simply stating, I shall go now. Without even a word of returning, Dugu Xian shook her head with a bitter smile, tears streaming down her cheeks in an instant. At that moment, her expression changed dramatically. She was about to give birth. A wave of pain surged through her, nearly rendering her breathless. Yet, she found herself utterly alone. And with a smile that darkened the sky, the atmosphere around her grew chillingly cold. This desolate smile seemed to dim the very essence of the world. Zhao Lei, pinned by a flying knife, sensed that something was amiss with Dugu Xian, despite his deep-seated hatred for the woman who had betrayed him. He felt no anger at this moment. Perhaps it was the sound of a child's cry that stirred his compassion, or perhaps it was fear of Xiao Fei. He called out urgently, Someone, the second lady, is about to give birth. The mention of second lady made Dugu Xian tremble. She looked up at Zhao Lei, and after a long pause, managed to utter 3 words, I'm sorry. At this moment, 2 elderly women from the Zhao family arrived, assisting Dugu Xian as they guided her into the room. Watching her being escorted away, Zhao Lei's mind was a tempest of thoughts. Was she in the wrong? If so, does loving someone equate to wrongdoing? Yet, if she was innocent, then he was the one at fault. But how could he celebrate with a feast when his own wife had betrayed him? Where lies the absolute truth in right and wrong? It is perhaps only perspective that defines such notions. With a bitter smile, he reflected, at the edge of the world, love is elusive, in the depths of despair. Joy becomes a burden. 3 days later, the events at the Zhao residence felt like a distant dream, vanishing upon awakening. The Zhao household was bustling with activity. For today was the grand banquet celebrating the 2 beloved daughters of the family. The place was overflowing with guests, brimming with joy and festivity, accompanied by waves of congratulations and greetings. However, before the banquet could officially commence, a figure emerged from the crowd, instantly casting a pall over the atmosphere. Many recognized him. It was Xiao Fei. "Ah, quite a lively gathering," he remarked. Du Guxian stepped forward, asking, "What brings you here?" Xiao Fei responded, "Xin'er, I promised to eliminate anyone who knew of this matter." As his words echoed, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, for with Xiao Fei's prowess, such a threat was indeed plausible. Du Guxian's face darkened as she replied, "No need for that. I can handle it myself. You should leave." Yet, Xiao Fei laughed heartily. "Xin'er, what do you mean by that?" Du Guxian's expression turned cold as she stated, "From now on, we share no connection." With that, she tore a piece of fabric from her gown, letting it fall. She tossed the cloth into the air, declaring, "We are no longer bound." At this sight, Xiao Fei narrowed his eyes, asking, "Xin'er, why?" Du Guxian fell silent, yet a single tear slipped down from the corner of her eye. Suddenly, Xiao Fei let out a sinister laugh, proclaiming, "If that is the case, allow me to perform one final act for you." With that, he spread his palm open, revealing a flying dagger nestled within. Measuring merely 4 fingers in length and 1 finger in width, the blade gleamed with a bright silver hue. A chilling glimmer flickered along the edge of the dagger, which bore the inscription of a small character, Xiao. Abruptly, Xiao Fei hurled the dagger with great force. As it soared through the air, an overwhelming aura enveloped everyone present. The crowd was paralyzed with fear, unable to move under the weight of this palpable energy. While the dagger hurtled towards them, witnessing this scene, Du Guxian's expression turned to one of sheer horror as she cried, "Stop." But Xiao Fei paid her no heed, and the dagger plunged into the throng. In an instant, dozens of blood geysers erupted. The entire realm was instantly drenched in crimson. The nauseating stench of blood permeating the air, severed heads tumbled to the ground, their eyes wide open in terror, as though they wished to etch this moment of their demise into memory. Moments later, only Du Guxian and Zhao Lei remained standing. All others from the Zhao family and the various clan experts who had come to pay their respects lay slain by a single stroke. "Xin'er, come with me," he commanded, his tone lacking warmth, bordering on coldness. Du Guxian shook her head, asserting, "You are no longer the Xiaogu I once knew. He has departed and will never return." Xiao Fei furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean? Am I not here?" Du Guxian smiled faintly. "No, you are not him." She recalled the first time she met Xiao Fei. He was certainly not this heartless. Xiao Fei suddenly shouted in anger, "Will you come with me or not?" Du Guxian simply gazed at him, and after a long silence, she gently shook her head. Ignoring her, Xiao Fei turned and walked toward the room. Zhao Lei's expression changed dramatically, and he rushed forward to stop him, but a dagger was already pressed against his brow. As Xiao Fei entered the room, he found a delicate, jade-like infant lying on the bed, who greeted him with a smile, cooing softly as if to say hello. Xiao Fei scooped up the baby and exited the room. Upon seeing him carry the child, Du Guxian gasped in terror, "What are you doing?" "Put him down." Xiao Fei replied coldly, "This is my child. Naturally, he shall follow me." With a light utterance, he glanced towards a certain direction, the very location of the Zhao family's prison. "It is a fine place," he remarked before delivering a powerful punch towards Zhao Lei. The force of the blow sent Zhao Lei crashing into the Zhao family's prison. Only after being trapped did he realize that the child Xiao Fei had taken was not Du Guxian's, but his own. Yet neither Du Guxian nor Xiao Fei were aware of this truth. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Bai Yi sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Impossible. How can this be? If, as Zhao Lei stated, then Zhao Xuer is indeed the daughter of Du Guxian, and the one who was taken away by Xiao Fei was the young lady of the Zhao family. If this is the case, one cannot help but ponder how Du Guxian would react upon discovering that Xuej is her biological daughter." Contemplating this, Bai Yu could not help but shake his head and sigh. Truly, the affairs of the world are capricious. No wonder Xuer possesses such extraordinary constitution and lineage. Within the imperial hall, the ancestor of the Zhao family suddenly rose and began to walk outside. He had just overheard the 3 discussing that Zhao Lei might be imprisoned in the fire cell. He was eager to see Zhao Lei to glean more details about the situation. However, he soon began to fade into the ethereal. He thought, alas, my consciousness is waning. I can no longer persist. With a wry smile, he concluded, let the younger generation handle their own matters. With that, he vanished completely. Chapter 85, The Temple of Unscrupulous Men. Chapter 86, Leave You with Your Whole Corpse Within the Five-Star Academy, by Yi, Xiaoyu, Zhao Lei. And Yang Xiao sat around a table. Xiaoyu softly inquired, young master Bai, might there be any news regarding Miss Shuer? As she spoke, she cast a somewhat awkward glance at Zhao Lei. Feeling that addressing her as Miss might be inappropriate since she had just learned that Zhao Shuai was not the daughter of the Zhao family's head. Zhao Lei remained silent. In truth, his own feelings were quite complex at that moment. Bai Yi shook his head, expressing concern over the absence of any news since Shui Er's disappearance. Yang Xiao interjected abruptly, contemplating whether they might have uncovered Zhao Shui Er's true lineage and taken her away. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a twinge of doubt. Had they been unaware of Shui Er's origins, they might never have known where she could be. However, now that her lineage was revealed, Yang Zhao's conjecture seemed plausible. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow. If that were indeed the case, it required no further elaboration for Bai Yi to grasp his thoughts. Should they be aware of Shui Er's heritage, it followed that the infant previously taken by Xiao Fei was undoubtedly Zhao Lei's child. Upon realizing that this infant was Zhao Lei's offspring, one could only wonder if they would pose a threat to its safety. Contemplating this grim possibility, the expressions of those present turned somber. Suddenly, Zhao Lei declared, I must return to the Zhao family to investigate whether anyone has become aware of this matter. Bai Yi did not refuse. He initially intended to accompany Zhao Lei. However, Zhao Lei declined, expressing concern for potential dangers that might befall him. Thus, Bai Yi had no choice but to remain temporarily at the Five-Star Academy. In the ensuing days, Bai Yi immersed himself in fervent cultivation, only to discover that circumstances had grown increasingly convoluted. First, Yinshang had vanished without a trace, then there was Ling Qing, and now Shi had been absent for an extended period. To complicate matters further, Zhao Shuer's lineage turned out to be unexpectedly intricate. He pondered whether, should he encounter Shuer again one day, their relationship would remain unchanged. Drawing forth the crimson longsword, Bai Yi found himself ensnared in contemplation. The previous three-sword technique had only reached the first form, a minor completion of the sword that pierced the earth. No matter how he endeavored to cultivate further, he found himself unable to advance. It felt as though something essential was missing, yet he could not discern what it was. Without achieving a perfect state in the first form, he could not even begin to practice the second and third forms. With a sigh, he lamented the lost opportunity. Mastering the second form would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Shaking off his thoughts, he began to reflect upon the sword technique imparted to him by the sword spirit. From now on, this move would be known as the sword spirit strike. He perceived that this technique differed fundamentally from the three-sword technique. The latter emphasized sheer power, one force could conquer myriad techniques, and the pinnacle of strength could cleave the heavens. In contrast, the sword spirit strike did not prioritize brute force. Instead, its reliance remained elusive, and at that moment, Bai Yi was incapable of grasping it. He sensed a peculiar energy when executing the sword spirit strike. Yet this energy was still beyond his complete control. He arrived at an expanse of land, where the terrain stretched for hundreds of yards, barren and desolate. Comprised solely of yellow earth and gravel, it was strikingly impoverished, rendering the landscape exceedingly bleak. Bai Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His right hand holding the sword, angled toward the ground, he exuded an air of supremacy, as if everything beneath his sword were myriads. He remained there in tranquil silence, his eyes tightly shut, deeply attuned to the world around him, the vast universe, and the celestial realm within his golden core. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, a single strand dancing with the wind. His brocade robe fluttered softly in the breeze. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi entered a state of profound wonder. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and at that moment, a mysterious force began to swirl around him. Surprised by this phenomenon, Bai Yi attempted to harness that enigmatic energy, but just then, it began to dissipate slowly. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Is it impossible to harness? He sensed that the force might be the very essence lacking in the first stance of the three-sword techniques. Yet now he could only perceive it without the ability to wield it. With a sigh, he mused that if Shi were present, she would surely know how to channel such power. Resolving to think no further, he endeavored once more to establish a connection with that force. However, after several attempts, the outcome was as before. Though he could feel the presence of that energy, Each time he sought to connect or summon it, the force would gradually dissipate. Oh, the formation. If he were to communicate with that power through a formation, might it yield different results? With this thought, he endeavored to once again attune himself to that energy. As he began to inscribe the array patterns in the void, a series of golden-tinged lines emerged. The surrounding space began to tremble subtly, yet the force remained utterly unaffected, continuing to swirl gently around Baiyi. Baiyi's heart surged with delight. Such formidable power proved to be even more resilient than the very fabric of this space. Although he marveled at the strength and solidity of this force, his expression darkened. For he realized that his array could merely stabilize this power, preventing its dissipation, yet he remained unable to harness or wield it. This left Baiyi in a state of perplexity. What could be the reason for this? After several attempts, he found himself in the same predicament. Reluctantly, he decided to momentarily abandon his efforts, slowly raising his sword to examine it closely. What had made that single strike so terrifying? At that moment, two figures appeared not far from Baiyi. Both donned long gray robes with white sleeves. One was an elderly man with flowing white hair that danced in the wind. His stature tall and imposing. Though seemingly frail, he exuded an undeniable aura of immense power. The other, with raven black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, was more robust in build than the white-haired elder, his gaze sharp and icy. These two were none other than the guardians of the temple's sun, Feng Yong and El Yen. Both were peak experts of the breaking sea realm. Upon seeing them, Baiyi's countenance shifted dramatically. The powerful divine consciousness that swept over the two felt akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. These were undoubtedly superlative beings. However, sensing that they were merely of the breaking sea realm perplexed him further. The previous formidable presence of the sovereign realm, like that of Tsong Lan, had not evoked such a sensation. A thought arose within him. These two must have come from the outside. Shur had previously mentioned that the cultivation system of this continent differed from that of the outside world. Thus, within the same realm, the inhabitants of this continent were, in essence, inferior. Initially, he had scoffed at this notion, but it now appeared that Shur had not been exaggerating. Meanwhile, the two individuals were observing Baiyi with some astonishment. They sensed an unusual quality in him compared to others they had encountered. Although Baiyi was merely in the core formation realm, he was significantly more powerful than others of his kind on this continent, possibly even surpassing those from their own realm. Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn upon them, causing them to draw in a sharp breath. They exchanged glances. Could it be that the box had endowed this young man with such extraordinary prowess? If he could achieve such heights in this land, what might he accomplish in their realm? One of them turned to Baiyi, stating bluntly, "I have no desire for idle chatter. Hand over that object, and you may keep your life." Chapter 87. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Baiyi smiled broadly. Esteemed seniors, let us engage in a civilized discussion rather than resorting to violence. Upon hearing this, the two men were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting confusion. They thought to themselves, "We have come to kill you and seize your treasures, and yet you expect us to converse amicably? Has his mind been clouded by some misfortune?" At that moment, one of them turned to the other and remarked, "We must exercise caution. This individual may possess some hidden support." The speaker was the elderly man Feng Yong, known for his prudence and strategic foresight, always considering the broader implications of his actions. To him, Baiyi's composed demeanor suggested the presence of some formidable backing. In truth, Baiyi was inwardly fraught with anxiety. These two individuals, aside from Song Yu, were the most perilous he had encountered. His calmness was merely a faade. He recalled the time he had deceived Mu Xiu. Had he not projected strength and composure, he might have fallen victim to Mu Xiu's designs. He mused to himself, sometimes a little pretense can be a lifesaver. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man scoffed at Feng Yong's caution. Is he not merely a nascent soul cultivator? Must we be so apprehensive? He was well aware of Feng Yong's meticulous nature, always weighing the pros and cons with great care. Yet, it was this very caution that had saved him from peril on multiple occasions. Despite his disdain for the man's hesitance, he harbored a degree of respect for him. Feng Yong replied gravely, "This individual is not to be underestimated. We should proceed with utmost care. If we err due to negligence, how shall we explain ourselves to the young master?" El Yen fell silent. Indeed, as Feng Yong had just stated, this matter could not afford any missteps. The smile on Baiyi's face remained unwavering, radiating an even greater sense of composure. She turned to the two individuals and remarked, "Have you both given it due consideration? Will you resort to action or engage in a meaningful conversation?" Feng Yong offered a slight smile in return. saying, I am aware of your exceptional qualities, my young friend, and the treasures you possess. However, I truly cannot fathom the source of your confidence that allows you to remain so composed. Bai Yi pondered to himself, this old fellow is quite remarkable. He is neither overly compliant nor impulsively rash. The situation is rather complicated. He is unperturbed by those who can be easily deceived, nor does he fear the excessively impetuous. However, this old man seems to embody a certain wisdom, exhibiting an unexpected level of caution. With this thought, Bai Yi chuckled softly, since you recognize my extraordinary nature and possess treasures for protection. Why then do you choose to oppose me? Would it not be more advantageous for us to be allies? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Feng Yang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Allies with you? Bai Yi nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, we shall forge a strong bond. With my innate talents and abilities, I shall soon rise to prominence in this world. When that moment arrives, coupled with the treasures I possess, it would not be an exaggeration to say that I could tread upon the entirety of this realm. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yin nearly stumbled, exclaiming, Are you not merely boasting? You believe you can truly tread upon the whole world? Bai Yi smiled faintly, then could not help but exhale towards the two of them. Observing Bai Yi's demeanor, the two felt somewhat puzzled, yet did not dwell on it further. Just as Feng Yong was about to speak, Bai Yi suddenly inquired, Does this elder brother doubt my talents and abilities? This question was naturally directed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied with a sardonic smile, If you can indeed tread upon the entirety of this world, then I shall stand atop your head. Bai Yi was taken aback. This fellow was rather naive. Since he could not deceive the elder, he would first attempt to mislead this somewhat foolish one. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Lu Yin, his previously haughty demeanor suddenly transforming into one of humility. Upon witnessing this, both individuals were filled with perplexity, and Feng Yang was about to speak. However, Lu Yin interjected, inquiring, What do you mean by this? Bai Yi sighed softly. May I inquire your esteemed name, elder brother? Although Lu Yin felt somewhat perplexed by Bai Yi's intentions, he nonetheless replied, I am Lu Yin. Bai Yi smiled faintly and clasped his fists, addressing Lu Yin. Brother Lu, what you just mentioned is not an exaggeration. Even if I were to tread upon the entirety of this realm, I would still be under your footing. Lu Yin snorted coldly, that is only natural. Meanwhile, Feng Yong silently thought to himself, This is not good. This fellow is attempting to deceive Lu Yin. Just as he was about to interject a warning, Bai Yi preemptively spoke. Brother Lu, you are truly a dragon among men, possessing extraordinary talent. Your future ascendance is indeed boundless. Upon saying this, Bai Yi glanced at Lu Yin and noticed that he appeared to be somewhat persuaded. Delighted, he continued. However, after uttering these two words, Bai Yi fell silent. Seeing Bai Yi refrain from elaborating, Lu Yin grew anxious. Brother Bai, but what is it? Feng Yong, upon hearing Lu Yin refer to Bai Yi as Brother Bai, felt a surge of alarm. He mused, could it be that this fellow has truly been swayed by Bai Yi? Yet, at that moment, he chose not to intervene, opting instead to observe what Bai Yi would do next. In his view, all else was futile in the face of absolute power. Bai Yi, witnessing Feng Yong's reluctance to expose himself to Lu Yin, couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. What game was this fellow playing? Noticing Bai Yi's silence, Lu Yin grew increasingly anxious. Brother Bai, what is it? Bai Yi withdrew his thoughts, reflecting on how someone as exceptional as Brother El, a true dragon among men, should be subjected to the whims of others, which stirred a sense of indignation within him. Upon hearing these words, El Yin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the essence of Bai Yi's sentiment. He sighed softly, a sound imbued with resignation. At that moment, El Yin's expression bore a significant weight of helplessness, as if he contemplated something profound, yet chose to remain silent. Bai Yi inquired, Is there a reason behind this? If it is inconvenient for Brother Lu to speak of it, then there is no need to share. Lu Yin nodded. It is not that I am unwilling to discuss it, but rather that the matter is exceedingly intricate. Even if I were to divulge it, it would alter nothing. Meanwhile, Feng Yong, unable to contain his impatience any longer, interjected, Lu Yin, we are here on a mission to slay and acquire treasure, not to engage in heartfelt conversations with friends. Bai Yi turned to Feng Yong and remarked, Esteemed senior, your words are quite erroneous. The act of taking a life for treasure and the pursuit of heartfelt conversation with a friend are not necessarily at odds, are they? Feng Yong let out a cold laugh and replied, Oh, is that so? Yet the very person we seek to eliminate is you. While he is engaged in a heartfelt discussion with you, does that not present a contradiction? The moment the white-leafed eyelid twitched, The old man had not forgotten that he was there to kill. Yet, Elian interjected, "Old Feng, I believe Brother Bai is quite a decent fellow. There is no need for us to resort to complete annihilation. We can engage in a dialogue." Upon hearing Elian's words, Feng Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you forgotten your senses?" Elian, somewhat agitated, responded, "Old Feng, we bear no grudges against Brother Bai. Why must we resort to murder? Do you dare to question the young master's orders?" His voice turned frosty. Elian sighed heavily. "Brother Bai, I find myself powerless in this situation. However, if you surrender that item, I assure you that your life will be spared." Bai shook his head with a wry smile. "This will put Brother L in a difficult position. Perhaps it's best to refrain from this course of action. I hold no ill will towards Brother L, for you are merely following orders." Feng Yong pointed at Bai. "Cease your nonsensical chatter." With that, he launched an immediate assault on Bai. Chapter 88. The Terrifying Sword. Although Feng Yong did not unleash his full strength, he exerted 70% of his prowess. In his estimation, Bai was merely at the core formation stage, no matter how extraordinary he might be. Surviving an onslaught of 70% of his strength was beyond the realm of possibility. Even this fraction of his power was sufficient to cause the very fabric of space to buckle. The space around them shattered instantaneously, countless fragments cascading down, while Feng Yong's palm radiated boundless might as it bore down upon Bai. Bai was taken aback, realizing that Feng Yong's strength was truly formidable. Even a master at the sovereign level, like Song Lan, might not surpass him, and could perhaps even fall short. As he gazed at the terrifying strike hurtling towards him, Bai's heart filled with dread. Just as Feng Yong's blow was about to land on Bai, Lu Yin intercepted it with a punch. "Feng, halt," he commanded. Feng Yong, enraged by Lu Yin's interference, retorted, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Lu Yin replied, "I have already pledged to Brother Bai that as long as he surrenders the item required by the young master, I shall ensure his survival." Feng Yong's expression darkened considerably. "That Bai was merely deceiving you. Do you realize that?" Lu Yan's countenance shifted slightly as he turned to glance at Bai. Bai hastily replied, "Not at all. What I just conveyed to Brother L were words from the depths of my heart." Feng Yong snorted derisively. "Humph. Cease your nonsensical chatter." Elian regarded Feng Yong and declared, "Regardless, since I have made a promise to Brother Bai, I shall uphold it." Turning to Bai, he added, "Brother Bai, if you relinquish that item, I assure you that no one shall bring you harm." Bai appeared somewhat helpless, shaking his head with a sigh. "It is not that I am reluctant to part with that item, but rather that I am truly unable to relinquish it at this moment." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yin felt a twinge of confusion. Why is that? At this juncture, he harbored no doubts regarding Bai's words. After their previous conversation, he had developed a certain fondness for Bai and naturally could not believe that he would deceive him. However, Feng Yong interjected, "Could it be that you have consumed that item?" Bai felt somewhat speechless. How could this old fellow have so little faith in himself? Was it possible that he did not possess good looks? Lu Yin also gazed at Bai with a puzzled expression, awaiting his explanation. Bai let out a sigh, saying, "It was not I who consumed that item. Did Song Lan not explain the matter to you in detail?" He had naturally surmised that Song Lan must have disclosed the information regarding the box. Feng Yong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "How do you know that it was Song Lan who revealed this matter to us?" Bai smiled broadly, saying, "Naturally, it was he who confided it to me." Bai resolved to continue his ruse, yearning for a confrontation with the old man, though he recognized the latter's formidable prowess and feared he might not prevail. Meanwhile, Feng Yong had ceased to dwell on the matters concerning Song Lan. Regardless of the circumstances, his immediate objective was to eliminate you, after which he could ascertain whether he could acquire that item. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Lu Yin. "You have witnessed it. It is not a matter of your failure to uphold your promise, but rather that he has no intention of relinquishing that item. Do you still hesitate?" Lu Yin's expression was complex, and he remained silent. Bai suddenly remarked, "Brother L, there is no need for hesitation. Feel free to act." Feng Yong coldly retorted, "To kill you, my own strength suffices." With that, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Bai, channeling all his might in a single blow, intent on shattering him without granting any opportunity for a retort. The insidious aura that Bai exuded filled him with trepidation. He dared not dwell on the thought that, should their entanglement persist, he might find himself ensnared by Bai's words, much like Elian. As that punch surged forth, the very space surrounding Bai disintegrated into dust, while countless spatial blades simultaneously sliced through the air towards him. Bai's complexion changed drastically, as this time, Yin did not lend a hand to shield him. Confronted with Feng Yang's strike, Bai Ye's heart was filled with sheer terror. Escape was utterly impossible. There was no way to flee. He had no choice but to endure this blow. Consequently, Bai Yi channeled his profound energy, directly invoking the enigmatic force from within his golden core. A resounding hum echoed, reminiscent of a sword's cry. The crimson longsword in Bai Ye's hand trembled slightly, emanating a dazzling scarlet light. At this moment, Feng Yong also took note of the sword wielded by Bai Yi and could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable blade!" With a resounding cry of the sword, Bai Yi thrust forward, aiming directly at Feng Yong. Feng Yong sneered, "Are you attempting a futile struggle?" Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze. The blade wielded by Bai Yi remarkably stood its ground against his formidable punch. The crimson radiance emanating from the sword enveloped the entire realm in a translucent hue. Beneath this sanguine glow, the force of Feng Yong's punch trembled ever so slightly, as if it harbored a profound apprehension of the crimson light. Feng Yong's expression hardened as he unleashed another punch. At this moment, although Bai Ye's sword barely withstood the onslaught of Feng Yong's might, the overwhelming power still surged forth unabated. An incomprehensibly potent force crashed into Bai Ye's chest, sending him hurtling back several hundred feet. Upon halting, blood poured from the corners of his mouth. Yet, he had no time to tend to his wounds, for Feng Yong's next punch was already hurtling toward him. Channeling all his strength, the sword spirit executed its ultimate strike, aiming directly at the colossal shadow of Feng Yong's approaching fist. However, the previously formidable sword spirit strike now possessed nary a vestige of its former might. Bai Ye's heart sank in terror. Where had things gone awry? How could it have come to this? With no time to ponder further, he instinctively sought to evade Feng Yong's strike. However, he soon realized that no matter how he maneuvered, that colossal fist was relentlessly aimed at him. Was this to be his end? In the face of this onslaught, Bai Yi harbored no hope of survival, for the magnitude of the blow was utterly terrifying, far beyond what he could withstand at this moment. Bai Ye's face contorted into a grotesque expression as he attempted to absorb this courage into his golden core. However, at that moment, the crimson longsword in Bai Ye's hand quivered slightly. Upon witnessing the trembling blade, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, he abandoned the notion of forcibly sealing Feng Yong within his golden core. Once again, he unleashed the sword's spirit, a single stroke. With a resonant hum, the sword's cry reverberated through the heavens. At that moment, the crimson longsword instinctively activated its protective state. Combined with the terrifying might of Bai Ye's sword spirit, which was undeniably formidable, the blade surged forth, thrusting directly at Feng Yong, who was launching a punch. As the longsword passed, the very fabric of space crumbled inch by inch. An overwhelming spatial pressure descended upon Feng Yong with ferocity. Feng Yong's countenance shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? He quickly withdrew his fist to withstand the terrifying force of the spatial collapse. Just then, Bai Ye's strike arrived. A thunderous explosion shattered the sky. Following the sound of the detonation, both Feng Yong and Bai Yi were propelled backward. Feng Yong halted after retreating several dozen yards, his face a mask of astonishment as he stared at the longsword in Bai Ye's grasp. In contrast, Bai Yi was thrown back over 1,000 yards before gradually coming to a stop, a mouthful of blood erupting from him. Even with such a fearsome strike, he was still unable to contend with Feng Yong. In this fierce clash, Bai Yi sustained severe injuries. Feng Yong fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, astonished, and inquired, "Where did you acquire that sword?" At that moment, Feng Yong felt an eerie familiarity with the sword. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Bai Yi gasped for breath, inquiring, "Have you ever seen this sword?" Feng Yong replied, "It seems I have encountered it somewhere before." Bai Yi grinned widely, and as he did, another mouthful of blood flowed forth. "Humph, haven't you seen this before at the hands of your father?" Feng Yong, filled with rage, surged forward once more, delivering a powerful punch towards Bai Yi. Chapter 89. Why not forge a friendship with him? Chapter 90. Song Yu's Choice. Chapter 91. Cease your nonsensical rambles. Bai Yi shook his head, asserting that it would suffice for them to discuss matters right there. He certainly would not follow Sun Liang away, fearing that he might never return. Sun Liang chuckled lightly, remarking, "Young Master Bai, it is wise to be discerning, otherwise you may incur unnecessary harm." At this moment, Song Yu found himself in a dilemma. Should Sun Liang choose to act, would he side with him or with Bai Yi? After all, it was he who had brought Bai Yi here. Assisting Sun Liang would weigh heavily on his conscience, yet if he supported Bai Yi, What would become of Mayor? Just as Song Yu wrestled with his conflicting loyalties, Sun Liang suddenly addressed him, saying, "Brother Song Yu, we are currently in your imperial hall. If I were to strike, it might not reflect well." This statement was an unmistakable invitation for Song Yu to take action, but would he comply? Bai Yi turned to Song Yu and asked, "Song Emperor, could you provide some clarification?" From the very beginning, Bai Yi had been somewhat perplexed. Had he not been on good terms with Song Yu? Why had this fellow suddenly come with people to apprehend him? Song Yu let out a deep sigh. "I sincerely apologize, young Master Bai. The reasons behind this are not something I wish to elaborate on. Let it be known that in this lifetime, I, Song Yu, owe you a debt of life. Young Master Bai, if circumstances permit after this matter, I shall undoubtedly repay this favor." Although Bai Yi still did not fully comprehend the situation, he decided not to press Song Yu for further clarification. Given the circumstances, he resolved to take things one step at a time. Turning to Sun Liang, he declared, "I will accompany you." Bai Yi's willingness to follow took Sun Liang by surprise. Song Yu furrowed his brow, fully aware that if Bai Yi chose to accompany Sun Liang, it would lead to a perilous fate, unless the young lady, sure, were to appear. Yet, he had not seen her in recent days, a fact that left him somewhat perplexed. After Bai Yi concluded, he was the first to step out of the secret chamber, promptly followed by Sun Liang. As they exited, Sun Liang turned back to look at Song Yu and spoke in a calm voice. "I sincerely thank you, Brother Song Yu. Rest assured, I will fulfill the promise I made to you." Song Yu, however, did not respond to Sun Liang and instead fell into deep contemplation. Sun Liang and Bai Yi then hastened their pace, soon coming to a halt. They found themselves in a desolate expanse, a vast wasteland stretching endlessly before them. The boundless emptiness evoked a sense of oppression in Bai Yi. "Young Master Bai, do you understand why I have brought you here?" Bai Yi furrowed her brow, pondering whether the feng shui here was indeed favorable. Sun Liang was taken aback by Bai Yi's rhetorical question, inquiring, "What good feng shui?" Bai Yi sighed softly, remarking that a person on the brink of death would naturally seek a location of exceptional feng shui for their final resting place. Upon hearing these words, Sun Liang's expression instantly turned frigid. "Are you insinuating that you are speaking of yourself?" Bai Yi shook his head, saying, "I am referring to you." At that moment, Bai Yi involuntarily entered a state of composure. Observing Bai Yi's calm demeanor, Sun Liang felt a slight flutter in his heart. Could it be that this fellow possesses some secret advantage? "Young Master Bai, I assure you that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Simply hand over those 2 boxes, and I shall not trouble you." "The boxes?" Bai Yi appeared rather perplexed. "Those boxes have already been taken by someone else. Surely you are not unaware of this?" Sun Liang narrowed his eyes, skepticism evident in his gaze. "Do you take me for a fool?" At this moment, he certainly did not believe Bai Yi's words. Taken by someone else? How could that possibly be? Bai Yi let out a sigh and said, "Very well, since you choose not to believe me, come and retrieve it yourself. That box resides within me. I demand that you take it yourself. If you wish to have it, approach me. If not, allow me to leave." Engaging in this tiresome back and forth is a waste of time that I find rather tedious. Sun Liang, feeling a surge of anger, declared, "Then I shall take it myself." With that, he thrust his palm towards Bai Yi, unleashing a formidable aura of barrier realm pressure that enveloped the entire expanse. Under this immense pressure, the space surrounding Bai Yi began to fracture inch by inch. Not only that, but fissures also began to appear on Bai Yi's body. Bai Yi was struck with immense terror. How could this person's strength be so formidable, leaving him utterly defenseless? Just as the oppressive force threatened to tear Bai Yi apart, a figure suddenly emerged. An unkempt old man, clutching a chicken leg in one hand and a wine gourd hanging from his waist, staggered towards Bai Yi. It was none other than the Elder of Creation. With the appearance of the Elder of Creation, the overwhelming pressure of the barrier that had been too much for Bai Yi to endure vanished without a trace. Observing this, Sun Liang halted his assault, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the Elder of Creation. "Who are you?" The Elder of Creation responded with a hearty laugh. "Who am I?" At this moment, Bai Yi was utterly astounded, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the Elder's strength. He had already experienced the formidable pressure emanating from Sun Liang. Yet, upon the Elder's appearance, that oppressive force had inexplicably dissipated. It was evident that these two individuals existed on entirely different planes of power. With this realization, he hastily clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to the Elder of Creation, saying, "I am Bai Yi, and I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention." The Elder of Creation turned to Bai Yi and replied with a chuckle, "Ah, go and amuse yourself. This matter no longer concerns you." Bai Yi felt somewhat speechless. This old man was rather peculiar. Opposite him, Sun Liang cast a grim gaze at the Elder of Creation. Are you certain you wish to interfere in the affairs of my temple? The Elder of Creation appeared taken aback. You are from the temple. Sun Liang replied solemnly. I am Sun Liang, an elder of the temple. If you are resolute in your decision to meddle in this matter, you shall be opposing my temple. You must consider this carefully. The Elder of Creation pondered for a moment. You mustn't say that. Your claim to be from the temple indeed surprises me. I care not for the intentions of your temple, yet in this realm, I shall not permit the strong to bully the weak. Humph. Your tone is rather bold. I acknowledge that your strength surpasses mine. However, do you truly believe you can stand against my entire temple single-handedly? Bai Yi suddenly inquired of the Elder of Creation, predecessor. What manner of entity is this temple? His words were deliberately provocative, intended to irk Sun Liang, for with this esteemed elder present, it was unlikely that Sun Liang could pose any threat to him. The Elder of Creation glanced at Bai Yi, his eyes flickering with a hint of intrigue. Merely a worthless trinket, unworthy of concern. Sun Liang's fury ignited upon hearing the two dismiss the temple as a mere trinket. He understood that the temple represented one of the paramount forces within the realm of the gods. And to witness such disdain directed towards it in this insignificant locale was infuriating. While he could tolerate the elder's contempt, given his formidable prowess, he could not fathom how Bai Yi, a mere ant of the core formation stage, dared to speak so disparagingly of the temple. Such a lowly creature, he thought, could be extinguished with the utmost ease. After Bai Yi heeded the words of the Elder of Creation, he exhaled a long sigh, his demeanor visibly relaxed. Oh, so it is merely a worthless trinket. I previously thought it was a formidable force. He admonished further, cease your nonsensical ramblings. In chapter 92, as Feng Yong and El Yin made their entrance, he prepared to strike at Bai Yi. However, the Elder of Creation glared sharply. Would you like me to grant you a lesson in creation? Upon hearing this, Sun Liang, who was about to make his move, halted. He realized he was no match for this elder. Should he fall to the old man's might, or would he have to lament his fate? With this thought, he cast a cold glance at Bai Yi and remarked, we shall meet again. Bai Yi hurriedly shook his head, saying, no, let us part ways forever. He certainly wished to avoid encountering the other party, especially while his own strength remained insufficient. After Sun Liang departed, the Elder of Creation turned to Bai Yi and inquired, was that seal established by you? Bai Yi, filled with confusion, inquired, what seal? The Elder of Creation replied, it is the seal of the desolate well hidden deep within the Black Wind Forest. Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Is there something amiss? The Elder of Creation scrutinized Bai Yi with a serious demeanor. He had previously assumed that it was the girl Yunshang who was responsible, only to discover that it was this little fellow instead. And what of that girl? Bai Yi was even more perplexed, pondering whether the old man had previously known him. Who could the girl he mentioned possibly be? With this thought in mind, Bai Yi could not help but inquire, which girl? Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, the Elder of Creation was momentarily taken aback. He mused to himself, did this fellow have numerous girls around him? Surely he referred to the girl from the 5-Star Academy. In truth, the Elder of Creation was unaware that Yunshang had already departed, as he had visited a certain place where he encountered an experience so profound that it would linger in his memory for a lifetime. One could say it was an event that would astonish him forever. When the Elder of Creation mentioned the girl from the 5-Star Academy, Bai Yi's eyes instantly dimmed. Observing this reaction, the Elder of Creation felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that something had happened to that girl? Yet, in this continent, few could pose a threat to her. Could it possibly be that individual from earlier? Had something indeed befallen that girl? Bai Yi shook her head, expressing uncertainty. She had been gone for quite some time, and her whereabouts remained a mystery to me. Yet, thoughts of her invariably stirred a faint unease within my heart. The Elder of Creation was somewhat perplexed. He had developed a fondness for that girl, akin to that of a grandfather for his granddaughter, particularly since she shared his love for meat. However, had the Elder known of the incident involving Yunshang and Bai Yi, driven by her passion for meat, his affection for her would surely have waned. The Elder of Creation pondered, could it be that she has ventured out? Bai Yi nodded. Indeed, when she departed, she mentioned that she was heading elsewhere, claiming that Master was in danger over there and that she needed to rescue him. Such folly. How could she act so impulsively? Upon witnessing the Elder of Creation in such a state, Bai Yi felt an unsettling anxiety within her. Could she be in peril? The Elder of Creation sighed. I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly not a safe situation. Do you know where she has gone? Revered elder? Bai Yi inquired. The elder of creation fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi. Do you wish to rescue her? Bai Yi nodded emphatically, affirming, Indeed, I wish to rescue her. However, he added, it is not yet feasible. Your abilities are still insufficient. At this juncture, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and his expression shifted as he inquired of Bai Yi. What of that young girl? Bai Yi cast a perplexed glance at the elder of creation. Poetry? The elder of creation nodded. It should be so. If she were here, we could indeed seek out that girl over there. Bai Yi sighed with a bitter smile. Poet has also departed. The elder of creation appeared perplexed. How could she leave? Has something significant occurred? When Poet initially sought him out, she had mentioned that she would soon depart. However, it seems she intended to leave alongside the little one. Yet, why did she abandon the child and leave on her own? The only conclusion he could draw was that a momentous event must have transpired during this time. Noticing the elder's confusion, Bai Yi chose not to elaborate. After all, he was not well acquainted with this individual. Although the elder had just rescued him, it was prudent to maintain a degree of caution. Sensing Bai Yi's wariness, the elder refrained from further inquiries. From now on, you must exercise caution. This matter is rather intricate. Bai Yi nodded and inquired, I understand. But do you, esteemed elder, know what kind of power resides within that temple? The elder of creation replied solemnly, it is a formidable and vast force. At least in your present state, it is indeed powerful and immense. Bai Yi remained silent. If he was indeed powerful and formidable, why did he not remind himself sooner? Just a moment ago, he had dismissed the temple as insignificant. The elder of creation then remarked, there is no need for excessive worry. They are aware of my presence, and they are unlikely to trouble you again in the near future. Bai Yi nodded, expressing a hopeful sentiment. I wish for that to be true. Well, I must take my leave. There are still matters that require my attention over there. With that, without waiting for Bai Yi's response, he turned and vanished from sight. Bai Yi mused to himself that he must hasten to enhance his strength. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He glanced around and questioned, where was this place? He had never been here before. Without further contemplation, he retrieved the flying artifact that Song Yu had once gifted him. It was now thoroughly cleared out. And as Bai Yi channeled his profound energy into the artifact, it gradually expanded. Upon entering, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering whether he would still experience the same issues as before. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to give it a try. After all, he was unfamiliar with his current surroundings. Gazing at the boundless expanse of desolation, he felt a shiver run down his spine. If he were to walk, he could not fathom how long it would take to find his way out. As the profound energy flowed into the artifact, it slowly activated and began to ascend forward. Bai Yi did not manipulate the artifact to fly rapidly, fearing he might encounter the same difficulties as before. Before long, the endless wasteland vanished from his sight. Upon returning to the 5-Star Academy, as he stepped through the door, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Inside the courtyard, Xiaoyu was quietly seated on Yang Zhao's lap. The two engaged in conversation, sharing laughter intermittently. Bai Yi's left leg, which he had just raised, lingered in midair, leaving him momentarily uncertain whether to place it forward or retract it. Just as Bai Yi felt a touch of embarrassment, Xiaoyu appeared to have noticed him. She promptly rose from Yang Zhao's lap and offered a slight bow towards Bai Yi, addressing him as young Master Bai. Although she had been imprisoned in the fire prison for several months and was no longer a maid of the Zhao family, the grace and poise of a servant still remained within her. Bai Yi smiled awkwardly and said, well, Xiaoyu, in the future, there's no need for such formality. You may simply call me Bai Yi. Yang Zhao approached Bai Yi and inquired, Junior brother Bai, have you gained any insights this time? Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi had previously been pursued when Bai Yi had stated he was venturing out to contemplate the swordsmanship. Yang Zhao was merely curious about the progress of his cultivation upon his return. Bai Yi sighed softly, so be it. Yang Zhao indeed shook his head, replying, I believe Bai Shidi has made considerable progress, hasn't he? Yang Zhao discerned that Bai Yi had ascended in his cultivation. Previously, he had only attained the 1st level of the Golden Core stage, yet now he had reached the 9th level. However, Yang Zhao could only perceive that Bai Yi had advanced, yet the extent of that advancement eluded him, for Bai Yi's current realm far surpassed his own. Should he discover that Bai Yi had leaped from the 1st to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, it was likely that Yang Zhao would abandon his own cultivation altogether, realizing the futility of comparing his efforts to Bai Yi's remarkable ascent. Just as Bai Yi was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. At that moment, his spiritual sense detected 2 formidable presences approaching with deliberate intent. Chapter 93. The Death of Yang Xiao Chapter 94. The awakening of Xiao Yu's martial soul. As Xiao Yu's voice resonated, an unfathomable darkness descended from an unknown source, shrouding the entire sky in a multitude of ominous clouds. Instantly, the atmosphere turned foreboding, as though the ink of night had enveloped the world, instilling a profound sense of dread. Furthermore, the vast expanse of the Tsangyan continent was ensnared by these myriad clouds, creating a prison-like enclosure that sealed the land in utter darkness, denying even a flicker of light. The entire realm was suffused with an oppressive, terrifying aura, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye's heart raced. The aura enveloping him evoked an overwhelming discomfort, plunging him into an inexplicable state. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu appeared utterly unaffected, standing there in serene stillness. At this sight, Feng Yong and his companion were equally alarmed, realizing that this woman had somehow invoked a celestial phenomenon. Both had encountered descriptions of such extraordinary occurrences in ancient texts, yet they had never anticipated witnessing one in reality. Just then, a brilliant blue beam of light descended from the heavens, landing precisely where Xiao Yu stood. Bai Yi was struck with immense dread, poised to rush towards Xiao Yu. Uncertain of the nature of this radiant column, he feared for Xiao Yu's safety, should anything befall her. His debts to Yang Xiao would multiply. Even if not motivated by his bond with Yang Xiao, he felt compelled to rescue Xiao Yu, for she had been a loyal ally to both him and Shui Er, enduring months of torment under the captivity of Dong Guxian to aid them. However, just as Bai Yi was about to reach Xiao Yu, a formidable force propelled him 10 zhang away. Stopping abruptly, he felt disoriented. At that moment, the azure beam had enveloped Xiao Yu entirely. Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to charge forward once more. Yet, just as he was about to do so, Xiao Yu's voice echoed, "Young Master Bai, I am unharmed." Upon hearing her words, Bai Yi was taken aback, yet a wave of relief washed over him. Since Xiao Yu had reassured him, he decided to observe the situation for the time being. After all, even if he desired to rush towards her, it was currently beyond his capability. The retaliatory force of the blue column was simply insurmountable for him. Just then, the once black clouds across the sky transformed instantaneously into a brilliant blue. The heavens no longer resembled the sky, but had morphed into an infinite, vast ocean. Deep azure waters swirled in the firmament, waves rising and falling in layers, as if intent on submerging the entire world. The howling winds roared, tumultuous waves surged, and countless sprays of seawater erupted. The entire realm had transformed into a boundless sea. Bai Yi gazed blankly at the scene before him. And it was not only Bai Yi. Feng Yong and Lu Yin shared the same expression, as if their souls had momentarily departed. Just as the boundless ocean seemed poised to engulf the entire world, it suddenly began to recede slowly. Moments later, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Feng Yong and Lu Yin exchanged fearful glances at Xiao Yu, for at that moment, she held a swirling orb of blue seawater in her hands. With a mutual understanding, they turned and departed simultaneously. Bai Yi also gazed at the ball of seawater in Xiao Yu's hand and inquired, "What is this, Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu, equally perplexed, replied, "I am unsure." Afterward, she turned to Bai Yi and continued, "Young Master Bai, I would greatly appreciate it if you could kindly take care of Xiao Ji's body for me. I must embark on a journey to a certain place." Bai Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Where are you headed?" Xiao Yu paused for a moment in silence before softly replying, "Just now, an inexplicable force guided me toward a certain place. My intuition whispers that once I arrive there, I shall become immensely powerful. After I acquire this strength, I will personally avenge Brother Xiao." Bai Yi let out a soft sigh and said, "Xiao Yu, do you grasp what just transpired?" "I do not understand either. I only know it was an immensely powerful force." Evidently, Xiao Yu was equally perplexed by the earlier events. Bai Yi ceased his inquiries and turned to Xiao Yu. "Is the place you intend to go perilous?" Xiao Yu shook her head. "I cannot say for certain, but I must go. I need to grow stronger and avenge Brother Xiao." Bai Yi made no effort to impede Xiao Yu, allowing her slender figure to vanish from his sight. As she walked further away, Bai Yi let out a soft sigh, hoping that no peril awaited her. Turning to the side of Yang Zhao's lifeless body, he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and said, "Senior brother, I am truly sorry. In the end, I have brought you misfortune. Rest assured, I shall avenge you." After bowing deeply to Yang Xiao's remains, he withdrew the body into the realm of his golden core. At that moment, as Bai Yi enfolded Yang Xiao's body within his golden core, Countless specks of light began to converge slowly towards the lifeless form in the void of that world. Bai Yi returned to the courtyard and entered the room. After the fierce battle with Feng Yong, he had sustained serious injuries and needed to attend to his wounds. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu walked quietly, unaware of her destination, following an instinct that guided her forward. In this moment, she ceased to dwell on the torment she had endured while imprisoned. The fleeting beauty of her time with Yang Xiao, the panic and despair she felt upon witnessing his demise, were the thoughts of vengeance that loomed over her future. Unconsciously, she traversed countless streets, meandered through deep mountains, and eventually found herself deep within the ominous Black Wind Forest. It was then that she stumbled upon a desolate well. Its mouth approximately 10 feet wide, surrounded by 8 stone pillars adorned with intricate and perplexing patterns. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, hung from the tops of the pillars, intertwining to form an irregular design. Upon closer inspection, the pillars and chains bore faint engravings, as if restored by some unseen force. Furthermore, a soft, luminous barrier enveloped the well's entrance, reminiscent of the ceiling formation Bai Yi had once inscribed. As she beheld the well, an overwhelming sensation surged within her, urging her to descend into its depths. She remained oblivious to what lay beneath the surface, yet the intensity of the feeling grew increasingly irresistible. With a momentary pause, she approached the well without hesitation, stepping directly into its maw. Days later, Bai Yi emerged slowly from his chamber. His injuries had completely healed, yet he felt a profound sense of oppression and unease. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to visit the Imperial Hall to seek clarity from Song Yu regarding the situation. Although the endeavor might be perilous, he was determined to obtain answers. At that moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he retrieved 2 eggs from his ring, the very ones he had discovered beside the ancient beast. To his surprise, one of the eggs bore visible cracks. Bai Yi frowned, pondering whether they were about to hatch. Having kept them in the ring without much thought, he had not anticipated that they might accidentally be on the verge of hatching. What kind of eggs were these? Surely they wouldn't hatch into ancient beasts? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, recalling the reaction he had experienced after consuming that meat with Yun Shang. If he were to find himself in a situation devoid of women, and these creatures activated the beastly instincts within him, could he inadvertently meet his own demise? Chapter 95. The 3 great powers of the Western wilderness. With this troubling thought, his expression darkened. Should he discard them, or should he keep them? After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to retain it, for who could say whether it might lead to an unexpected romance in the future? At this moment, the egg with a crack had yet to hatch, and Bai Yi placed it back within the confines of the ring. He then turned and departed towards the Imperial Hall. Within the Imperial Hall, Song Yu's expression was far from pleasant. Ever since Bai Yi had followed Sun Liang, his heart had grown increasingly uneasy. He had already dispatched his covert guards to gather information, yet it seemed an eternity had passed, and those he sent out had yet to return. This only heightened his anxiety, even leading him to a state of agitation. His distress was not solely due to Bai Yi. He was equally troubled by the news of Ji Mei. After so many years, receiving word of her should have brought him joy. Yet his instincts warned him that matters were unlikely to be so straightforward. The first uncertainty was whether Sun Liang's words held any truth. Was Ji Mei truly in Sun Liang's grasp? Moreover, if she were indeed in his possession, what was her current condition? Had she endured torment? After all, decades had slipped by. How had Ji Mei survived during this time? In truth, Song Yu did not possess a deep understanding of Sun Liang. It was not merely that their acquaintance was limited, as they could even be considered adversaries. More significantly, Sun Liang was adept at concealing his actions. If he wished to keep something hidden, it would remain undiscovered by others. Had he known of Ji Mei's suffering over the years, he would undoubtedly confront Sun Liang with fervor, even if he fell short against his opponent in a desperate struggle. Perhaps Sun Liang would find it challenging to contend with him. Just as Song Yu hesitated on whether to seek out Sun Liang for clarification, Bai Yi gracefully entered the hall. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback, his surprise evident. Logically, since Bai Yi had accompanied Sun Liang, it was inconceivable that Sun Liang would allow him to leave unharmed. How could he possibly be unscathed? Could it be that Miss Shir had returned? This thought caused his eyelids to flutter. If Miss Shir had indeed returned, was Bai Yi here to settle accounts with him? Bai Yi observed the changing expressions on Song Yu's face, feeling a tinge of confusion. Your Majesty Song, what troubles you? Upon hearing Bai Yi's inquiry, Song Yu was roused from his contemplation. He turned to Bai Yi and began to speak, but Bai Yi interjected, Your Majesty. Might you share the reasons behind your earlier demeanor? With a heavy sigh, Song Yu replied, Alas, I have wronged you, Bai Gongzi. Bai Yu shook her head, saying, I do not hold any resentment towards you. I understand that you must have your own reasons. Would you care to share what those reasons are? Song Yu sighed once more. Previously, Sun Liang informed me that Mei Er was in his possession, using this as leverage to coerce me into handing you over to him. Mei Er? Bai Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Mei Er is the love of my life. After I acquired that box, many formidable individuals pursued me. However, due to my possession of numerous protective treasures, they ultimately failed to catch me. Thus, I arrived here, remaining in concealment. Yet, during their futile attempts to locate me, they slaughtered all my relatives. Initially, I believed Mei Er had also met a tragic fate, but Sun Liang recently informed me that Mei Er is in his custody. Upon hearing these words from Song Yu, Bai Ye's expression turned slightly fierce, as memories of the Bai family's previous tribulations flooded back to him. Has Sun Liang truly released her? Song Yu shook his head, stating, Not at all. Sun Liang is exceedingly cunning. He claims he will only release Mei Er after obtaining that box. At this juncture, Song Yu glanced at Bai Yi and sincerely expressed, I deeply apologize for what transpired earlier. Bai Yi shook his head, saying, I harbor no resentment towards you. Were I in your position, I might have acted similarly. Observing that Bai Yi truly held no blame for entrusting him to Sun Liang, Song Yu felt a pang of shame. Suddenly, Song Yu inquired, How did you manage to escape from Sun Liang's grasp, young Master Bai? Bai Yi remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, he suddenly inquired, Does the sovereign of the Song dynasty possess knowledge of the specific strength of this temple? Song Yu's expression grew exceedingly grave as he replied, Young Master Bai. This temple is one of the three great powers in the Western Wasteland of the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm? The Western Wasteland? Bai Yi was profoundly astonished upon hearing Song Yu's introduction. Nodding, Song Yu continued, I'm not entirely well-versed in the intricate details of the divine domain. In fact, I hail from the Western Wilderness of this very realm. Within the Western Wilderness, there exist three paramount factions. What are these three factions, you ask? They are the Palace of the Western King, the Hall of Triumph, and the Temple, with the latter being the most enigmatic of all. Bai Yi appeared somewhat overwhelmed. The names of these forces were evidently extraordinary. What might their approximate strength be? Song Yu replied solemnly, The most formidable individuals known to the world within the Western Royal Palace and the Shang Tian Hall are the Master of the Western Royal Palace and the Lord of the Shang Tian Hall. Both attained the celestial immortal realm eons ago. The celestial immortal realm? Although Bai Yi was unfamiliar with the specifics of this realm, he was certain it must be extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, the celestial immortal realm, as per ancient texts, those who rise above this level can attain divinity. And what of the divine temple? Bai Yi inquired eagerly, for the power of the divine temple was of utmost concern to him, especially since he had already crossed paths with them. After all, he had previously dismissed them as insignificant, and he bore items bestowed by them. It was inevitable that individuals from the divine temple would seek him out for retribution. Song Yu replied solemnly, They are undoubtedly stronger than both the Western Royal Palace and the Shangtian Hall. Bai Yi stood there in a daze. However, there was no need for young Master Bai to be overly concerned. I believe that since you were able to escape from that Sun Liang, you must possess some form of life-saving trump card. After speaking, Song Yu fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, as if attempting to see through him. Bai Yi chuckled awkwardly. In fact, I was saved by someone this time. Who? Has Miss Sure returned? Bai Yi shook her head. She has not returned. It was an elderly man who rescued me. Song Yu, somewhat taken aback, soon found his pupils constricting suddenly. The Elder of Fate has returned? Do you know that person? Song Yu nodded. I am acquainted, though not intimately. Bai Yi refrained from further discussing the matter of the Creator Elder and instead inquired of Song Yu, Song Emperor. If you were to take me to the temple now, would Sun Liang spare Senior Jimei? Song Yu shook his head. I have no desire to commit any further acts that betray my conscience. After all, I have already done so once, and that experience was truly unbearable. Indeed, upon witnessing Bai Ye's tranquility, Song Yu felt a profound clarity within his heart, leading him to understand an essential truth. Whether certain actions are undertaken is determined by the individual, yet their outcomes lie in the hands of fate. It is not merely one's fervent desire to act that guarantees corresponding rewards. Young Master Bai, you should return, he continued. Though I cannot hand you over to the temple again, if Sun Liang were to come once more, I fear my strength may not suffice to protect you. Bai Yi remarked, Indeed, the Emperor Song is forthright, expressing his thoughts candidly, unlike certain individuals who speak one way yet act in another, displaying a dissonance between words and deeds. He then clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and said, "I shall take my leave for now. Should the Emperor Song require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me." Song Yu nodded, "Young Master Bai, be cautious in the days to come. I suspect that Sun Liang will not relent so easily." Bai Yi nodded and departed, returning to the esteemed 5-star academy. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, an elderly man was quietly seated on a stone bench within the courtyard. Chapter 96. Is it not different? When Bai Yi first laid eyes on the individual before him, a surge of elation filled his heart. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The venerable elder in the courtyard was none other than Bai Yi's master, Situ Ping. He hastened to Situ Ping's side, exclaiming, "Master." Situ Ping lifted his gaze to Bai Yi, a trace of blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Yer, where's your senior sister?" Upon hearing Situ Ping's inquiry about Yun Shang, an unsettling wave of anxiety washed over Bai Yi. Observing the grievous injury sustained by Situ Ping, he remained silent. Instead, retrieving a white jade vial from his ring, within which lay the exquisite rejuvenation pill previously bestowed upon him by Song Yu, he extracted one and presented it to Situ Ping, urging, "Master, please consume this to aid in your recovery." Situ Ping was initially inclined to decline, believing his wounds to be far too severe for mere medicinal remedies to heal. Yet, upon recognizing the pill in Bai Yi's hand, his countenance shifted to one of profound gravity. "Where did you acquire this?" It was evident that he was familiar with the precious elixir. Bai Yi remarked, "This was a gift from another. Master, you should swiftly consume it. Once your injuries have healed, we can discuss matters at length." Situ Ping ceased his refusal, accepted the rejuvenation pill, and promptly placed it into his mouth. Moments later, Situ Ping's wounds gradually began to mend. Bai Yi inquired, "Master, have you not encountered Shang'er?" Situ Ping cast a peculiar glance at Bai Yi and replied, "Shang'er?" Bai Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness, for she had never encountered this situation before. Did she truly come seeking me? Hearing Situ Ping's words only deepened Bai Yi's confusion. Initially, Shang'er mentioned that you had sent a message indicating you were in peril, prompting her to go and rescue you. Yet she departed and has since been silent. Upon hearing Bai Yi's account, Situ Ping abruptly rose to his feet. When did I ever send her a message? Moreover, if I were genuinely in danger, how could I possibly send her? Would that not be akin to sending her to her demise? What? It turns out it was not my master who sent the message to Shang'er. Bai Yi was taken aback. It seemed that this might have been a conspiracy from the very beginning. Situ Ping also sensed something amiss and said to Bai Yi, "Your senior sister may be in peril. I must investigate." After speaking, he prepared to depart, but Bai Yi quickly called out to him, "Master, I wish to accompany you." Situ Ping halted his steps, replying, "It is too dangerous for you to go." Bai Yi inquired, "Master, what realm do you currently inhabit?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, Situ Ping felt somewhat perplexed, yet he replied, "The realm of unity." Bai Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "The unification realm? Does Master possess knowledge of the celestial realm?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's question regarding the celestial realm, Situ Ping nearly lost his balance. "Who informed you of the existence of the celestial realm?" Bai Yi sighed. "It seems I have now crossed swords with the temple." Situ Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips twitched. "You have dared to confront the temple? What prompted such audacity?" Bai Yi recounted the matter of the box that Song Yu and Song Lan had given him. After listening, Situ Ping remained in a state of contemplation for a considerable time. "Master, are you aware of the power of this temple?" Situ Ping pondered for a moment before replying, "It is merely average." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was initially taken aback, and then looked at Situ Ping with a hint of skepticism. "Are you implying that it is significantly stronger or weaker than our 5-star academy?" Bai Yi pondered. Initially, Song Yu had claimed that this temple possessed an air of mystery, significantly surpassing the other two factions. Yet, my master asserts that it is merely slightly stronger than the 5-star academy. Situ spoke in a calm tone. "I was referring to the 5-star academy of Ur." The 5-star academy of Ur? At this point, Situ felt a twinge of nostalgia. In those days, our 5-star academy was undeniably one of the preeminent forces across the realms. However, an unfortunate event transpired when we were besieged by a dozen or so elite factions, ultimately leading to our downfall and the obliteration of the academy. Only my sister and I managed to escape to this place to elude disaster. Bai Yi was profoundly shaken. It turned out that the 5-star academy once experienced such a glorious era, Were the powers of those 10 or so factions truly formidable? Each one surpassed the strength of both the temple and the Hall of Triumph. Baiye's heart was filled with dread, although he was unaware of the temple's true strength. Song Yu had informed him of the formidable power possessed by the Victory Hall, which included the presence of celestial beings. Did our 5-star academy also have celestial beings at one time? 10 of them, to be precise. Baiye was once again taken aback. For there were 10 celestial beings, a sight of unimaginable terror, while Baiye was still in shock. Situ Ping continued in a calm tone. Not only are there 10 celestial beings, but also 3 and the former dean was of the. Baiye was utterly bewildered, his throat constricting incessantly. Were we truly annihilated back then? Indeed, it was not solely the result of human folly, but also of natural calamities. Otherwise, even if several superpowers were to arise, they would still not match the prowess of the 5-star academy from that time. What natural calamities? It is perhaps better that you remain unaware for now. In due time, you shall comprehend. Given C2 Ping's resolute demeanor, Baiye refrained from further inquiries. Master, how did you sustain your injuries? C2 Ping's expression grew increasingly cold. I was wounded by a demon. Baiye expressed his astonishment. A demon? C2 Ping replied slowly. Indeed, a demon. In the desolate region of the divine domain, there lies a secluded place where a formidable race is sealed away. It is none other than the demon clan. Baiye inquired. Is the demon clan truly formidable? Situ Ping shook his head. I am uncertain. Yet I recall the elders of the manor discussing this matter long ago. At that time, the demon clan was capable of contending with our 5-star academy. What? They were that powerful? From Situ Ping's words, Baiye discerned that the 5-star academy had once been overwhelmingly strong. Even so, the fact that the demon clan could rival them speaks volumes about their might. If they were so powerful, why were they sealed away? It is precisely because of their immense strength that they drew the ire of all human warriors. Through the machinations of countless formidable beings, they were ultimately sealed. Baiye found himself perplexed. Planning? Is it not merely a forceful sealing? Situ Ping sighed bitterly and shook his head. At that time, although the human race boasted numerous formidable warriors, it was still beyond their capability to forcibly seal or even slay the demon race. The demon race possessed beings that surpassed the realm of the divine. Baiye felt that Situ Ping's return was a deliberate attempt to undermine him. Realizing this, Baiye ceased his inquiries, as they seemed futile. Compared to those powerful forces, he felt he was even less than an ant. Situ Ping appeared to discern Baiye's thoughts and reassured him. Year, do not be disheartened. With your talents, you are destined for greatness in the future. For now, I must seek out your senior sister to uncover who was behind the fabrication of the messages. Master, I shall accompany you, Baiye insisted. You should focus on your cultivation. I truly have no desire to comment further on your current abilities. Baiye felt a tinge of bitterness. However, the temple was now relentlessly targeting him. Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly, realizing that this fellow was evidently afraid of the temple seeking him out. Never mind. I shall linger here for a few more days. During this time, you must devote yourself to intensive cultivation. It would be most advantageous if you could strive to ascend to the realm of the sovereign. Baiye, adorned with white leaves and dark lines, addressed his master. Master, I have only just reached the golden core stage. Do you hold such high expectations of me, or do you possess an extraordinary faith in my abilities? In Chapter 97, the Temple of Jiangfeng, Baiye plunged into an intense state of cultivation over the next few days. He ascended through the levels of the golden core, achieving the 10th, 11th, and ultimately the 15th tier, at which point he realized he had reached his limit. He then began his endeavor to break into the sea consolidation realm. This realm differed significantly from the previous stages, while the earlier levels focused on refining the golden core. The sea consolidation realm emphasized the cultivation of the sea of consciousness and the soul. Under the guidance of Situ Ping, Baiye's cultivation speed became astonishingly rapid. And before he knew it, several days had vanished in the blink of an eye. Baiye has transcended from the previous stage of the golden core to the 5th level of the sea of condensation. This remarkable pace of cultivation left Situ Ping utterly astounded. His earlier remarks about Baiye reaching the master realm within a few days were merely idle chatter. In his estimation, it would have been commendable for Baiye to merely graze the periphery of the sea of condensation within such a short span. However, as the days passed, Baiye's astonishing progress only intensified Situ Ping's astonishment. It is worth noting that the transition from golden core to the sea of condensation typically requires several years or even decades. Even in the spiritually rich realms of the divine domain, There are those who remain perpetually trapped between the golden core and the sea of condensation, unable to advance even a single step further. Yet, within just a matter of days, Bai Yi remarkably ascended from the 10th level of golden core to the 5th level of the sea of condensation. Intriguingly, he did not initiate his breakthrough at the 10th level, but rather at the 15th. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for Situ Ping. It was an enigma that left him both in awe and pondering whether he too could achieve such feats. After several attempts, however, he conceded defeat, realizing it was simply unattainable. How had Bai Yi accomplished this? Days slipped by, and Bai Yi emerged slowly from his chamber. Situ Ping was taken aback to discover that Bai Yi had reached an extraordinary pinnacle within the sea of condensation. Though he was certain Bai Yi had not yet attained the breaking sea realm, nevertheless, Bai Yi's prowess in the sea of condensation was nothing short of terrifying, surpassing even that of a typical breaking sea practitioner. Noticing the astonishment in Situ Ping's gaze, Bai Yi offered an awkward smile. "Master, I fear I have disappointed you. I have yet to reach the master realm, nor have I attained the breaking sea realm." Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly. Had this fellow become a bit too clever? "No matter, you are already quite impressive. Master, may we now go to find Shang-Er?" Situ Ping replied sternly, "I understand your concern for her, but your current strength is still far from sufficient. Should we venture there, not only would you be in danger, but I too might be jeopardized by your presence." Upon hearing Situ Ping's assertion that he might be implicated, Bai Yi felt a wave of frustration. He thought to himself, could it be that Master fears I would hold him back, thus preventing me from accompanying him? As Bai Yi was about to speak, Situ Ping suddenly furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Someone is coming." Bai Yi, seemingly sensing the same, also knitted his brows. At that moment, a young man sauntered into the courtyard. He was clad in a resplendent ruby-red garment adorned with avian motifs, cinched at the waist with a white tiger-striped belt. His flowing long hair framed a pair of inscrutable, feline eyes, exuding an air of charm, yet tinged with a hint of menace. This individual was none other than Jiang Feng, the son of the temple, accompanied by two others, Feng Yong and El Yen. Upon their arrival, Situ Ping's expression shifted slightly, while Bai Yi appeared exceedingly grave. Although Bai Yi had never encountered Jiang Feng before, the latter's attire suggested a position of significance within the temple, and the presence of Feng Yong and El Yen behind him further corroborated Bai Yi's suspicions. Situ Ping spoke calmly. "From the temple, are you?" Jiang Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Indeed. Do you recognize my temple?" Bai Yi could not help but scoff. What an utterly worthless thing this temple is. Upon hearing these words, not only were Jiang Feng and his companions taken aback, but even Situ Ping was left momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, Jiang Feng let out a cold snort. "What a piece of trash. Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" At that moment, Situ Ping spoke up. "It is indeed not without merit." This remark only served to heighten Jiang Feng's amusement. Ignorance is truly daunting. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng refrained from taking action, for he recognized Situ Ping's exceptional nature. Acting rashly would likely yield no benefit. His purpose for being there was merely to explore and extend a greeting to the Bai family, not to engage in trivial banter with them. With that, he turned to leave. Bai Yi shouted fiercely, "Halt!" Contemplating the presence of his master, he thought it wise to detain them. The earlier words of Jiang Feng, claiming he intended to visit the Bai family, further ignited Bai Yi's murderous intent toward the group. Jiang Feng came to a standstill, gazing at Bai Yi, and inquired, "Do you intend to kill me?" Bai Yi remained silent, coldly declaring, "One-on-one." Jiang Feng chuckled, "One-on-one? Are you certain?" As the young master of the temple, he had never feared any of his contemporaries. Even in the western wilderness, none among the younger generation of those two factions could pose a threat to him, let alone these mere ants from the lower realm. However, Feng Yong, standing nearby, cautioned, "Young master, this individual is not to be underestimated. He is cunning and full of tricks. There is no need for you to engage in a duel with him." Jiang Feng shot a cold glare at Feng Yong. "Do you doubt my abilities?" "I wouldn't dare." Feng Yong quickly retreated a few steps, bowing respectfully. Jiang Feng turned to Bai Yi with a slight smile. "Let us engage in a duel." As the words fell, he struck out a palm towards Bai Yi, instantly locking onto him, rendering him entirely motionless. White Leaf was astounded. How could this be possible? He had previously discerned that Jiang Feng was also at the sea of condensation realm, yet his prowess was inexplicably formidable. Although his body was immobilized, his spiritual consciousness remained fully operational. It had ascended to new heights following his breakthrough to the sea of condensation realm. With a mere thought, a crimson longsword soared forth from his ring. Controlled by his powerful will, the sword cleaved through the air, aiming directly at Jiang Feng's hand. The potent sword energy tore through the fabric of space as it surged toward Jiang Feng's palm. Surprised to see White Leaf, trapped as he was, still able to wield his sword techniques, Jiang Feng felt a moment of astonishment. However, it was merely a fleeting thought, for he did not believe that White Leaf's strike could withstand his palm. In an instant, the sword and palm collided with a resounding crash. A terrifying aura erupted from the impact, sweeping outward and obliterating the surrounding space, creating numerous dark voids. Within these voids, countless blades of spatial energy shimmered ominously. C2 Ping's expression turned grave at this sight. At that moment, both White Leaf and Jiang Feng were merely at the sea of condensation realm. Yet the after-effects of their clash were profoundly fearsome. It was evident that even two formidable experts at the boundary realm might not be able to create such spatial voids through their confrontation. Suddenly, a multitude of spatial blades surged forth from the dark voids. Caught off guard, White Leaf was pierced through the left arm by one of the spatial blades, while Jiang Feng appeared remarkably unfazed in the face of the razor-sharp onslaught. While he contemplated that his combat awareness was still lacking, requiring further refinement. Although he and Jiang Feng occupied the same realm, their true combat prowess differed significantly. As he pondered this, a sudden barrage of spatial blades surged towards him. At that moment, the grasp that had locked onto Bai Yi was shattered by the oncoming spatial blades. With his right hand gripping the sword, Bai Yi confronted the onslaught of numerous blade-like rays. Chapter 98, in the Beast Domain. Just as Bai Yi braced himself against the barrage of spatial blade rays, Jiang Feng across from him suddenly struck with a palm aimed at Bai Yi. At that moment, Bai Yi was fully engaged in fending off the spatial blade rays, leaving him utterly unable to divert his attention to defend against Jiang Feng's strike. With a thunderous impact, Jiang Feng's palm struck Bai Yi's back, propelling him several hundred zhang away. When Bai Yi finally came to a halt, blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, leaving him gravely injured. However, he could not afford to dwell on his wounds, for not far from him loomed a pitch-black spatial void, from which a terrifying force of attraction sought to draw Bai Yi into its depths. Bai Yi was taken aback, staggering backward several steps. Jiang Feng, having sent Bai Yi flying with a single palm strike, did not pursue him, for he too was ensnared by dozens of spatial blades. Despite his formidable combat awareness, he found himself struggling against the multitude of spatial edges. Upon witnessing Bai Yi's peril, C2 Ping was ready to intervene. But Bai Yi halted him with a firm declaration, "Let me handle this." In that moment, Bai Yi's mind achieved a profound tranquility. He gazed at the distant spatial void, and a thought arose regarding the second sword technique from the three sword styles, the sword that cuts the heavens. A sword is merely a sword. But what constitutes the heavens? What is heaven? He had previously believed that looking up equated to seeing the heavens, yet now Bai Yi found himself with a different understanding. Just moments before, when Jiang Feng's forceful palm had locked onto him, he had summoned his sword with intent, wielding it through thought, as if he had grasped something elusive. Suddenly, he recalled the book his master had given him, titled One Thought, One Sentience, All Realms. Could that be the essence of thought's power? Putting aside those reflections, he returned to the second sword of the three sword styles, the sword that cuts the heavens. Indeed, looking up represents the heavens, but what are the heavens? Aren't the heavens merely space? Can it not be said that space is synonymous with heaven? To cut the heavens is to shatter space. Yet he found himself puzzled by the spatial void before him. What is this spatial void? Is it the other side of heaven? As Bai Yi pondered, several spatial blades suddenly shot forth. Yet he remained motionless. Although his body did not stir, his sword was already in motion. With the thought of the sword, one thought manifested as a sword, and that sword unleashed a flurry of shattered blades. In the distance, C2 Ping was frozen in disbelief, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued, realizing he had underestimated Bai Yi. Yet at that moment, Bai Yi remained oblivious to the two, immersed in his continuous contemplation of the realm of thought swords. This was a domain uniquely belonging to the sword path, profoundly intricate and enigmatic. If one could wield a sword with thought, could one also control those spatial blades? Bai Yi pondered, resolving to act upon his thoughts, and immediately he concentrated, attempting to manipulate the space blades with his mental force. However, after several futile attempts, he relinquished his efforts, as he found himself utterly incapable of controlling those spatial blades. Moreover, to his dismay, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could it be that the use of mental force comes with limitations? With his current abilities, he could only exert this mental force a few times. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. If that were the case, how would he fend off Jiang Feng? It was not merely Jiang Feng who posed a challenge, but even those spatial blades rendered him powerless. At that moment, Jiang Feng, having shattered several spatial blades, charged towards Bai Yi. Noticing the unusual pallor on Bai Yi's face, Jiang Feng smirked slightly and remarked, "Young Master Bai, it has not been long. And yet you seem to have lost your edge?" Bai Yi's countenance was exceedingly grim, poised to speak. However, Jiang Feng had already launched a palm strike towards him. Although this strike lacked the ferocity of his previous blow, Bai Yi, feeling somewhat disoriented, found himself unable to unleash another sword attack like before. As he gazed at the approaching palm, his expression darkened, pondering how he might defend himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Despite his meager reserve of mental energy, his profound strength still remained. Thus, he summoned the last vestige of his willpower to commune with the forces of heaven and earth, wielding his inner energy to deliver a fierce sword strike towards the sky. This marked his inaugural execution of the second sword technique from the trio of sword strikes. Upon its release, the entire expanse of the sky dimmed instantaneously. Countless spatial blades shattered beneath the weight of this formidable sword intent. Moreover, even the dark voids of space began to waver and lose their substance. It could be said that the might of this sword was nearly too much for the heavens to bear. Witnessing such power emanating from Bai Yi's strike, Jiang Feng, who was charging towards him, momentarily halted in astonishment. His expression shifted drastically as he immediately withdrew his palm. Yet, rather than retreating, he produced a small purple-gold gourd in his right hand, which, though modest in size, exuded an unmistakable aura of the extraordinary. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng struck the base of the gourd with his left hand. In an instant, a formidable force of suction emanated from the purple-gold gourd. Under the influence of this overwhelming pull, the terrifying sword intent unleashed by Bai Yi was drawn inexorably into the gourd. However, the spectacle did not cease there. Bai Yi's figure began to drift slowly toward the gourd as well. Bai Yi's heart raced violently, realizing with dread that he was on the verge of being drawn in. Just then, Situ Ping appeared nearby, delivering a powerful punch to the gourd. Instantly, the overwhelming suction was forcefully repelled. As Situ Ping prepared to strike again, a spectral figure materialized in the void. The apparition was almost transparent, rendering its features indistinguishable, though it was vaguely discernible that it was an elderly man clad in a pale gray robe. Upon its emergence, the specter made no move, merely gazing coldly at Situ Ping and Bai Yi. Observing the appearance of the phantom, Situ Ping's expression turned exceedingly grave. Bai Yi staggered towards Situ Ping, appearing particularly disheveled. His garments were already marred by numerous slashes from the spatial blades, and moments ago, they had been further torn by the powerful pull of the purple-golden gourd. Now, his attire lay in tatters, stained with blood, resembling that of a wretch who had crawled from a heap of corpses. The specter in the void gazed coldly at Bai Yi and Situ Ping, remaining silent. After a brief moment, the apparition began to blur. And it was only then that Bai Yi and Situ Ping realized that Jiang Feng and the others had vanished without a trace. "Master, what is the nature of that specter?" Bai Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired of Situ Ping. At that moment, Situ Ping's expression darkened as he replied in a grave tone, "The situation may be quite troublesome." After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Bai Yi, "You should return to heal your wounds. I must seek someone." Observing Situ Ping's intention to depart, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. "Master, what if they return while you are gone?" Situ Ping sighed. "Even if I remain, I would be unable to thwart the phantom if it chooses to strike. Do not worry, I shall return swiftly." With that, he turned away, leaving Bai Yi to ponder whether her master might be fleeing. In a dim, ashen world, a solitary woman advanced with measured steps. Her garments were tattered, her visage haggard, and her long hair matted with dry blood. The sword in her hand dripped with fresh crimson droplets, while around her lay the lifeless bodies of beasts slain by a single stroke. This woman was Lung Qing. Chapter 99. I haven't laughed in 100,000 years. At that moment, Lung Qing stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. She bent down, pressing her sword against the earth, her entire form trembling. She had relentlessly pursued Hu Ren to this very spot, yet found herself ensnared by numerous beasts. This battle had dragged on for months, and Hu Ren had vanished without a trace. Exhaustion had consumed her. She lacked even the strength to walk. Blood trickled from her lips, and her once cold countenance bore a hint of a smile. "Brother, I have failed to fulfill my promise to you." Just then, the ground began to quake violently. In the distance, the thunderous sound of an approaching army echoed, rushing toward Lang Qing with alarming speed. With great effort, she lifted her gaze and managed a sorrowful smile. Surrounding her were countless powerful Beast Clan warriors, their eyes fixed intently on her as they roared incessantly. Long Qing straightened, gripping her sword with difficulty, and declared coldly, "Come. Let us fight." It seemed that the Beast Clan warriors understood her words. The moment Long Qing's voice fell, they surged toward her. At that instant, she was utterly devoid of the strength to battle, yet she steeled herself for one final stand. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a woman strolled gracefully. Clad in a delicate blue gown, her waist-length hair casually draped behind her. Suddenly, she halted, her expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Turning her gaze toward a distant point, she murmured to herself, "Is it amusing? Being invincible is not enough? You must provoke fate and end up in such dire straits. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning." Shaking her head with a sigh, she continued, "All right. In light of your past assistance on his behalf, I shall extend aid to you once more." With a radiant smile, she unleashed her power. In an instant, the surrounding starry domain erupted into chaos, fracturing and disintegrating until, moments later, it transformed into a pitch-black void. The woman stood astonished at this unfolding spectacle. With a resigned sigh, I gently tapped my forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? It has been eons since I last smiled." I turned to the surroundings. Offering an apologetic remark, "I am truly sorry." I couldn't help but chuckle, just for a brief moment. I inwardly reflected on my fortune that the troublesome individual was not within this star domain. Had he been present, he might have met his demise, prompting a vengeful pursuit against me. Shaking my head to dismiss such thoughts, I waved my hand, and a flash of blade light flickered away. Just as countless Beast Clan warriors were about to approach Lang Qing, a sudden surge of blade light traversed through the rift in time and space. The sound of sizzling resonated incessantly, and moments later, the heads of the numerous beast warriors flew into the air. In an instant, blood stained the entire sky. And the battlefield, already steeped in the stench of carnage, was once more engulfed by an oppressive atmosphere of death and fear. Regaining my senses, I gazed at the scene before me, momentarily dazed. After a few unsteady steps, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Several days later, Bai Yi emerged from his room, moving with a contemplative demeanor. Suddenly, he halted, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he proceeded toward the Imperial Hall. Upon entering, he found Song Yu deep in contemplation. He inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Emperor Song?" Surprised at Bai Yi's arrival, Song Yu responded, "Ah, young master Bai?" Bai Yi inquired, "Is the sovereign of the Song dynasty contemplating matters concerning the esteemed elder Jimei?" Song Yu nodded, for indeed, he was preoccupied with thoughts of Jimei. He was even contemplating whether he should pay a visit to the temple. This notion troubled him greatly, as ever since Sun Liang had brought up Jimei, he felt as though an unseen weight was pressing upon his heart. Bai Yi inquired, "Sovereign Song, do you still recall those two individuals from before?" Song Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "Those two formidable beings of the Breaking Sea realm?" Bai Yi nodded and remarked, "In my opinion, Sun Liang does not seem to be affiliated with those two." Song Yu expressed his confusion, "But they are all from the temple." Bai Yi continued, "A few days ago, those two came to see me again, accompanied by another individual. I surmise that this person is likely their young master." "The young master of the temple?" Bai Yi nodded. "However, at that time, Sun Liang did not go." Song Yu seemed to recall something, his expression shifting slightly. "Are you suggesting that Sun Liang intended to take the box from you for himself?" "I believe that is the case." Song Yu, however, shook his head. "I doubt that Sun Liang would act in such a manner, as it would directly oppose their young master." Bai Yi remarked, "What if the young master is unaware that it was Sun Liang who orchestrated this? Are you suggesting that Sun Liang might have secretly ventured down on his own?" Bai Yi nodded. "If that were not the case, then why did Sun Liang not appear when those two showed up earlier?" Song Yu shook his head. "That is not the case. When I captured those two, it was Sun Liang who rescued them. If your assertion were true, Sun Liang would not have revealed himself in front of them." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt that he had perhaps overthought the matter. Yet, there remained an unsettling sense that something was amiss, although he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. As Bai Yi was about to speak, his expression abruptly changed. Situ Ping suddenly entered the grand hall. Bai Yi hurriedly approached Situ Ping and offered a slight bow. "Master, you have returned?" Situ Ping chuckled warmly. "I have been searching for you for quite some time. I did not expect to find you here." At that moment, Song Yu clasped his fists in salute towards Situ Ping. "May I inquire about your esteemed identity?" Situ Ping regarded Song Yu with a gradually frosty demeanor. Bai Yi had previously informed him about how Song Yu had entrusted him to Sun Liang. Thus, at this moment, Situ Ping regarded Song Yu with a hint of displeasure. Was it you who entrusted my disciple to that unscrupulous individual? Songyu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Indeed, it was I. However, I deeply regret my actions. Please rest assured, esteemed senior, that I shall never again entrust young master by to anyone as I did before. Bai Yi explained to Situ Ping at that time. Emperor Song had his own unspeakable difficulties. I do not hold it against him. Upon hearing Bai Yi speak in defense of an outsider, Situ Ping let out a cold snort. Humph, your overly kind-hearted nature blinds you to the treacheries of the world. Be aware. This will lead to your downfall in the future. Bai Yi felt quite embarrassed. After all, Emperor Song had rendered me significant assistance. Situ Ping seemed to recall something and turned to Songyu. Are you familiar with Sun Liang? Songyu frowned. Not very well. Situ Ping spoke solemnly. If your Ji Mei is indeed trapped in Sun Liang's grasp, it would be exceedingly dire. Upon hearing Situ Ping's words, Songyu's expression changed drastically, and he hastily inquired, Do you possess knowledge of something, esteemed elder? Situ Ping sighed. Centuries ago, I heard whispers that this Sun Liang is, in truth, a notorious libertine. Otherwise, from whence would his infamous reputation arise? Bai Yi suddenly inquired of Songyu, Is Senior Ji Mei truly beautiful? Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, Situ Ping appeared somewhat uneasy. However, Songyu remained unfazed, nodding as he replied, Mei possesses an unparalleled beauty. Her smile can captivate a city, and another can charm a nation. As he spoke, Songyu's expression abruptly changed. Senior, are you suggesting that Sun Liang might be? He hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts further, and dared not to delve deeper into the implications. Situ Ping sighed. Perhaps that girl Ji Mei has not fallen into the clutches of Sun Liang. Surely she would not end up in the hands of such a scoundrel. At that moment, Songyu's face betrayed a profound unease, his eyes reflecting deep-seated worry. At this moment, Bai Yi recalled Yun Shangxiang, senior sisterling, and Sure. Where could they possibly be? Year, this time I intend to take you to a certain place. Perhaps there, you can enhance your strength more swiftly. In truth, Situ Ping felt a tinge of hesitation, for that location harbored certain dangers. After all, the people from the temple were currently fixated on Bai Yi. Allowing her to venture there now indeed posed a risk. However, remaining here would only impede Bai Yi's progress in strengthening her abilities. Although he had previously ascended rapidly in rank, his actual combat prowess still fell significantly short. This was evident from his earlier confrontation with Jiang Feng. Ultimately, even though Bai Yi emerged victorious, Situ Ping regarded that victory as mere luck. Bai Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Where exactly? Situ replied in a calm tone. The trial grounds of the Western Wastes. Songyu exclaimed, Are you, esteemed elder, taking young master by there? The trial grounds of the Western Wastes? What manner of place is that? Bai Yi inquired. Songyu turned to Situ Ping and said, Currently, young master Bai is under the watchful gaze of the temple. If we were to bring him there, it would undoubtedly be perilous. However, Situ Ping replied, Without encountering some dangers, how can he ever grow stronger? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's heart raced. It seemed that his master was rather harsh, as if intending to send him into a perilous situation. Bai Yi hurriedly shook his head and said, Master, I believe it would be more beneficial for me to cultivate here for a while before venturing out. Situ Ping shot Bai Yi a stern glance and replied, Here. You will only elevate your realm. Your combat prowess will not undergo any substantial transformation. That place, however, is a battleground nearly every day, which will greatly enhance your awareness of combat. Bai Yi's lips twitched slightly as he murmured, That would be perilous. Songyu concurred, suggesting, Perhaps it would be wise for young master Bai to cultivate for a while longer before venturing to that location. Situ Ping shook his head, stating, In truth, he is in greater danger here. You are aware that the temple has already begun to take notice of him. If the temple's personnel come seeking him again, who will be able to protect him? Master, why not stay a while longer? Songyu expressed his confusion regarding Situ Ping's persistent urgency to depart. Situ Ping sighed heavily. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request this time. Upon hearing Situ Ping's consent to remain, Bai Yi was elated, eagerly nodding, ready to speak. However, Situ Ping continued. In fact, I have another purpose for wanting you to go to that place. What purpose? Bai Yi inquired. There may be news regarding Shang-Er. What? Are you saying that Shang-Er is there? At this moment, Bai Yi trembled all over, for it was the first time in such a long while that he had heard any news regarding Shang-Er. Situ Ping pondered for a moment before nodding and remarked, I mentioned it could be possible, yet remaining here will certainly yield no news of Shang-Er. Bai Yi fell into deep contemplation, indeed as Situ Ping had asserted. He was certain that he could not find Shang-Er here. Previously, he had been eager to rush out and seek her, Yet now he found himself hesitating. Was it fear of death? No one is entirely devoid of such fear, but if Shanger were to discover that he refrained from searching for her out of fear, would she not feel a profound disappointment? Contemplating this, Bai Yi declared, "Master, let us depart at once." Meanwhile, Song Yu appeared lost in thought, his expression shifting. "I will accompany you," he stated. Both Situ Ping and Bai Yi turned their gaze towards Song Yu, with Bai Yi inquiring, "Does the sovereign of Song wish to seek out Senior Jimei?" With a sigh, Song Yu replied, "Indeed. Previously, I was unaware of Mayer's whereabouts and had long assumed that she had met with misfortune. However, upon hearing Sun Liang mention Mayer, I felt compelled to investigate, to ascertain the truth of his words." Situ Ping interjected, "Shall you not prepare yourself first?" Song Yu shook his head resolutely. "We shall depart at once." Bai Yi nodded in agreement, indicating that the sooner, the better. Situ Ping ceased his ramblings and produced a token from his hand. The token, about the size of a palm, was entirely dark in hue, engraved with the 4 prominent characters, 5-Star Academy. Upon seeing the token in Situ Ping's possession, Song Yu's expression changed dramatically. "Why you are from the 5-Star Academy?" His voice was filled with astonishment and incredulity, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Bai Yi gazed at Song Yu with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Is there something amiss with the Song Emperor?" Previously, Song Yu was aware that Bai Yi had been associated with a place called the 5-Star Academy. However, he never anticipated that this 5-Star Academy was indeed that very institution. He had never considered this angle, merely assuming that the name of Bai Yi's 5-Star Academy was chosen arbitrarily. With a look of wonder, Song Yu turned to Situ Ping and asked, "Are you truly from the 5-Star Academy, esteemed elder?" Situ Ping replied, "Is this truly surprising to you? However, to my knowledge, the 5-Star Academy was extinguished thousands of years ago." Situ Ping chuckled softly. "It seems merely a stroke of luck." With that, he activated a token, and a beam of dark radiance soared into the heavens. Subsequently, Situ Ping elegantly traced a line in the void with the token, conjuring a space rift. He then turned to Bai Yi and Song Yu, urging, "Step inside." Bai Yi furrowed his brows. "Master, there are numerous spatial blades within." Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly. "Why are you so concerned?" With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending Bai Yi into the void. A piercing scream echoed briefly before silence enveloped the space. Song Yu gazed at Situ Ping in astonishment. Is he in any danger? Situ Ping disregarded Song Yu's concern and stepped directly into the inky darkness of the spatial rift. As Bai Yi stepped into the spatial rift, he was immediately assailed by several beams of spatial blades, realizing the peril he was in. Without hesitation, he drew his long sword and struck at the incoming spatial blades. In that moment, Bai Yi was exponentially more powerful than before, with a few decisive strokes. He shattered the beams into countless fragments. A surge of joy filled his heart. In an instant, Grandfather Bai can reduce you to tatters. Yet, before he could relish his triumph, his expression shifted dramatically. Numerous beams of spatial blades were converging upon him from nearby. Why are there so many? Without further contemplation, he brandished his sword and charged forward to meet them. The sound of clashing metal echoed as his crimson sword met the dark spatial blades, creating a cacophony that threatened to rupture one's eardrums. Although Bai Yi was indeed stronger than before, the onslaught was relentless.